Chapter 851. 20 minutes later, the high-level meeting room of the Haichuan group. Members of the meeting, Qilin, Mr. Li, Qingyu, Wu Sei, Yishur. On the main seat of the conference table, Qilin put his hands together on his lower abdomen, calm and composed. A certain Mr. Li sat on a wheelchair, and the other three elders took their seats. Before the meeting begins, I will first explain the slander in the letter of challenge. Qilin said calmly, Yin Liang is indeed a delusion beast, and his title is Master Jiang. Qilin paused for a second, observing everyone's reaction, and then continued, but he is a visitor, and he has always stood on the side of humans. I didn't disclose his identity before because I was afraid that GOC would use this to alienate us. Mr. Li and Qingyu didn't care, but Wu Sei and Yishur looked a little subtle. Qilin sighed lightly, raised his head, and a miracle rune appeared in his hand, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The discoverer of this miracle rune is actually not me, but Yin Liang. He chose humans and gave me this rune, so that I can lead everyone to open the rune era. If his answer is to destroy humans, he has no need to give me the miracle rune. We awakened people don't have runes, and our talents are all stuck at level 3. We are no match for the delusional beasts. If Yin Liang wants to destroy humans, isn't this a contradiction? Li and Qingyu nodded slightly to show their approval. Wu Sei and Yishur also relaxed their brows. Logically speaking, this is indeed untenable. Qilin continued, I will show you the gate of the end in a while. Of course, for confidentiality, I can't show you the entity, but the illusion I reproduced. This is the greatest sincerity I can express. If you still don't believe me, I won't force you to join the war. You can withdraw from the Haichuan group. My only bottom line is, don't join Jussi. I believe in the president. Wu Sei replied coldly. I also believe in the president and Elder Yin Liang. Yishur hurriedly expressed her position. She hesitated for a moment and asked, about Elder Zhu Ke. That's not the truth. Qilin interrupted calmly. If I really want to kill Zhu Ke, how can I let her live and let Jussi rescue her? This is also contradictory. Yishur lowered his eyes and fell into thought. I can't reveal the matter of Zhu Ke for the time being. Qilin said, you will know it later. Yes. Yishur didn't ask any more questions. It is true that there was a sneak attack on the 12 zodiacs. Qilin glanced at Qingyu. Explain why I did this. Yes. Qingyu immediately stood up, excited. Everyone, the 12 zodiacs are neutral on the surface, but they have been secretly colluding with Jussi. If we use our brains a little, we can figure out how Jussi's new talents were upgraded to level 4. For example, Johan's voice transmission, if it didn't have the spirit runes of the 12 zodiacs, could it be upgraded? And who provided the potions and equipment they have? They can't produce it themselves. Also, the flower shop opened by the Zodiac Singer is their main contact point. I have already found out, and the evidence is conclusive. Qingyu glanced at Qilin and got his signal, so he simply revealed his cards. To be honest, my fourth talent is mind reading. If I hadn't discovered that Lu Qingying was an undercover sent by the Zodiac, and if President Qilin and Vice President Li hadn't decided to turn the tables, this would have been the place that was bombed, and we probably wouldn't be able to hold a meeting here now. GOC and the 12 Zodiac animals failed to gain anything, so they are here to make trouble, just to sow discord. We must not be fooled. I'm done. Qingyu sat down and looked at Qilin, receiving a look of approval. The last charge in the letter of challenge is related to me. Li said calmly, his voice somewhat desolate. Now that things have come to this, I will no longer hide it. In fact, many people already know. Yes, I used Chening, but people other than Chening were not in my plan, and I never thought of sacrificing them. Madam Li, this is their own choice. Qingyu was a little excited. At the beginning, Chening wanted to call me to join Jussi together, but I refused, so I was able to survive. Regardless of right or wrong, everyone must be responsible for their own choices. There is nothing to complain about. Madam Li's attitude was calm. I have only one goal from beginning to end, which is to kill Gao Yang, because I dreamed that Gao Yang turned into the Curse Abyss and exterminated all mankind. No matter what the price, I will change this future. I will not shirk my sins. After destroying the Curse Abyss, I am willing to accept any judgment from those present. After Madam Li finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Everyone leave or stay, please. Qilin said. I will stay. I have always believed that only President Qilin and Vice President Li can lead mankind to a bright future. Qingyu was the first to express his opinion. Wu Sei was silent for a moment, and said in a cold and hard tone, I will fight to the last moment. For myself, for my friends, not for you conspirators. Wu Sei added silently in his heart. I stay too. Escher said with a sad tone. I've always hoped to solve the problem peacefully. I know this idea is naive and childish, so what I can do is to save as many people as possible, regardless of friend or foe. I'm honored to fight alongside you. Qilin tapped the ground with his cane. Next, the meeting begins. Everyone quickly switched states and started the meeting as usual. Jiu and the 12 Zodiacs took the initiative to challenge this time, and they must have come prepared. Qilin looked around. I want to hear your opinions. Qinyu spoke first. I think we should fight. Why? Wu Sei frowned. Qinyu was full of confidence. For a long time, we have been in the open, and the enemy has been in the dark, always playing some dirty tricks to constantly weaken us, which is actually very disadvantageous to us. Now that they have taken the initiative to show up, we can just catch them all in one fell swoop. How can you guarantee that they are not playing dirty tricks this time? Wu Sei asked back. Qinyu was stunned for a moment, and smiled. No one can guarantee this, after all, Jussi is full of tricks. But since they chose the Qingyang Bridge as the location, it doesn't feel like a conspiracy. Indeed, Escher said, the underground ruins in the desert of Ningguo last time were very suitable for ambush and annihilation. But Qingyang Bridge is different. The terrain is open and can be traveled by land, sea and air. It is impossible to ambush effectively, unless they have large weapons that can instantly destroy a 5-kilometer area. If they really have such weapons, they would have used them directly on us long ago, so why would they send us a declaration of war? Qinyu said. No, this is impossible. Escher finished speaking and thought of a bug again. Mrs. Li can predict her own safety. Even if they have that kind of weapon, we can avoid it in advance, and they will never be able to use it. You are right. Qinyu's thoughts became clearer. It is precisely because we have Vice President Li in charge that if we don't go out for a day, they will never be able to defeat us by sneak attack. Similarly, they are hiding in the dark, and it is difficult for us to find them. This is a stalemate, and the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. We have more people, and will only comprehend more talents, so they are anxious and decide to fight us to the death. According to what you said, wouldn't it be better if we didn't fight? Wu Sei smiled. Anyway, they are anxious. Chapter 852. Qinyu was stunned, unable to refute. Mrs. Li smiled bitterly. In the long run, we are more anxious. Why? Wu Sei asked. First, we need to gather the 12 runes to open the door. They have been hiding, and we don't have much to do. We have to keep wasting time until the end of the world, and we can only perish together. In addition, Mr. Li's eyes darkened. Gao Yang lives one more day. The risk of turning into a cursed abyss is one day greater. We can't wait. I understand. Wu Sei raised his eyebrows and shrugged. There is a time bomb under the card table. The winner takes all, and the loser is out. No matter how long it takes, before the bomb explodes, everyone will have to go all in to decide the outcome sooner or later. Now, whether it is Jiu and the 12 zodiac signs, or us, we all want to advance the time of the all-in, because we all think that the longer we delay, the smaller our chances of winning will be. A vivid metaphor. Qilin smiled. Mr. Li also nodded in agreement, but we can't take it lightly. It is possible that the challenge is a false move, and the real move is elsewhere, just like last time. What else can they do? Qinyu frowned and was suddenly shocked. Ah! Could it be Dr. Jia? Qilin did not comment. He had thought of it a long time ago. Dr. Jia hid very well. They shouldn't be able to find him, right? Wu Sei looked at Qilin. I thought so before, but now, it may not be the case. Qilin's eyes moved. Gao Yang easily sneaked into the base tonight, which at least shows that someone on his side has realized shuttle, or maybe he realized it himself. Yes. Escher admired Qilin. People who can be leaders have good brains. Why didn't I think of it? Mrs. Li nodded. Well, if he has also comprehended perception, the possibility of finding Dr. Jia will be much higher, although it is still difficult. Then they can just steal him away quietly. Wu Sei still didn't understand. Isn't it redundant to come here with such fanfare to challenge him? It's not that easy to rob him. Qilin's eyes turned cold. Yin Liang is guarding Dr. Jia 24 hours a day. Jiu wants to forcefully rob him, but he will only get a corpse that cannot be resurrected. I understand. Wu Sei focused slightly. Jiu is looking for us to fight, but in fact, he wants to lead away our main force to make it easier for them to rob Dr. Jia. It's just a possibility, Qilin said. Mr. Li shook his head slowly. I don't think this possibility is high. Everyone looked at Mr. Li. If Jussi wanted to divert attention, he could have harassed us in a safer way. He only needed to let me predict the danger. If he confronted us head-on, death would be inevitable, and the price would be high. Qilin nodded. So, the decisive battle is real. Can they beat us? Qin Yu looked at Qilin. No way. Qilin was quite confident. A second later, his green eyes were tinged with a layer of coldness. Unless Long wakes up, the result is hard to say. For a while, the conference room was silent. Long, the most talented awakener, the man who killed the second form of the living beast alone, the longest-lived leader in the Misty World. When the enemy mentioned his name, the first reaction was always fear. A few seconds later, Qilin broke the silence. But I don't think Long woke up. Why? Wu Sei suddenly realized that she had been arguing today. An intuition. Qilin pushed his glasses. I always feel that if that man wakes up, he will not involve everyone in the war, but will deal with me alone. Of course, he may not succeed. The rest of the people stopped talking, but they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Long didn't wake up, that's great. President. Qin Yu thought of something. Why don't we just take Dr. Jia with us? Qilin shook his head. Dr. Jia is soft-hearted. It's better not to force him. His genius brain. We still need it. Then just ignore it. Qin Yu said. You have to. Qilin looked at Qin Yu. Take some more people over, and guard Dr. Jia with Yan Liang. If necessary, you know what to do. Yes. Qin Yu immediately stood up. I do it now. No hurry. Qilin stopped. Qin Yu was stunned, a little confused. Wait until the decisive battle, and then go quietly. Qilin held the cane with both hands. Maybe Jussi deliberately came to provoke us, wanting to provoke our reaction. Once I send you over, they will just be on their radar, and use this opportunity to find Dr. Jia's hiding place. I see. Qin Yu suddenly realized, President is wise. Qilin thought for a moment and ordered, Qin Yu, you have called them. Accompany me and Madame Li to Beigui funeral home first. Mr. Li was puzzled. Everyone knew that Qilin had comprehended puppet master. The powerful puppet that can be used at present is Qinglong. Qinglong's body has been stored in the Haichuan group base, and the bodies of the awakened people at Beigui funeral home have almost been dealt with. What is Qilin going to do at Beigui funeral home now? Mr. Li did not ask. She believed that Qilin had his own reasons. Yes. Qin Yu left. Qilin continued to make arrangements. Wu Zisher, you go and appease your subordinates first. Don't let Jussi's letter of challenge sow discord and shake the morale of the army. I will discuss the detailed battle plan with you when I come back. Yes. Understood. Qilin leaned on his crutches and slowly stood up. Dismiss. Half an hour later, in a small meeting room, Wu's members gathered together. At this point, Wu no longer concealed anything and told everyone the whole story, including Qilin's explanation of those crimes. Everyone's reaction was different. Iman was the most dissatisfied. You knew the truth about the Jiaxing Pavilion incident a long time ago. Why didn't you tell us? Wu Sei said frankly, I think that some things will only bring danger to you if you know them. Even so, we have the right to know. Iman became even angrier. She slammed the table and stood up. Captain, I have always admired you and trusted you, but you did a terrible job in this matter. Yes, I'm sorry. Wu Sei also began to reflect on this matter. I could have given you the opportunity to choose, just like Zhong He, but I wanted to protect you too much, and instead deprived you of the opportunity to choose. Sister Wu Sei, don't say that. You are doing it for our own good. Hui Che carefully tried to smooth things over. If it were me, I would rather not know these things. I agree, in my experience, the more you know, the faster you die. Qi Feng smiled bitterly, and suddenly, he envied Xiao Xian a little. This guy is still unconscious, and no longer has to go to the front line. Maybe he can really live to the end. TSK? A bunch of hindsight. What's the point of talking about this now? The stubborn weasel's mouth was still as foul as ever. The decisive battle will be tomorrow. Do you plan to withdraw now, or go to Jussi? Do you all want to die? The stubborn weasel's words are rough, but the truth is there. Lin Fu stroked his little beard. At this point, who can tell right from wrong, and we can't just stay out of it. I think the most urgent thing is to prepare for the war. Go all out, strive to end the civil war, and stop killing each other. Gao Yang. Is it really Curse Abyss? Old Seven was a little depressed. Although everyone had been saying that Gao Yang was Curse Abyss before, Old Seven always thought it was a tactical smear. But Elder Wu Sei told him clearly today that Madame Li dreamed that Gao Yang was Curse Abyss, so this was a done deal. Emotionally, Old Seven couldn't accept it. Thinking back to the past, he, Zhang Wei, and San Tiao often drank and boasted together, and discussed Gao Yang, the son of the plain. Now that San Tiao is dead and Zhang Wei has become the enemy, everything seems like a lifetime ago. Chapter 853. Mrs. Li's dream was not wrong. Wu Sei's face was serious. She paused. However, not missing it does not mean that it will never be wrong. There is no point in worrying about it. Old Seven sighed and stopped talking. Jing Ke, with messy black hair and thin face, folded his hands in front of his chest, and was serious. He was thinking about more practical issues. That blonde boy is very strong. Everyone should be careful. Wu Sei's voice was solemn, almost with a hint of pleading. Everyone, don't be radical tomorrow night, don't rush to the front, and don't think about killing the enemy and making merit. No one in this bastard world is worth your life. Living well is more important than anything else. This civil war is a conflict between several powerful leaders from beginning to end. As long as they decide the winner, you will be safe. It's nothing more than celebrating the victory or surrendering. Of course, if the Haichuan group loses, I, as an elder, will definitely die. Wu Sei didn't say this. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Manner, don't be angry with the captain. She is doing this for everyone's good. Musashi, with burgundy curly hair and heavy makeup, broke the silence and winked at Iman softly. Iman had a cold face. How could she not know Wu Sei's good intentions? But she was angry. She couldn't accept that Wu Sei didn't even tell her. She always felt that she was closer to Wu Sei, but she didn't expect Wu Sei to treat them equally. Wu Sei knew Iman's temperament and didn't care. She looked at Canary Xiaojia, especially you, don't get too excited. Canary tied her hair into 2 ponytails, wore a black sportswear with dog written on it, and sat cross-legged on a chair. This time, her face was not covered by the wild red symbol, revealing her originally pure and beautiful girl's face. She scratched her face irritably. I know. Xiao Qingkai. Wu Sei glanced at the stuttering girl who had just joined. Captain, don't worry, I will. Watch Xiao Jia. Xiao Qingkai looked serious. Watch what the hell? I'm not your dog. Canary stretched out his hand unhappily, and grabbed Xiao Qingcai's little fleshy face. Ah, let go, it hurts. Xiao Qingkai didn't stutter this time. Little New Year's Eve. Nanji District, Haichuan Group Underground Base. Almost all the people of Haichuan Group gathered in the hall. Everyone was preparing in an orderly manner. There was a hint of depression in the serious atmosphere. It was the calm before the storm. Yisher, as the logistics director, took her people to take out a large amount of supplies from the equipment warehouse and pharmacy and distributed equipment to everyone. Mainly divided into basic equipment and special equipment. Basic equipment for all members, the items are as follows. 1 black gold pistol, 2 15-round magazines, the bullets are all made of black gold, and powered by Jianghao, with 3 effects of paralysis, weakness, and poison. Once injected into the human body, even if it does not hit the vital part, it can severely injure the enemy, or even kill him directly. 1 black gold dagger, also empowered with paralysis, weakness, and poison effects. 1 resurrection potion, taken in advance. 2 C potions, for emergency healing. 1 special adrenaline, which can be used to urgently wake up people in a dying state or energy exhaustion state. 1 illusion breaking spray, immune to illusion attacks, and also has a certain resistance to mental attacks. 1 hypnotic smoke bomb, which has little hypnotic effect in open spaces, but can be used for cover and retreat if used well. Special equipment is targeted. For example, the cold weapons of melee members, and the enhanced equipment of long-range shooters. The awakened ones usually carry these equipment with them. Tonight, they have been empowered for a short time to enhance their power. In addition, there is a very valuable ring syringe, which contains equivalent exchange potion, which can instantly stimulate the user's comprehensive strength by more than 2 times, and the maintenance time does not exceed 10 seconds. This can only be worn by awakened people above the guardian level in case of emergency. The team is divided into 3 groups. Command Group, Qilin, Li is in charge, and cooperates with functional and auxiliary personnel. Combat Group, commanded by Wu Sei, mainly melee and long-range personnel. Logistics Group, commanded by Yisher, mainly treatment, support, and reconnaissance personnel. Soon, dozens of people were fully armed and lined up. Qilin, Li reviewed all the soldiers and held a swearing-in ceremony. Mrs. Li sat in a wheelchair, looking at everyone, silent for a long time. Finally she spoke. Her voice was desolate and soft, but it carried the appeal of an elder. Everyone, I should be the oldest person here. I am lucky. In this dangerous foggy world, I can live so long. This trip to the human world is worth the price of the ticket. I am unfortunate. Along the way, I have witnessed the rise and fall of Xianen, experienced many scarlet tides, witnessed the death of too many lives, the cooling of blood, and the disillusionment of ideals. My teachers, companions, and lovers are all buried on the road to pursuing hope and truth. I founded the EP851 group because I know better than anyone how small and fragile human beings are in this foggy world, how confused and desperate they are, so we must unite as one. A firefly lost in the forest will never make it to dawn, but a group of fireflies can light a way home. I'm sorry and sad that the enemy we have to deal with tonight is not the dangerous doomsday, but our former brothers and sisters. But if the survival of mankind must step on the corpses of our fellow countrymen who have gone astray, then we have no choice. We can have what we have today by wading through the blood and corpses of our predecessors. We can't give up. We are not qualified to give up. Everyone, I can't guarantee that everyone will be safe tonight. But I firmly believe that we can win. I also firmly believe that mankind will not perish. The legacy of the ancestors will eventually become the torch in the hands of future generations. Humans are not individuals. The soul is never alone. Mrs. Lee's shout echoed in the empty hall. Silence, no applause, no commotion. Everyone looked solemn and determined. In fact, many people present did not have any lofty ideals at the beginning, but just went with the flow and took things as they came. But tonight, when they were pushed to the crossroads of fate and the keynote of history, they also clearly felt the trembling from the depths of their souls, which was like the call of a certain mission. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Similarly, the torrent of the times rolls forward, and no one can stand on the shore and watch. To live is to be a player in the world, and a shaper of the times. At least at this moment, everyone really felt it. Tap. After a long silence, Cheelin knocked the ground with his cane, and everyone looked at this man, with a gentle temperament but deep and sharp eyes. Cheelin slowly raised his right hand, and clenched his fist. Fight for survival. Fight for survival. Some people shouted. Fight for survival. Cheelin repeated. Fight for survival. Fight for survival. Fight for survival. Soon, everyone shouted in unison and kept repeating. Amid the loud and passionate slogans, Chuya came behind Cheelin and Mr. Lee without knowing when. He activated the level 5 space teleport and created a huge blue portal. Cheelin pushed Mrs. Lee's wheelchair and turned around, and took the lead in entering the portal. The two leaders went against the light, and quickly disappeared on the road ahead. The command team, the combat team, and the logistics team lined up in 3 teams, followed the leader's pace, and stepped into the portal. Beep. 1 minute later, the portal disappeared. The bright hall was empty, and only the slogan of Fight for Survival seemed to be still faintly echoing. Chapter 854. Fight for Survival. Huang Daihu held a pineapple beer in his left hand, and a kebab in his right hand, and shouted, "Cheers, brothers!" He originally wanted to drink draft beer, but the war was imminent, and Dohu forbade everyone to drink, except himself. Dohu drank like water, and people and their systems cannot be generalized. Old Huang. Dohu sat aside, holding a beer in one hand and a toothpick in the other, looking like he had eaten and drunk a lot. You are so bold that you dare to shout the slogan of the Cheelin Union. Ha ha, look at my mouth. Huang Daihu slapped his face. I just want to shout a few words because I am emotional. I can't think of a slogan for a while. I only remember the slogans everyone shouted during the Scarlet Tide. Old pig, what is the slogan of our zodiac? Dohu glanced at the dead pig, who was patiently peeling lobsters for the cute sheep. Haha, we don't have any slogans. Siju put on disposable gloves, dipped the fresh white and tender shrimp meat in a little sauce, and put it to Mingyang's mouth. Wow! Mingyang opened his mouth wide, and ate it all in one bite, his eyes almost flashing with little stars. Delicious. No! Dohu shook the beer can, a little unwilling. He looked up and shouted, Grandma! Where did Grandma go? Wow! A strong wind blew over everyone's head, and the purple-haired girl wearing a sailor suit and a black and white bed sheet glided from the rooftop of the villa to the street lamp at the front door. She stood on tiptoe at the top of the lamppost, with a proud attitude looking down on all living beings. Mortal, are you calling my king? Grandma, what is the slogan of your 9 heirs? Dohu asked. Humph. Nana put her hands on her hips. My king will only say this once. You all listen carefully. The road ahead is still there. Too long. Dohu interrupted impatiently. What's the last sentence? What night? Born in the night, chasing the dawn. Ku was standing behind Dohu and answered casually. She tied her hair up, put on an apron, and wore gloves, busying herself in front of the barbecue grill. She has always been not used to lively occasions, which made her feel at a loss. So she would rather find something to do to keep herself busy, which makes her feel more at ease and relaxed. Wang Weiyin stood beside Kyo, holding a bottle of coconut juice in both hands. Sister Kyo, I want to eat grilled fish. Okay. Kyo smiled at Wang Wayne. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon. Born in the dark, chasing the dawn. You must remember my king's slogan in your heart. It will bring you the power of faith. Nana was a little anxious because Kyo robbed her of her lines, and hurriedly declared her sovereignty over this slogan. Ha ha. Good. Good. Huang Daihu was finally saved, raised his pineapple beer, and clinked glasses with Dohu. Come on. Let's toast to the dawn. At this time, there were still 3 hours before the decisive battle. Everyone came to the Guituan villa, set up a barbecue grill and buffet in the front yard, smoke and fire, and the aroma was overflowing. More than 20 people ate barbecue together. This is the swearing-in ceremony of Jussi and the 12 zodiac signs. The initiator is Gao Yang. Jiohan stood on the balcony on the second floor of the villa, looking at the lively crowd in the yard, and had an illusion. They were not soldiers going to the front line, but a group of old classmates who had not seen each other for many years and were having a class reunion. You can think of this. Jiohan shook his head helplessly. Gao Yang was resting his mind on the sofa in the living room behind Jiohan. He said calmly, the tactics have been arranged long ago. Instead of being so serious, it is better to leave more happy memories. You say it as if you are eating the last meal of execution. Jiohan smiled bitterly. Isn't everyone very happy? Gao Yang said. Have you ever thought that maybe everyone is just pretending to be relaxed? Jiohan said. It will become true if it is fake. Gao Yang opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Jiohan, don't look so depressed. Go down and have a drink with everyone and chat more. You are the captain, I will listen to you. Jiohan jumped down from the balcony and joined the barbecue party. Gao Yang concentrated slightly. There was something he had been struggling with for a long time, that is, whether to tell the dead pig that Ming Yang was his biological daughter. However, since Ba Qiuqi made such an arrangement, there must be a reason. Gao Yang thought about it, and decided to respect Ba Qiuqi's wishes. Ba Qiuqi was Ming Yang's mother, and would definitely not harm her. Gao Yang checked the lucky points in the system, but it was not enough to comprehend his talent. He also repeatedly thought about the tactics for tonight, but it seemed that there was nothing he could do. Just then, he heard footsteps coming upstairs. Gao Xinxin walked towards Gao Yang with a roasted chicken leg and a bottle of energy drink. Captain Gao, who is busy with all kinds of things, please eat something. People are iron and rice is steel. Gao Yang was a little helpless. Call me brother. I dare not. Captain Gao is the leader of the 9 heirs, the savior of mankind, and has a noble status. I can't even meet him on weekdays, so how dare I get close to him like this? Gao Xinxin said sarcastically. Gao Yang was amused. He took the chicken leg from his sister and took a bite. Well, not bad. Of course, don't you see whose skills are better? Gao Xinxin sat down next to Gao Yang. She wanted to say some more jokes, but she was not in the mood. She hesitated for a while, but still spoke. Brother, I still... No. Gao Yang was firm. I promise I won't hold you back. No. Gao Yang refused again. You will take Ming Yang and Wang Wayne back to the secret room in a while. Gao Yang. Gao Xinxin was also anxious. What should I do if you all go and never come back? Have you ever considered my feelings? Sacrifice is hard to avoid, but the possibility of annihilation is very small. Gao Yang sighed and looked at Gao Xinxin earnestly. Even if we all get into trouble, you have to live well, and you have to take care of the 2 children and Zhu Kei. Brother, Gao Xinxin said with a smile in his eyes. Hong, you are so selfish. I am only in the first year of high school this year. What can I do? I don't know what to do at all. I am very scared. Xinxin, don't be afraid. Even if the worst thing really happens, you will naturally know what to do at that moment. Gao Yang touched Gao Xinxin's head with his clean hands. Brother used to be the same as you, afraid of this and that, but I also stumbled to where I am now. You can do it too. People are actually stronger than you think. Gao Xinxin lowered her head, kept silent, and grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands. After a long while, she took a deep breath, opened her hands, and gently hugged Gao Yang. Brother, I will listen to you, but you must promise me that you must be safe. I will do my best. Gao Yang patted Gao Xinxin's back lightly. Okay. Gao Xinxin let go of Gao Yang, wiped the corners of her eyes quickly with the back of her hand, and forced herself to cheer up. I go find Gregor and give him some instructions. I'm not there this time, so I'm a little worried. Go ahead. Gao Yang also smiled. Gao Xinxin went downstairs, and Gao Yang listened to the dong 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 footsteps, and was a little absent-minded for a while. Suddenly, Gao Yang's eyebrows tightened, and he noticed something. Chapter 855. There is wind. On Gao Yang's side, in Chushua's room, there was an unnatural airflow. He immediately opened his six senses to the maximum, concentrating on sensing the space separated by a wall, and there was no movement inside. Gao Yang did not hesitate, and immediately summoned his phantom clone, pushed open Chushua's bedroom door, and turned on the light. Chushua's room had never been used, and it was still the same as he remembered. Elegant bouquet wallpaper, a bed with white bed curtains, and dolls and toys piled on the bed. The ceiling was painted as a dark blue night sky, with twinkling stars and a smiling face on the moon. The brightest Chushua star and Gao Yang star were left alone. Gao Yang checked around and confirmed that there was no one in the house. But the window was open, and the curtain swayed gently in the night wind. Someone had indeed come in just now. There was a book on the dressing table next to the window. Gao Yang remembered that there were no books in Chushua's room. He immediately stepped forward. It was a novel, both new and old. It was new because it had not been read many times, and it was old because the cover was yellowed and full of age. Gao Yang took a look at the title of the novel, A Letter from a Strange Woman. He was startled and immediately remembered that this was the book that Gao Yang had flipped through when he met Bai Lu in the library. Gao Yang hesitated for 2 seconds, picked up the book, and flipped through it carefully. A postcard slipped out of the book. Gao Yang was quick and caught it immediately. Gao Yang opened the postcard and did not move, falling into a long silence. The night wind in the mountains and forests, accompanied by the noise of the barbecue party, blew into the window, ruffling his hair, coat, and sad eyes. A minute later, he gently put the postcard back into the book, and put the book back in place. Swish. Gao Yang disappeared. In the front yard of the villa, on a round table near the door, there were hot barbecue and various drinks. 4 men sat around the table, eating skewers and bragging. I don't know who brought up the topic of women. As the founder of Jussi behind the scenes, the reincarnation of the true god, the savior of mankind, the nemesis of lizard men, the golden-haired god of death, and the strongest hexagonal warrior on the surface of the earth, Wang Zikai naturally cannot lose in any aspect. Brothers, I'm not bragging. Wang Zikai waved the beef tendon in his hand and said, I have been handsome since I was a child. Do you know that big Lizi? Everyone says that I am his brother. With my conditions, is it possible that I lack women? Of course I don't lack. Zhang Wei agreed. That's right. Wang Zikai patted his chest, raised the corners of his mouth, and made an 8 gesture. Dating 8 girlfriends? Gregor opened his eyes wide, and the chicken wings in his hand suddenly lost their fragrance. 8? Wang Zikai sneered. I started picking up girls when I was 8 years old, and I can't even count the number of girlfriends I've had. Oh my god! Zhang Wei exclaimed. Then why are you single now? Gregor was half believing and half doubting. Because I don't need it anymore. Wang Zikai said confidently, without blushing or beating his heart. How can I have the heart to pick up girls now? I am now concerned about the world, and I am worried about the major issues of all mankind. I don't care about petty love. Wang Zikai tilted his face and bit a piece of beef tendon. I guess you don't understand. I am no longer in the same realm and pattern with you. Gregor was stunned when he heard it. I feel deeply. Zhang Wei was a little unwilling to admit defeat. I am not interested in women now. I am not afraid to tell you that I used to be a famous nightclub prince. I didn't need to take the initiative. It was women who brought me home. Is this true? Gregor's pupils trembled. How come I can't have such a good thing? Of course it's true. Zhang Wei became more and more excited. The women who took me home were at least beauties, like Sister Ying. Zhang Wei took a sip of the drink. Now the end of the world is coming. Who still has the mind to pick up girls? Right, Mr. Gao? No, that's right. Gregor, who has never had a normal relationship with the opposite sex, saw that the atmosphere was so heated that he was in a dilemma. I'm fat now, but I was a handsome boy back then. I'm as popular with women as you are. I've been with all kinds of women. Think about it. If I didn't have a rich love history, could I write a good novel? Really? Zhang Wei smirked. I heard that many novelists are socially anxious, and they make up stories or search the internet. How can I be the same as them? Gregor shouted arrogantly. I practice what I preach, read thousands of books, traveled thousands of miles, and burned my soul in writing. Good. Well said. Zhang Wei clapped his hands and said, I'm a good writer. Flattering. You are worthy of being a writer. Gregor was so proud that he was a little over the top. I didn't have too many loves when I was young. Let's talk about my first love. She was the school beauty. No, the town beauty. We were childhood sweethearts, and had a deep connection with each other, but it was a pity that she was short-lived and was diagnosed with leukemia. In order not to delay my future, Gregor saw that everyone was staring at him, so he stopped talking. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about it. Once you have seen the sea, you will never be as proud as water. Once you have seen Mount Wushan, you will never be as proud as clouds. No, tell me more. Zhang Wei got excited. It's a shame to talk about these things when the two armies are at war. Let's do it another day. I write it another day. It'd be more fun to talk to you while drinking. Gregor was afraid that the topic would get out of hand, so he quickly changed his focus. Hengmu, how many people have you dated? Hengmu, who was eating shrimp silently, didn't expect to be named. He adjusted the frame of his glasses shyly. Compared with your wonderful life, I'm just mediocre and not worth mentioning. Hey, we're just chatting casually. What's the difference between high and low? Just tell us. We brothers will never laugh at you. Zhang Wei said. That's right. Wang Zikai was waiting to hear a joke. Every life has meaning. Don't belittle yourself. Gregor comforted with a sense of superiority. Okay, I tell you something. Hengmu put down the shrimp tail, took off his disposable gloves, wiped his mouth with a tissue, sat up straight, and confessed, I've been in 3 relationships. As soon as he said this, the smiles on Wang Zikai, Zhang Wei, and Gregor's faces froze. Chapter 856. Hengmu saw that the 3 of them were stunned, and thought that everyone was disappointed. He felt a little inferior for a moment. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. No, talk about it. You have to talk about it. Zhang Wei was very excited. Okay. Hengmu smiled and began to recall. The first one was in high school. At that time, I was addicted to online games. I met a girl from the same city online. We were in love online for a year. After graduating from high school, we met in person. Haha, I was young and innocent at that time. I blushed and my heart beat fast when holding hands. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night after returning home. Later, she went to study in the West, and I went to a local university, so it was over. Hengmu took a sip of orange juice. The second one was at the New Year's Day social party in my junior year. I was favored by a senior sister. She was really good. I was not at the same level as her. She took control of me on the spot and got me drunk. Hengmu was a little embarrassed. That was my first time. To be honest, I don't remember anything after I woke up. I and the senior sister. After dating for half a year, I realized that I was the only one who had true feelings for her. She just treated me as a substitute. She had a male idol. They broke up and got back together. She looked for me to forget him. Hengmu sighed. I didn't expect that male idol to come back to her. She confessed to me. I was so sad at that time. I couldn't get over the breakup for a long time. After that, I didn't dare to fall in love until I graduated and started working. My family urged me to go on blind dates. The other party was 2 years younger than me, like cats and dogs, was very gentle and loving. We started as friends and confirmed our relationship after half a year. We were very compatible and were about to get married. As a result, I woke up. I had no choice but to find an excuse to break up. This hurt her badly. She didn't believe that I had changed my mind and insisted that I tell the truth. How could I tell the truth? Hengmu suddenly found that it was too quiet around him. He looked up and saw that the 3 men were stunned. What's wrong? Hengmu was a little nervous and smiled awkwardly. I told you that my life is very ordinary. Don't look at me with such pitiful eyes. Zhang Wei roared in his heart. Poor your sister. You are the winner in life. Gregor was jealous. The details are detailed enough. It can be seen that it is a real experience. Bastard. Wang Zikai couldn't believe it. How can this 4-eyed guy have 3 girlfriends? Is God blind? Brother, Zhang Wei said calmly, raise the pineapple beer. Okay, stop talking. I understand you. Come on, drink. It's all in the wine. Yes, drink. Don't talk about sad things. Gregor raised the juice. Drink. Women will only affect the speed of our punches. Wang Zikai pounded the table excitedly. Swish. A gust of wind blew over the 4 people's heads, and Tiango, who went to the front line to scout the enemy, came back. Tiango landed at the table of the 12 zodiac animals. Douhu, Baitu, Juanma, Pohu, Jingshu Muzitu, and Huang Furong were all there. Tiango reported truthfully, Uncle Hu, there is no movement over Feiyang Bridge, and no one from the Haichuan group was seen. Douhu took the mutton skewers and nodded. What else? Tiango thought for a while. Very quiet. No cars on the bridge. It should be that the Haichuan group blocked the road in advance, and this is clearing the field, Baitu said. So, the Haichuan group accepted the challenge? Jingshu was a little timid. In fact, she had always been lucky, hoping that the Haichuan group would not accept the challenge, so that she could escape for a while. Wang Furong reached out and patted Jingshu's shoulder. Don't be afraid, Xiao Jing. You don't have to go to the front line. Nothing will happen. Jingshu nodded and looked at Wang Furong worriedly. But you? I will be fine, and everyone will be fine. Wang Furong blinked confidently. Juanma spoke. I have to say that Brother Yang really has a firm grasp on Qilin, and he guessed that he would accept the challenge. Gao Yang has worked for Qilin, and he knows his temper very well. The monkey laughed. You touch the tigers, but every day, how can you not understand? The white rabbit also laughed. It's true that serving the king is like serving the tiger, haha. Mu Zita fanned himself with a folding fan, looking leisurely. Dohu took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a breath, stood up, stretched his muscles, and shouted, Everyone! Good news! Haichuan group has accepted the challenge. Let's have a big fight tonight. Also, remember not to eat too much, or you will vomit easily. Instantly, the noisy yard became quiet. Although everyone had already realized it, the atmosphere was still heavy when the dust settled. Kill Qilin. Wang Zikai was the first to respond. He stood up, stepped on a chair, and held up a corn cob. His momentum immediately came up. Kai is mighty. Zhang Wei also followed suit. Kill Qilin. Don't be timid. Just do it. Evil cannot prevail over justice. Light is not afraid of shadows. Born in the dark, chasing the dawn. Cheers. Everyone stood up, shouting slogans while raising their drinks, and the crowd was excited and excited. Amid the noise, Wang Furong looked around and found that Zhong He was gone. She pushed Mu Zita beside her and said, Lao Tu, where is Lao Zhong? He went into the house. He probably went to the toilet. Mu Zita replied with a smile. You are useless. You have understood Phantom, but you are still so cowardly. You run to the toilet when something important happens. Wang Furong looked disgusted, but her eyes showed tenderness. I will go and catch that boy. Wang Furong got up and left. Everyone continued to quarrel. Only Pang Jun looked at Wang Furong's back, thinking a lot. Although no one knew that Wang Furong liked Zhong He, Pang Jun could feel that the look of liking someone could not be hidden at all. Pang Jun was still hesitating whether to confess to Bai Tuesday. At this moment, he was sure that the fight was inevitable. He finally plucked up the courage, and didn't want to leave any regrets. By Tuesday, Pang Jun retracted the smile on his face, and looked serious. This was the first time he called her Bai Tu. What's wrong? Bai Tu's heart trembled, and she vaguely guessed. This day has finally come. I take up 2 minutes of your time to tell you something alone, Pang Jun said. White Rabbit shook the drink cup in her hand, and hesitated for a few seconds. She took a deep breath, put down the cup, stood up and said, Okay, let's go. White Rabbit and Juanma left the table. The others watched the two enter the house, and for a moment, they were filled with mixed feelings and their own thoughts. The night wind from the mountains and forests blew over with the desolate breath of winter, and the smoke from the barbecue grill spread to one side, making everyone tearful. Mu Zita fanned his folding fan leisurely, squinting at the moon above his head, and chanted a poem in an old-fashioned way. Life is full of love and passion, and this hatred has nothing to do with the wind and the moon. Tonight, there will be another sad person. The monkey put down his chopsticks, and shook his head slightly. Monkey Master, I didn't expect you to understand so well. Jingshu was very surprised. Haha, who hasn't been young before? The monkey laughed. Dohu crossed his legs, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and angrily said, This idiot, why not do something else instead of setting a flag before the war? Chapter 857. The second floor of the villa, the library. When Jiosi used this as his base, the library was Wang Zikai's dormitory, but after moving, everything was cleaned up without leaving any traces, and the place was restored to its original appearance. The study is quiet, the bookcases are simple, and the neatly stacked books exude the knowledge atmosphere of time. The round skylight above the head casts a beam of gray-blue moonlight, like the lights on the stage, which just fits the ritual sense of important things. This is naturally the place carefully chosen by Juanma to confess his love. That Jun wears a gray knitted cardigan with a white shirt inside, which is comfortable and decent without being too formal. His longer hair is combed in a 3:7 split, shaped, and slightly fluffy, just covering the flatness of the back of his head, making his head fuller. After losing weight, his face is much smaller, and the contours of his facial features are more obvious. The biggest change is his eyes, which are clear and energetic. Fat Jun is not fat now, At most he is strong. Although he is still far from the word handsome guy, this is the limit of what he can do, and it is probably the peak of his appearance in his life. These days, Thad June has rehearsed his confession in front of the mirror countless times, and he has written more than a dozen versions of the confession lines. Finally, under Do-hoo's suggestion, he chose the simplest, natural and sincere way. In Do-hoo's words, "Don't play fancy tricks, at least you will die with dignity." After the two approached the study, Baitu consciously closed the door, and she asked lightly, "What do you want to see me for?" Considering the battle tonight, Baitu put on the clothes she wore when they first met. A peaked cap, a baseball jacket, denim hot pants, black stockings, sneakers, and a baseball bat on her back, dressed like a little gangster. She stood at the edge of the moonlight, not entering the beam, but still not hindering her beauty and agility. "Baitu, you must know." Pang Jun tried not to be nervous and looked directly into Baitu's eyes. "I liked you from the first time I saw you, and then I got to know you slowly, and I became more and more sure that I was not just attracted by your beauty, but really liked you. I have never felt this way about other girls." Pang Jun mustered up the courage. "So, I hope to date you." Baitu lowered her head, put her hands behind her back, and tapped her toes unconsciously, and said faintly, "Jun Ma, what do you like about me?" Pang Jun was stunned. He didn't expect Baitu to ask this. He thought for a while with a stern face, and then answered seriously, "I like everything. Your good, your bad, your cleverness, your kindness, your bad temper, your true nature, your cunning and utilitarianism, your coldness to outsiders, your partiality to your own people, your favorite novels, your favorite spicy rabbit head, your nail polish, your worn-out sneakers, your dirty words. I like everything." The white rabbit looked up at Thad June, his eyes red. "Jun Ma, you knew I was using you, right?" Thad June nodded. "Haha, I'm just stupid, not dumb." "Then you also know that there is no possibility between you and me from the beginning, right?" White Rabbit asked. Thad June nodded. "I know, but you are the first person I like. I have to give myself an explanation." "Yeah." White Rabbit bowed to Jun Ma very formally and apologized. "Jun Ma, I'm sorry, you are very good, but I have someone I like. Let's just be friends." "Okay." Jun Ma agreed very straightforwardly, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was strange. Thad June had always been afraid of this moment. It was like having a beautiful dream, and vaguely realizing that it was a dream, so he was afraid that he would wake up. But slowly, the beautiful dream made him worry about gains and losses, and it was not beautiful at all, so he thought, "Wake up quickly, let me lose this illusory happiness." Finally, the dream woke up. Jun Ma was relieved, and he could feel at ease and sad, and blame himself. He could drink and brag with his good friends at any time in the future, and reminisce about his youth together. He could proudly pat his chest and say, "I have loved a girl in my life, I tried my best, and I have no regrets. Okay, we will still be friends in the future." Jun Ma smiled, and stretched out his hand to Baitu. Baitu did not stretch out his hand. Thad June was stunned for 2 seconds, then awkwardly retracted his hand, and touched his trouser leg. "As expected of you, Sister Rabbit. You saw through my attempt to get a consolation prize." White Rabbit shook her head slowly, and said seriously, "Jun Ma, let's hug each other." "Ah?" Thad June was shocked. What did you just say?" White Rabbit was not joking. She opened her arms. "Let's hug each other, a hug between friends." Thad June stared at the White Rabbit in front of him, wanting to say something but stopping. For a moment, he returned to the inferior fat man in the past. He smiled awkwardly. "No, Sister Rabbit, you don't have to pity me." White Rabbit was stunned at first, then she curved her eyes, and showed her signature cunning smile. "Thad June, think clearly before answering, you only have one chance. Hug." How could Jun Ma resist this temptation? He surrendered immediately. "Come on. Hug. A hug between friends." White Rabbit continued to smile, waiting with open arms. Then, I really hugged her. Pang Jun felt a little guilty. "You won't kick me away suddenly, will you?" Baitu rolled her eyes. 3-2. Pang Jun quickly stepped forward, pulled the petite Baitu into his arms, hugged her tightly, rested his chin on her shoulder, and even greedily smelled the fragrance of her hair. He wanted to remember this moment, forever. Baitu was surprised. He thought Pang Jun would be very shy, and just hugged her politely. He didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic and bold, but she asked for the hug herself, so it was not good to push him away in the middle. Baitu was in a complicated mood. Her body slowly relaxed, and she gently patted Jun Ma's back with both hands. Although Jun Ma was enthusiastic, he was not vulgar. After a few seconds, he let go of his hands and stepped back solemnly. Soon, the silly smile returned to his face, and he scratched his head. Thank you, Sister Rabbit, my life is worth it. I am not afraid of death. Don't be such a pessimist. White Rabbit interrupted immediately. Suddenly she frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed across her eyes. Fat June, what were you thinking about just now? Ah? Juanma was stunned, and felt a little itchy in his philtrum. He hurriedly reached out to touch it, and found that he was bleeding from the nose. No, I didn't. Listen to my explanation. I really didn't think about anything just now. Before Fat June finished speaking, his head tilted and he fell to the ground. Juanma? White Rabbit panicked and hurried to help Fat June. Hey, are you okay? Don't scare me. I'm fine. Fat June was confused, and heard a sacred voice in his ears, twice in total. Juanma's face was ruddy, his chest was heaving, and his nosebleed flowed into his mouth. He showed his teeth stained with blood. Sister Rabbit, I just heard a sound. 15 light. White Rabbit was startled and shouted, Oh my God! You have comprehended light. It seems. Yes. Juanma said happily. Great. White Rabbit was so happy that she hugged Juanma in her arms again. This time it was not a consolation prize, but she was really happy for her friend and the 12 zodiac signs. The battle was imminent, and Juanma had comprehended such a high-level talent, and his chances of winning were increased. He had to report to Dohu and optimize his tactics. Hee. Juanma would never have thought that the happiness that he would die without regrets after having it once in his life would come twice in a row. If possible, he really wanted to save it once. Juanma's scattered eyes gradually gathered, firm and affectionate. Great, I finally have the ability to fight side by side with everyone. White Rabbit, don't be afraid, I will protect you as a friend until the last second of my life. Officer Huang, thank you, I knew you understood me the best. Chapter 858. Gurgle Sizzle. The sound of a toilet flushing came from the toilet on the first floor, and soon, John Hyuk came out. He was tall and thin, wearing a gray casual suit, with his hands in his pockets, looking unrestrained and cool. But in fact, he was restless, and had gone to the toilet several times. John Hyuk has been like this since he was a child. Although he is tall and looks tough, he is actually timid. When he was a child, he watched a horror movie, and didn't dare to turn off the lights to sleep for a month. When he was a student, he was always the class flower because of his tall stature, good looks, good grades, and good basketball skills. Thanks to this halo, he was never excluded by his classmates. However, when facing those weak classmates who were bullied, he hated the bullies on the one hand, but on the other hand, he didn't have the courage to step forward to stop them. He was very afraid that he would be implicated and become the target of bullying. So he could only pretend not to care, and over time, he created a strange protective color. After awakening, he comprehended Windir very late, and became a real weakling, but when facing the strong, he still forced a stinky face of it doesn't matter, I die to maintain his pitiful dignity and confidence. But Huang Farong saw through him at a glance, knowing that he was a coward and was afraid of death. After the Scarlet Tide, Zhong He survived the disaster, and was lucky to comprehend Phantom. At first, he also swelled up, thinking that he was no longer a weakling, and could speak with his back straight. It was not until he saw the real strong that he despaired that he was still the useless class flower of the year, and dared not speak out against the bully. Sometimes Jong Hyuk thought that if he had abandoned his companions and gone alone, this battle could have been avoided, and he could have kept himself safe. But he didn't choose that. For the first time in his life, he mustered up the courage to take his weak classmates with him, and join the relatively righteous side. As a result, he had to face those terrible bullies tonight. Can I win? Can I survive? Taking a step back, can I die with dignity and honor? Jong Hyuk kept thinking about these things and sadly realized that he hadn't changed at all. He was still a coward. He got nervous and scared when something happened and kept running to the toilet. Jong Hyuk took a deep breath calmly, and decided to go back to eat barbecue with everyone. However, when he passed a room, a small whimper suddenly came from it, like a sad ghost whispering. The door was open, but there was no one inside. Who? Jong Hyuk was immediately very nervous, and activated Phantom to arm himself. Don't kill me. Yes, it's me. Hong Shishao's flustered and embarrassed voice came in the air. 2 seconds later, she appeared. She took off her shoes, sat on the bed with her legs bent, holding a small red object in her hand. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was full of tears. Zhong He immediately retracted his phantom weapon, and was also a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a few seconds, walked into the room, and gently closed the door. Hong Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here? Hong Xiaoxiao was very embarrassed, and hurriedly sat down on the bed and put on her shoes. I'm talking to Kan. Zhonghe's face was subtle, and he couldn't help but worry about Hong Xixia's mental state. Hong Xiaoxiao, you know, Kan is no longer here, right? I know. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded and sniffed. I'm not crazy, I'm just... I understand. Zhonghe breathed a sigh of relief. He also sat down on the bed, keeping a polite distance. When my mother was still alive, she would hold a photo album and talk to my father when she had nothing to do. Hong Xiaoxiao lowered her head and clenched the red hairpin in her palm. At the beginning, Hong Xiaoxiao encouraged Cantu to grow long hair. Cantu's bangs were always messy, so she started using hairpins. Hong Xiaoxiao gave her her favorite hairpin. When Cantu went on a mission in Nigeria, she forgot to bring this red hairpin. Later, when Hong Xiaoxiao packed up Cantu's belongings, she left it behind as a thought. These days, whenever Hong Xiaoxiao misses Cantu, she will talk with the hairpin, as if she is chatting with Cantu. She also habitually becomes invisible. Hong Xiaoxiao insists that Cantu just went to another world and became a different life form. The invisibility talent is an energy medium that allows them to sense each other. Zhonghe knew that Hong Xiaoxiao and Cantu had a deep relationship, and he didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Don't be afraid. Cantu will bless you. You will be safe tonight. Hong Xiaoxiao shook her head. In fact, I have been thinking that it might be better if I died, so that my talent can be given to more useful people like you. Now I will only be a drag. Hong Xiaoxiao. Zhonghe suddenly interrupted loudly. What is useful? Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao raised her head. I ask you. What is a useful person? What is a useless person? Zhonghe was aggressive. I'm sorry, I. Hong Xiaoxiao felt a little wronged, not knowing what she said wrong. Zhonghe calmed down a little and softened his voice. When I only had Shunfinger before, I never felt useless. Now I have Phantom, but I don't think I'm useful either. Hong Xiaoxiao lowered her head and remained silent. I think everyone is unique, and the idea of usefulness is just nonsense. Zhonghe said seriously, Hong Xiaoxiao, if Cantu heard what you just said, would she be happy? Hong Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red, and she wanted to cry again. I also heard about Cantu. Zhonghe looked at the girl in front of him. I know you must think that Cantu's death was not worth it. Hong Xiaoxiao clenched her fists. But I want to tell you that this is Cantu's own choice. Whether she gave the hairpin to Kyo or blew Gaoyang away, it was her own choice. Although she is not strong, she has always been the master of her own destiny, not someone's vassal. Zhonghe rubbed his nose in annoyance. I am not good at speaking, and I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, remember that you are not anyone's vassal, you are your own master. Cantu gave you invisibility, probably to tell you this. Don't let her down. Don't let yourself down. 2 lines of heat flowed down Hong Xixia's face. She finally raised her head, her voice choked. Thank you. I feel much better. You're welcome, it's even. Zhonghe smiled crookedly. Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao was confused. Chapter 859. If it weren't for you, I would still be living in self-blame. Zhonghe said. Hong Xiaoxiao then realized. I didn't expect that he still remembered this incident. Zhonghe smiled bitterly. Although he became a bad guy in the end, what does it have to do with me? At least in the hospital, he was a good man. He only wanted to protect his wife and children, but I made things worse and killed their family. Zhonghe looked at Hong Xiaoxiao with gratitude. Fortunately, you showed up. You saved their family and me, just like a beam of light. No, Hong Xiaoxiao waved her hand hurriedly. You are exaggerating. Not at all. Zhonghe's grateful eyes became gentle. I still remember what you looked like at that time, wearing an ill-fitting professional suit, carrying a brown shoulder bag, with shorter hair than now, and a childish hairpin on the left bangs, pursing your lips, smiling warmly, and not daring to look people in the eye. Xiao Hong, I don't know if you understand, the captain is like a beam of light in the dark, illuminating me all of a sudden, and for the first time I felt that even if I died, it wouldn't be so scary. The sound of the can suddenly appeared in her ears, and Hong Xixiao's head buzzed and exploded. She stared at the handsome, gentle single-eyed boy in front of her, feeling dazed. The sadness, hesitation and uneasiness in her heart melted away, like frost illuminated by the warm sun. Hong Xiaoxiao. Zhonghe stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of the girl. Are you listening? Ah? Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao returned to reality from the light feeling of detachment. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look Zhonghe in the eye, and said weakly, Is my fake smile obvious at that time? It's more than obvious. It's almost written on my face. I'm trying so hard to smile. Please buy something. Zhonghe teased. Hong Xiaoxiao couldn't help laughing. I still like your smile now. It's much cuter. Zhonghe said. Hong Xixiao's face turned red all the way to her ears, and her mind went blank. Wait. What's going on? Could it be the legendary straight ball? Ah, it's so sudden, I'm totally unprepared. Hong Xiaoxiao stammered. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Huang Furong, who had a hot body and a queenly aura, rushed in. Old Zhong. You have frequent urination. So why did you urinate in Hong Xixi's room? First of all, I don't have frequent urination. Zhonghe stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and turned back to his arrogant face in a second. Secondly, this is not Hong Xixia's room. We just ran into each other and chatted for a few words. Okay, explain to me. Huang Furong didn't care. Do who wants to see you for something, go quickly. Got it. Zhonghe got up and went out. Huang Furong leaned against the eaves of the door and glanced at Hong Xiaoxiao, who was still sitting on the bed. Xiao Hong, you should also go eat something. Don't be alone all the time. Okay. Hong Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, stood up quickly, and walked out with energy. As soon as she reached the door, Huang Furong suddenly slammed the door with a bang, pushed Hong Xiaoxiao against the wall, and with a bang, pressed her hands on both sides of her head, and bullied her whole body. The scene was like a fierce and agile female leopard catching a poor and weak-sick deer. Huang Furong narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Hong Xiaoxiao frivolously, her nose almost touching hers. Xiao Hong, don't think about it, that man is mine. Hong Xixia's face turned pale with fear, and her tongue was tied. Sister Furong, you misunderstood. I and Zhonghe. Huang Furong suddenly grabbed Hong Xixia's chin and forced her to look up and look at her. I'm not unreasonable. If you are willing to be humble, I'm okay with that. Huang Furong smiled jokingly. You look so cute, I don't mind killing you. Hong Xiaoxiao couldn't move, her face flushed, her hair stood up, and she felt like she was smoking. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be afraid or ashamed first. Huang Furong immediately let go of Hong Xiaoxiao and patted her shoulder. Sister, it's just a joke, look how scared you are. Huang Furong shook her long hair, opened the door and walked away. Hong Xixia's heart was pounding, and she was weak all over. She slowly slid down the wall to the ground, feeling exhausted after escaping death. Just now, she had experienced the most magical, bizarre, ups and downs, and emotionally rich 3 minutes in her life. Due to the huge amount of information, her brain was like a burnt CPU, and the program had long been disordered. She curled up in the corner, covering her face with her hands. Mom. The woods behind the villa, the shadows of the trees were messy, and the moonlight was silent. Chinning sat cross-legged in front of a tomb with a kite, seemingly closing her eyes to rest, but in fact she activated perception to conduct reconnaissance within 3 kilometers. Once a suspicious target was found, she would immediately notify everyone using the intercom. The closer the war was, the more she could not take it lightly. At present, everything was normal, except that a target appeared 5 minutes ago, but Chinning guessed that it was a Tengu, a life form that could fly at a very fast speed in the sky. There could be no other person except Tengu. Suddenly, Chinning opened her eyes, and she noticed someone approaching, but she was not panicked. It's me. Gao Yang walked towards Chinning. I know. Chinning said, did you use your talent twice in the villa just now? Perception can reach such a detailed level? Gao Yang asked. If it is targeted perception at close range, it can be done. Chinning replied. Gao Yang nodded. Tengu is back. Haichuan group is clearing the field, and they should respond. You don't have to patrol, go back and have something to eat with everyone. I'm not hungry. Chinning looked at the grave in front of him. Before leaving, I will accompany Xiao Tian again. Gao Yang said nothing. Chinning suddenly thought of something and whispered, Gao Yang, do you still remember the night you came back from Nigeria? You suddenly called me to come out to eat beef offal noodles? Chapter 860. I remember. Gao Yang replied. Later, I took Xiao Tian to eat there again, on the night I decided to join you. Chinning fell into memories, and smiled unconsciously. Xiao Tian loves it very much. Gao Yang stood there, listening silently. So I asked the boss to teach me how to make beef offal noodles, thinking that I could make it for Xiao Tian in the future. The boss said that the method is not difficult, and he can teach it, but I am sure I can't make the taste. I was a little unconvinced, and I said that I would definitely succeed if I strictly followed your method. The boss said that this is not something that can be copied if the method is right. It also carries the precipitation of years. This thing is very mysterious and can't be explained. Just like my mother's cooking skills. That is the taste that comes from cooking every day and every meal. You occasionally cook a dish with exactly the same method, but the taste is still wrong. Many so-called century-old stores have exclusive secret recipes that pass on not only methods and skills, but also the precipitation of years. Then the boss began to tell me the truth of life. He said that I was a successful person at first glance. I have little time to spend with my children, and it is even more impossible to spend time making beef offal noodles every day. If you want to eat beef offal noodles, just take your children to his place. Besides, does the child really like this bowl of noodles so much? What he likes is that you accompany him to eat. Qining retracted the smile on her face, paused for a long time, and then continued, when Xiao Tian left, I regretted very much that I couldn't take him to Dishy and I fly kites and eat beef offal noodles. But in fact, these are not important to Xiao Tian. He just wanted me to accompany him more and talk to me more, but I was always busy, leaving him alone. Such a simple truth, why don't I understand it? A few tears slid down Qinying's face. She was very sad, but seemed very calm. She seemed to have learned the method taught by Bai Tu to accept it. Gao Yang walked to Qining and sat down slowly. Qining, I have two things for you. Qining didn't wipe her tears and looked at Gao Yang. You say. Gao Yang took out a novel from the inside of his coat. First, help me communicate with this book before the battle. If you have any clues, tell Dou Hu and Jiu Han. Okay. Qining took the novel and didn't ask any more questions. Second, whether it's tonight or in the battles after that, don't always think about dying in battle. No matter what danger you encounter, you can't give up until the last second. Gao Yang looked at Qining solemnly. Your life was given by Xiao Tian. Don't let him down, and don't make him sad. Qining lowered her head, and subconsciously exerted force on the fingers holding the novel. A few seconds later, she looked up and met Gao Yang with a firm look. Okay. Footsteps were heard not far behind. Gao Yang and Qining stood up, and found that it was Jiu Han and Qin Ling. Captain, I'm leaving here. Jiu Han said. Gao Yang nodded. Well, I leave it to you and Dou Hu. Jiu Han asked, do you have anything to say to everyone? I can pass it on. No. Gao Yang answered very straightforwardly. Jiu Han was stunned, then smiled. Jiu Han waved his hand, turned around and left. Qining followed quickly with the novel. Qin Ling was still standing there, staring at Gao Yang with a pair of eyes. Gao Yang's indifferent expression softened a little. What do you want to ask me? You know the answer but still ask. Qin Ling had no expression on his face. Qin Ling, you have to go with Dou Hu tonight. Gao Yang said. You've thought it through. Qin Ling said. I thought it through. Gao Yang nodded. You're needed more there. Qin Ling no longer insisted, nodded slightly. Don't die, Qin Ling will be sad. No, I promise. Your promise is bullshit. Qin Ling paused, and added coldly, she said so. Gao Yang was stunned, smiled helplessly, but his eyes became firm. Tell Qin Ling, don't worry, I will come back alive. After a 2-second pause, he said, you too. Qin Ling turned her head and left, leaving a dashing back. When she was about to walk out of the woods, she raised her hand and gestured okay to the people behind her as a response. 11:55, Liqing, Qingyang Bridge. The New Year's Eve is coming to an end, but the citizens' enthusiasm for the new year has just been ignited. The whole city of Liqing is brightly lit, neon lights are flashing, and cars are flowing. There is festive music and cheers everywhere, and fireworks are constantly blooming in every area over the city, embellishing the already beautiful night. The Li River, which spans the city, naturally turns into a golden ribbon under the reflection of the dim lights, but the ribbon is broken in the middle. The lights of the Qingyang Bridge connecting Shanqing District and Feiyang District are all off and traffic is prohibited. Not only that, but even the riverbanks and streets on both sides of the bridge are also cut off due to emergency construction. Citizens who were dismissed in the nearby area and drivers who had to change their routes are complaining loudly. At this moment, the Qingyang Bridge is dim and lifeless, like the only necrotic blood vessel in the city giant. Around midnight, in the middle of this necrotic blood vessel, to be precise, a little west of the middle, there are several commercial vehicles parked, and the people in the cars have already got off and stood in groups. At the front of the crowd is a man and a woman. The man wears a brown coat and leans on a black gold cane. His facial lines are soft, but his eyebrows are deep and his green eyes are cold, like the frozen lake under the moonlight. His slightly curly chestnut hair was combed into a neat back, and he was serious and imposing. The woman sat in a wheelchair, wearing a simple gray wool coat, a brown scarf, her hair was neatly tied up, and she wore delicate tortoiseshell glasses on her nose. She was old, with obvious fine lines at the corners of her eyes, and slightly loose skin, but she was well maintained and her eyes were clear and bright. It can be seen that time has been very gentle to her. Behind Qilin and Li stood Wu Sei, Yishur, Chuyu, Ai Man and others, and behind them were all the members. Even Xiao Xian, who was in a deep coma, went out. Of course, he did not do it voluntarily, but was controlled by Qilin's puppet master. His face was a weak gray, his expression was numb, his eyes were dazed, and a dim green light flashed. A net-like green brand could be vaguely seen on his neck. This time, the Haichuan group was unreserved and came out in full force. Ding ding ding. At dawn, the New Year's bell rang, like invisible waves, emerging from all directions and hitting everyone's eardrums. The wind on the bridge also grew stronger, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. Everyone's expressions were different. Some expected the enemy to appear soon, some prayed that the enemy would not come, some had already chosen their opponents, and some were looking for the best escape route. Soon, the 12 bells ended. Light appeared at the east end of the bridge. If someone looked down from the sky at this moment, they could see that the light was like a drop of glowing golden blood, swimming quickly along this necrotic blood vessel towards the blockage in the middle of the blood vessel. Chapter 861. President. They are coming! Weiqi shouted in the crowd. This delicate and thin blue-haired girl, wearing a youthful and beautiful cheerleading uniform, held an orange trumpet in her hand. A few days ago, she realized her second talent, clairvoyance. Continue. Qilin was calm and at ease. Huiche's eyes flashed a faint blue light, and she activated the perspective. They came by bus. Dohu was driving. Gao Yang, Qingxi and Huiche was so nervous that her voice was obviously flustered. The person she feared most appeared, the golden-haired death god. Prince Kai. Sister Ling beside her gently put her hand on her shoulder. Huiche felt relieved and continued, there are also Nana, Tengu, Paho, Dead Pig, White Rabbit, and Zhonghe. Only 8 came? Iman was a little surprised. Although she didn't want to fight this battle, she still felt underestimated by the enemy. The others must be here, just hiding. Qiling was very sure. Go back, search the area. Wu Sei said. Yes. Go back. Side left the oncoming bus and searched the area near the bridge head, including the river bank, the road, and the nearby blocks, but such a general search would not yield any results. Long is not here. Li looked straight ahead and said lightly, which was naturally for Qilin to hear. Qilin nodded. His premonition was right. Long was not awake. He still reminded, don't be careless. Don't worry. Li could see what would happen in 10 seconds. Even if Long really came and hid somewhere to launch domination on them, she would have enough time to remind Qilin and would not let Long succeed. While the few people were talking, the bus had already driven onto the bridge. Dohu was very cautious and stopped the bus 100 meters away. 8 people got off the bus. Gao Yang stood at the front, wearing a black windbreaker, with his hair tied up and deep eyebrows. Dohu held a toothpick in his mouth and carried the Qingchuan demon sword in one hand, looking carefree. The others also held their weapons, serious and determined. The two factions stood in the middle of the bridge, facing each other silently. The night wind was still blowing, but the murderous intent in the air solidified little by little, making people's breathing become heavy. Dohu smiled carelessly, strode forward, and shouted, Qilin, Mr. Li, tonight is the death of you two. Boom. A golden energy wave with a diameter of 10 meters rushed out from the river under the bridge, like an enlarged golden hoop hitting the sky. It instantly pierced through the road in the middle of the bridge and accurately erased Gao Yang and the 8 people and the bus. The dazzling golden energy ripples spread on the river and bridge respectively, turning into 2 golden rings, illuminating the world. Except for Qilin and Li, all members of the Haichuan group were dumbfounded and shocked, although they also guessed that Qilin must have a trump card. But they never thought that he would be so decisive. It turned out that this was war. Reporting names, shouting slogans, and fighting in an upright manner only exist in hot-blooded comics. On Qilin's left eyeball, a brand composed of a fine net appeared, flickering with green light. He had already made special treatment to Qinglong's corpse, and marked it with the mark of the 7th level puppet master, transformed it into his own puppet, and then hid it at the bottom of the river. When Dohu and his group appeared in the bus, Qilin secretly activated the spiritual connection with the Qinglong puppet, and then controlled Qinglong to hit the serious punch at the bottom of the river for 5 seconds. Level 7 Puppet Master. The range of puppet control is up to 1,000 meters, and the number of puppets controlled depends on the strength of the puppet. If they are all ordinary humans or lost ones, as long as they are controlled by empowered black gold accessories, theoretically, the number of puppets can exceed 1,000. For the corpse puppets of top-level strongmen like Qinglong, Qilin can control up to 4 at the same time. The control time depends on the situation of the puppet itself, generally 3 to 15 minutes, and the time is accurate to seconds. Once Qilin activates Puppet Master and controls the puppet to take action, even if the puppet is not fighting, it will consume the use time. In other words, Qilin can use up the control time of a puppet at one time, or it can accurately split it into tens of seconds, or even a few seconds, so as to maximize the use. Theoretically, the puppet can exert all its strength in life, but the operator must be highly committed. If the puppet is multitasking, the strength of the corpse puppet will also be weakened. In addition, whether it is a living person or a corpse puppet, the damage to its core parts cannot exceed 50%. At the same time, the puppet mark on the puppet cannot be seriously damaged, otherwise the puppet will be invalid. At this moment, there was only a cement hole with a diameter of 10 meters on the bridge 100 meters away, and there was no trace of the enemy. It's over like this? Wu Sei frowned slightly, thinking that things couldn't be so simple. Let's not talk about other people first. Gao Yang has absolute defense. Even if he didn't expect the sneak attack of the Qinglong puppet, and didn't have time to deploy the absolute barrier to protect everyone, with his current comprehensive physical resistance, he would at most be injured by the energy wave of serious punch, but he would not be wiped out. Unless this Gao Yang is an illusion. No, there is another possibility. Gao Yang is fake. Yes, it's a stand-in. They are all stand-ins made by Jing Shu. Just like the situation in Qianqi building last time, the people who were killed were also stand-ins. Wu Sei suddenly figured it out, and just as she was about to remind her, Mrs. Li spoke first. She closed her eyes and spoke quickly. There is a sneak attack in the sky above. Everyone looked up immediately, but there was nothing above their heads. In the blink of an eye, Wu Sei figured it out again. Tiango had realized invisibility, or Tiango was cooperating with a companion who could invisibility. Chu Yu. Qilin made a decision immediately. Yes. Chu Yu, who had rehearsed various tactics long ago, knew what he was going to do. At the same time, Tiango, carrying Hong Xiaoxiao, quietly flew to the sky above the Haichuan group in an invisible state, and opened his hands to complete the charge. Space fragments. Buzz. Instantly, the 30-odd people in the middle of the bridge and the surrounding space solidified. Visually, this area turned into a giant crystal prism. Crack, crack, crack. A second later, the crystal prism cracked and shattered into hundreds of space fragments. None of the 30-odd people in it were spared and disintegrated along with the space fragments. A trace of sweat left a trace on Tengu's forehead, and his chest rose and fell slightly. Reserving strength and probing in a hesitant manner is the stupidest way to play. Finding an opportunity to kill with one strike is the correct way to play, and the highest level of respect for the enemy. Tengu kept in mind the teachings of Teacher Dohu, and did not hesitate or show any mercy. It seems that he should have succeeded. Tengu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and something pierced his body. Tengu was startled and heard shouting in his ears. Wake up! Chapter 862. Tengu felt a heavy sensation on the back of his head, like a cloud of fog, being blown away by the fan of pain. Tengu suddenly opened his eyes, and he finally realized that he had just been caught in the illusion of Qilin. Hong Xiaoxiao on his back stabbed his back with a dagger without hesitation to help him wake up quickly. The moment Tengu pulled out of the illusion, he wondered, how could Qilin launch all things on me at such a long distance? A second later, he found that a blue portal the size of a ball appeared 20 meters in front of him, and the other end of the portal was right in front of Qilin. It turned out that Chu Yu summoned a small portal in time, using this method to quickly shorten the distance between Qilin and Tengu. However, Tengu and Hong Xiaoxiao were in stealth mode, so Qilin could not launch deep hallucination and mental attacks on Tengu's eyes. Moreover, when controlling the puppet, all things could not perform at its best, so Qilin chose a mild illusion that had no lethality but had a wide coverage. Tengu was concentrating on accumulating energy to launch space fragments, and failed to notice the appearance of a small teleportation port in the air in front of him in time. Hong Xiaoxiao had been on guard all the time and discovered it in time, so she closed her eyes immediately and barely escaped. Hong Xiaoxiao, who closed her eyes tightly, saw that Tengu had not moved for a long time and guessed that he was under an illusion. She had already prepared a plan and immediately pulled out the black gold dagger she carried with her and stabbed her companion in the back. After Tengu woke up, he endured the pain and flew back quickly to distance himself from the teleportation port. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a polished black gold three-edged thorn flew out of the teleportation port and chased in the direction of Tengu. Swish! A white light jumped out from the triangular thorn and turned into a black-dressed girl dressed as an assassin, Exactly, and Hegi, in addition to Hidden Weapon King, she also comprehended Mirror Man a while ago. When Chuyu summoned the portal, Qilin immediately launched a hallucinogenic attack through the portal to prevent Tengu's sneak attack. And Hegi also determined the approximate position of Tengu throughout the triangular thorn, and at the same time turned into a white light and drilled into the weapon, so that she could instantly get close to Tengu and Hong Xiao. It must be said that the battle ideas of the little murder expert are very calm and clear. And Hegi appeared in the air with her hands and feet together, like a black bud about to bloom. Wow! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A second later, she retracted her feet and opened them, blooming to her heart's content, and countless hidden weapons flew towards Tengu and Hong Xiao. Even if the two were still in stealth mode, they could not avoid such a large-scale attack. Ding ding ding. Half a second later, the hidden weapons were blocked and fell one after another. And Hegi was startled, and soon saw that a very inconspicuous wind wall appeared in front of her. Nana made a move. After Nana comprehended Swift Wind, she quickly broke through level 4 with the help of elemental runes, and then directly reached level 7. Now, her speed of flying with full power almost caught up with Tengu. However, Dohu did not arrange her to stay with Hong Xiao and Tengu, but made her become the size of a little finger, keep a safe distance, and cover teammates, just to avoid being caught by the enemy. Nana, the size of a little finger, is basically invisible under the night sky 100 meters high, and it is difficult to be noticed. But now, in order to summon the wind wall to block the hidden weapons, Nana was forced to recover and exposed herself. This is caused by the mechanism of size. When Nana becomes smaller, the effect of the talent she uses will also shrink. Similarly, when Nana becomes larger, the effect of the talent she uses will also expand, and the power is terrifying. However, the consumption of energy can be called suicidal. For example, on the night of the star-picking pavilion, Nana turned into a giant and activated teleportation to rescue her companions. She couldn't even complete a complete teleportation and was forced to shrink halfway. If she tried to hold on, she would inevitably die of energy exhaustion. Wind Blade Prison. Nana opened and clenched her hands, and hundreds of half-arc wind blades immediately appeared on all sides of Hegi, gathering towards her and forming a cage, leaving her nowhere to hide. Swoosh. A huge black gold boomerang flew over. It was unstoppable and rushed into the wind blade prison, smashing several arc-shaped wind blades in a row before the force slowly subsided. And Hegi immediately seized the opportunity and activated Man in the Mirror, turning into white light and drilling into the smooth surface of the boomerang. Ding ding ding. A second later, countless wind blades hit the boomerang, but they couldn't destroy it. Zing. A few seconds later, the boomerang suddenly felt the call of its master, and it spun rapidly again, deflecting the wind blades that were ineffectively slicing it, flying back to the center of the bridge and steadily returning to Iman's hands. Shwa. And Hegi got out of the boomerang, and a small blood mark appeared on her delicate and sharp cheek. Are you injured? Isha rushed up in a white coat and a medical bag. It's okay, Hegi said. Give me your hand. Isha grabbed Hegi's hand and injected her with energy. Within 3 minutes, her comprehensive physical condition will continue to rise to a maximum level and last for 8 minutes. The third talent Isha realized was status. When the battle started, she had already injected status into her companions, who were attacking from a distance. These people were not idle either. Lao 7, Lin Fu, and Wei Xiaoluo launched a saturation attack on Nana, who had already exposed her position. For a moment, countless air bombs, detonating symbols, and energy streams swept over. Under the blessing of Musashi's shooter field, they were extremely fierce. There were continuous explosions over the bridge, and the light was dazzling. Come on! You will definitely hit it. You are all the best. The Haichuan group will definitely win a great victory. Enter and start psychological suggestion, holding up a small speaker to cheer everyone up, and the energetic girl's voice echoed around the bridge. Facing the hail of bullets, Nana and her companions who were in stealth had nowhere to hide for a while, but now Nana, who is level 7 gas, is no longer the half-baked gas who attacked the Haichuan group base last time. The Wind of Contempt. Nana immediately opened her arms, her skirt and hair fluttered in disorder, and countless wind elements visible to the naked eye began to rotate around her, instantly forming a medium-sized tornado, protecting her and her companions. Although the enemy's energy artillery fire was fierce, it could only explode outside the tornado, and then was ruthlessly swept away and became part of the tornado. Soon, the light blue tornado was stained with a large amount of golden energy and explosion flames, turning into a blazing golden tornado, burning the night and boiling the river water. Tengu and Hong Xiaoxiao were in the tornado, their faces shining, and they were shocked by the danger and beauty of this wind separation. Johan, don't fight, retreat. A cool wind drilled into Nana's mind, and the deputy captain of this operation gave an order. Nana, humph! Ants! I spare your lives. Nana's attitude was arrogant, but she didn't dare to delay for a second. In fact, she wanted to run away a long time ago. Although this move was handsome, it consumed too much energy and couldn't last too long. Queen Sai Wall. Nana made up the name of the move casually, mobilized all the wind elements, quickly dispelled the tornado, and condensed them into a temporary wind wall to block the enemy's dense firepower. Come here! Hong Xiaoxiao helped herself and Tengu to become invisible again, and Tengu flew towards Nana. Wow! Nana felt her waist twisted, and was hugged by an invisible hand, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Mrs. Li in the wheelchair closed her eyes, and frowned slightly. She predicted a new danger in 10 seconds. Left side of the bridge, Crow Shark. Everyone looked sideways, and those near the edge of the bridge immediately lowered their heads to look under the bridge. The river was calm, and no enemy was seen attacking. Qilin leaned on his staff with one hand, steady as a mountain. 2 seconds later, his eyes turned dark green, and light green mesh pattern slowly emerged. Chapter 863. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, the river surface dozens of meters below the Haichuan group was bubbling with tiny bubbles, but because it was night, and the battle in the sky was too intense and dazzling, no one noticed these bubbles. Soon, these bubbles became more and more, like boiling water, and under the glow of the fire, they turned into a large piece of colorful foam. I see it. 5 seconds later, Huiche was the first to discover the danger. Others also saw it one after another, and they all took up a fighting stance. Woo! An ancient, sad and ethereal whimper exploded on the water surface with powerful penetrating power. Then, a dark blue whale as big as a ship rushed out of the river and flew into the sky. It was not a real whale, but a product made of countless fish, shrimp, water plants, river water, and energy threads. It opened its mouth wide, rotated its huge body, and swung its tail to create huge waves, forming a beautiful and spectacular parabola, and pounced on all the members of the Haichuan group on the bridge. The attack of the Crow Shark was also unreserved. He wanted to kill Qilin more than anyone else. He insisted that as long as Qilin died, Elder Suzaku would wake up. The strong belief in saving Suzaku allowed the Crow Shark Sea King to break through level 7. You are so strong, young man. You are the most handsome guy on this river. Suddenly, the enthusiastic and earnest praise of Sister Ling spread all around. Huiche was holding a small horn and putting it to Sister Ling's mouth. Sister Ling was shouting praise loudly, trying to make the Crow Shark expose his weaknesses or make mistakes, while opening her arms and launching level 3 frost. Under the bridge is an inexhaustible river water, which is equivalent to fighting at home for those with frost talent, greatly increasing their strength. Swishing. Dozens of tiny icicles rushed out of the river, like wildly growing, climbing ice chutes, piercing the giant whale still in the air. But even if it was a home battle, how could the level 3 frost be a match for the level 7 Sea King, who was also fighting at home? Dozens of icicles pierced into the body of the blue giant whale, but they couldn't penetrate it at all. A large number of icicles broke off and turned into broken ice and splashed everywhere, and they couldn't even slow down the giant whale's fall. Seeing that the giant whale was about to fall on the bridge deck, turning into a tsunami to wash everyone away, people with low physical strength would probably be crushed directly. Boom! A figure rushed out of the river with a dazzling energy tail, like a golden cannonball, instantly piercing into the body of the blue giant whale. The Azure Dragon puppet attacked again. This time, Qilin concentrated his mind to control it, allowing the Azure Dragon puppet to exert 90% of its strength, second only to the 100% strength of possession. Swoosh! The Azure Dragon puppet, transformed into a golden cannonball, easily pierced the gills of the giant whale, passed out from the back, and continued to rush into the air. People with sharp sixth senses and excellent eyesight saw the true appearance of the Azure Dragon puppet at that moment. He was wrapped in special black bandages all over his body, like a mummy, with only 2 empty eyes showing, and a strange green light flashing in them. He was no longer the loyal, upright, and old-fashioned Azure Dragon elder of the past. He was a demon from hell, thirsting for killing and blood. Qilin did this not to make the Azure Dragon look scary, but for 2 reasons. One is to protect the puppet's body from damage to the greatest extent and to connect together. The corpse controlled by the puppet master is very different from a living life. Once a corpse puppet is injured, it has no recovery ability, and cannot use recovery potions. It is more fragile than a living person. The second is to ensure that the enemy cannot find the energy mark on the puppet with the naked eye and cannot destroy it in a targeted manner in the first place. The Azure Dragon puppet that easily penetrated the giant whale also pulled out a person, the Raven Shark hidden in the giant whale's body. He must rely on the energy thread of Sea King to create such a behemoth. Qilin was very clear about this, so he immediately controlled the Azure Dragon puppet to make a precise move. The Azure Dragon puppet was going to grab the Raven Shark's neck and break it directly, but the Raven Shark reacted quickly and raised his hands in time, causing the Azure Dragon to only grab his arms and push him out of the giant whale's body. Crack. The Azure Dragon puppet easily crushed the Raven Shark's right-hand bone. Ah! The Raven Shark wailed in pain, and his mental power collapsed instantly. The giant whale exploded and disintegrated in just a moment, turning into a heavy rain mixed with countless fish, shrimp, water plants, and shells, falling from the sky. Caw-caw. Isher and Yushi both opened their long-handled black umbrellas to shield Qilin and Madame Li respectively. Swishing. The heavy rain fell, and most people were immediately soaked. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and scallops fell from the sky and hit the ground. They bounced and struggled, and the scene was both absurd and weird. The soap chiefing pulled off a bunch of water grass on his head and a crab on his chest, and cursed silently in his heart, "What the hell?" At the same time, the Qinglong puppet crushed the arm of the crow shark, and quickly clenched his left hand into a fist and hit the crow shark in the face. The punch was fast and not powerful, but it was enough to smash the crow shark's brain. However, the Qinglong puppet's left fist did not hit down, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't do it. Because at the moment of punching, he was restrained by an irresistible force field. Swish. 1 second later, the Azure Dragon disappeared, replaced by the dead pig. The dead pig hiding on the river bank had been covering the Raven Shark as planned. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately activated the level 7 time and space conversion, locked the Azure Dragon a few hundred meters away, and forced him to switch positions. After the dead pig avenged Bachiochi, self-healing broke through level 7, and then he borrowed Jusa's time and space rune to break through level 4 time and space conversion, and then directly upgraded to level 7. At this time, the Azure Dragon puppet appeared on the river bank east of the bridge, and its comprehensive ability was reduced by 20%. Of course, the effect can only last for 20 seconds. The Azure Dragon puppet controlled by Qilin immediately understood what happened. He was about to return to the battlefield when a wild murderous aura attacked from behind. Swish. A half-moon-shaped blue-gray sword light flashed, and Dohu, holding the dragon-killing giant sword, slashed over. Dang! Qilong armed himself with energy, crossed his hands to protect his chest, and steadily blocked Dohu's dragon-killing giant sword. The powerful air waves spread wildly around, and the grass and trees flew everywhere. Dohu looked at the Qinglong in front of him, who looked neither human nor ghost, and felt very emotional. Brother Long, do you know that this sword of mine is tailor-made for you? I have always wanted to have a good fight with you, but I didn't expect that I can only whip your corpse now. Look at your state. Qilin's puppet master must be level 7, and he must have put a lot of energy into controlling you. Humph, everything is as I expected. Huh. Dohu shook his arms, and instantly burst out with a powerful slashing force, shaking the Qinglong puppet away. At the same time, he pulled out the flare from his waist and fired it into the sky. Chiu. A small and swift golden snake swam into the sky. Bang. 3 seconds later, it bloomed into a brief and dazzling pure white sun, lighting up the entire night, and also illuminating the faces of all those standing in the light and hiding in the dark. Johan was wearing a nightgown, hiding on a signal tower. The telescope he held just reflected the bright sun over the Qingyang Bridge. The man pursed his lips tightly, and a resolute arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Johan, everyone listen. Launch a general attack. Target. Kirin's head. Qinling, Group 1 listens. White Rabbit, Group 2 listens. Tengu, Group 3 listens. Chining, Group 4 listens. Zhonghe, Group 5 listens. Zhongwei, Group 6 listen. Chapter 864. At the same time, in the underground area of Feiyang District, a secret laboratory. The lights in the room were bright, and the signal lights of various precision instruments flashed alternately, and various numerical monitoring sounds and intelligent sound effects were emitted from time to time. Dr. Jia was wearing a robe printed with pink strawberries. He ate half a raw cucumber while walking back and forth in the instrument, busying himself up and down. A fat gray parrot squatted on his shoulder. It had a round head and a short tail. It poked its head out and tried to steal the cucumber in Dr. Jia's hand. Dr. Jia scolded it. "Stupid thing, eating everything will only hurt you. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." The parrot shouted confidently. There was a set of sofas in the rest area of the laboratory, and 6 people were sitting there, namely, Mr. Jiang, who no longer wore a mask since his identity as a delusion beast was made public, Elder Qin Yu, Protector Lulu, Ting Ting, Han Cicada, 0618, Xing Kong. Jiang Yu was seriously injured by Gao Yang and Igua, and lost the blessing of the spacetime rune. His strength was greatly reduced, and he was no longer suitable for the front line, so he was responsible for guarding Dr. Jia. Qin Yu was promoted to Elder, and took over the intelligence department. He took his subordinates, Ting Ting, Han Zhu, and 0618, and Shinkong, who were temporarily assigned for support. They quietly set out 1 hour before the war, and came to Dr. Jia's secret laboratory with the mission of Qilin. Member 0618. No one knows his gender so far. He is 1.75 meters tall, and looks no more than 30 years old. Regardless of his appearance, his voice is very neutral, and it is difficult to tell whether he is male or female. He has long smooth black hair, delicate makeup, and likes to wear neatly cut, slim casual suits, like those fashionable catwalk models. 0618's talent is Golden Ratio, serial number 170, auxiliary system. The mechanism is very special. He can find the golden section line of any life form. Of course, the golden section line here refers to the concept of energy circuit. Attacking the golden section line area of the enemy can have a miraculous effect. The damage can be doubled at a small level, and it can be killed in one move at a serious level. Similarly, teammates can find the golden section line area for treatment, support, reinforcement, etc., and the effect is also miraculous. 2 days ago, 0618 comprehended Dimensional Warehouse again, serial number 103, Time and Space System. As the name suggests, the master of the talent can summon a dimensional space to store items, which is equivalent to carrying a giant storage space anytime and anywhere. However, this space can only store items for a long time, and advanced life forms cannot stay in it for too long, otherwise they will be dimensionalized, including the master of the talent. Dr. Jia has been reluctant to move to the underground base of the Haichuan group for 2 reasons. One is that moving is too troublesome, and the other is that he is just conducting some experiments and cannot interrupt. Now, this problem has been solved. As long as the entire laboratory is placed in the dimensional warehouse, it can be easily moved without interrupting his experiment. But Dr. Jia still found various excuses and refused to move. Haichuan group ran out of patience, so they said Qin Yu to implement Plan 2. Let Shinkong force Dr. Jia to sign. The content is, even if Dr. Jia accidentally falls into the hands of other organizations, he must not provide them with any help, otherwise he will die immediately. If Dr. Jia refuses even Plan 2, then Qin Yu can only implement Plan 3. Kill him, the kind that cannot be resurrected. Qin Yu came to Dr. Jia's laboratory aggressively, who knew that he had just proposed to use 0618's dimensional warehouse to help Dr. Jia move the laboratory, and Dr. Jia agreed without thinking, which caught Qin Yu off guard. Dr. Jia is a genius after all. When he saw Qin Yu's situation, he knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. Dr. Jia didn't care about the outcome of the civil war, nor did he care about the distinction between good and evil. He only cared about his own research and the truth of the foggy world. Since he awakened and realized genius, this has been his only pursuit. As for other small inventions and small research, they were just for fun. After Dr. Jia had used up the active energy and blood of the Arab god, he began to look forward to when Gao Yang would come back and provide him with experimental materials. Obviously, the chance of Dr. Jia being found by Gao Yang here is much higher than the chance of being found by Gao Yang at the Haichuan group base. This is the real reason why Dr. Jia has been dragging it out. Now, he guessed that he couldn't drag it out any longer. Qilin was getting more and more crazy. He decided to be a bit cowardly. It's better to save the Green Mountains than to worry about firewood. At this moment, Dr. Jia was doing the final data induction and instrument debugging. After that, he could move. Mr. Jiang and Qin Yu sat on a sofa, and the 2 leaders were talking in low voices. 0618 and Shinkong sat at the ends of the sofa, far apart from each other. They were completely from different worlds. Shinkong crossed his legs and boredly watched short videos, in which beautiful girls with good figures danced to the music. I admit that only you make me love you madly. 0618's palm-sized face showed his unconcealed contempt for Shinkong. In fact, He always had a sense of superiority, that everyone is ordinary people. Lei, Tingting, and Honshu sat on a sofa. Tingting was restless, and kept opening her phone to check the time. She was concerned about the decisive battle on the Qingyang Bridge. 2 of her good colleagues were on the front line. Lei wanted to say something to comfort Tingting, but felt that it was inappropriate to say anything, and it would only increase hypocrisy. After all, Lei was afraid of death, and stayed in the intelligence department, which allowed her to escape tonight as she wished. Lei thought clearly that if there were enemies coming here, she would fight if she could, and surrender if she couldn't. It didn't matter where she stayed, what road she took, or what job she did, as long as she could survive. If she had to make another request, it would be best not to let her kill anyone. Tingting was very uneasy. In order to distract her attention, she deliberately brought up a topic. She looked at Hanju. I just found out yesterday that Hanju means cicada. Yes. Hanju smiled and nodded, but the young man's face always gave people a slow and kind feeling. Uncle Zhu, is there any deep meaning in your name? Tingting blinked. Hee. Hanju narrowed his eyes slightly. It doesn't have any meaning, I just picked it casually. Definitely not. Tingting is not stupid. A name like mine is picked casually, but yours has connotation at first glance. I know. Lei joined the topic. Chapter 865. Tingting and Han Cicada looked at Lei, who was sitting in the middle. Lei played with his fingers and said slowly, in poetry, cicada is generally used to express sadness, sorrow, or to express the sadness of parting. Uncle Cicada is gifted with longevity. He looks young, but he is actually quite old. I am afraid that his relatives and friends will die before him. After Lei finished speaking, he looked at Han Cicada. The 2 words Han Cicada are practicing farewell in advance. Hee. Han Cicada still smiled, neither admitting nor denying. Sister Lei. Tingting admired Lei more and more. You are still amazing. That's right. Lei raised his eyebrows narcissistically. I used to be a top student with full marks in reading comprehension. Then I will also guess your name. Han Cicada still looked ahead, and spoke leisurely. Liao Lu comes from an illusion. A child who is smart when young may not be good when he grows up. You must have been very smart when you were young, and in fact you are still very smart now, but it may be because of your intelligence that you suffered some losses. After awakening, you named yourself Lulu, probably to remind yourself not to be too smart, not to be in the limelight, and to be a low-key person. Ha. Lulu laughed, neither admitting nor denying. At this moment, Tingting's face sank, and she stared at the front in fear. Lulu immediately looked up and found that it was Dr. Jia, who came over with a square plate, which contained 6 black gold batteries and 6 blood collection devices. I'm done here, and I can move. Dr. Jia looked at everyone, but before you leave, each of you should provide a portion of active energy and blood. Move first, and I do it for you later, said Mr. Jiang. No, who knows if we can see you again after we move. If we keep fighting, everyone will die, Dr. Jia said. Okay. Qin Yu just wanted to complete the task quickly, and go back to take credit. He took the lead and stood up, taking a black gold battery and a blood sampling device. Dr. Jia, the active energy is enough. Can we not draw blood? Tingting was a little scared. I am afraid of injections. What is your talent? Dr. Jia asked. Airman Tingting answered. Dr. Jia was indifferent. No, I must draw blood. This talent is interesting. Tingting looked embarrassed, and Qin Yu glared at her impatiently. Hurry up, don't waste time. Since solving the traitor Lu Qingying, Qin Yu no longer pretended to pursue Tingting. He bossed her around every day, yelling and yelling, like a boss. Yes. Tingting hurried to get the tools. Don't be afraid. Lei also stepped forward and patted Tingting on the back. Take the active energy first, and I help you draw blood later. I'm good at it, it won't hurt. Warning! There's an intruder! Warning! There's an intruder! Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded in the laboratory. Everyone was startled and looked up at the surveillance screen on the wall. The screen was divided into 10 screens, each monitoring the nearby key areas and intersections. Once a suspicious person entered the surveillance screen, it would scan his facial features. If it was confirmed that he was not one of them, the police would be called. At this moment, a person really appeared in a surveillance screen. 1 second later, the screen was directly enlarged, occupying the entire screen, and everyone could see clearly that the person was standing outside the door of the laboratory. He was wearing a black windbreaker, with long hair tied behind his head. His face was thin, his features were deep, and his eyes were cold and gloomy. He was the #1 enemy of the Haichuan group, the leader of the Jussi organization, the hybrid born of a living beast and an awakener, and the real curse abyss Gao Yang predicted by Li. He was alone and appeared outside the laboratory door. He looked at the camera on the door, raised his right hand, pointed at the lens with his index finger, and then made a knife gesture with his finger, gently slashing his neck. A simple action instantly turned into an invisible hand, grasping the hearts of everyone in the experiment. The next second after the decisive battle of Qingyang Bridge started, Gao Yang, who was dormant in a dark alley in Feiyang district, began to act. He received news from Johan and learned about the participants of the Haichuan group, so he also judged which guards were left on Dr. Jia's side. Gao Yang could be sure that these people were not his opponents, and Qilin would definitely not have time to send people to support him. Everything went according to plan. Gao Yang activated the borrowed shuttle, sneaked underground, and approached Dr. Jia's secret laboratory. Gao Yang moved forward at full speed without any hesitation, because the copied talent only had 30 seconds to use. If he didn't pass through the underground quickly, he would have to merge with the mud and stone. Because Dr. Jia's laboratory had an energy seal, Gao Yang's shuttle could not enter directly, so he had to land outside the laboratory door. Next, Gao Yang came to the door openly to ensure that the surveillance camera captured and recognized his face. At the same time, Gao Yang activated the 6th level perception at close range, forcibly penetrated the shielding, and vaguely perceived that there were 7 life forms inside, which was similar to what he had speculated. Then, he threatened to wipe his neck at the camera outside the door. After that, Gao Yang took a step back, his eyes flashing with golden light. He clenched his right fist and aimed it at the metal door of the laboratory, and began to accumulate energy. 2 seconds later, a huge flaming wing rushed out from Gao Yang's right back, almost occupying the entire underground space outside. The hot flames mixed with the airflow surged wildly, dyeing Gao Yang's face red. His intention was obvious, that is, to use the most powerful flaming fist to completely destroy the entire laboratory and melt everyone inside. And this scene was seen clearly by the people in the laboratory. This scene was unexpected by everyone, including Mr. Jiang. They had all seen or heard how terrifying Gao Yang's flame fist was at close range. The laboratory was just a remodeled ordinary secret room. Its security system and the sealed energy it empowered could resist the invasion of most auxiliary talents, but it was completely a fantasy to resist Gao Yang's flame fist with full firepower. The 7 people came to the conclusion in an instant. They had become caged birds with nowhere to escape, and would soon be burned to ashes by the hunter's musket. Qin Yu's face was pale, and he was completely panicked. This was different from what he expected. He guessed that Jiaosi might have found Dr. Jia's hiding place, and would send someone to rob him tonight. Therefore, he had already made a plan. If the enemy was too strong, he would find an opportunity to kill Dr. Jia and then escape, so as not to let him fall into the hands of the enemy. But now, it's not someone else, but the enemy's big boss, and this big boss is even crazier than Qilin. Without even meeting him, he won't give him any chance, and will kill everyone in the room, including Dr. Jia, without saying anything. What to do? Everyone was stunned. Even Master John's thinking was stuck. No one noticed. Lele took action. Chapter 866. Beep. Just when everyone else's brains were shutting down, Lele had already pressed the emergency door button on the wall. When Lele saw Gao Yang preparing to launch the flame fist, he had only one thought in his mind. I don't want to die here. Click. The metal door of the laboratory opened to both sides. As soon as a crack appeared, Lele's throat began to wriggle violently, and he made a strange cry toward the crack. Yeah. For a moment, everyone's brain nerves were knotted, their temples were throbbing, and they were extremely irritable. Gao Yang outside the door was of course interrupted by chaos, and the flame wings behind him immediately faded away. Gao Yang frowned, forcibly stabilized the flow of energy in his body, and tried to force a punch. After all, this move has been halfway launched. Chaos is just a strong interference talent, and it cannot be unconditionally silent like mute and tranquility waves. Lele saw through Gao Yang's intention. She immediately stopped chaos and pulled out her 2 guns at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Bang! 6 black gold bullets with toxins, paralysis, and weakening powers were fired at Gao Yang's eyebrows, eyes, throat, and heart. Ding ding ding. Gao Yang was forced to interrupt the flame fist, mobilize energy, and summon the absolute defense energy armor to protect himself at the fastest speed, blocking the black gold bullets. Please spare me. Don't kill me. After failing, Lele did not hesitate, knelt down and cowed out quickly, begging for mercy loudly, and she launched from the heart. Gao Yang suddenly softened her heart, which was completely unreasonable, as if she was not going to kill an enemy, but a skinny, pitiful wild cat on the side of the road, and a pregnant female cat. Gao Yang immediately activated spirit armor to forcibly strip away his soft-hearted emotions. After a moment of hesitation, the air around him became turbulent. It was a space mixer. Gao Yang was very familiar with Jiang Ye's moves, and he quickly teleported to the side. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Gao Yang landed, more than a dozen vines attacked him along the ground. Qin Yu predicted the position where Gao Yang would dodge and launched an attack in advance. Leilei's extreme self-rescue also made the others wake up immediately. They rushed out of the laboratory and started fighting desperately. Wow! Gao Yang sprayed flames with one hand, burning the vines under his feet, and at the same time, he did not dare to stay in place. As soon as the cooling time was over, he immediately activated teleport and flashed to the ceiling. Gao Yang's feet were firmly stuck to the ceiling, and the whole person was hanging upside down. Bang, bang, bang. Liao continued to shoot. Gao Yang began to fly over the eaves and walls in the dim underground space, with an extremely flexible speed, and Liao was completely unable to aim. Not only that, Gao Yang also threw out a few small fireballs, like flaming darts from time to time, with extremely fast speed and able to cause small explosions. Dimensional space. 0618 raised his hands, and a huge polygonal space entrance appeared in front of him. All the fireballs thrown by Gao Yang were sucked into the dimensional space. Lord Jiang raised one hand and kept locking Gao Yang's figure, waiting for an opportunity to launch Heart Thief, but failed. He looked at Gao Yang, who was dodging constantly, and suddenly found something wrong. Gao Yang is a person with absolute defense, and he is not afraid of our level of attack at all. He is letting us go, he is delaying time. This is an illusion. Lord Jiang saw through Gao Yang's conspiracy. His target has always been Dr. Jia. Bang. Just as Mr. Jiang reacted, the door of the laboratory behind him had been closed, and Dr. Jia was still inside. From the beginning, Gao Yang had been acting with them with his phantom, and his real body had long been lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to move. When he successfully forced the 6 people to open the door and rush out of the laboratory, Gao Yang immediately activated teleportation and slipped through the wall into the laboratory without a seal effect. He immediately closed the laboratory door from the inside, which could buy him precious time. It would take at least several seconds for the people outside to break in. This was enough. Dr. Jia. Come out! Gao Yang shouted. 2 seconds later, Dr. Jia's head popped out from behind an instrument in the culture dish, and he was still holding a fat gray parrot tightly in his arms. When Dr. Jia saw Gao Yang attacking on the surveillance screen, he thought he was going to die, so he immediately hugged the parrot and hid, thinking that he might be able to save his pet's life. But he didn't expect that not only did he not die, Gao Yang also sneaked into the laboratory and closed the door. Dr. Jia was a genius after all, and he immediately figured it out. Gao Yang was retreating by advancing. He was just trying to scare them. Gao Yang, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Dr. Jia was pleasantly surprised, and it seemed that he had the active energy of the air of God to use again. Gao Yang didn't have time to pay attention to him. After confirming that Dr. Jia was within the range of the spell, he put his hands together, slapped the ground, and activated a small absolute barrier. At this point, Gao Yang's plan was fully revealed. Gao Yang certainly guessed that the Haichuan group would send someone to guard Dr. Jia, but in theory, as long as Qilin and Li were not guarding in person, or stationed most of the organization, Gao Yang could handle it. So once the head-on battle began, and it was confirmed that Qilin, Li, and most of the people were at Qingyang Bridge, Gao Yang carried out the kidnapping plan without hesitation. The biggest difficulty of the whole plan was not that he could not defeat the guards, but how to prevent the guards from killing Dr. Jia. Of course, Gao Yang could accept this result, but it was the worst plan. If possible, he still wanted to keep Dr. Jia's genius brain as a good card to deal with the Haichuan group. Gao Yang used advance as retreat and attack as defense. He appeared generously, and directly showed his intention to destroy the opponent. Sure enough, under the instinct of survival, no one could think rationally. Leilei took the lead in resisting, and others did not have time to think about joining the confrontation. Gao Yang's phantom successfully led them out of the laboratory, and Gao Yang's real body took the opportunity to sneak in. What to do next is much simpler. Summon a small absolute barrier to protect Dr. Jia. He will be absolutely safe within 10 minutes, unless he can't think of committing suicide. In these 10 minutes, Gao Yang can concentrate on dealing with the enemies outside the door. Gao Yang must kill Jiang Yi and Qin Yu. As for the others, it depends on the situation. If they surrender sincerely, They can be accepted. Gao Yang is confident that he should have some energy left after dealing with this side. If time permits, he will hide Dr. Jia and rush to Qingyang Bridge to support his teammates. Although there is a retreat in the battle over there, the battlefield is always changing rapidly, and losing control is the norm. Gao Yang is always worried. Pa! Gao Yang slapped the ground with both hands, but the energy in his body did not surge out, and the golden telephone booth did not appear as expected. Similarly, 3 seconds passed, and there was no sound outside the door, as if the enemy had never thought of destroying the door to stop Gao Yang from robbing people. What's going on? Suddenly, Gao Yang was shocked and felt that the air around him solidified. A long-existing hidden force field became visible. It was solemn, dignified, cold and sacred. Gao Yang only felt that this energy was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. With a flash of inspiration, he had the answer. Judgment Field. Chapter 867. No mistake, it's the law. No, Mingjing's judgment, but this field is very different from the previous one. It is secretive, gentle, and even harmless. Ordinary people have no way of noticing it. Even the system did not issue an alarm in advance, which is enough to prove this. Ding. The next second, a heavy and distant bell sounded from all directions. Warning, you have entered the field of special laws. Lucky point income increase range. 115,000 times the system finally came, but what does this prompt mean? Maybe it's not dangerous? Maybe it's very dangerous? Gao Yang didn't have time to figure it out. Mingjing's low, cold, and penetrating voice came to his ears. Eyes of justice, heart of fairness. Blood judgment is balanced, spiritual sacrifice is harmonious. Killing intention arises, contract is signed. Winner lives, loser dies. The winner is not yet determined, the decision is made. Ding. The bell rang again, Gao Yang felt dizzy, the world was spinning, and consciousness was interrupted. Gao Yang suddenly woke up, and found himself in a strange realm. The sky was boundless pure black, without texture and layers, like a two-dimensional vector map, and the ground was boundless pure white vector map, giving people a sense of depression and emptiness. The depression was because the distance between the black sky and the white earth was very close, and the sky seemed to be right above the head. The emptiness was because, looking around, there was no boundary around, front and back, left and right. No matter which direction you looked, you could only see the black sky and the white earth stretching infinitely parallel, and finally merged into a strange horizon. Gao Yang quickly understood the environment and began to move his body, but failed. He found himself tied to a cross. Soon, he found that it was not a cross, but a huge scale made of gold. Gao Yang's body was tied to the vertical scale bar, and his arms were vertically stretched out and tied to the horizontal scale bar. On both sides of the scale bar, there were 2 exquisite golden scale pins. Gao Yang secretly tried to break free, but he couldn't do it at all. Hiss hiss hiss. The golden chain that bound Gao Yang, like a thin snake, entangled and squirmed around him, began to tighten, gently sucking the energy in his body, and did not make him painful. Gao Yang soon noticed that a golden energy-like weight began to gather on the left scale pan, and a red energy-like weight gathered on the right scale pan. What is this? As soon as Gao Yang had such a question, a large amount of law-like information rudely drilled into Gao Yang's brain, allowing Gao Yang to instantly understand and accept everything in front of him. He understood that the energy and life in his body were materialized into weights by the scales, which was a necessary procedure for everyone to enter the judgment field. Those who entered the field would have a fair and notarized duel. The strength, energy and life of each duelist would be materialized by the sacred will in the field, so as to be compatible and adapt to the duel rules and initiate the duel. Gao Yang looked up, and sure enough, 5 cross-shaped golden scales appeared on the opposite side. 5 people were tied to the scales, from left to right: Jiang Yi, Qin Yu, Xing Kong 0618 Lulu. The 5 people seemed to have woken up earlier than Gao Yang. On their respective scales, golden weights representing energy and red chips representing life had appeared. Gao Yang woke up last because he was the strongest, which made the compatibility take longer. Some kind of divine will was also instilled into the minds of Jiang Yi and his group, and they were forced to understand and accept their situation and the duel they had to face next. The expressions of the 5 people were different. Jiang Yi had a gloomy face. He had never thought that Ming Jing had been lying in ambush nearby, and came up with this mantis catching the cicada while the oriole was behind. But Jiang Yi was not pessimistic in his heart, but felt that this was an opportunity. You know, under normal circumstances, how could these people be Gao Yang's opponents? The growth speed of the Arab god can only be described as terrifying, and his strength is almost catching up with Qilin. But now, under the rules of the law field, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Qinyu gradually calmed down from the initial confusion and fear to understanding the rules. He has understood. Ming Jing, the judge in the field, seems fair and just, but is actually biased everywhere. Qinyu is very sure that although Ming Jing hopes that everyone will die, what he wants to see most is Gao Yang's death. Otherwise, he will not arrange this dual system that is disadvantageous to Gao Yang. Qinyu gritted his teeth secretly. I will never die here, Na Feng. You watch carefully, I will have the last laugh. 0618 and Shinkong, after slowly overcoming the fear and despair deep in their hearts, also began to actively observe the environment and think about countermeasures to survive. As for Lei, she was hung on the scale with her head down, still immersed in the regret of almost collapsing. At that time, Jiang Yi realized that he had been tricked, and the door of the laboratory was closed. Everyone immediately decided to break in, but almost at the same time, everyone's talents could not be used. At that moment, Liao had a hunch that something bad was going to happen. She had about a second to escape from the judge's domain, but her hands moved faster than her brain, and she instinctively pushed Tingting and Hanju away. Then, she was locked by some kind of law and will, and then she lost consciousness. Liao, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Why don't you run away? Why don't you care about others? Why do you make a fool of yourself at such a critical moment? Once this duel starts, it will never end. One of you and the enemy must be completely destroyed. The opponent is Gao Yang. He is the heir of God. How can you beat him? You are dead. You will die. Your life is over, you know. Are you happy now? Satisfied? But why? You are so hardworking and careful. You have never offended anyone and never done anything evil. You just don't want to die. You just want to live. Why is it you who died? Why? Suddenly, Lei raised her head, her eyes wide open with desperate and crazy tears. She yelled, deafening, "Kill Gao Yang. I don't want to die. I will never die in such a stupid place. You are a bunch of arrogant and self-centered stupid dogs, who only know how to fight among themselves every day. You are lucky to meet me. Listen to me in a while. I will lead you to win. Do you understand?" Lei's crazy speech shocked everyone. The Lei in front of them seemed to be a completely different person, but perhaps this Lei is the most real Lei. Jiang Yi was not angry, but was very pleased. Very good, young people are energetic. Chapter 868. Gao Yang was not surprised by Lei's extreme reaction, and even understood it very well. When people are pushed to the limit, they can do anything crazy. Gao Yang has the most say in this regard. However, because he has experienced too many times of despair and collapse, Gao Yang seems unusually calm at this moment. While there is still some time, he tries to combine the current information to sort things out in order to formulate a strategy. First of all, it can be confirmed that Ming Jing has been lying in ambush nearby and has deployed the hidden domain of judgment, just waiting for Jiang Yi and others to fall into the trap with Gao Yang. Gao Yang speculated that the key to triggering the trap should be that the two parties attack each other with murderous intent, which is equivalent to automatically signing a contract, and Ming Jing will then launch the judgment domain. Obviously, this move is more secretive than his previous moves, and the conditions for facilitating it are more complicated. It requires an ambush in advance, and patiently waiting for the prey to take the bait and actively sign the contract. The advantage is that once it is launched, it cannot escape. When Ming Jing was trying to assassinate Gao Yang, he realized that conventional tactics would not work, so he changed his strategy. This is easy to understand. But what is incomprehensible is why Ming Jing knew that Gao Yang would appear here tonight, and how did he find Dr. Jia's hiding place? There could be no traitors in Jiu-Si and the 12 Zodiacs, because no one had the chance to leak the news since the plan was implemented. It is unlikely that the Haichuan group would join forces with Ming Jing. From the current situation, Jiang Yi and his men were also included in the plan, and the Haichuan group was not sure that Gao Yang would come here to rob people tonight. So how did Ming Jing do it? Unless he had a companion who could help him find Dr. Jia's hiding place, and predict that Gao Yang would come here tonight. Does he have such a companion? I don't know. However, there is a detail worth noting. According to Chen Ying's previous report, she found Dr. Jia's hiding place by accident because she accidentally sensed two life forms. One was an awakener and the other should be a beast. At that time, Chen Ying and Bai Tu both mistakenly thought that these two people should be Jiang Yi and another member of the Haichuan group, who happened to go to find Dr. Jia and were sensed by Chen Ying. The two life forms sensed by Chen Ying are likely to be Ming Jing and another beast companion. This beast has the ability to find Dr. Jia, and has the ability to predict the future. Afterwards, the two came to squad in advance, but they didn't want to be sensed by Chening, so they also helped Chening find Dr. Jia's hiding place, and promoted Gao Yang's actions tonight. Gao Yang's actions tonight were predicted in advance by Ming Jing's beast companion, which promoted Ming Jing's actions, and made Chening bump into them. This is simply a closed loop of cause and effect. Forget it, don't worry about it. Gao Yang looked up at his side, and sure enough, there were 4 more Libras on both sides of him. On the left scale, a person was tied up. It was Dr. Jia, who had already woken up. On the scale to the left of Dr. Jia, a fat gray parrot was tied up. Help! 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 The parrot cried hoarsely and strangely, looking very scared. This scene seemed absurd, but Gao Yang had been forced to understand the rules of the duel and immediately realized what was going on. He looked at the 2 scales on his right. An old man in a linen robe was tied up on the first scale. He was bald and had a thick white beard on his wrinkled face. He had woken up, opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth slightly, and muttered to himself with excitement and joy. "Who are you?" Gao Yang shouted at the old man. The old man pulled himself out of his self-intoxication, slowly turned his head, and smiled. "Hi, heir of God, I am the king of the lost, you can call me Nigu." "Are you in the same group with Ming Jing?" Gao Yang asked. "Yes, we are all the followers of Lady Sangmu." Nigu's old voice trembled slightly, full of incomparable pride. "But in this field, I am your companion." Gao Yang was silent. It seems that this Nigu is the beast that traveled with Ming Jing at the beginning. Everything tonight is probably his plan. But I will not contribute any strength or strategy to you. We will die here together. Nigu, look sincere, child. Your mission has been completed. I am here to lead you. I will take you back to God. Gao Yang no longer paid attention to this charlatan. His eyes passed Nigu and fell on the scale on the far right. There was no one on it. 4v5. Gao Yang immediately found a loophole. He suddenly shouted to the sky, "Ming Jing, where are you? 4 versus 5 is not fair. I don't accept your decision. I want to start over." Gao Yang had guessed that Ming Jing was just a referee in the field, not a god, otherwise he could kill everyone at will, and there was no need to have a fair duel. Since that's the case, Ming Jing must also abide by the principle of fairness in this field, at least it must be fair in form. Just like Dr. Jia, Parrot and Nico will become his teammates. How can such teammates beat the 5 people on the opposite side? But the right to interpret fairness is in Ming Jing. But now, the number of people is not equal, which is not fair in form, and Ming Jing's authority will be challenged, which may be a breakthrough. Unfortunately, Gao Yang is still too naive. Ding. The almost soul-deterring bell sounded again. Na 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 na. The weird, strange and deep murmurs came from all directions, and the whole world of black and white began to tremble. The black plain sky above Gao Yang's head began to deform, like a large ball of melted ink, pouring down vertically, and turning into a huge stalactite. At the same time, the corresponding white flat ground also grew a huge white bamboo shoot stone, connecting to the black stalactite in the sky. Soon, black and white connected together, permeated each other, blended seamlessly, and finally solidified into a gray stone pillar that stood tall. The gray stone pillar stood quietly to the right of the 10 scales. After a while, a perfectly symmetrical face emerged from the stone pillar, like a relief, looking down from a high place, coldly examining the duel scene. Gao Yang could still vaguely recognize the traces of a mirror on this face. His left eye was white, his right eye was black, his mouth opened and closed slowly, and his voice was solemn and loud, with a certain sacred penetration. The duel was fair, and the doubts were rejected. Chapter 869. Na 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 na. The strange, weird and deep murmurs appeared again, overwhelming and surging. Ugh! Suddenly, Gao Yang's body felt a tearing pain, and he felt like an onion being peeled off piece by piece. In fact, in the eyes of the onlookers, Gao Yang was indeed splitting. The surface of his body seemed to melt, turning into strands of golden energy, flowing to the empty scale on the far right. In a blink of an eye, another Gao Yang was hung on the scale. The pain quickly disappeared. Gao Yang gasped and found that he was still alive, but a little weak. He had realized what happened. Just now, he was forcibly split into a phantom by the will of the domain law, and this phantom was his 5th member. So far, 5v5. Absolutely fair. The duel begins. Ming Jing's voice came again. Boom boom boom. For a moment, the 10 libras slowly sank into the white ground, spreading circles of gray ripples, as if sinking into the white sea. The chains on the libras were automatically released, and Gao Yang fell down, landing steadily on the ground with both feet. The 4 companions around him, and the 5 enemies on the opposite side, were also freed from their restraints and landed on the spot. On. In an instant, a gray totem in the shape of a tray with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters appeared under the feet of everyone, including the parrot. Gao Yang knew that this was everyone's activity range. The players on both sides lined up in a row, facing each other in parallel. A translucent gray energy barrier landed between them, separating them from each other. Although they could still see the other side, they could no longer hear the other side's voice. ZZ. The sound effect sounded. Gao Yang looked up and found that 2 value bars appeared above his head, red and gold respectively. Gao Yang understood that these were health bars and energy bars. Gao Yang immediately looked at the enemies behind the gray barrier. Health bars and energy bars also appeared above their heads, and they were the same length. Gao Yang understood it based on his experience in playing games. If the health bar reaches the bottom, you will die, and if the energy bar reaches the bottom, you should not be able to use your talents or even move. However, although everyone's health bar and energy bar look the same, the values are definitely different. For example, Dr. Jia's health bar may reach the bottom after being hit by a punch, but Gao Yang's health bar will definitely not be so fragile. Their abilities are basically converted in equal amounts according to their respective abilities in reality, but they are embedded under a set of rules. This is also the meaning of everyone being tied to the scale for compatibility before. Gao Yang was thinking, and a law was injected into his mind again, and it was concretized into a text version of the rules in front of him. 5v5 round-based duel. Each person has only 1 chance to attack per round. Any action such as attacking, defending, protecting, healing, using props, assisting companions, etc., is counted as 1 attack. Before attacking, there is 180 seconds to make a decision. The order of attack depends on the speed of the duelist's own action, which will change according to the actual situation. Dueling skills depend on the duelist's talent, carrying props, etc. Each action will consume different energy values. When the energy value reaches the bottom, it will be unable to act, forced to rest for 1 round and restore a small amount of energy. Enemy. Different damages caused by people will consume different amounts of blood of the opponent. Equipment, treatment, resurrection skills can restore different amounts of blood. When blood reaches the bottom, it means death. One side is completely destroyed, the duel ends. Fuck. Dr. Jia finished reading the detailed rules of the duel in front of him even faster than Gao Yang, and he cursed, "Isn't this just an old turn-based game?" Gao Yang. Dr. Jia looked at Gao Yang confidently. "You can deal with 5 of them alone, right? I'm not good at fighting and killing. Do you have props and weapons?" Gao Yang asked calmly. "Let me see." Dr. Jia was about to reach out to touch the pocket of his coat, only to find that he was wearing a bathrobe with no pockets at all, so he had nothing on him. Dr. Jia looked at Gao Yang with an embarrassed face. The situation is not good. Gao Yang sighed in his heart, equating Dr. Jia with waste. "What are the abilities of your parrot?" Gao Yang asked again. "You have no ability, you just cackle and shit everywhere all day long." Dr. Jia was disappointed. Gao Yang said nothing. "Very good, waste X2. Gao Yang looked to the right. Nico was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling, with an expression of watching the fun and not minding the trouble. Gao Yang's scalp tingled. Waste X3. Gao Yang looked at his phantom, and the phantom also looked back at Gao Yang. The two made eye contact and nodded tacitly. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Chapter 870. At the same time, Qingyong Bridge. Qilin's eyes tightened, and he found that the Qinglong puppet was moving away from him, and was suddenly teleported to the river bank, but it was still within the control range of his level 7 puppet master. Qilin was worried that the Qinglong puppet would move further away from his control range, so he immediately deepened his control over it, and shared the real vision with the Qinglong puppet. His deep dark green eyes turned slightly, and immediately reflected a figure that was Dohu holding the dragon-killing giant sword, slashing towards himself. Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair on the side, took a look at Qilin and guessed that most of his mental power and attention were no longer here. At this time, Hui Che in the crowd shouted, "There is a car coming to the bridge." Those who had not yet fought looked over, and those with good eyesight vaguely saw a large truck. It did not turn on the headlights, and relied on the cover of darkness to drive quickly towards the Haichuan group in the middle of the bridge. Enter the car to activate the perspective ability of clairvoyance, and further report. The driver is Kyo, and there is a green snake standing on the roof. The things in the car are steel pipes. Li closed her eyes again, and after a few seconds, she calmly said, "Each of you will fight." When Li said this, It meant that there would be no fatal danger within 10 seconds. Was immediately ordered, Group 1 will deal with the green snake, and the others will protect the commander. Don't rush forward, and provide flexible support. Yes. Some people immediately surrounded Qilin and Li, while keeping a certain distance. Although Qilin's main energy is used to control the Qinglong puppet, he can quickly switch his attention with Li's reminder. Within a few dozen meters, enemies who dare to approach are looking for death, so everyone is not too worried. The truck drove onto the bridge and rushed towards the enemy. But it continued to accelerate, kicked open the door, and jumped out of the car. Qingling stood on the roof of the car, two black gold long swords and butterfly double blades floating behind her, her long hair flying, and her eyes flashing with purple light. Get up. Qingling opened her arms and raised them up. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, hundreds of long steel pipes in the car flew out, and they were densely suspended in the sky, like a large piece of giant spears. Go! Qingling waved her hands forward, and a steel pipe rainstorm that covered the sky and the moon poured down towards the crowd in the middle of the bridge. At the same time, Qingling also stepped on a steel pipe, and kept jumping between the steel pipes flexibly, accelerating to approach the enemy, while avoiding the long-range attacks of Lao 7, Wei Xiaoluo and others. Go! Iman, the leader of Group 1, rushed forward, followed by Anhegi and Lin Fu. Iman ran at high speed, dodging left and right, avoiding the steel pipe that was stabbing the ground first, and found an opportunity to turn around and throw out the giant boomerang in his hand. The boomerang, with an energy trail, rushed into the steel pipe matrix like a golden disc and chopped towards Qingling. Qingling easily dodged with a jump. Lin Fu, wearing a black Taoist robe, pointed with a peachwood sword in his hand, and hundreds of yellow talismans rushed out of the wooden box behind him. They were like countless yellow sparrows, swiftly shuttling in the steel pipe rainstorm and tracking Qingling. Qingling's mind moved, hooked her fingers, and the black gold double knives, butterfly double blades, and black gold darts immediately rotated and cut around her quickly, constantly cutting the runes close to her into yellow shreds. However, there were too many runes, which made it very difficult to deal with. Wow wow. At this time, countless crows appeared. They rushed into the steel pipe matrix quickly without caring about their lives, and took the initiative to look for the runes, constantly using their bodies to prevent them from approaching Qingling. Some crows pecked the runes, but more crows were stuck by the runes. They all stiffened their bodies, their pupils widened, and fell towards the bridge and Lijiang under their feet. From a distance, in the steel pipe matrix above the bridge, yellow runes, shredded paper, crows and countless black feathers were flying all over the sky. A black-haired girl, surrounded by the light and shadow of various knives, kept jumping, dodging, and slashing, and continued to approach the crowd in the center of the bridge. Soon, the first batch of steel pipes in the steel pipe matrix suddenly accelerated, turned into dangerous giant spears, and stabbed Haichuan Tuan head-on, aiming directly at Qilin and Mr. Li. Zero gravity. Musashi had already come to the front of the crowd. She changed her worldly temperament tonight and dressed up. A black evening dress, lace gloves, and her long red hair was elegantly tied up, with only two curls hanging down on her cheeks, which matched the two shining pearl earrings. She opened her hands and activated the second talent gravity she had learned last week. With Musashi as the center, a zero-gravity force field was immediately deployed. Dozens of aggressive steel pipes seemed to be fixed in an instant, and they were suspended with Musashi and entered outer space. Qingling stepped on a steel pipe. With the assistance and cover of Johann Bird King, she could temporarily ignore Lin Fu's attack. Pop! Qingling put her hands together and fully activated level 6 metal. Hundreds of steel pipe matrices around her body immediately gathered together. They began to melt and deform, entangled with each other, and in a blink of an eye, they were cast into a giant steel pipe missile with a diameter of 3 meters and a length of 20 meters, and flew towards Musashi. Musashi's level 3 gravity was simply unable to resist the behemoth with level 6 metal. The steel tube missile directly broke through the zero-gravity force field and crashed into Musashi. Ah! Musashi was too far forward and floating above the bridge, a certain distance away from her teammates. She had no time to dodge or seek protection. She could only watch this unreasonable behemoth rushing towards her like a death train. Strong winds and dark shadows came up, and in a trance, Musashi remembered a leisurely afternoon when she and her ex-boyfriend drove to a farmhouse in the suburbs. She sat in the co-pilot, listened to music, and took a nap. When the car drove into the tunnel, the flickering orange light crawled over her lazy body. She woke up in a daze, looking at the white light at the end of the tunnel, feeling very happy. Now, the white light appeared again. The giant missile hit Musashi head-on, and there was no sound of collision. The woman's body was torn into pieces in an instant and disappeared, leaving only a faint blood mist, which was dispersed by the missile. "Musashi!" Wusei shouted, full of grief and anger. Chuyu's face turned pale, shocked by the terrible destructive power of level 6 metal. He saw the giant missile kill Musashi and rushed towards them with dozens of steel pipes behind him. The instinctive desire to survive stimulated Chuyu's potential, and space transmission was directly upgraded to level 6. Portal! Chuyu mobilized all his energy and summoned a large portal in less than 2 seconds, like a huge blue movie screen, blocking everyone's eyes. As for the exit at the other end of the portal, Chuyu didn't think about it or arrange it at all, and just randomly chose the bottom of the bridge. Swish swish. The giant missile carried dozens of small steel pipes, and passed through the blue movie curtain in a mighty manner. Then it appeared from the blue curtain under the bridge and poured into the river together, causing huge splashes. Qing Ling was suspended in the air on the steel pipes. Of course, she didn't expect this move to kill Qilin and Li, but it was easily resolved, and she couldn't even make the two move. She felt unhappy. Swish. The boomerang attacked again. Qing Ling didn't need to control a large number of steel pipes this time, and she had enough energy to deal with Iman. She opened her hands, and the Tang sword and the Shio sword returned to her hands. She swung a cross slash with force, and 2 cross purple-blue sword auras flew towards the boomerang. Chapter 871. Ding ding. The sword energy hit the boomerang, and the boomerang changed its flight trajectory and flew diagonally to Qing Ling's left side. Shwa. A white light suddenly jumped out from the boomerang. It was Enhegi who launched Man in the Mirror. The black gold 3-edged thorn in his hand pointed directly at Qing Ling's throat at an extremely fast speed. Ding ding. Qing Ling reacted faster. While leaning back, the Tang sword turned and deflected Enhegi's attack. Enhegi couldn't stay in the air by controlling the metal. She failed to hit, and her body fell down. She was quick-witted and quickly threw a smooth dart from her sleeve and pierced Qing Ling's eyebrows. Ding. Qing Ling waved the sword again to deflect the dart, and the dart bounced to the top of Qing Ling's head. Shwa. The next second, Enhegi jumped out of the dart again, and the 3-edged thorn pierced Qing Ling's crown. Qing Ling's 10 fingers loosened and clenched, and she had already replaced them with 2 butterfly double blades that were more suitable for close combat. Ding ding ding. Enhegi descended from the sky, pressing Qing Ling to launch a series of attacks, each of which was aimed at the vital points. Qing Ling easily resolved them with a set of sword techniques. The 2 women fell towards the bridge while fighting fiercely, and the swords were like falling twinkling stars. Qing Ling was irritated. Enhegi couldn't hurt her at all, but her combination of Hidden Weapon King and Mirror Man was too flexible and difficult to deal with. It would be very disadvantageous for Qing Ling to drag it on like this. But Qing Ling was reluctant to use thunder and lightning against her. This was a hidden move. At present, the people of Haichuan Group didn't know it. Those who knew it had died in Ningguo. Although Jiangyi didn't die, he was fully focused on dealing with Gao Yan at the time, and didn't care about Qing Ling's situation. Wow! Just when Qing Ling was in a dilemma, the support of his teammates arrived. A hurricane forcefully blew Enhegi and Qing Ling apart. Enhegi rolled in midair, and just as she was about to throw a hidden weapon at Qing Ling, more than a dozen wind blades surrounded her. Ding ding ding. Enhegi quickly turned her body, and quickly knocked away the wind blades that were cutting at her. Hiss. There were too many wind blades, and Enhegi's waist was still cut open. Her face sank, and she let herself continue to fall, but more wind blades had already surrounded her. Enhegi was unwilling, but she had to give up. With a swish, she drilled into the 3-edged thorn in her hand, and escaped the fate of being cut by the wind blades. Qing Ling got rid of Enhegi and immediately concentrated his mind, secretly controlling a black gold dart, bypassing the giant portal, and flew from the side to the Qilin in the crowd, piercing his temple. Swish. The black gold dart stopped abruptly, when it was about 1 meter away from the Qilin. Qing Ling was startled. Through the subtle induction established with her own weapon, she sensed a telekinesis. Flower made a move. This man who looked like a golden lion king, with a bare upper body, a burly figure, and a black iris tattoo on his back, activated his telekinesis. Theoretically, he could control any object visible to the naked eye through telekinesis, but compared with the telekinesis of the Dark One, Wang Tong, his telekinesis was only at the entry level. Of course, his telekinesis also had its strengths, that is, the closer the object was to him, the stronger and more precise his control over it was. So as long as he stood next to Qilin, any bullets, hidden weapons, and small objects that wanted to sneak attack Qilin would not succeed. Qing Ling's surprise was fleeting. She knew very well that killing Qilin could not be that simple. Air bullets and energy stream bullets were already shooting at her, but this time without the blessing of Shooter Field, they could no longer threaten Qing Ling. Qing Ling forced the black gold dart to fight with Flower's telekinesis, dodged the shooting, and slowly closed the distance with the enemy. A few seconds later, she entered the lightning limit summoning distance. Purple light flashed in her eyes, and with a hook of her finger, she activated a small amount of lightning elements hidden in the black gold dart. There is lightning in the dart. Li's face sank, and he reminded him sternly. Zizi. The black gold dart on the left side of Qilin, which was fighting against telekinesis, shot a purple lightning, like a lightning bullet, hitting Qilin's temple. Qilin heard Li's reminder and immediately switched part of the state back to the main body, quickly tilted his head back, and narrowly avoided the sneak attack of lightning. Hey! Flower shouted loudly, and immediately concentrated all the telekinesis around Qilin on the black gold dart, and bounced it away. Qing Ling's eyes flashed with reluctance. If it weren't for Li, she would have succeeded. Even if she couldn't kill Qilin, she could have injured him. Jiu Han, you are too close to Qilin. Back off immediately. Jiu Han's voice transmission penetrated into Qing Ling's mind. Qing Ling, I know. Qing Ling stepped on a steel pipe and flew back immediately. At this moment, Qing Ling's personality suddenly ran out and talked in a direct way. Qing Ling, sister, why are you here? Where is Gao Yang? Qing Ling, go back. Qing Ling, you should be with Gao Yang. It's too dangerous for him to be alone. Qing Ling, stop it. Go back. Qing Ling, what if Gao Yang dies? Qing Ling, Gao Yang will be fine. Qing Ling, what if he dies? I will never forgive you in my life. I hate you. I want to see Gao Yang. Take me to see Gao Yang. Go back. Qing Ling yelled, released her weapon, and hugged her head in pain. She could hardly control the metal under her feet anymore, and was swaying in the air. She didn't realize that half of a yellow talisman was stuck on her calf, which was the only half that slipped through the net. Lin Fu had already comprehended the second talent, personality killing. He quietly injected the energy of this talent into the talisman. Although this half of the talisman lost its ability to freeze the body, it was stuck on Qing Ling for half a minute, and it successfully brewed and intensified the conflict between personalities. For Qing Ling, who already has a dual personality, the effect of this move is doubled. Chu Yu saw that Qing Ling was not in a good state, and knew that the opportunity to avenge Musashi had come. Chu Yu understood what Wu Sei wanted to do. Although he could not summon a portal for a short time, he could still barely summon a miniature portal. 2 seconds later, a blue portal the size of a makeup mirror appeared in front of Wu Sei's right eye, and the other end of the portal appeared in the air in front of Qing Ling. The distance of the mental attack was enough. Petrification. The pupil of Wu Sei's right eye trembled, and a red light full of anger bloomed. The mental power with petrification passed through the miniature portal and roared towards Qing Ling. Chapter 872. Johan, Qing Ling, don't just stand there. Go! Qing Ling, go back. Johan on the signal tower was startled. Qing Ling seemed to be talking to her sister. Johan held the telescope tightly, observed carefully, and found the problem. A few seconds later, the two crows hovering around Qing Ling received the command and flew towards Qing Ling. One crow flapped its wings and blew away half of the talisman on Qing Ling's calf, and the other crow pecked her shoulder fiercely. The sharp pain pulled Qing Ling out of her split personality, and helped her escape the trap of personality killing. She didn't have time to figure out what happened, and decided to retreat immediately. Her body became heavy and slow in an instant, as if she had fallen into gradually solidified butter. The Qilin on the bridge took action. While controlling the Qilong puppet to fight the fighting tiger, he found an opportunity to free up a small part of his mental power, and launched a mental lock towards Qing Ling in the distance. Qing Ling concentrated her mind, and struggled to resist the restraint of the mental lock. As soon as she broke free, her body began to become paralyzed again, and her 6 senses were quickly closed. The colorless petrification had successfully acted on Qing Ling. Under the moonlight, Qing Ling's fair skin began to turn gray, the texture became rough and hard, the capillaries began to dry up and crack, and her long black hair and hem stopped swinging at some point, and turned into hard stone. Johan, Qing Ling, hold on. Johan, Group 3. Save people. Qing Ling could no longer hear Johan's voice transmission. In just 6 seconds, she had turned into a stone statue, from skin to blood, to muscles, to internal organs, to bones, all petrified. She fell towards the bridge. Swishing. Countless air blades suddenly formed and surrounded the Baichuan group. At Li's timely reminder, Flower's telekinesis was fully activated to pause these air blades. Get out of the way! Xiao Qingkai had recently realized the second talent lion's roar. She roared, and the super strong sound wave attack spread out, shaking the air blades around her away. Nana didn't want to fight. She was originally to cover Tengu to save people. Tengu carried Hong Xiaoxiao on his back and flew towards Qing Ling in stealth form. After catching her, he also turned invisible and evacuated quickly. At the speed of level 6 flying, the enemy could not catch up. Time reset. Hong Xiaoxiao did not hesitate and activated Game Player. As the first person in the Suicide Squad, Qing Ling must wear a black hairpin with a mark. This is Johan's requirement. Johan, Dohu. Can you still hold Qinglong back? Dohu, not a big problem. Johan, follow the plan. Everyone, come together. Don't give Li time to react. People without hairpins must not get too close to Qilin. Baitu, got it. Tengu, got it. Zhonghe, got it. Chening, got it. Zhang Wei, got it. Johan, Zhang Wei, you have nothing to do with me. Hide for me. 5 seconds later, Li opened his eyes and said in a serious tone, Nana becomes giant, throw. As soon as the voice fell, a circle of golden energy ripples suddenly appeared on the river surface under the bridge. Boom! A column of water exploded, and the purple-haired girl in a sailor suit had turned into a giant standing in the river. The river water had just spread over her knees, and the bridge beam was only as high as her waist. She was soaking wet, picked up the empty truck that had fallen into the water, and threw it at the Haichuan group in the middle of the bridge. If anyone looked down from a high altitude at this moment, there would be a strange illusion, as if a naughty little girl stood beside a small bridge built with toy building blocks, throwing a toy car in her hand at a group of toy soldiers on the bridge. But in the eyes of the group of toy soldiers, this toy car was a terrible disaster. Flower's telekinesis alone could not stop it from crushing everyone, and Chu Yu's giant portal could not be summoned again for a while. Disperse. Wu Sei shouted. This was the only way. Everyone immediately dispersed to both sides of the bridge, moving quickly. Xiao Qingcai's hair grew rapidly, turning into countless soft black silk threads, wrapping Li and the wheelchair together, and then safely transferred. Qilin did not need protection from others. He paid a little attention, pushed hard with his crutches, and dodged to the edge of the bridge with a sideways jump. Pound, sizzle, sizzle. The truck hit the center of the bridge heavily, dragged and slid on the cement road, scraping tiny sparks all the way, rushed into the formation of the Baichuan group, and forcibly dispersed everyone. When the truck passed the Haichuan group, 2 hands suddenly emerged from the inside of the front of the truck. They were Baitu's hands. She hid in the car through shuttle. She held a grenade with a ring in each hand, and threw it at the 2 waves of enemies that were pushed away by the truck. Bang, bang, bang. Someone reacted and shot at her, but she immediately retracted her hands and disappeared. The truck was still sliding towards one end of the bridge under strong inertia. Baitu didn't need to worry about not being able to escape the dangerous area. While the truck was slowly slowing down, Baitu used shuttle to get into the bridge from the sound of the car and escaped without anyone noticing. Dang. And Hegi threw a boomerang in time and hit a grenade flying towards him. The grenade exploded in midair, and no one was injured. Stop! On the other side, Flower controlled her telekinesis to stop the grenade flying towards them, and kept it in the state of 1 second before the explosion. Flower was controlling her telekinesis to transfer the grenade to a safe high altitude before detonating it. Swoosh! A sniper rifle bullet shot over. Puff! Jinka quickly blocked Flower's side, and the bullet that was originally intended to shoot into Flower's temple sank into Jinka's brow. Jinka's head suddenly tilted back, but he did not fall down. His head slowly straightened, and a deflated bullet spit out from his brow with a puff sound and fell to the ground. Jinka had already activated bone hyperplasia to arm himself, and now his bones are extremely hard and invulnerable to swords and guns. Be careful. Jinka reminded, but Flower did not answer. Jinka realized something was wrong, and he turned his head immediately shocked. Flower's pupils widened, her face was full of confusion and shock, and a small stream of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Silently, a phantom like a black shoelace pierced Flower's heart. The phantom climbed up from the bottom of the bridge. He was like a black snake, hiding in the shadows and winding forward until he found a person's heel, then climbed up along the calf, and finally came to the target's back. Zhonghe hid on a construction ladder next to a concrete pillar under the bridge and launched the death line of the 6th level phantom. The longest distance of this move reached 50 meters, which can be called the most despicable and effective move for semi-long-range assassination. Of course, this move also has disadvantages. It can be easily discovered by people with strong mental power. It is definitely not good for assassinating Qilin, and it is not good for Li. She can predict it. But now the Haichuan group was divided into two groups by the truck, which gave Zhong He, who had been dormant, an opportunity to take advantage. Killing Flower was Johan's order, because with him around, it would be difficult to sneak attack Qilin. "Get out of the way!" Jinka shouted. Boom! The grenade that lost its telekinetic control exploded before it could rise to a safe distance. Chapter 873. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary grenade used to distract everyone, and it was not very powerful. Everyone fell to the ground in time, and only the slower Bumblebee and Sweeping were slightly injured, while the others were basically fine. It's John Hyuk. That guy is under the bridge. Ehud Ba's second talent is Mind's Eye. He noticed John Hyuk's approximate location and immediately reminded his teammates. Ice Thorns. Sister Ling activated Frost in a panic, and in the absence of vision, the river surface under her feet quickly froze, and rushed out of the ice thorns randomly, and made a blind attack. John Hyuk couldn't sit and wait for death. He took back the death line and armed himself. At the same time, he threw out a phantom rope with his right hand, and nailed it to another concrete pillar, and then swung over and escaped Sister Ling's attack in time. He ran to the bridge head. Ehud Ba was anxious and angry. He never expected that his former good brother John Hyuk would attack them mercilessly. Chase! Jinka and Flower had a good relationship. He was furious, and two bone knives rushed out of his palms and chased after them. Lyotu and Yewoba looked at each other and chased after them. And Hegi, go to support. Wusei began to command. Others, fight on your own. Don't passively take the beating. Yes. Everyone responded and took action. Wusei made the right decision. She had realized that Qilin and Li didn't need their protection at all. On the contrary, it was her men who passively took the beating like this, and the casualties would only be more severe. It would be better to disperse on their own. Wusei had already told them, if you can beat them, fight. If you can't, run away. There is no need to risk your life. Left bridge, Crow Shark. Li had seen the Crow Shark controlling a shark much smaller than the giant whale to jump out of the river and attack them. Before Li finished speaking, Saching also shouted, lightning is coming. Above our heads. In addition to Blood Curse, Saching also comprehended the second talent Disaster Premonition, serial number 169, Guardian System. The gifted can only see the dangers and disasters facing themselves in advance, and the time varies from 5 seconds to 1 minute in advance depending on the degree of danger. Saching had not encountered direct danger before, and with Li's reminder, she had not spoken. But now there are too many attacks, and Li has no time to take care of them, and she just happened to see that in the near future, 7 or 8 Catholic lightning will fall from the sky, killing many people, including her. Half a minute ago, Tengu took the completely petrified Qinling away from the battlefield and fled to a safe place. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately resurrected Qinling. The long-term invisibility and resurrection of a companion consumed a lot of Hong Xiaoxiao's energy. Qinling was also in a coma for a while, and the two could not return to the battlefield for the time being. So Mu Zita took over. He activated Life Thief, temporarily stole Qinling's level 6 lightning and Hong Xiaoxiao's level 5 invisibility, and jumped on Tengu's back. Mu Zita activated invisibility to cover Tengu approaching the center of the bridge, and then launched a long-range lightning sneak attack. Although he only stole a quarter of the target's talent, it was a level 6 lightning after all, and its power should not be underestimated. When Saching sensed danger, tiny purple mayflies were already floating around her. Wanwei stood up. Get down. 7 or 8 people nearby didn't suspect anything and immediately lay down. The stubborn weasel in the crowd stood on tiptoe, put her hands together, raised them above her head, like a lightning rod, and activated her second talent Bullseye Effect. Bullseye Effect, serial number 161, Guard System. She can greatly improve her comprehensive defense in a short period of time and turn herself into a target to attract all long-range attacks, elements, energy, toxins, space, and even mental and spiritual damage. As long as it is a long-range attack, it can attract it. This talent is equivalent to taunting against long-range attacks. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless lightning points struck the stubborn weasel, and the pale light almost blinded everyone's eyes. The short and skinny body of the stubborn weasel suffered huge elemental damage, but she survived with the super defense of Hedgehog and Bullseye Effect. After the thunder and lightning ended, her clothes were tattered, her skin was charred, and she had multiple burns. She was about to say nothing special with a smile, but found that she couldn't speak. She opened her eyes in confusion, and she found that something was wrong with her body. No, it wasn't something wrong, she just couldn't feel her body at all. Impossible. Lighting of this magnitude couldn't kill me. What went wrong? Hiss. 2 seconds later, a cross-cutting bloodline appeared on the neck, chest, waist, thighs, and knees of the stubborn weasel. Then, her body fell off like a neatly sliced sausage, and scattered all over the ground. The stubborn weasel would never have thought that the lightning that Sachin had sensed was just one of the attacks. Sachin could only see the danger against herself, but could not see the space cutting hidden in the countless lightning. The power of level 6 space cutting is far beyond the ability of the level 3 bullseye effect and hedgehog of the stubborn weasel to resist. You know, even a powerful beast like Shuang Mei was injured by space cutting and forced into the second form. The ignorant stubborn weasel just stood up and paid with his life to protect his teammates. However, her death was not without value. The stubborn weasel's hedgehog can rebound any damage, rebounding 25% of physical damage at close range and 10% of other damage at long range. For a while, there were 7 or 8 deep cuts on Tengu's body, and a blood-stained person immediately appeared in the transparent air. Tengu himself has a reduction in space damage, otherwise the consequences will be more serious. Mu Zitu, who was behind Tengu, felt numb all over, followed by a sharp pain, and was forced to bear 10% of the lightning damage. And the lightning was introduced into Tengu's body through Mu Zitu's body. Both of them fell into a brief paralysis, their talents failed, their invisibility was broken, and they both fell from a high altitude. Stubborn weasel. Bumblebee, who was still lying on the ground, had a hoarse voice and tears on his face. When he was still in the Suzuka team, he hated stubborn weasel the most. This woman had the most mean mouth in the world and always attacked others personally. He cursed stubborn weasel to die many times when he was angry. Now that stubborn weasel is really dead, Bumblebee realized how sad he was. Think about it carefully, this woman who is so mean to the bone, when was she not the first to stand up and bear all the damage for her teammates during the mission? Perhaps, she tried hard to be a hedgehog, just because she didn't want everyone to be nice to her. People who have tasted good things will have nostalgia for this world. Once people have nostalgia, they will be afraid of death. People who are afraid of death can't stand in front of their teammates every time they fight. Ah! Bumblebee's eyes were dark yellow, and his fat body suddenly expanded rapidly. A stream of brown-yellow dust-like gas suddenly rushed out of his mouth and armpits, like a balloon that was leaking air crazily. This stream of dust-like gas flew towards the sky. Decay dust, serial number 53, poison system. A stream of dust like poisonous mist will rush out of the body of the gifted, and the body of the person surrounded will weaken rapidly, and die of heart failure within a certain period of time. Bumblebee didn't dare to use it easily before, because this move didn't distinguish between friend and foe. But now, under great grief and anger, his decay dust broke through level 6, and he controlled this group of decaying dust and blew it towards Tengu and Muzitu. Chapter 874. Beast. Old 7 was furious. Although he did not neglect the fight at the beginning, he was still a little hesitant in his heart, and did not want to kill his compatriots. But now, his teammates died one after another, and there was only hatred in his eyes. Bang! Old 7's finger strength rose to level 6. The muscles of his 2 forearms bulged, thicker than his calves, and his 10 fingers swollen like 10 bitter melons. He fired a golden air bomb with all his strength, which was as powerful as an anti-aircraft gun, and quickly hit the falling Tengu and Muzitu. Wow! A strong wind blew and hit Tengu and Muzitu before the golden air bomb, forcibly blowing the two to the sides. Swoosh! The air bomb passed through the middle of the two people, like the sickle of the god of death passing by. At this moment, Nana, who had shrunk back after a short period of giantization, was already very tired. She was lying on her back, floating in the dark river in the shape of a big character. The water level rose and fell, and from time to time she flooded over her body and face. She stretched out a hand, pointed it at the sky, and at the critical moment, launched swift wind to save Tengu and Muzitu. She squeezed out a proud sneer from the corner of her mouth. Humph, my king's people, how can I let you get hurt? Cough, cough. Before she finished speaking, she accidentally drank a mouthful of cold river water, choking and coughing. Nana panicked, her body lost its delicate balance, and began to drown. She couldn't swim, and at this moment, she didn't have enough energy to fly out of the water. Help! Help! Cough, cough. Help! Johan, Tengu, save people. Retreat! The Tengu, whose life was saved by Nana, fell towards the river. He shuddered and regained control of his body from the short paralysis. He endured the pain on his body and chased after Musato, who was also falling. He grabbed his hand and then swooped down to the river surface, picked up the drowning Nana, and flew close to the river, leaving a strong ripple on the water surface. Level 6 flying was far away from the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and the people of Haichuan Group had to give up. Almost at the same time, the river surface below the center of the bridge exploded again, and a blue shark summoned by Sea King jumped out of the water and bit at the people of Haichuan Group. Compared with the previous blue whale, this blue shark is less than a quarter of its size. The members of Haichuan Group were scattered, and Hui Che, who was carrying a small trumpet, was not around. Sister Ling had no time to activate praise and went straight to the battle. After the last blue whale disintegrated, a lot of water was left on the bridge. Sister Ling used local materials and immediately transformed all the accumulated water under her feet into ice elements, transforming it into a huge tilted ice spike, rising from the ground and stabbing at the blue shark. Success! The blue shark was pierced, just like being nailed in the air by an ice crystal harpoon. Die! Xiao Qing's thin chest bulged exaggeratedly, and her thin neck became twice as thick as before. She opened her mouth and roared a sound wave attack at the shark above her head. Layers of sound waves penetrated fiercely, whipping the blue shark stuck in the air. It disintegrated quickly, and countless fish, shrimps, river water, water plants and sand and gravel began to fall off. In a blink of an eye, only a blue skeleton made of energy threads remained. In the center of the skeleton was a dark-skinned, burly man who was holding the huge ice spike with both hands. He is not a crow shark, but a dead pig. Sister Ling, Xiao Qingkai and others were all shocked. Just 2 seconds ago, the dead pig activated time and space conversion and switched positions with the crow shark in the blue shark. Roar. The dead pig roared like a beast, and the roar was so loud that it almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Amid the roar, the dead pig jumped to the bridge and activated the level 7 beast. A week ago, the dead pig realized the third talent beast and broke through level 4 with the help of the enhanced rune, and then directly upgraded to level 7, becoming a T1 combat force. In the 3 seconds when the dead pig jumped to the bridge, his hair grew wildly and turned into bristles as hard as steel wire, his skin became darker and invulnerable, his nose became longer and upturned, his nostrils became large and round, his mouth also split exaggeratedly to the sides, and grew 2 sharp white fangs. Pound. The dead pig landed on the bridge, its legs crushing the ground directly, and the whole bridge seemed to be shaking. Sister Ling was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, standing in front of her was a giant wild boar spirit nearly 5 meters tall, with scarlet eyes, exuding a frenzied and violent scarlet demonic aura all over his body, and spitting hot red breath from his nostrils. In a trance, Sister Ling remembered the dark version of Feng Zhu Beiji that she had seen before, and it seemed that he looked like this. Run! Get out of the way! A companion shouted behind him. The voice was weak and vague, as if through thick glass. Sister Ling gave up resistance without struggling, but 3 high-intensity driving of the ice element had drained her energy. She was now tired of even moving her legs, and she had no time to escape. Sister Ling remembered the scene when Captain Green Tea was still there. The group would get together once a week to eat, sing, and go shopping together. Later, Green Tea left and Lele took over. There were not as many activities as before, but at least it was stable. Later, the Baichuan group merged with the Qilin Union. Sister Ling first followed Lele to the intelligence department, and after realizing Frost, she was transferred to the Yanliang group. From then on, life became more and more difficult, and she became more and more helpless. She was worried and afraid every day, sighing, eating poorly, and sleeping restlessly. The Haichuan group, the sea embraces all rivers. It sounds very high-sounding, but when has the sea ever considered the feelings of the Baichuan? I am just a small stream. I still prefer deep valleys, beautiful forests, morning mist, and small animals playing and fighting. I don't want to go to the big. Pound. The wild boar spirit slapped Sister Ling away with a slap. Sister Ling's fragile body was like being hit by an excavator. Her brain burst, and her internal organs were all shattered. She flew straight out of the bridge, and fell into the Lijiang River. No! Lu Ding could only watch all this happen. She angrily took out her black gold pistol, and kept firing at the dead pig while rushing forward. It was useless. With the physique of level 7 self-healing and beast, the bullet could hardly even scratch the dead pig's skin, let alone effectively inject the slow toxin in the bullet into his body. Calm down. She was also angry, but relatively calm. She caught up with Lu Ding, and pulled her back. "Let me do it!" Chapter 875. Lin Fu rushed forward, his face covered in sweat. His expression was embarrassed. His black hat fell off, his hair was disheveled, and the peach-wood sword in his hand was gone. He put his palms together, pushed forward, and used the last energy to summon all the remaining empowerment spells in the wooden box. Dozens of yellow butterflies flew towards the dead pig and surrounded him. The dead pig ran and waved its arms to drive away the spells, but these spells were too small and too sensitive. The dead pig was as clumsy as an old cow driving away mosquitoes. Paw, paw, paw. The yellow spells were attached to the surface of the dead pig's body one after another. Explode. Seeing that the spells were almost accumulated, Lin Fu clenched his hands, raised his 2 index fingers, and quickly formed a seal, with a trace of golden light in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of spells exploded at the same time, and flame shot up into the sky, turning the dead pig into a small mountain of fire. Swish. A boomerang spinning at high speed dragged a silver-gray tail, and pierced into the flame mountain in front of him. Iman frowned. She had thought that the boomerang could directly cut the wild boar's body. She opened her right hand, and found that the boomerang seemed to be stuck, and could not fly back to her hand. Soon, the flames and smoke slowly dissipated, and the dead pig was covered in blood, with skin and flesh flying, and the whole body was burnt. At this moment, he looked like a weird rose-suckling pig, and the boomerang was piercing his abdomen, looking like a small fork. The dead pig was not dead. In fact, it was only a minor injury for him. Under the effect of level 7 self-healing, his body surface began to repair at an ultra-fast speed, the burnt skin and flesh fell off, and new skin and flesh grew out. The dead pig pulled out the boomerang on its belly, and threw it to the ground. Pound. The dead pig supported itself with both hands and smashed the ground, turning into a real wild boar. Roar! He roared, and the fangs in his mouth doubled in size again. He used his hands and feet to push towards the crowd. The dead pig looked bulky, but under its huge body, its speed was not slow at all. It rushed towards Lin Fu in the blink of an eye. Lin Fu's mind was blank, and he still didn't have time to dodge. Be careful. Iman jumped hard, threw Lin Fu away, and rolled to the side. The cement pier behind Lin Fu was smashed by the dead pig, and it was as fragile as some glass products. Sh! The dead pig exhaled a heavy red breath from its mouth, turned around and sprinted again. He briefly gave up his humanity, and strengthened his animal nature. The disadvantage was that his sanity dropped significantly, but the advantage was that he gained huge destructive power and defense, as well as good agility. The dead pig rushed through the crowd, bumping into everyone it saw. No matter the long-range attacks of Lao 7 and Xiao Wei Luo, the poison attacks of Qi Feng, or the decay dust of the bumblebee, it had no way to deal with it. For a moment, the dead pig made the already chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. If it was left alone, the consequences would be disastrous. The Qilin, who was 30 meters away, had no choice but to take action. He was controlling the Azure Dragon puppet to fight with the fighting tiger, and barely found a 1-second window of time to withdraw half of his mental power back to his body. In an instant, a trace of light purple light flashed across Qilin's eyes, and then quickly turned green. Most of the mental power returned to the Azure Dragon puppet. Just after this second, the dead pig that was rushing around slowly stopped and finally stood there in a daze. On his wild boar-like face, an extremely sad human expression appeared, which looked so weird. A broken, wet luster appeared in his scarlet eyes. His big mouth with fangs called out a name vaguely. Xiaoba. The dead pig was still immersed in the realistic illusion, his animal nature faded, and his humanity returned. He knelt on his knees, tears streaming down his face, stretched out his hand to the front, and his voice gradually became clear. Xiaoba, don't go. Xiaoba, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Big hammer. Wei Xiaoluo didn't miss this opportunity, and took out a toy hammer from her bag. She had little energy left after continuously controlling the toy to shoot throughout the whole process. At this moment, she drained the remaining energy in her body, and used the toy hammer as a medium to transform into a giant hammer of golden energy, which was twice as large as the demolition ball. Wei Xiaola, who was enveloped by the golden light, held the toy hammer in both hands, and her facial features were squeezed together because of the force, and she used all her strength. Go to hell. Wei Xiaola swung the toy hammer in her hand fiercely like playing bowling. At the same time, the giant golden hammer behind her also hit it hard. Nothing. The hammer hit the dead pig who was still kneeling and crying, and instantly shattered into golden energy fragments flying all over the sky, and stirred up a circle of huge energy ripples, blowing people around staggering back. The dead pig was also knocked away by the hammer at that moment. His huge body flew out of the bridge like a golf ball and fell into the river surface dozens of meters away, stirring up a big splash. At the same time when the dead pig jumped off the bridge, Jing Ke, Ihuaba, Lu Tu, and Enhegi were the first to catch up with Zhong He and intercepted him at the end of the bridge. Compared with the assassin Enhegi and the warrior Jinka, the speed of action of mage assassin like Zhong He is not really fast. After Enhegi closed the distance with Zhong He, he threw a dart, and then used Mirror Man to overtake, and appeared in front of Zhong He, holding a triangular thorn to kill. Zhong He was actually very afraid of death, and he had been armed with phantoms all over his body, turning into a complete black Shadow Man, a bit like the classic Shadow Man in elementary school life and Death God. Z. The triangular thorn pierced Zhong He's heart, only stirring up a few chaotic phantom threads, and was completely unable to pierce the phantom armor. Enhegi didn't expect the phantom's defense to be so strong, and was secretly surprised. Swish. Zhong He shot out several shadow thorns from his hand, and stabbed Enhegi. Enhegi suddenly jumped back, double backflips to distance himself, and narrowly avoided the shadow thorns that pierced the ground continuously. Enhegi stopped taking risks, kept a safe distance from his former colleague, and began to think about countermeasures. It is worthy of being the Phantom second only to the strongest 12 talents, with both offense and defense, both top-notch. There are also disadvantages. Zhong He lacks combat experience, and his physical and fighting skills are average. In close combat, he cannot bring out the greatest advantages of Phantom. If people like Enhegi and Jing Ke can get Phantom, their close combat capabilities will at least increase several times. Zhong He is of course also very clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. He does not want to fight, but directly rushes towards Enhegi who is blocking the way, trying to force her to give way. Close the Sixth Sense. Chapter 876. A fire tyrant chased after him, and activated the level 4 Sixth Sense Judge. Buzz. Instantly, the space within 30 meters around a fire tyrant underwent strange changes. Then, a fire tyrant and his companions instantly lost their sense of taste. As a fire tyrant's enemy, Zhong He lost his sense of smell and vision. Zhong He felt a black screen in front of his eyes. He had a good relationship with a fire tyrant, and knew his talent very well. He immediately realized that he had been tricked. What a bad luck. Taste, hearing, touch. Which one is not good? It has to be vision. He can't see. A fire tyrant shouted, "Let's go together." Jing Ke rushed towards Zhong He with 2 bone knives, and Enhegi also doubled up from the other side. Damn it! The blind Zhong He immediately retracted the phantom outside his body, and reinforced the phantom armor on his body. Bang! Half a second later, a sharp bone knife slashed Zhong He's neck diagonally. If it weren't for the phantom protecting his body, his head would have been separated. But even with the protection of the phantom, the huge cutting force still penetrated the phantom a little. Zhong He felt that the muscles on the right side of his neck were almost torn, and the whole person flew out, and hit the iron railing on the edge of the bridge. He secretly felt the pain, and took a breath of cold air, but he also quickly judged that the Li River was behind him. As long as he climbed over the guardrail and jumped into the river, it would be more beneficial for him. He slapped the ground with both hands, trying to activate the charm thorn, prop himself up, and climb over the railing. Fight me alone. A familiar voice appeared, with the energy of rules, and Zhong He shouted in his heart that it was not good. It was a wanderer. He activated Rivers and Lakes rules, serial number 186, damage system. This talent can force a duel with the enemy. Once it is activated, the target will immediately fight, using simple fists and feet to fight with the talent until one party falls to the ground and faints or dies. Of course, if the target's mental power and willpower are too strong, they can also forcibly resist the influence of Jianghu rules. In addition, as long as any third party intervenes, the influence of talent will immediately end. Zhong He, who was blind, was hit. He rushed to the source of the sound uncontrollably, and waved his fist. At the same time, he had a strong urge to disarm the body of the phantom and fight with the wanderer. Fortunately, the mental power bonus of the level 6 phantom was much higher than that of the wanderer, and it had been activated in advance. So he was still trying to control himself and not let himself be completely tricked, but he could only barely maintain this state, and could not use the phantom to attack. The wanderer also rushed towards Zhong He and punched and kicked him. The wanderer's fight was full of street gangster style. Although it was not organized, it was fierce and cruel, like a mad dog. Soon his fist was stained with blood, because hitting Zhong He's phantom armor was like hitting a rough and hard sandbag, but he did not stop. Rule of the Jianghu once launched, it will not stop until one person falls down. Zhong He was blind and had no fighting experience. He waved his fists randomly and was beaten most of the time. Although it was not painful, the humiliation in his heart was soaring. He finally found an opportunity and grabbed Lu Tu's hand. The two wrestled together and rolled to the ground. Jing Ke and Annie Singers were waiting for an opportunity to act with weapons. They were waiting for Zhong He and Lu Tu to lose their minds further in the fight, slowly retract the Phantom's weapons, and expose the fatal parts of their bodies. When that time came, they immediately intervened and gave Zhong He a fatal blow, not giving him time to react. "You bastard! Go to hell!" Lu Tu held down his former friend Zhong He and swung his fist at his head covered by the Phantom, with blood splattering everywhere on his fingers. "You are the one who will die. Turtle Son." Zhong He was almost out of his mind, and his black hands pinched Lu Tu's neck, making him blush. Zhong He found an opportunity, kicked Lu Tu away, and at the same time turned over and pressed on Lu Tu's body, judging the approximate position, and smashed Lu Tu's face. Zhong He gradually gained the upper hand, but the Phantom on his fist began to fade, revealing normal fingers. Success. Jing Ke and Enhegi quietly clenched their weapons in their hands. They patiently waited for Zhong He's Phantom to continue to fade. Once the fatal injuries such as the neck, head, and heart were exposed, they would intervene immediately. Zhong He's eyes were red, and his heart was filled with complex anger when facing his former friend. The Phantom on the back of his neck began to melt, revealing a white neck. The opportunity has come. Jinka rushed forward with a bone knife, followed closely by Enhegi's three-edged thorn. The moment they stepped into the realm of Jianghu rules, Zhong He suddenly woke up. "Wait! What am I doing? Why am I not using Phantom and fighting this second-rate guy? What's wrong with me?" Then, he sensed the sound of danger behind him. But it was too late to dodge. Bang! A figure second only to teleportation rushed out from the side, and kicked Jinka hard on the side of his face. The person who took action was Bai Tuesday. Under Johan's command, she drilled out from the bottom of the bridge through shuttle, and relied on the amazing jumping power of level 6 jump to transform into a cannonball, and save Zhong He's life in time. Ding! On the other side, Huang Ferong also arrived in time. Her hand wearing the black gold boxing gloves firmly grasped Enhegi's three-edged thorn, and at the same time, the other hand grabbed Enhegi's collar. Enhegi immediately let go of the weapon, and jumped back to avoid it. She stood firm, and saw the person coming clearly. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. Huang Ferong stood in front of Zhong He, smiling generously and confidently, but her voice revealed melancholy. "Xiao He, I never thought that one day we would have to take real action." With just this sentence, Enhegi's heart softened immediately. Then, she thought of her companions who had sacrificed, and her eyes became colder little by little. "Sister Ferong." Enhegi looked determined. "I will use weapons in this competition." Huang Ferong threw the triangular thorn back to Enhegi with a light toss. "Come on, let me see your real skills." At the same time, Bai Tu, who kicked Jingku away, did not want to fight. She activated shuttle again, and got under the bridge. She had a more important task. Jingke flew more than 10 meters, rolled on the ground for a few times, stood up quickly, and was about to look for Bai Tu's figure, when his eyes suddenly tightened. An old man with silver hair and black training clothes was walking towards him. The old man was calm and composed, with a fairy-like appearance. He was the monkey of the Chinese zodiac. The monkey put his hands behind his back, his face was kind, his voice was old and generous. "Jinka, surrender, don't waste your life again. My life is life. My companions' lives are not lives?" Jinka roared angrily. "Do they deserve to die?" The monkey's voice sank. "This is war. War, yes, war is like this. As long as you are all killed, the war will be over." Jinka's face was gloomy, and there was only hatred and killing in his eyes. "Go to hell." Jinka rushed towards the monkey with 2 swords. The monkey looked compassionate and desolate, and he raised his right hand. "Sorry, kid." Chapter 877. The monkey opened his right hand towards Jinka, who was charging at him. Jinka immediately felt a strong energy surging from the soles of his feet. In fact, the ground beneath his feet had already cracked like a spider web. Chong. A sharp concrete spike rushed out from the crack and stabbed at Jinka's chest. Jinka dodged and swung his bone knife to chop the spike. Chong chong. 2 more spikes rushed out of the crack and stabbed at Jinka from different directions. He jumped up suddenly. Chong chong chong. Several more spikes rushed out, rising like stalagmites, stabbing at Jinka, who was flying in the air. Jinka had no way to avoid it. He shouted loudly, and sharp and tough white bone knives rushed out from multiple joints of his body. He turned into a spitting top in the air, cutting off the many spikes that stabbed at him one after another, while also using the force to flexibly jump and dodge in the air. The cement controlled by the earth element was definitely not as hard as the bone knife in Jinka's body, and it soon turned into countless gravels. However, these gravels did not fall to the ground, but floated in the air. When Jinka came to his senses, the gravels destroyed by himself had formed a meteorite belt that surrounded Jinka, the celestial body. Damn! Jinka guessed that he had been tricked, but he had no time to escape. A trace of brown light flashed in the old eyes of the monkey, and his right hand clenched quickly. Da-da-da. Countless gravels gathered towards Jinka and hit him like hail. Jinka immediately mobilized energy to strengthen the bones in his body to protect himself from damage. The monkey did not expect these gravels to hurt him. They adhered tightly to Jinka, and Jinka's movements were immediately blocked, and his body became heavier and heavier. In a blink of an eye, Jinka turned into a stone man several times larger than his original body, and fell heavily to the ground. Before it was over, the monkey raised his left hand, opened and clenched it. More than a dozen ground spikes rushed out, stabbed the stone man, and blocked him tightly. Then, more and more earth elements gathered towards the target from all directions, like soft cement waves. In just 5 seconds, a landscape stone mountain appeared in front of the monkey, and Jinka was sealed in the middle of the stone mountain. The night wind was rushing, ruffling the monkey's silver hair and compassionate and vigorous eyes. The old man took a deep breath, opened his hands up and down, rotated, and performed a Tai Chi, which was the monkey's unique way of accumulating power. Then, the monkey strode forward and punched the landscape stone mountain in front of him without reservation. Level 6 inch power. The monkey has already comprehended the third talent inch power, and broke through level 4 with the damage rune of the 9 heirs organization, and reached level 6 within a few days. Inch force is not ordinary physical damage. It has a certain disintegration and internal force, which is similar to the vibration force of the fighting tiger and dragon-killing giant sword. Although the monkey's punch hit the landscape stone mountain, the entire landscape stone mountain is a cage constructed by the monkey's earth element. Not only will it not offset the power of inch force, but it will increase it several times. After the monkey finished the punch, he slowly retracted it and breathed a sigh of relief. Crack, crack, crack. Then, a crack appeared on the entire landscape stone mountain, and then spread into countless cracks. Voila voila. The stone mountain collapsed and decomposed into countless rubble. Jingku in the center of the stone mountain was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his face was black and blue, and half of his body was buried in the rubble. All the energy paths in his body were broken, and his internal organs were shattered. He was completely dead. The monkey looked at the young man who died in front of him. Even though he was at the age of knowing his destiny, and had long since looked down on the world in life and death, he still felt a little sad. Pa! Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed the monkey's ankle. The monkey was not panicked at all, and his expression was calm. Soon, the head of the white rabbit wearing a baseball cap also emerged from the ground, and his voice was a little anxious. Monkey, are you ready? Let's do it. Although there were many places out of control on the battlefield, it was still under control overall, and everyone was still listening to Johan's dispatch. Let's start. The monkey held his breath. The white rabbit activated shuttle, and pulled the monkey into the ground of the bridge with force. Huang Furong and Enhegi were fighting hard, and Enhegi was slightly better. Ihuaba was holding a pistol, and was about to support his teammates, when he suddenly felt someone approaching from the side. Ihuaba turned around quickly. Huang Daihu was rushing towards him, shouting, I bet your talent will be invalid soon. Bullshit! Ihuaba cursed and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Huang Daihu jumped and hid behind a cement pier, but his arm was still scratched by a bullet. Fortunately, it was just a scratch, and the toxins in the bullet could not immediately take effect. Ihuaba emptied a magazine, and just replaced another one. Huang Daihu jumped out, and stretched out a hand towards Ihuaba fearlessly. Ihuaba was surprised to find that he did not shoot, but stretched out his right hand inexplicably. He then realized that he was going to play rock-paper-scissors with Huang Daihu, because he was controlled by some kind of law energy, and had to be forced to play rock-paper-scissors with Huang Daihu. At the same time, his mouth shouted uncontrollably. Rock, scissors, paper. Rock, scissors, paper. 2 seconds later, Ihuaba played rock and Huang Daihu played paper, and Huang Daihu won. Buzz. The invisible energy field dispersed, and the sixth sense judge that Yehuoba had previously applied to everyone disappeared in advance. The biggest beneficiary was Zhonghe, who immediately regained his vision. Yehuoba was annoyed, and knew that he had been tricked. He came to his senses, and continued to shoot at Huang Daihu, but Huang Daihu had already jumped back behind the concrete pier, hiding, and not coming out, and at the same time pulled out the pistol from his waist. Huang Daihu's talent gambler, serial number 115, auxiliary system. One of the abilities is that the gifted can initiate any, respecting objective facts, bet through language and text. As long as the other party responds, the bet is established by default, and then the competition can be carried out through coin tossing, rock paper scissors, etc., and the gifted has a 55% chance of winning. If Huang Daihu wins, the content of the bet will be realized immediately. Huang Daihu's move seems unreasonable, but it is actually useless, and must be used in an emergency. Under normal circumstances, if the opponent knows Huang Daihu's talent or has a slightly more cautious personality, he will not respond to Huang Daihu, and the bet will not be established. Iwabaki raised his pistol in a panic, and he looked around and immediately found Zhonghe not far away. Chapter 878. John Hyuk regained his vision, but was immediately stunned. The phantom on his face faded, and his face was covered with blood. His face was both sad and confused, and there was some disbelief in his eyes, as if he could not accept the current result. 10 seconds ago, when the constraints of Jianghu rules failed, the blinded Zhonghe activated Phantom in a hurry, and a phantom dagger grew out of his left hand and stabbed into the abdomen of the wanderer. A phantom dagger also grew out of his right hand and stabbed into the right chest of the wanderer. The wanderer screamed and grabbed Zhong Hyuk's hands. He struggled in pain and cursed, and soon there was no sound. Then, Zhong Hyuk's vision returned and he was stunned. The corpse on the ground had bloodshot eyes. Staring at Zhong Hyuk with his eyes wide open, his pupils were dilated, and blood bubbles were still coming out of his nostrils and mouth. Zhong Hyuk trembled all over, and found that he had killed the wanderer. Of course, he wanted to kill him, but he didn't intend to kill him completely. He guessed that everyone in the Haichuan group had taken the resurrection medicine in advance, and he wanted to give Lu Tu a chance to revive. In the past, in the Haichuan group, Zhonghe and Lu Tu had a good personal relationship and often drank together. Unlike Zhonghe, who was timid at heart, although Lu Tu was not very talented, he was born as a gangster since he was a child. He was rough and reckless. He often took the initiative to ask to go to the front line, and loved fighting and killing. He also had a famous saying, "Don't care about life and death, just do it if you don't agree. The more you fear death, the more you will die," but Zhonghe didn't think so. He was very worried about Lu Tu, and always persuaded Lu Tu not to go to the front line. He couldn't persuade him, so he suggested to him, "Why don't you go to Tang Qi to help you do the organ puzzle operation and move your heart to a different position, so that you can save your life at a critical moment?" "Coward. I despise people like you the most." Lu Tu was very contemptuous and cursed Zhonghe. Zhonghe was too lazy to say anything later. It was not until this moment that Zhonghe pierced Lu Tu's right chest with Phantom that he found that he did not pierce the lungs, but a living heart. It turned out that Lu Tu really followed Zhonghe's advice, and did the organ jigsaw operation. It turned out that Lu Tu was also afraid of death. It was really ironic that he followed Zhonghe's advice, but was killed by Zhonghe in the end. The more you fear death, the more you will die. It turned out that this was true. At that moment, a part of Zhonghe's heart collapsed. "I killed Lu Tu. I killed him. No. He deserved it. He was going to kill me just now. He started it first. This is war. I am not wrong. It's not my fault." Zhonghe was trembling all over, his face was pale. He struggled to break free from Lu Tu's hands that were stuck on him, but the stiff hands just wouldn't let go, like two iron clamps. "Let go, let go, let go!" Zhong Hyuk collapsed. He shouted and activated the Phantom, and with a swish sound, he cut off the wanderer's hands. Zhong Hyuk stumbled and fell backwards. He got up in a mess, and found that the severed hands were still pinching his wrists. "Don't touch me." Zhong Hyuk swung his hands randomly, and finally shook them off, but the two bloody handprints on his wrists were forever branded into the depths of his soul. Zhong Hyuk didn't realize that there was a pistol behind him aimed at his head, but he couldn't pull the trigger. Iwaba gritted his teeth and looked angry. His shooting skills were not bad, and he could easily shoot into the back of Zhong Hyuk's head, but his hands were trembling, and he couldn't pull the trigger. "Iwaba, what are you waiting for? Shoot." Zhong Hyuk is no longer the timid, cool-looking guy who likes to eavesdrop on colleagues' gossip and share it with his good friends when drinking. John Hyuk is now a powerful enemy who possesses Phantom and defected to the Zodiac. He just killed Flower, and now he kills Lu too. Shoot! Kill him! Kill him! Bang! The gun went off. The shooter was Hwang Daeho. He pulled the trigger a second before Ihwa pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot into Ihwa's left chest, where his heart was. Bang! Ihwa then fired, but because he was shot in the body, he shot off the target and hit Jong Hyuk's feet, creating sporadic sparks. Bang bang bang. Hwang Daeho was worried about Jong Hyuk's safety, so he fired 3 more shots at Ihwa. Ihwa, who was shot, stumbled back, his pistol fell off, and fell to the ground. Jong-hee turned around blankly, and looked at Ihwa. Ba-zi! Jong-hee rushed over and hugged Ihwa. For blood holes appeared on his chest and blood gushed out. Ihwa had blood bubbles at the corners of his mouth and looked at Jong-hee with red eyes. Sure enough, hesitation will lead to defeat. See potion. Jong-hee shouted to Hwang Daeho, give me see potion. Hwang Daeho did not move, standing there and watching coldly. Ihwa was shot in the heart and could not be saved. Moreover, Ihwa was now an enemy. If Hwang Daeho had not shot just now, Jong-hee would have died. Ba-zi, hold on. Jong-hee was at a loss, and stretched out his hand to cover the heart of his former friend, but he could not stop the loss of life in his body. Old Yong? Ihwa's voice was weak and unclear. What? Is Gao Yang? Jong-hee was stunned. Jiu-si and the 12 Zodiacs thought he was the heir of God, but Li predicted that he was the Curse Abyss. Jong-hee had no answer to what he was. But Jong-hee suddenly remembered that Ihwa had an answer in his heart, at least an answer he longed for. He immediately grabbed Ihwa's hand. Gao Yang is the heir of God. No. Cough cough. Ihwa coughed painfully, and blood splashed on Jong-hee's face. Ihwa smiled with difficulty. I really envy you. You followed the right person. Okay, do a good job. The man's eyes dimmed, a tear flowed out of the corner of his eye, and the palm held by Jong-hee lost its strength. Jong-hee stared at the corpse in his arms, at Ihwa's pale face that no longer had a breath of life. He knew that this was not the time to be sad and collapse. But he couldn't take his eyes off this face. This face gradually overlapped with a vivid, arrogant face in memory. Half a year ago, Ihwa was heartbroken and invited Shangliu and Jong-hee to drink at his house. The 3 men sat in a messy single apartment, eating hot pot and drinking beer, bragging and getting drunk together. Ihwa got drunk and rushed to the balcony crying and shouting, women are shit. I have brothers. What am I afraid of? Old Jong. Hwang Daeho came over, covering his arm that was injured by the bullet. His face was pale and sweaty. The toxin in the bullet began to work. Get up quickly, this is not the time to be dazed. Hwang Daeho stepped forward and helped Jong-hee up. Hwang Daeho panted, his voice guilty. I know you two have a good relationship. If you want to hate, then hate. Get out of the way. Hwang Daeho was too late to dodge when he realized the danger, and instinctively pushed Jong-hee away. Swish. The huge black gold boomerang flew over, and cut Hwang Daeho's left shoulder vertically. The gap directly split the left chest cavity, and extended to the abdomen. Chapter 879. When Jong-hee was pushed away, he felt a strong wind blowing across his face, blurring his vision, and then the smell of blood hit his nose. When he came to his senses, Hwang Daeho was still standing there, his upper body split open, like a piece of wood that had been split in half. Hwang Daeho, whose upper body was split in half, had his arms hanging down, his head tilted, and his eyes looking forward in vain, and he slowly fell down in the blood mist that was sprayed randomly. In the last moment of his consciousness, the only thought that flashed through his mind was, no matter what, I won the bet this time. When I see my brother later, I will laugh at him. Swish. The black gold boomerang that split Hwang Daeho quickly turned around and flew towards Jong-hee. Bang. Jong-hee reactivated Phantom to arm his body, and the boomerang hit his chest, knocking him 7 or 8 meters away, but failed to split his body. Ihwa. Lu too. Iman, who came to support, caught the boomerang with one hand and rushed to the bodies of Ihwa and Lu Tuesday. She took a quick look and knew that both of them were gone. Beast. Iman's eyes were burning with blazing fire, and she rushed towards Jong-hee with the boomerang. Swish 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 Jong-hee quickly stood up with the help of the Phantom, and a flat phantom appeared under his feet, rushing towards Iman close to the ground. When the black shadow approached Iman, it suddenly stood from the ground and turned into a burly black shadow soldier holding a giant axe, swinging at Iman. Iman was shocked and raised the boomerang to block, but was shaken several meters away with a clang. Iman staggered and stood up after landing, and was shocked. Zhong He lowered his head, and stood not far away. All the phantoms on his body were detached, turning into countless black shadow auras, lingering around him. He looked like a shadow demon from hell. At this moment, Jong Hyuk broke through the 7th level phantom, and achieved a qualitative leap. Before this, the phantom could not be completely separated from the master, and the form was mainly presented in 2 dimensions, at most 2.5 dimensions. The 7th level phantom can be completely separated from the master in 3-dimensional, becoming a more independent shadow element, and the lethality, sensitivity, and strength of the shadow element are top-notch among the elements. The coward in Jong Hyuk's heart has been trapped in the dark hut. He has been looking for a way out, but he can't get out. Now, he doesn't plan to go out again, and doesn't plan to look for light again. Let the coward stay with the shadow, and rot in the dark forever. At this moment, Jong Hyuk has only one thought in his mind. Revenge. Revenge on whom? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Shadow Legion. Jong Hyuk shouted. Swish swish. In an instant, the black shadow breath turned into 18 shadow warriors, blocking Jong Hyuk. They were of different shapes, tall, short, fat, and thin, all wearing armor, like soldiers in ancient times. Some of them held spears, some held machetes, some held axes, meteor hammers, shields, bows and arrows. The black shadow leader standing in the front, riding a strong black shadow horse, holding a long-handled machete, looking down at Iman majestically and domineeringly. Zhong He's eyes turned into pure black at this moment, without any details. Iman was stunned. At this moment, she remembered that Wu Sei had repeatedly warned before leaving, except for Do Hu, Gao Yang, and Wang Zikai, the most important person to be careful of was his old colleague Zhong He. Phantom was a talent second only to the first 12 talents, and it was not excessive to pay attention to it. Zhong He raised his head and looked at Iman with his pure black eyes. He gave orders to his army. He opened his lips and uttered 3 syllables, kill without mercy. Swoosh. 18 shadow warriors rushed towards Iman, as fast as a black wind. Iman knew that she had no time to escape. She gritted her teeth and set up a boomerang to block. She first blocked a flying shadow arrow. As soon as she was distracted, a shadow warrior with a short blade in his hand appeared above her head. She barely blocked it again, but her action was actually half a beat slower. Next came the warriors with axes, warriors with spears, warriors with meteor hammers, warriors with long swords. In fact, it is not only their weapons that are lethal, their bodies are made of phantoms, which are also lethal. Iman didn't know how to parry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The messy, freehand, and cold shadow warriors, like 18 vigorous brushstrokes, turned into black winds and blew towards Iman. Iman retreated repeatedly in the continuous black wind. Swish. The shadow warriors who had finished their attacks quickly merged into one, turned back into a phantom element, and flew back into Zhong He's body, fully armed him, and a faint black air lingered around him. Zhong He's breathing quickened. It was the first time he used the ultimate move of level 7 Phantom, which consumed a lot of energy. He stopped attacking and concentrated his mind to sort out the more delicate and complex energy paths in his body. Iman, who was not far away, stayed where he was, his pupils widened, and his face was subtle. Dang. The boomerang fell from her hand. ZZ. A second later, countless bloodlines exploded from Iman's body, blood gushed out crazily, and her body was almost dismembered. Due to the characteristics of the Phantom, it was more like she was pierced by countless fine threads, so she barely maintained her body's integrity, and did not break into countless pieces. Iman! Wu Sei looked for an opportunity to rush over to support, but was still a step too late. Hold on. She knelt beside Iman, took out the sea potion and stabbed Iman's bloody chest. It didn't seem to be stabbing into flesh at all, but into cotton. It was useless. Bleeding was coming out of Iman's body, like a piece of completely dry soil that could not retain any water. Iman looked at Wu Sei in front of him, trying to open and close his mouth, but could only make a weird sound of leaking air. Wu Sei understood Iman's last words through his lips. I have made an appointment with you many times. Why don't you come to my store to play? Are you so afraid of me? After Iman finished speaking, she tried to raise the corners of her mouth and show a smirk, but failed. She tilted her head and died. No, 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 no. Wu Sei hugged the limp body of her companion tightly in her arms. It was not the first time she had experienced the sacrifice of teammates, nor the first time she had experienced the death of a close person. But this time, she was too poor to say anything else. No. 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 After a few seconds, Wu-sei put down Iman's body and stopped repeating like a fool. The pale and wooden face of the woman slowly became hideous, with angry lines carved on it, and her wet and red eyes were like quenched fire. Wu. The powerful energy ripples spread out with Wu-sei as the center. Petrification broke through level 7. At the same time, Wu-sei did not hesitate, turned the ring, equivalent exchange 2 times the ability enhancement potion, and injected it into Wu-sei's body. Red Snake Curse. Chapter 880. Ah! Wu-sei knelt on the ground and raised her head to scream. Countless scarlet capillaries grew on her chest and quickly spread throughout her body. Her eyes almost melted into 2 flowing dark red lusters. The overflowing mental invasion materialized, turning into translucent red energy that enveloped her whole body. Wu-sei's red hair spread out and turned into red snakes under the red energy. Ah! Wu-sei's screams continued, and the manic red petrification wind blew in all directions, vowing to petrify all living creatures around him, regardless of friend or foe. Zhong-he, who was closest to Wu-sei, only felt a sharp and numb touch that turned into countless small insects trying to drill into his body. Although he was armed with phantom armor, he could not resist the erosion of the petrification wind. At most, he could hold on for a while longer than others. Not good. Zhong-he wanted to retreat and distance himself, but his body became slow and heavy. At the same time, Enhegi and Huang Furong were still fighting not far away. Huang Furong was covered in wounds and blood, but she was not fatally injured thanks to her muscles, and was still struggling. Enhegi, although she had no wounds on her body, was already panting, pale, and seriously exhausted. Xiao-he, are you tickling your sister? Huang Furong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and said provocatively. Enhegi leaned forward, ready to dive and stab at any time. She held a triangular dagger in one hand, and put one hand behind her back, hiding a hidden weapon, thinking about countermeasures in her mind. It seemed that Huang Furong was at a disadvantage, but Enhegi was also very dangerous. She was an assassin, relying on agility and various close-range weapons to constantly weaken Huang Furong. But her own fragility meant that if she made a mistake once, she would be caught by Huang Furong, and the result could be fatal. As her physical strength continued to decline, Enhegi's probability of making mistakes would become higher and higher. Enhegi took a deep breath and decided to decide the outcome within the next 10 seconds. She was suddenly startled, and saw Huang Furong rushing over. Enhegi was puzzled. As long as she didn't want to, Huang Furong would never catch her. Huang Furong was completely consuming her physical strength. Her correct way of playing should be to wait for Enhegi to attack, and then play backhand. She had executed this idea very well before. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Soon, Enhegi realized that something was wrong with Huang Furong. Huang Furong shouted in panic, "Xiao-he, run!" Enhegi was startled, and a sharp, paralyzing red wind had blown to her back. Just as she was about to react, her body began to lose control, as if she had been frozen in the snow for an hour. Huang Furong had already rushed up, grabbed Enhegi's hand, and threw it behind her. Enhegi flew 7 or 8 meters away. Huang Furong was still in the act of saving people, frozen in place. Her skin began to turn gray, and tiny cracks appeared, which was the precursor to petrification. Sister Furong. Enhegi rolled over and stood up, already understanding what happened. She rushed back without hesitation, wanting to save Huang Furong, and her body became heavy again. It was useless. After the 2x energy enhancement, the 7th level petrification was within the attack range. Enhegi took 2 steps forward with difficulty and stretched out a hand, but still couldn't reach Huang Furong. The two looked at each other, watching each other's faces crack little by little, and their hair harden little by little. This time, you win. Huang Furong managed to squeeze out a sentence from her mouth. No! The tears that flowed out of Enhegi quickly solidified into grayish white. Let's compete again. Boom. Suddenly, the two of them sank and collapsed. Ah! Wu-sei, who had transformed into Medusa, was completely crazy. She vowed to squeeze out the last drop of energy in her body and destroy all life around her. The phantom on Zhong-he's body began to fade, and the exposed skin quickly petrified. Huang Furong and Enhegi, who were farther away, were also implicated, and what awaited them would also be the fate of turning into stone. In a few seconds, everything would be irreversible. At that moment, Zhong-he was not afraid for the first time, and there was only relief in his heart. Then fate did not intend to let him go easily. At this moment, the bridge under Wu-sei's feet collapsed. Wu-sei's petrification was forced to stop, and large pieces of concrete and steel bars fell to the river's surface, splashing huge water. The collapse spread rapidly, and Zhong He was the second person to fall into the river, followed by Anhegi and Huang Furong. Halfway down the river, Zhong He spotted Huang Furong's figure, and threw out a shadow rope with his left hand, which accurately wrapped around Huang Furong's arm. Zhong He raised his right hand, and a shadow rope rushed out and nailed to a bridge pile. Zhong He made a strong move and jumped onto the broken bridge pile with Huang Furong. Zhong He squatted down and hugged the half-petrified Huang Furong. Her body was cold, her limbs were stiff, her skin was gray and cracked, and the light in her eyes was abnormally dim. Without any hesitation, Zhong He took out the sea potion and injected it into her body, followed by a shot of special adrenaline. A few seconds later, Huang Furong groaned in pain and came back to life. I died? Huang Furong was still a little confused. Yes, in hell, Zhong He said. Hearing Zhong He's not funny joke, Huang Furong suddenly woke up. She sat up suddenly, looked around, and asked uncertainly, "Has the Monkey King taken action?" It seems so. Zhong He nodded. The collapse continued. The head and tail of the bridge were like a line of fire ignited from both ends. The collapsed flame continued to burn towards the middle, and only the middle section was left before it stopped. For a time, Qilin, Li and some members of the Haichuan group were all trapped on the isolated island in the middle of the bridge. On the distant signal tower, Johan held a telescope and witnessed the whole process of the bridge collapse. Johan, John Wei. John Wei, listen to my orders. 1 minute ago, White Rabbit led the monkey to shuttle through the interior of the bridge, while the monkey activated Earth to place the dissolving mark of the Earth element on the key parts of each section of the bridge. After everything was arranged, they found the right opportunity to detonate together. This was to trap Qilin and Li in the middle of the bridge, which was a tactic that was discussed at the beginning. During the collapse of the bridge, the monkey left on his own, and White Rabbit hugged Fat June and hid in a broken bridge pillar near the central section of the bridge with Shuttle. The two sneaked out. "We're going to get on," White Rabbit said softly. "Yeah." Fat June looked determined and ready to die. White Rabbit went around Fat June and hugged him tightly. "Ah!" White Rabbit bent his legs, burst out with all his strength, and jumped up suddenly. Swoosh! The White Rabbit turned into a sky rocket, carrying Fatty June diagonally to a height of 100 meters, and appeared above the head of Qilin, Mr. Li. Fatty June opened his hands towards the isolated island of the bridge under his feet, pouring out all his energy. The light is brilliant. Chapter 881. In the darkness, countless glimmers turned into floating lights, gathered under Fat June's body, and converged into a golden vortex. The vortex rotated at high speed, like a large rotating firework, continuously shooting light element arrows, flying towards the bridge, as if a rain of light elements fell. Light element above the head. Cover the attack. Li saw the dangerous future 10 seconds later, and reminded sternly. It would take some time for Chuyu to summon the large portal again, and all the empowering spells in the wooden box on Lin Fu's back were used up. The other team members did not have good defensive talents to use. At this moment, Flower, who was assassinated by Zhong He, suddenly opened his eyes, green light flashed, and his whole body floated up from the ground and flew above everyone's head. At the same time, he opened his arms, and unfolded the largest telekinetic field. Woo! The dark sound caused by the squeezing of airflow was heard all around, and the dense light element arrows stopped when they approached everyone, like a golden rain with the time pause button pressed. At the critical moment, Qilin had to draw out some of his mental power and quickly manipulate Flower's corpse as a puppet, unleashing his telekinesis to protect himself and others. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Li's face darkened. Qilin flashes. Swish! A red laser pierced Qilin's right chest. Everyone looked closely and found that it was not a laser, but a bone spur wrapped in scarlet evil spirit. The source of the bone spur came from the fist of a figure in the air on the side of the bridge. It was the Golden Grim Reaper Prince Kai. At this moment, Prince Kai was 30 meters away from Qilin. He was soaked all over, and his golden hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. It was a little funny, but his face was full of arrogance and confidence. He also carried a person on his back, John Wei, who was carrying an oxygen tank and an oxygen mask. Before the battle, the two had been hiding at the bottom of the river. Wang Zikai could hold his breath for a long time, but Zhang Wei couldn't, so he had this outfit. In the plan made by Gao Yang and Dou Hu, Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei were the real trump cards. All the previous attacks, no matter how fierce and tragic, were necessary smoke bombs, just to cover Wang Zikai's successful launch of the bone spur, which would kill with one blow. Gao Yang had personally been a guinea pig and confirmed that Wang Zikai's evolved bone spur could block the energy path in the body of the Awakener. Once it pierced Qilin, no matter how strong he was, he would be acupunctured. At the beginning of the battle, Li had always activated Prophet and was very tired. After the melee, he was even more distracted and had a flaw. Qilin also needed to be distracted to control the puppet, and could not always be on guard against sneak attacks. No matter how strong the combination is, there are weaknesses. Wang Zikai's bone spur is the spear that pierced into the weakness. When Fat Jun activated the 10,000 lights, Wang Zikai took Zhang Wei and jumped up from the bottom of the river, jumped into the air, and stabbed the Qilin with bone spurs at the same time. According to the plan, Wang Zikai did not need to kill Qilin, but only needed to seal his energy path, retract the bone spurs, pull him to his side, and Zhang Wei took out the black gold pistol and shot Qilin in the head, putting an end to this damn civil war. Don't stand there. Zhang Wei on Wang Zikai's back had already taken off the oxygen mask and took out the pistol. Collect the fish. Wang Zikai in the air began to slowly descend. The bone spurs on his fist were still connected to Qilin's right chest, and tightly attached to his body. However, Wang Zikai did not retract the bone spurs, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. The blond boy with water droplets all over his face frowned, realizing that things were not simple. At the same time, in the judges' field, a fair round-based duel was going on. Parrot, Dr. Jia, Gao Yang, Nico, Gao Yang Phantom vs. Jiangyi, Qinyu, 0618, Xing Kong, Liao Liao. During the decision-making time before the first round of action, both parties were communicating with each other, and could not hear each other's conversation. Master Jiang stared at Gao Yang on the other side of the gray barrier, and then quickly moved his gaze to Dr. Jia. He thought for a moment. In the first round, let's focus our firepower on killing Dr. Jia. No! Lei completely ignored the relationship between superiors and subordinates, and interrupted loudly. We can't waste a precious round. Let's focus our firepower on Gao Yang. Once Gao Yang dies, the others will not be a threat at all, so we can get out alive. Lei understood Master Zhang's demands. He first had to ensure that Dr. Jia would not fall into the hands of Jiu Si, which was the basic task, and then he would try to kill Shen Si. This old man didn't care about the life and death of himself and his teammates. He only wanted to pave the way for Qilin. But Lei was different. She didn't care so much. She was determined to leave here alive today, and no one could help. Lei. Master Jiang sighed slightly. I have fought with Gao Yang many times, and he has survived even more desperate situations than this. Zhu Yuan is not that easy to kill. At least we have to ensure the mission. Don't tell me that. Lei shouted. If you want to kill Dr. Jia, kill him yourself. I will kill Gao Yang. Master Jiang. Xing Kong was already terrified, and he tried to remain calm on the surface. As far as I know, Gao Yang often copies game players. Even if we kill Dr. Jia, Gao Yang can be resurrected. I also think that we should focus on killing Gao Yang first, so that everyone has a chance of survival. 0618's face turned pale, and his voice trembled slightly. I also think we should focus on killing Gao Yang. Qinyu frowned, and in his heart, he was more inclined to Lei's decision, but he also had concerns. It's not that easy to kill Gao Yang. He can exchange his real and fake body with the Phantom. Read the question carefully, brother. Lei originally hated Qinyu, and now he no longer concealed his disgust on his face. The exchange of real and fake bodies is also considered an action, and you can only act once per round. How could Gao Yang waste a precious round just to exchange his real and fake body? He will definitely find a way to kill us. Qinyu was convinced by Lei, and he paused. Then who do you think Gao Yang will kill first? 0618 tried to analyze. Either kill the easiest person first, or kill the person who poses the greatest threat to him first. Don't argue. Lei lowered her head and pressed her fingers hard. She was thinking. After a while, she looked up with a firm look. He will kill me first. I will protect myself. You focus on killing Gao Yang. There is no time to explain. If you want to live, do as I say. The other 4 people were stunned, and some suspected that Lei made this decision because she was afraid of death. But then, they thought that if they could not achieve the final victory, everyone would still die, and Lei could not fail to understand this. Everyone was undecided for a while. Jiangyi had already made a judgment. Obviously, among the 5 people, only Jiangyi was devoted to Qilin, and the others just wanted to live. So Lei, who represented everyone's demands, could command everyone, and Lei was indeed very smart, so they could only bet on her to win. Everyone, obey Lei's arrangement. Jiangyi ordered. Since Jiang Yi said so, everyone stopped hesitating. Time was running out, and a semi-transparent action form appeared in front of everyone, tailored according to their talents and comprehensive conditions, and the content on the form could only be seen by themselves, and it was all garbled in the eyes of others. However, everyone noticed that the strong have many talents and skills, and the action table is very rich at first glance, while the weak table looks much simpler. When Jiang Yi selected the action, he glanced at Gao Yang on the other side of the gray barrier. The table in front of him was densely packed, like a suspended holographic blackboard. Soon, all 10 people selected the action, including the fat gray parrot. Decision time ends. First round begins. Chapter 882. On. The gray barrier between the two camps disappeared, and the vision suddenly became clear. The gray scale totem under Gao Yang's feet was like a ground lamp, suddenly flashing green light, and the totems under the feet of the other 9 people all turned red. The air froze for a second. Gao Yang disappeared with a swish. Lei guessed correctly. Gao Yang chose to attack in the first round. The target was Lei, and the move he chose was teleport sneak attack. The reasons for Gao Yang's decision are as follows. First, Lei has 6 talents. Wisdom. From the heart. King Kun. Bao God. Gun God. Chaos. Under the turn-based mechanism, if used properly, the threat is greater than that of Jiang Yi. Then, Lei has Gun God and Bao God, and the speed of attack is second only to Gao Yang's teleport. According to the turn-based evaluation mechanism, she should be the second person to act. If Gao Yang did not choose teleport, and Lei chose Gun God, Lei would even be the first to attack. So Gao Yang decided to kill her first, to ensure that he could be the first to attack in every round. This was very important. Gao Yang flashed to her side, and stabbed her heart with a dagger in his hand. The moment Gao Yang took action, the totem under Lei's feet turned yellow, which meant that although she could not actively fight, she could try to dodge within the action circle. This was also the basic rule of the turn-based game. The success rate of dodge was not high, but once it succeeded, it was a miss. Gao Yang was very confident that Lei's comprehensive body skills could not dodge successfully, and with her physique, she could not resist the piercing of the dagger. Spare my life. Lei activated the 4th level from the heart and shouted at the moment Gao Yang stabbed her heart. Gao Yang hesitated, avoided Lei's vital point, and stabbed her clavicle with much less force. Gao Yang was startled and wanted to pierce Lei's clavicle again, so that even if he couldn't kill her, he could make her lose her fighting power. However, the fairness of the field was everywhere. Gao Yang's action had ended, and he was not allowed to pierce her again. Gao Yang was forced to pull out the dagger and retreat to his own action circle. Woo! At the same time, the totems under Gao Yang and Lei's feet turned red. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. It seemed that La easily saw through his intentions, and chose to use from the heart to protect herself. This was the content of her first round of actions. 1 second later, the golden energy tank on Gao Yang's head was consumed by 1/7. La was pale, squatting with her right hand covering her clavicle. Blood kept pouring out, and the red blood tank on her head was reduced by 1/4. This girl has a good brain. Dr. Jia couldn't help but admire Lei's divine prediction. Although Dr. Jia has no fighting power, he is a genius after all. His brain works very fast. When Gao Yang attacked Lei, he had already guessed the underlying logic of Gao Yang's decision. Gao Yang looked at Dr. Jia with mixed feelings. It's amazing. 0618 looked at Lei with a new look and was very surprised. Everyone. There's a chance. Mr. Jiang was also relieved. Mr. Li had said that Lei was definitely not an ordinary person. If he had taken her to the front line earlier, Gao Yang might have died. In a flash, the totem under Mr. Jiang's feet had turned green, and the totem under Gao Yang's feet turned yellow, which meant that Mr. Jiang was about to attack Gao Yang, and Gao Yang could only passively dodge in a limited area. Master Jiang raised his left hand and started the space mixer. He didn't use the heart thief, which consumed less energy and had a higher mortality rate, because he was worried that Gao Yang could dodge it. The space mixer had a large attack range, basically covering the range of Gao Yang's feet, and he absolutely couldn't avoid it. In an instant, countless small space vortices appeared around Gao Yang. Gao Yang had nowhere to dodge, so he could only squat quickly to minimize the area of his body injured. This was the only thing he could do. Puff puff puff. Gao Yang was injured in many places and blood splattered. Wow! Gao Yang spit out a mouthful of blood, supported the ground with both hands, and the blood under his feet immediately gathered into a pool of blood. At least 10 places on Gao Yang's body were hollowed out, and several of them were internal organs, But he was lucky that his brain and heart were not injured, and he did not die directly. 1 second later, the red blood tank on Gao Yang's head suddenly decreased to only 1/10, and Master Zhang's golden energy tank decreased by 1/3. Well done! Qin Yu saw that he succeeded, and couldn't help but clenched his fist and shouted. Buzz! Soon, the totem under his feet turned green, and it was time for him to act. Qin Yu activated the strongest strangling skill of plant. Originally, he was worried that Gao Yang would dodge, but now Gao Yang couldn't do it. Swish, swish, swish. Countless green vines gathered towards Gao Yang, quickly wrapped around his feet, climbed up his body, and bound him in the center. Then, these vines began to spiral up and grow towards the sky. Zzz. Gao Yang was twisted into a muddle by the huge spiral force of the vines. Blood spurted out from the gaps in the vines. The flesh and bones were almost all broken apart, and finally merged with the vine tree, turning into a bloody and weird wooden sculpture. After a few seconds, the attack of plant disappeared. Only a twisted corpse fell down with a muffled sound, and the red blood tank on its head was directly drained. At the same time, Qin Yu's energy tank on his head was deducted by 1/4. I killed him! I killed him! Qin Yu shouted excitedly, too excited to control himself. He was so happy. On the one hand, they had the victory in their grasp, and could leave the field alive. On the other hand, he killed Zhu Yuan with his own hands. He would be the #1 hero of the Haichuan group. Even in the long river of human history, he could be recorded for future generations to admire. No. The injured Lele was pale, and endured the pain. She was also very happy at first, but soon realized that something was wrong. The second person to attack should not be Jiangyi. Jiangyi's speed is not as fast as Gao Yang Phantom. This means Gao Yang Phantom has already attacked. What? Qin Yu was shocked. The Phantom has swapped bodies with its master, and this is its action. Master Jiang also guessed. We killed Gao Yang's Phantom. For a moment, both enemies and friends looked at the Gao Yang Phantom that was standing still. He had deep eyebrows and a smile, but his eyes were filled with a bottomless coldness. Chapter 883. Next, it was Shinkong's turn to act. In addition to his first talent contract, Shinkong also realized his powerful and vicious second talent explosion. He didn't tell anyone this secret, because he was afraid of being sent to the front line, and he was also worried that everyone would be afraid of his hands, and keep their distance from him from then on. But now, in order to survive, he didn't care about so much, and launched an explosion attack on Gao Yang. Unfortunately, the target he selected could not be changed. Although Gao Yang's Phantom was dead, he was still the target. Shinkong ran over, touched Gao Yang's Phantom's body with both hands, and then ran back. Pound. Gao Yang's Phantom's body exploded, turning into rotten meat and blood all over the ground. The scene was extremely cruel and unbearable to watch. 10 seconds later, 0618 was even more embarrassed. TA took out the black gold pistol and fired a shot at the body fragments all over the ground. Next, it was Dr. Jia's turn. Dr. Jia was unarmed. He ran to Master Jiang in a pair of slippers and punched Master Jiang's chin. Master Jiang tilted his head slightly, feeling no pain at all. Hiss, it hurts. Dr. Jia shook his hands and ran back in a dusty face. Next, it was the parrot's turn. It was Dr. Jia's pet. It chose the same target as its owner. It flapped its wings, flew towards Master Jiang, and pecked at Master Jiang's right eyeball. Master Jiang tilted his head to dodge, and his temple was pecked, bleeding. Success? 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 The parrot flew back proudly. It must be said that for a parrot, being able to injure a delusion beast is indeed a success. Its jubilant look made both the enemy Master Jiang and its owner Dr. Jia suffer great shame. Finally, it was Nigu's turn to act. The old man sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. He chose to give up action. His face was full of joy and intoxication. He raised his head, opened his arms, and shouted to the non-existent sky, God, you must be watching me, right? It's almost time, it's almost time. We will complete our mission and return to your kingdom. Gao Yang wanted to kick the old man to death. He could indeed choose to attack his companions, but he would not waste precious action rounds. Calm down. Analyze. Gao Yang continued to observe the surroundings and collect all the information he could. Suddenly, he found something. On the huge gray stone pillar that witnessed this duel, Mingjing's face and relief seemed to have changed. What exactly changed, Gao Yang couldn't tell, and he didn't have time to explore. On. The soundproof gray barrier appeared again, separating the two teams. The 180-second decision time began to count down, and the changing numbers appeared above everyone's heads. Gao Yang couldn't count on anyone, but he still looked at Dr. Jia with the mentality of trying his best. Dr. Jia, give me some strength, or we will all die here. I want to, but what can I do? Dr. Jia said confidently. I am a waste in terms of force, not even as good as my bird, ah. Dr. Jia shouted, as if he thought of something, and then he shook his head. No, 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 no. Gao Yang encouraged. Nothing is impossible, the worst result is nothing more than death. Use your tricks, no need to tell me. Gao Yang also didn't plan to tell Dr. Jia about his actions, because there was a traitor among them. When the battle was launched, the two sides could talk, and Nico was likely to sell out their action plan. In fact, Gao Yang had thought about using Nico to deceive the enemy, but this was too difficult, there were too many variables, and Lele was very smart, and might not be fooled. Gao Yang sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and calmly thought about countermeasures. Jiang Yi was also thinking about the second round of actions. Since Lele's prediction was successful in the first round, everyone had recognized her decision-making ability and looked at her. After some thinking, Lele gave the answer. I think Gao Yang will use absolute barrier on himself in the second round. Jiang Yi thought for a while and nodded. It is very likely. Qin Yu, Xing Kong and 0618 also nodded in agreement, but it was not a logical deduction, but based on experience and intuition. Lele glanced at the energy bar above Jiang Ye's head. Only 2/3 were left. Master Jiang, your space mixer is the move that is most likely to kill Gao Yang. It has a wide attack range and space damage. No matter how strong the physique is, it is difficult to resist. But the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of energy. If you use it twice in a row, you probably won't be able to use it the third time. Master Jiang didn't say anything, but the situation was true. Even if there were no restrictions on domain rules and energy slots, in a normal battle, with his current state, and without the space-time rune, using the space mixer twice in a short period of time would be the limit. Lele looked at the energy bar above Qin Yu's head again, and there were still 3/4 left. Qin Yu, the move you just used was quite lethal, but the disadvantage is that Gao Yang might dodge it. The advantage is that it consumes little energy, and can be used several times in a row. Xing Kong, the move you just used was Explosion, although it is very strong, but if it is Gao Yang in full state, you may not be able to touch his body, so this move cannot be used. Xing Kong nodded with a heavy face. 0618, your talent has no attack power. If you shoot, Gao Yang can dodge, and at most suffer minor injuries. Lele said. Yes. 0618 is very self-aware. Lele continued to analyze. Gao Yang's situation is also clear at a glance. He has no phantom to withstand the damage. Facing our concentrated fire in the second round, he is almost certain to die. So he will definitely activate the absolute barrier to trick us into using a skill. In this way, he can hold on until the third round. It is highly likely that Mr. Jiang will not be able to use the space mixer. He can also kill one first, and the situation will be very unfavorable to us. Makes sense. Qin Yu said. Time is almost up. What should I do? Xing Kong stared at the countdown above his head. There were only more than 30 seconds left. Lele immediately made arrangements. Mr. Jiang, you choose to rest and restore the energy tank. Xing Kong, you support your teammates and inject me with C potion. Lele said. Qin Yu, you start mind reading and eavesdrop on Gao Yang's thoughts. 0618, you find Gao Yang's weaknesses to facilitate our subsequent attack. The four nodded, and had no objection to Lele's arrangement. As for Lele herself, she would choose to accumulate power and strengthen the gun god in the next round, cooperate with 0618 Golden Section to find Gao Yang's weaknesses, and give him a fatal blow. 1. The gray barrier disappeared, and a fair, majestic, and cold voice came from the sky and the earth. Decision time ends. Second round begins. Chapter 884. Gao Yang was in his prime, and his action speed was definitely ahead of others. The totem under his feet turned green, and he was about to take action. The 5 enemies subconsciously held their breath, shouting in their hearts, and even praying, Absolute Barrier. Use the Absolute Barrier quickly. However, their hopes were dashed. Swish. Gao Yang disappeared, and he used teleportation again. Impossible. Liao, who was still covering his wound, was shocked, and the others were also stunned. In fact, before Gao Yang disappeared, the totem under 0618's feet turned yellow, which meant that Gao Yang was going to attack him, but everyone was staring at Gao Yang and didn't notice it at all. 0618 didn't have time to react at all. He only felt a sharp coolness on his back, and then the huge pain of muscle tearing exploded in his chest, and he found that he couldn't breathe, because his heart had been pierced by a dagger. 0618 couldn't say anything, and didn't even have the strength to look back at the murderer. His body softened and fell to the ground. At this time, Gao Yang had returned to his position. 0618 felt so cold, and the sticky blood spread and wet his face. When his consciousness was about to die, he launched the golden section towards Gao Yang, trying to find the golden section point of his body, trying to tell his teammates, at least, let his teammates avenge him. A second later, his eyes were filled with deep shock, and even temporarily overwhelmed his fear of death. He saw Gao Yang, whose whole body was glowing. This means, his whole body, no, his entire person, is the golden section point. How is this possible? 0618. Hold on. I save you next round. Shinkong's helpless and anxious voice appeared in her ears, but 0618 gradually lost it. Her vision turned black. She opened her mouth and wanted to tell her teammate Gao Yang's situation, but she was silent and could not leave any last words. According to the round-based rules, her action speed could not be ranked second. Since it was not her turn to act, she could not take any action. In theory, she was not allowed to launch golden section, but this round-based duel seemed to have some insignificant small loopholes. 0618 was very unwilling. It was the first time she saw a life form growing on the golden section point. This looked more like a descendant of God, not a curse, right, Madam Lee, did you make a mistake? 0618 died unwillingly with this secret. The red blood tank and golden energy tank on her head were both emptied, and the totem under her feet turned into a dull gray, and the surrounding space also became dead and dull. Gao Yang, holding a blood-stained dagger, looked at Lei Lei coldly, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. Lei Lei, you are not naive enough to think that you have seen through me, are you? Lei Lei's face turned pale, her heart was suddenly gripped by fear, as if it missed a beat, and then began to beat at full speed. Plop, 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 plop. Her forehead was soaked with dense fine sweat, and a drop of sweat flowed down her side face. Gao Yang deliberately let me guess in the first round. It was to pave the way for the second round, but how dare he? Is he not afraid of death at all? How can a normal person dare to bet on such a possibility? He had no teammates around him. He was walking on a tightrope over the abyss. He couldn't make a single mistake. If Jiang Yi had continued to attack this time, he would have lost, but he had no defense, this madman. While Lei Lei was shocked, Jiang Yi ended his round. He chose to rest on the spot, and the energy on his head recovered a little. Next was Qin Yu's round. Qin Yu looked at Gao Yang calmly, and started his mind reading. A few seconds later, Qin Yu's pupils were dilated. Unbelievable. What is he thinking? Jiang Yi noticed something was wrong and asked in a deep voice. Qin Yu slowly opened his mouth and repeated what Gao Yang had said in his mind. I will continue to kill people in the next round. Guess who will die? Qin Yu's eyes tightened, and his voice was half angry and half fearful. He just kept repeating this idea in his mind. Lei Lei was stunned. At that moment, Lei Lei had an illusion that the person standing opposite was not a teenager, but a black hole. She couldn't see through him at all. Lei Lei, don't fall for it. He's attacking your mind. You and him have won once each. His strategy is not better than yours. He's just bluffing. After all, Mr. Jiang is experienced, and can keep his composure. Lei Lei got an idea. Yes, that's right. Gao Yang was also guessing and guessing. It's impossible to predict all my predictions. Just think about it, and you understand that this is impossible. Calm down, I almost got tricked. It was Shinkong's turn to act. Shinkong rushed to Lei Lei, took out the sea potion he carried with him, and injected the potion into Lei Lei's collarbone wound. Lei Lei snorted, and the body stabbed by the dagger healed quickly. The tearing pain gradually melted away, and turned into a burning sensation. Lei Lei felt much better, regained more attention, and further saw through the surface. Gao Yang wanted to create the image of a fearless madman, so that I would lose my judgment and lose my composure. Thinking carefully, Gao Yang is not crazy at all, but extremely calm. He has experienced more life and death situations than all of us combined. He decided to take a gamble in the second round after very calm thinking. Why? Because this is his only choice. I was too nervous before, and didn't really think about the problem from his perspective. If I were Gao Yang, even if I used absolute barrier to survive the second round without any damage, or even dragged on for another round or two, how many rounds could I survive, as long as I didn't take action to eliminate the enemy? the energy consumption of Absolute Barrier is no less than that of Jiang Ye's space mixer. As long as we take the method of some people resting and some people attacking, Gao Yang will not be able to survive sooner or later, so he must gamble. He has no choice. But although Gao Yang gambled, he chose to kill 0618 first, which shows that he is very stable. Through the first attempt, he is determined that it is difficult to kill Jiang Yi, Qin Yu and I with this trick. The agility and physical strength of the three of us are not low. As for Xing Kong and 0618, it seems that Xing Kong's explosion is more threatening, but in fact, 0618's golden section is more threatening when combined with my gun god, so he killed 0618 first. In addition, Gao Yang guessed that I would let Qin Yu read my mind, and used his mind reading to attack my heart. Fortunately, Jiang Yi woke me up, otherwise he would have succeeded. In the next round, the power of my charged gun god will increase greatly. After resting for one round, Jiang Yi will continue to use the fully covered space mixer, which will definitely kill or severely injure Gao Yang. With the help of his companions, Gao Yang will definitely die. Gao Yang is very clear about this, and he has two choices. 1. Use the Absolute Barrier to survive the fierce fire in the third round, and make plans for the fourth round. 2. Consume a lot of energy, and use the unreserved Flame Fist. Fortunately, this turn-based game does not support group attacks, otherwise Gao Yang's punch would have killed all 5 of us. Continuing the analysis, if Gao Yang uses the Flame Fist, at most he can kill Jiang Yi or me first, and he will have to withstand the attacks of the other 3 people, and his energy will definitely be insufficient. By the fourth round, his action options will be greatly limited, and he will still lose. Therefore, the possibility that he will use the Absolute Barrier in the next round is the greatest. The idea of letting Qin Yu read his mind just now was deliberately performed for us to see. Wait, will Gao Yang also think of this level and do the opposite? In the next round, will he still not use Absolute Barrier and kill one of us again? Liao Yo was trapped in a logic trap. His brain was running at high speed and almost burned out. At this time, the parrot on the opposite side took action. Chapter 885. This time, the parrot actually acted before Dr. Jia, which means that the parrot and Dr. Jia are equally active. Dr. Jia is really a weakling. This time, the parrot flew towards Qin Yu and tried to attack his eyes, but Qin Yu easily dodged it and was basically unharmed, leaving only a red scratch on his face. It was Dr. Jia's turn to act. This time, he did not attack the enemy. He reached into his bathrobe in his chest, took out a brown pill, rushed to the parrot beside him, and forced it to feed the medicine. I have raised you for so long, it's time to repay me. No! 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 The parrot struggled hard, but could not resist Dr. Jia and was forced to swallow the pill. Lala's brain, which was about to burn out, finally reached its load limit. Damn it! Dr. Jia has a trick up his sleeve. What did Dr. Jia feed the parrot? The things Dr. Jia researched are more terrifying than each other. Will the parrot turn into a monster next round? It's hard enough to deal with Gao Yang alone, and now there's another parrot. If Gao Yang also takes the parrot into consideration, how will he act next round? Is the parrot defensive or offensive? If the parrot protects Gao Yang can attack with confidence, and if the parrot attacks, Gao Yang can defend, or is the parrot actually a support? Restriction? Silence? Strengthening? Confusion? Poisoning? Curse? Illusion? It's completely unknown. There are too many variables to predict. What to do, 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 what to do. Buzz. Leilei's brain went blank and stopped turning. Nigu was the last person to act. Just like in the last round, he gave up the action, sat cross-legged on the ground, and praised the so-called god with great emotion. The second round ended. A gray barrier appeared and separated the two camps, and the decision time for the third round began. Leilei stayed where she was, her pupils dilated, and she was dumbfounded. Leilei. What should we do next round? Leilei, did you hear me? Speak. Leilei could still hear the voices of her teammates, so far away, so vague, she seemed to be stuffed into a seal can. The surroundings were oppressive, heavy, sticky, and suffocating. Leilei. Don't stand there. Leilei. Don't stand there. Think of a solution. Leilei looked up and found herself in a cement brick factory. With the scorching sun overhead, the hot wind sticking to her sweaty skin, and the irritating sound of cicadas hitting her temples. In front of her was a 4-meter-high pile of cement bricks, stacked neatly. On one side, with everyone's efforts, a small triangular staircase was built, like a steep hillside. At the bottom of the hill, A sturdy boy with a tanned skin, his t-shirt covered with dust and blood, was lying on the hot ground, with a small pool of blood under his head. Just now, he fell from a 4-meter-high brick pile. The friends were terrified and hurried down the small stairs, and surrounded the unconscious boy. The youngest of these children was only 5 years old, and the oldest was 8 years old. There were boys and girls, and among them was Lele, who had just turned 8. Originally, this was just an ordinary day in the summer vacation. The children in the staff dormitory had lunch and gathered in the courtyard to play. At this time, a child proposed to go on an adventure, and everyone responded. Lele was sitting on a chair under the loquat tree in the yard reading a novel, and was also invited. "No, I want to read." Lele pouted proudly. She always felt that she was different from other children. She was smart since she was young and wanted to be a scientist when she grew up. "What's so good about books? I know a place that's very fun." The chubby little boy was very enthusiastic. He was the child of the neighbor next door, nicknamed Dafe. Dafe always admired Lele. She had good grades and knew a lot of knowledge. Although she always looked very proud, the more Dafe thought she was amazing. "Okay, we have to combine work and rest occasionally." Lele put down the novel, put on the look of an adult, patted her clean white skirt, and stood up. "Let's go." "Great. Let's go on an adventure." "Let's go." Several children cheered. Lele looked indifferent and reluctant on the face, but she was very excited in her heart. She deliberately read the novel in the yard just to attract the attention of the children. In fact, she also likes to play, but she is a famous child prodigy in the compound. How can she be playful? This is not in line with her status. However, if someone invites her, she can't refuse. After all, what is the idiom? It's hard to refuse a kind invitation. Yes, it's hard to refuse a kind invitation. Lele followed 6 or 7 friends out of the compound and went to the back mountain. There was a flat land in the back mountain. A cement brick factory was built, but it was shut down because of poor performance. The children played on the broken cement mixer for a while, and soon ran to a pile of cement bricks. It was stacked squarely, and more than 4 meters high. In the eyes of the children, it was a huge cube. At this time, Dafe started to talk nonsense. He said that there was something wrong with the brick pile, and a mysterious force was transmitted, but he couldn't make up what the problem was. Lele began to show off his knowledge. "This is a spaceship from Orion, an alien scout. It disguises itself as a pile of bricks, but it is actually collecting our human weaknesses and reporting them to the large army behind. Then the large army will come to occupy the Earth and destroy our home." Lele spoke in a very convincing manner, and added some lame details. The children didn't understand, and were stunned. They all put themselves into it, and felt that it was both scary and exciting. Dafe was even more excited, and raised his arms and shouted, "We must not let the aliens succeed. Everyone follow me. Conquer this alien spaceship together. Conquer it. Justice will prevail. Drive away the aliens. Defend the Earth." The children responded one after another, shouting slogans learned from cartoons. But how to conquer a pile of cement bricks? Dafe had an idea. He said that as long as everyone climbed up and stepped on the top of this spaceship, they could destroy its antenna, so that it could not contact most of the aliens, and the large army would not be able to find the Earth. Everyone thought it made sense. Dafe was even more excited, and was about to climb up with his bare hands. "No! It's too dangerous." Lele was the first to stop him. These cement bricks were not stable. Once they collapsed, it would be very dangerous. "Lele, you are not afraid, are you?" Dafe was very proud. "We are the ones who want to eliminate aliens and protect our homeland. Let's go! Don't be afraid. Let's drive away the aliens together." The other children started to make a fuss and wanted to climb up. Lele was very angry for a while, feeling that she was looked down upon. She shouted, "You are too stupid. Let's build a staircase, so that it is very convenient to go up and down, and you can conquer it at any time in the future." Makes sense. Wow! Lele is so smart. The children readily accepted the proposal, and Lele was quite proud of it. Next, 7 or 8 children picked up the square cement from nearby and slowly built a triangular staircase on one side of the brick pile. Everyone walked up happily. Everyone climbed to the top of the brick pile, and for a moment, they were looking far and wide and in a good mood, jumping and cheering. After playing for a while, everyone gradually felt bored and decided to go down. "We have successfully destroyed the alien spaceship. Let's go to the next stop." Dafe led the way down like a child king. At this time, an accident happened. Ah! Duffy stepped into the air and fell from the 4-meter-high brick pile. Chapter 886. The children were stunned, the noise stopped abruptly, time seemed to freeze, and the world was left with only the blazing sun and the buzzing cicadas. Go down quickly! Lele was the first to react, and everyone was in a panic, returning to the ground along the makeshift stairs. Lele reminded, be careful. Soon, the children all came down from the brick pile safely, and Duffy lay on the ground, unconscious. Everyone surrounded Duffy, panicking for a while. No one really realized the seriousness of the matter. The children were most worried that they would get into trouble, and would be beaten and scolded when they returned home. The youngest girl burst into tears when she thought of this. Lele, don't stand there. Think of a way. Someone suddenly shouted, and for a moment, everyone looked at Lele. The children placed their hopes on the smartest girl in the compound. Lele was also panicking. She tried to calm herself down and began to search for all the knowledge she saw in the books, trying to solve the difficulties in front of her. Finally, she made a decision in the tone of an adult. You two, go get someone to help. Okay. The two little boys ran away. Let's help Duffy stop the bleeding. He has a head injury. Cover his wound. Yes. The two little girls squatted down, turned Duffy over with great effort, and then helped him up. Go find something to block the sun, don't let him get a heat stroke. Lele continued. Okay. A little boy ran away, and quickly found a piece of waste cardboard, raised it above his head, and helped Duffy block the scorching sun. Lele also squatted beside Duffy, and reached out to cover the back of his head that was bleeding profusely. Blood soaked her black hair, and flowed through her fingers. It was sticky and warm, but the blood gradually decreased. Lele's heart was pounding, and she didn't know how long it took for it to slowly calm down. She was no longer so scared and panicked, and she was even a little proud in her heart. Great, no more bleeding, Duffy will be fine, I am so awesome, I am Duffy's lifesaver. At that time, uncles and aunts will definitely come to thank me, and the children in the yard will admire me even more, and will take me with them wherever they go to play in the future. Duffy died. He had multiple fractures, and a severe blow to the back of his head. To make matters worse, in order to save Duffy, the children moved his body and hit his head again, causing secondary damage. If there was no secondary injury, whether Duffy could survive or not, the doctor couldn't say for sure, but what is certain is that if there was no secondary injury, Duffy would have a greater chance of survival. The tragedy happened just like that, and a fresh, tender life was forever frozen in that scorching afternoon. It's all Lele's fault. She insisted that it was an alien spaceship. Yes. She told us to climb up. I didn't want to go up at all. I said it was dangerous, but she didn't listen. It was Lele who told us to stop Duffy's bleeding, so we touched Duffy's head. Is this your child prodigy? She's so smart. She killed my son. I think she's just bad. She's been reading so much that she's stupid. No one wants to play with her. She's jealous of Duffy's popularity. She's so young, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. That's right. She never plays with Duffy, but today they played together, and today the child got into trouble. How could it be such a coincidence? You're still a little prodigy. I think you're a little devil. A bad guy. How dare you live? Can you sleep at night? Why don't you die? Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. No. I'm right. I don't want to die. I won't do what you want. I will live longer than all of you. One day, I will visit all of your graves. I will wear black clothes and offer white flowers. I will smile at your tombstones with relief. I will tell you loudly, I don't hate you anymore, and I don't hate anyone anymore. I have lived a happy, fulfilling and happy life. Lele. Lele, are you listening? Lele raised her head slowly, her face pale but firm. She stared at Gao Yang behind the gray barrier through a few messy hairs. Her eyes were no longer confused, but only resolute and cold. What about the air of God? What about the curse abyss? The judgment field is nothing. My life is determined by me, not by God. At the same time, Qingyang Bridge. 3/4 of the bridge collapsed, leaving only countless bridge pillars standing on the river, like the spine of a water beast that had died in the river for thousands of years. The only remaining section of the bridge in the middle of the river became a rectangular island, with smoke and flame spreading, and traces of destruction everywhere. Cracks, cement fragments, and elemental residues, among which light elements were the most. However, there was a small circular piece of pure land in the middle, which was protected from the bombardment of light elements by telekinesis, and most of the remaining members of the Haichuan group stayed in it. The Qilin in the crowd had a thin scarlet bone spur pierced into his chest. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his face was expressionless, without pain, shock, or fear. 2 seconds later, Qilin slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei, who were still in midair. His green eyes were dull and rigid, as if they were lifeless. Something is wrong. Wang Zikai, frowning, said these 3 words. Zhang Wei was startled and had a bad feeling. What's going on? This man is not Qilin. Wang Zikai carried Zhang Wei on his back and began to fall towards the river. He retracted the bone spur with a swoosh. The red laser that pierced Qilin's chest disappeared almost in an instant. Wang Zikai's bone spur is a very important part of his body. It is not only indestructible and can cut iron like mud, but also extremely sensitive, which can be called a dog's nose. The moment Wang Zikai's bone spur pierced into Qilin's body, he realized that the energy path in his body was not the energy path of a living strong man, but more like a delicate imitation without the breath of life. Although Zhang Wei didn't know how Wang Zikai judged it, he immediately reported it to the command line truthfully. Zhang Wei, he is not Qilin. Jiuhan, mission failed. Everyone, retreat immediately. At the same time, the Qilin on the bridge stretched out his right hand to pinch his face, dug his fingers deep into the skin, and pulled hard to tear off a human skin mask. Under the mask was a pale, cold face of a middle-aged man, a lost beast that had long been dead. At this time, Xiao Xian, who had been standing behind the Qilin, stretched out his hand and tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his true face. He was the Qilin. Qilin never completely trusts anyone except himself, naturally including Mr. Li. He had long considered that Mr. Li's prophet was not omnipotent, and when a melee occurred, she might not have time to take care of every danger. So he left himself several tricks, and stand-in was just one of them. He got the inspiration for this trick from Xuanwu. It must be said that this is the correct use of Puppet Master, letting the stand-in stand in front of the curtain and the real body hide behind the curtain. Qilin looked at Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei, who fell into the river again, and smiled coldly. For you, the battle is coming to an end. For me, the battle has just begun. Chapter 887. On the east bank of Qingyang Bridge, along the riverside scenic area, the buildings and green belts that had been powered off were dark, and 2 black shadows were chasing and fighting at high speed, sparking sparks from time to time. Boom! The Qilong puppet wrapped in black bandages found an opportunity, and punched a golden punch. The energy shock wave plowed a 2-meter-wide gully on the grass, and exploded at a pavilion dozens of meters away. Dohu had already jumped high and landed on a lamppost. The 2 were in a stage of mutual probing for more than 2 minutes, and neither side used their full strength. Dohu had a reason not to use his full strength. He was not sure whether Qinglong in puppet state could activate the passive ability of infinite evolution. Once Dohu was full of killing intent, whether Qinglong could absorb a small part of Dohu's energy, and quickly become immune to Dohu's killing expert. If this is the case, Dohu must fight a desperate battle by severely mutilating himself to ensure that the Azure Dragon puppet is eliminated within 1 minute or even 30 seconds. Dohu is confident that he can do it because he has the dragon-killing giant sword for Azure Dragon, and now Azure Dragon is just a corpse. Theoretically, as long as Qilin controls the puppet with all his heart and soul, he can exert all the strength of the puppet before it died. But Qilin is not a warrior after all, and lacks close combat experience. The Azure Dragon puppet he controls is definitely weaker than Azure Dragon himself in actual combat. Dohu learned from Xuanwu's intelligence at the time. Even if the Azure Dragon puppet is destroyed, Qilin can still give up the puppet and use the puppet's talent for himself. The conversion rate is estimated to be somewhat reduced, and the use time should also be limited. But Dohu has to consider that if he uses Murder Expert to destroy the Azure Dragon puppet with all his strength, the Azure Dragon puppet can activate the passive ability of infinite evolution. This means that the next Qilin that Dohu will face will be an existence that is immune to killing expert and has a melee strength that is no less than that of Qilong. In addition to Qilin's all things, Dohu's bladder tightened just thinking about it. Therefore, Dohu did not intend to fight the Qilong puppet seriously at the beginning. All he had to do was to entangle him, which was part of the plan. To entangle the Qilong puppet, Qilin had to be distracted to deal with this side all the time, and at the same time, he had to deal with the siege of several groups on his side. Jiuhan can better find opportunities to command Wang Zikai, the trump card, to complete the final blow. Once Wang Zikai used the bone spur to point the acupoint of Qilin, the war can basically be declared a victory. However, within these 2 minutes, Dohu also discovered one thing. The Qinglong puppet controlled by Qilin did not use its full strength, but deliberately accompanied Dohu. This is a bit abnormal. The time that Qilin controls the puppet is definitely not infinite. It stands to reason that Qilin should fight quickly, and save the precious use time of the puppet. Of course, it is not ruled out that Qilin has to deal with the front battlefield, and cannot fully control the Azure Dragon puppet to deal with Dohu. Further speculation, Qilin should also be on guard against the dead pig. If the dead pig finds an opportunity to use time and space conversion, and takes the Azure Dragon puppet to a farther place, it is likely to be directly out of Qilin's control. While Dohu was fighting, he was listening to Johan's voice transmission group chat. Zheng Wei, he is not Qilin. Johan, mission failed. Everyone, retreat immediately. Dohu, who was still squatting on the street lamp, was shocked. Dohu, what's going on? Johan, the stabbed Qilin is a substitute. Mission failed. Everyone retreat. Johan has been monitoring the battlefield with a tactical telescope. When Qilin tore off the human skin mask, he figured out everything. Johan sensed that Qilin had a trick up his sleeve, so he made a prompt decision and ordered a retreat. He was now the supreme commander on the battlefield, and everyone must obey him unconditionally. Dohu looked at the Azure Dragon puppet under his feet. Sure enough, it stopped attacking and stopped where it was. Its eyes flickered quickly, as if it had received a new order. Dohu, you go first. I hold off the Azure Dragon for a while. Dohu's chest twitched, his brain was in a trance, and the voice transmission with Johan was forced to be interrupted. Wow! Dohu spat out a mouthful of black blood. He was as weak as if he was dehydrated, and fell to the ground from the tall street lamp. Dohu rolled over and wanted to get up, but he couldn't. Moreover, this was not an ordinary weak state. Dohu could not activate the runaway bloodline in the near-death state of killing expert. Damn it! I'm poisoned. Dohu figured everything out, but it was too late. A figure appeared and walked quickly towards the Azure Dragon puppet. She was a skinny woman with pale skin, wearing a loose blue hospital gown. On her neck and the back of her hands, you could see the dense infusion needle holes. In her sunken black eye sockets were two rigid green eyes, and under her collarbone, a puppet mark with green light flickering could be vaguely seen. She had long been dead, just a corpse controlled by Qilin. She was Xuebwa, the last team member, a gifted patient. At the beginning, Xuebwa died in a cave off the mountain. His body escaped the fire, and was not burned. It was later kept in the Beigui funeral home. Dohu suddenly realized, this turned out to be the real conspiracy of Qilin. He did not control the Qinglong puppet to deal with Dohu with all his strength, because he was also secretly controlling the Xuebwa puppet, hiding nearby, and infecting all living things with viruses. The Qinglong puppet was a corpse, and was not afraid of virus infection at all. The only person who would be infected was Dohu. Soon, the blood amber puppet jumped onto the back of the Azure Dragon puppet, and the Azure Dragon puppet immediately rushed towards Dohu. He would kill Dohu, then take his body, and carry the blood puppet on his back, returning to the front battlefield of Qingyang Bridge. Whoosh! In a split second, a black granular wind blew over. This was the poisonous wind of the Plague Knight. No matter whether it was a living person or a corpse, as long as it was touched, it would decay into a pile of rotten meat, which could be said to be a quality for all beings. Qinglong's green eyes flashed slightly. He sensed the danger and immediately jumped away, while punching the poisonous wind with a strong punch. Boom! The energy wave blew away the poisonous wind and rushed towards Dohu, who fell to the ground. 3 seconds later, there was only a 3-meter-wide gully left where Dohu was lying. Chapter 888. The toxic wind that was blown away slowly gathered again. This time it turned into a black skull, floating in the air, staring at Qinglong. It conveyed the will of the master behind it. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or I kill you. The Qinglong puppet was very sensible. Carrying the blood amber puppet on its back, it bent its knees, jumped suddenly, rushed into the air, and rushed back to the Qingyang Bridge in the middle of the river. Uncle Hu, hold on. On the street not far outside the gully, Hengmu held the poisoned Dohu, and stabbed the sea potion into his chest. The sea potion cannot detoxify, but it can accelerate the body's metabolism and help Dohu detoxify faster. The second talent that Hengmu comprehended is afterimage, serial number 138 time and space system. He can create a space afterimage that lasts for a short period of time, commonly known as a sleight of hand. After Dohu was poisoned and fell to the ground, Hengmu quietly activated afterimage. It looked like Dohu was still lying on the ground waiting to die, but in fact, Hengmu had quietly dragged Dohu to the side and saved his life. We have to go back 2 minutes. Chen Ying and Johan both worked behind the scenes, but they had different divisions of labor. Johan was mainly responsible for battlefield dispatch. On the one hand, he relied on voice transmission to command the coordinated operations between the command teams, and on the other hand, he controlled Bird King to assist in the battle. Gregor and Hengmu, led by Chen, were in charge of logistics. Before Gregor set off, he made it clear that he would never participate in the battle. At most, he would try his best to ensure that the rear personnel would not be attacked and harmed. His toxic wind persuasion ability was indeed first class. Although the plan was generally progressing smoothly, Chen was very pessimistic and always believed that the smoother things seemed, the more dangerous they were. Moreover, there has been no real battle between Dohu and Qinglong Puppet, which also makes Chen very concerned. Qilin is obviously a little overwhelmed on the front battlefield. Why does he still have the patience to control Qinglong Puppet to waste time with Dohu? Unless, Qilin is not worried about the front battlefield at all, and Dohu is also hiding a conspiracy behind it. The more Chen thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible, so she took the initiative to take Gregor and Hengmu to the vicinity of Dohu's battlefield. Sure enough, at close range, in addition to Qinglong Puppet and Dohu, she also senses a life form that looks like a puppet, which is constantly wandering around, but always keeps a certain distance. Chen doesn't know who this puppet is, and what talent it has. She was about to ask Hengmu to find this puppet, but Gregor sniffed and frowned. Don't breathe, there is a virus in the air. Gregor is already a level 4 Plague Knight, and his perception of toxins is extremely keen. What poison? Chen Ying's face sank. Human chronic viruses are highly concealed, airborne, and have a wide range, regardless of friend or foe, Gregor said succinctly. In the flash of lightning, Chen thought of a dead person, Shuebua. Shuebua's body was also made into a puppet. In this case, everything makes sense. Don't look for a puppet, go save Dohu immediately. Chen made a prompt decision. It was this decision that allowed the three of them to rush to the battlefield in time and save Dohu. At this moment, Dohu, who was injected with Sea Agent, was still extremely weak for a while, but he was no longer in danger of life. He looked very ugly, raised his hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I have been a thief all my life, but I didn't expect that I would capsize in the gutter this time. Chen had no time to comfort Dohu, nor did she think that Dohu needed comfort. She was more worried about the people who were still on the front battlefield. Gregor, can you? No! Gregor refused loudly. I have said that I will not participate in the battle, and I can't get through even if both ends of the bridge collapsed. I can't fly, and the poisonous wind can't reach it. Chen stopped talking. She looked unwillingly at the isolated island of the bridge in the middle of the Lijiang River, and Johan's voice transmission was still repeating in her mind. Johan, everyone! Retreat immediately! Repeat! Everyone! Retreat immediately! Chen gritted her teeth, turned around and hurried away. Hengmu, carry Dohu on your back. Gregor, continue to cover, for group's retreat. In the middle of the Lijiang River, the isolated island of Qingyang Bridge. Dong. The Qinglong puppet carrying the blood amber puppet took the bridge piers on the river as a foothold, made 2 jumps, easily returned to the side of Qilin, and directly crushed the ground, generating a strong wind. The Qilin disguised as Xiao Xian has torn off the human skin mask, his chestnut hair blown up, and a glimmer of light flashed across his deep green eyes. The eyes of the azure dragon puppet and the blood amber puppet dimmed quickly, like 2 robots whose power plugs were unplugged. They turned back into cold, stiff, lifeless corpses. Among them, the talent and energy of the azure dragon puppet were instantly transferred into the Qilin's body, with an efficiency of 75%. As for the duration of the Qilin's borrowing of the puppet's talent, it is shared with the maximum duration of controlling the puppet. Assuming that the control time of a puppet is 10 minutes, it is controlled to fight for 5 minutes, and then the puppet's talent is transferred to its own body to fight for 5 minutes, then the value of this puppet is exhausted. Of course, this only applies to corpse puppets. As for living puppets, they are divided into light control, half control, full control, possession, and other forms, and the situations are different. Although Qinglong's body was pierced through the heart, and its head was cut off, the damage to the body was not serious for the puppet master. Qilin asked Yishur and Yushi to repair the body, and then made a puppet contract with it, with a total control time of 7 minutes. It entangled with Dohu for less than 3 minutes, and there were still 4 minutes to use. Qilin didn't waste a second, took a deep breath, and quickly integrated the newly activated energy path in his body. Stay where you are and protect Madame Li. Qilin left a message to the people around him, holding the black gold crutch, and suddenly ran away. His movements were as agile as a cheetah. Although the injury on his left leg was not healed, He could adjust it through subtle movements to make it look like a normal person. Qilin rushed to the edge of the broken bridge in a few seconds, and leaped hard, rushing towards Zhong He and Huang Furong, who were 100 meters away. The two had received Johan's order to retreat. Zhong He held Huang Furong in one hand, and threw out the shadow rope with the other hand, swinging along the bridge pier on the river surface, and was about to go ashore. But Qilin's pursuit speed was ridiculously fast, and he also launched the mental lock towards Zhong He's back. Zhong He's body sank suddenly, and his movements immediately slowed down. He landed on a bridge pier, and stumbled and almost fell. Zhong He guessed that he was under mental pressure, and his forehead veins bulged. He tried his best to break through the control of the mental lock, but he could only barely raise his hand, and could no longer control the phantom, let alone escape. Huang Furong turned her head, and saw Qilin jumping swiftly on the bridge pier, and had already caught up with half the distance. Huang Furong didn't understand why the plan failed, nor why Qilin was so strong. She only knew one thing: death would come in a few seconds. Old Zhong Xiaohong is a good girl. While Huang Furong left this sentence, she kicked Zhong He off the bridge pier. Chapter 889. No! Zhong He, who was suppressed by the mental lock, could not do anything, and did not even have time to make a sound. At the moment he fell into the river, he only had time to open his eyes and look up. Huang Furong on the bridge pier smiled at Zhong He. That smile did not seem to be a smile between brothers. It was gentle and affectionate, with deep reluctance. A second later, she turned around to fight. Puff. As soon as Huang Furong raised her fists, the black gold cane turned into a swift and short silver lightning, piercing her chest. Huang Furong's pupils dilated, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She trembled and stretched out her hands, trying to grab Qilin and hold him, so as to buy more time for Zhong He to escape, but she failed. The moment Qilin pierced Huang Furong's chest, it launched mental comfort. Huang Furong obediently lowered her hands, tilted her head, and died quietly. Qilin quickly pulled out his black gold cane, ready to leap forward and chase after Zhong He, who had fallen into the river. Ah! A blue shark leaped out of the river and pounced on Qilin. Qilin turned sideways, swung his black gold cane vigorously, and painted a strong arc of golden energy, cutting the blue shark in half. The shark quickly disintegrated and turned into some fish, shrimp, water plants, and river water. Qilin regained his concentration and looked at the river surface under his feet. A figure wrapped in light blue energy turned into a blue dolphin and swam quickly with Zhong He. It was a crow shark. Although he fled quickly, he was still within the range of Qilin's mental attack. Qilin was about to activate the mental lock to restrain the crow shark. Swish, swish, swish. 3 golden spears formed by the convergence of light elements fell from the sky. Ding, ding, ding. Qilin waved his cane to deflect 3 golden spears, his eyes stern. 100 meters away, White Rabbit was holding Fatty June and landing at the broken end of the central bridge. Kieran gave up on John Hyuk and Crow Shark, kicked his legs, jumped back, quickly closed the distance with White Rabbit and Fat June, and tried to activate the mental lock. How dare White Rabbit give Kieran a chance to get close, and immediately activated the level 6 jump, leaped into the sky with all his strength, rushed to a height of 100 meters with Fat June, and distanced himself from Kieran again. Kieran had guessed White Rabbit's move long ago. During the jump, he clenched his right fist and secretly accumulated power, hiding it at his waist. He predicted the position of White Rabbit in the air and directly punched a serious punch. Boom! A golden energy shockwave flew towards White Rabbit and Fat June above the bridge, just rushing to the critical point of White Rabbit's jump height. Damn! White Rabbit was terrified, his pale face was stained with a layer of gold, and the energy wave that was about to engulf him was reflected in his wide pupils. Holy shield of light! Fat June shouted, and tried his best to summon a half-meter thick light element shield to protect himself and White Rabbit. But how could the level 3 light withstand a serious punch from the level 7 infinite evolution, even if it was a punch from 100 meters away? Bang! The light element shield collided with the energy wave and exploded, and a large firework composed of golden energy and light element fragments bloomed in the dark night. Within 2 seconds, the entire bridge area was as bright as day. Fat June and White Rabbit finally escaped. They were covered with wounds and smoke, and fell straight towards the river like 2 falling fighter planes. Qilin, who was standing on the half-bridge pier, was about to pursue the victory, but he keenly felt the energy movement under his feet. Bang! A figure rushed out of the river like a cannonball. It was the Golden Grim Reaper Wang Zikai, who was carrying Zhang Wei on his back. Considering that he couldn't hold Wang Zikai, who was moving at high speed, Zhang Wei deliberately tied a restraint belt around his waist, and Wang Zikai's ways to ensure that the two were closely connected. In his words before departure, "We will prosper together, and we will suffer together. We will die together." Qilin didn't understand this strange combination, but considering that his previous stand-in was successfully attacked by these two people, he didn't underestimate them and directly launched the strongest mental pressure. When Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei entered the range of Wanxiang, Qilin's eyes burst out with powerful mental power, which turned into thousands of invisible mental rays, penetrating the bodies and brains of the two. In an instant, Qilin was shocked. Ineffective. His mental rays did not cause much actual damage to the two, especially Zhang Wei, who was almost completely immune. How could this be? Qilin didn't have time to think about it. Holding the crutch in his hand, he decided to throw out a half-moon energy wave to force Wang Zikai back. Swish. Wang Zikai saw the right time to attack, aimed his right fist at Qilin, and rushed out 3 bone spurs wrapped in scarlet evil spirit. Qilin was horrified. Wang Zikai's move was too fast. If Qilin had not been in the coverage of Wanxiang, his mental perception was extremely sharp, and he had noticed Wang Zikai's move in advance. In addition, the physical reaction ability blessed by the Azure Dragon Puppet would have been impossible for Qilin to dodge. Qilin suddenly turned sideways, and 3 bone spurs brushed past him. One of the bone spurs really cut his left shoulder. Qilin suddenly felt a cold and strange feeling, as if all the energy pads in his body were touched by a malicious hand, which made him tremble. He must not let these 3 bone spurs pierce him. This was Qilin's only thought. Ding! Qilin raised the black gold cane that was infused with energy, pushed away the 3 bone spurs, and tried to keep them away from him. Wang Zikai retracted the bone spurs with a whoosh. Although this move was powerful, it could not be launched continuously, and consumed a lot of energy. Wang Zikai in midair failed to launch a sneak attack, but his body rushed to the bridge pier where Qilin was, intending to fight in close combat. Qilin glared, mobilized all his energy, and launched a close-range brain formatting. This move was fast and powerful, and it was almost impossible to defend against it at close range. Moreover, Qilin now had the mental power bonus of Puppet Master. If the opponent did not reach a resistance of 5,000 charm value, it would almost be instant death. It worked. Wang Zikai's eyes immediately sluggish, and his body, which was clenched to punch Qilin, became stiff, but his body was still flying towards Qilin under inertia. Qilin raised the black gold cane and stabbed Wang Zikai, who was coming towards him. God Kai. At the critical moment, Zhang Wei shouted loudly. In an instant, Wang Zikai's eyes lit up, as if he had been reconnected to the power supply, his spirit was restarted, and his soul returned to its place. Snap. Wang Zikai, who had already approached Qilin, raised his left hand, and firmly grasped Qilin's black gold crutch, to prevent it from piercing his chest. The blonde boy flashed a confident and arrogant smile. Of course, Zhang Wei on his back was equally confident. At that moment, Qilin's first emotion was not shock or panic, but absurdity. No one has ever been able to withstand such a close-range brain formatting. Never. What's more, it was a brain formatting with the mental power bonus of Puppet Master. But Zhang Wei was unscathed, and Wang Zikai was only restrained for a second before he immediately recovered as usual. It's my turn. Bang! Wang Zikai finally used the combo taught by Johan, and his hidden right fist hit Qilin's left face unexpectedly. Chapter 890. Boom! The punch created a circular wave that spread over the bridge pier. The Qilin flew out horizontally, rising and falling along the river surface, like a small stone thrown out when skipping stones. After landing, it plowed a small gully in the wet shallows, and finally hit the river bank with a boom, creating a spider web-like crack on the concrete wall. The reaction force of Wang Zikai's punch pushed him, and Zhang Wei to fly to a half-broken bridge pier behind them. Wang Zikai landed safely on the bridge pier, looked down at his fist, and was immediately overjoyed. Zhang Wei. I just beat up Qilin. Yes. Zhang Wei continued to launch confidence. God Kai, you are worthy of being the destiny of Sequence 0. Not to mention Qilin, even if a dragon comes, it is only worthy of carrying your shoes. Ha ha. Wang Zikai became more and more confident. What a pity Gao Yang is not here, otherwise I would blind him with my handsomeness. God Kai is mighty. Zhang Wei struck while the iron was hot. Let's go. Kill Qilin. Kill Qilin. No, gods can't kill people, it's too low. Don't worry about it, God Kai, leave this dirty work to me. Gao Yang had already told Zhang Wei that Wang Zikai couldn't kill people. He pulled out the black gold pistol. You knock him out, I shoot him. No problem. Wang Zikai jumped hard, jumped continuously on the bridge pier on the river, and quickly got ashore. The battle at Qingyang Bridge turned Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei into conjoined twins, which was Gao Yang's arrangement and the last trump card. Gao Yang did not want Wang Zikai to fight Qilin at close range unless it was absolutely necessary, because the effect of this move was only based on speculation and could not be confirmed. On the night of discussing tactics, when Tengu understood Requiem, Gao Yang immediately put into action an experiment that had been lingering in his mind for a long time, which was to test Zhang Wei's confidence and whether he could be immune to spiritual talents. Before Jussi was officially merged with the 12 zodiacs, and there were no spiritual talents among the members of Jussi, so this experiment was shelved. That night, Gao Yang let Tengu and Zhang Wei stay in the same room, and then let Tengu sing. Gao Yang easily resisted the level 1 Requiem with spiritual armament and a charm value close to 3,000, but Zhang Wei fell asleep directly. Gao Yang was disappointed, but he did not give up easily and suspended the experiment. Everyone drafted a preliminary tactic, and Gao Yang called Zhang Wei into the room and had a long talk. Gao Yang mainly asked Zhang Wei about the situation when he was the first to wake up in the hell poison, and when he realized that he was more immune to toxins than ordinary people. Zhang Wei told him everything. He was poisoned and fell down at night during the Scarlet Tide. He was extremely afraid of dying, so he kept deceiving himself. To put it nicely, it was psychological suggestion. The poison can't kill me, the poison can't kill me, the poison can't kill me. Zhang Wei kept repeating these 4 words in his mind until he fell into a coma. It seemed that after the Scarlet Tide, Zhang Wei found that he was more immune to toxins than ordinary people. Gao Yang thought for a moment, and said casually, "Does your confidence also have an immune effect on spiritual talents?" "Ah? Is it?" Zhang Wei blinked blankly. "Yes, when Tengu sang before, you lasted more than 10 seconds before falling asleep." Gao Yang lied. "Most people fall asleep in less than 5 seconds." "Really?" Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, and his self-confidence came immediately. "Of course, I am the heir of God. I will not make mistakes in judging people." Gao Yang continued to make up. "You know I have luck. This is a passive talent. It seems useless, but it is actually very useful, one of which is that you can judge people very accurately. Your confidence seems useless, but it is actually very strong, which can make you immune to toxins, illusions, and mental damage. But your talents need to be matched, just like my luck. It is useless alone, but once you comprehend other talents, it will be very strong. Now that you put it that way, it is true." Zhang Wei was enlightened. "Of course, you will be as strong as me sooner or later." Gao Yang patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and gave him a highly affirmative smile. After listening to Gao Yang's words, Zhang Wei went back to his room to sleep. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't sleep until dawn. The next afternoon, Gao Yang asked Tiango to sing to Zhang Wei again. This time, Zhang Wei concentrated and fell asleep in about 10 seconds. Gao Yang said in his heart, TSK, is my guess wrong? Is Zhang Wei really a waste? At this time, Tiango gave a thumbs up to Zhang Wei, who was snoring on the sofa. Cool. Gao Yang was angry and amused. Is this cool? My Requiem is already level 2. Tiango said, Zhang Wei has made progress. Gao Yang suddenly understood. It seems that my guess was right. Zhang Wei's confidence belongs to idealism. Once he thinks he can do it, he can really do it to a certain extent. In the next 2 days, Gao Yang held Zhang Wei to conduct various experiments and came to a relatively reliable conclusion. Confidence is a talent that achieves immunity to damage by building self-confidence. The stronger the self-confidence, the better the effect. The current experimental results are as follows: toxin damage, moderate immunity. Elemental damage, small degree of immunity. Physical damage, small degree of immunity. Mental damage, almost completely immune. Spiritual damage, unknown. Gao Yang told Zhang Wei the conclusion of the experiment. Zhang Wei's doubts and inferiority over the years were swept away. He firmly accepted the truth and consolidated his confidence. With this confidence, Zhang Wei went to listen to Tengu singing again. This time, facing the level 3 Requiem, Zhang Wei was not sleepy at all. From this, Gao Yang began to further explore the limits of Zhang Wei's confidence. For example, whether he could help others immunize against damage. After 2 days of complicated attempts, Gao Yang came to an amazing conclusion. Zhang Wei's confidence can help people around him with psychological hints. But the premise is that you need to stay with the target day and night for a long time, constantly hint, and help the target build confidence, then the target will also gain immunity. Although this immunity effect is not as good as Zhang Wei, it is also considerable. Gao Yang then made a bold decision to keep Zhang Wei and Wang Zikai together, and at the same time constantly instilled one thing into Wang Zikai. He is a god and can be immune to Wanxiang. Zhang Wei began to spare no effort to implement it. He specifically studied many MLM videos on the internet and learned brainwashing techniques. Through constant encouragement and constant observation of Wang Zikai's reactions and excitement to different compliments, he finally extracted a word that seemed to have a fatal attraction to Wang Zikai. It was simply a stimulant, that is, Kaishin. Zhang Wei immediately equated the concepts of Kaishin and immunity to Wanxiang and continued to brainwash Wang Zikai, making Wang Zikai firmly believe that Kaishin can be immune to Wanxiang. However, Requiem and Wanxiang cannot be generalized. No one dares to guarantee whether Zhang Wei and Wang Zikai can be safe against Wanxiang. So first of all, the original plan was implemented. Dou Hu held back the puppet control by Qilin, and everyone focused on attacking Qilin, making it difficult for Li to predict, and then let Wang Zikai find an opportunity to launch a bone spur sneak attack. If the mission fails, then retreat. But if the mission fails, and the companions are still in danger, Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei, the confident combination, must take risks, confront Qilin head-on, and cover the companions' retreat. And if Zhang Wei can really help himself, and Wang Zikai to be immune to Vientiane, the situation of the battle will even be reversed directly. But if Gao Yang's speculation is wrong, Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei are likely to be sacrificed. Gao Yang doesn't want the situation to come to this point, but as a leader, he has no choice. Everyone is fighting hard, and no one is special, including himself. Gao Yang has always kept in mind the teachings of Manshi. Leaders should always ensure the final victory, not the current mercy. Chapter 891. On the cement slope of the river bank, Qilin fell into a severely cracked pit. His face was pale, his lips slightly parted, and his mouth was full of bloody teeth. Wang Zikai's punch was quite powerful. The previous Qilin would have died, but Qilin, who had 75% of Qinglong's physical strength, was able to withstand this punch. He mobilized his mental power to quickly block the pain in his body, and at the same time activated Puppet Master to transfer the patient of the blood amber puppet into his own body. A few seconds later, Wang Zikai, carrying Zhang Wei on his back, appeared in midair and punched Qilin. Qilin held a crutch in his hand and rolled over to dodge. Boom! Wang Zikai smashed the cement slope with a punch, and stones and dirt flew everywhere. Zhang Wei hid behind Wang Zikai, his face pressed against the back of his head, and did not dare to move at all, for fear of being injured by the gravel. Wang Zikai missed his punch and rushed towards Qilin again. Qilin had already jumped away and stood firm again. He leaned on his cane with one hand and waited for Wang Zikai to come over. Wang Zikai felt refreshed. A fair fight was just what he wanted. Just as he was about to get close to Qilin, his sensitive nose immediately smelled a hint of decay and filth. It was poison. Wang Zikai immediately stepped back. Qilin's right palm had a crack at some point, and black blood kept pouring out and falling to the ground, forming a large piece of sticky black plasma, which seemed to be slowly flowing with some evil and filthy microorganisms. Then, the disgusting black object quickly melted and turned into a thick black poisonous fog, surrounding Qilin, and no one could get close to him within 10 meters. Damn it! Another unethical guy. Wang Zikai was very indignant. Whether it was an animal or a human, why was there no one willing to fight him simply? Sure enough, you're a sly old bastard. Zhang Wei was surprised at first, but soon found it reasonable. His confidence can be immune to poison damage to a certain extent, but these days, he has been busy building Wang Zikai's confidence and immunity to all things. Now he wants Wang Zikai to be immune to poison with just a few words, which is definitely impossible. Zhang Wei was unwilling to give up. As Wang Zikai's second brain, he had to make a decision, whether to continue fighting or retreat immediately. This was Zhang Wei's first mission. If he could help Wang Zikai kill Qilin, it would be a first-class achievement. In the future, he would be proud of Jussi and walk with the wind. Sister Ying would have to look up to him. But the poison of this patient is really weird. Once they are infected, both of them will die here. Suddenly, Zhang Wei had an idea and turned his head. Qilin's infinite evolution and patient are not his own abilities. There must be a time limit, right? As for the other people in the Haichuan group, there are not many decent ones now, although we have few living forces. But Wang Zikai is good at fighting, and time is definitely on our side. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's confidence increased greatly. He patted Wang Zikai, signaling him not to act first, and then shouted to Qilin, on the one hand to test the truth, on the other hand to strengthen his momentum. Qilin, your Wanxiang is useless to us. Today is your death day. Qilin's slightly thin figure leaned on a cane. Standing in the black poisonous fog, his figure was vague. Zhang Wei thought of those dead companions again, those voices and smiles that only existed in his memory. He roared angrily, "Qilin! You colluded with the delusion beast, provoked a civil war for your own selfish desires, and killed so many compatriots. You can't apologize even if you die 10,000 times." He. The figure in the black poisonous fog suddenly laughed. His voice was calm, with a hint of superiority and a hint of contempt. "Zhang Wei, where do you get the confidence to think you can beat me?" Zhang Wei was silent. Intuition told him that Qilin didn't seem to be bluffing. But reason told Zhang Wei that Qilin had no chance of winning. But if he had no chance of winning, he would definitely control the two puppets, Qilong and Xuebua, to hold Wang Zikai back, and then take the opportunity to escape. But Qilin didn't do this, which shows that he is indeed confident. Wang Zikai has been observing the changes in the poisonous fog, waiting for the best time to attack. He focused his eyes, and smelled the surge of energy in Qilin's body. Wang Zikai was reckless, but not stupid. He instinctively jumped back and pulled away a certain distance, uttering 3 words. "Something is wrong." Qilin took a step forward with his crutches, and the black poisonous mist around him began to flow. His face gradually became clearer, revealing a chilling coldness and gloom. "Zhang Wei, let me ask you, do you understand humans?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Wei didn't understand. "Do you understand the ultimate mission of humans, a high-level life form?" Qilin asked in a different way. Zhang Wei was silent, and Wang Zikai was even more confused. He understood these words separately, but he couldn't understand them together. "I tell you." Qilin took another step forward. "The ultimate mission of humans is to exist. No matter what the price, humans must exist." Zhang Wei seemed to understand a little. Who doesn't want to exist? Who doesn't want to live? Aren't we all fighting for this? You are full of great principles, but you are doing bad things like killing your compatriots. You're wrong. Qilin continued to walk forward. Being alive does not mean existing. You're sick. I think you're fucking sick. Zhang Wei was furious. He finally confirmed that Qilin was a psychopath. I'm so ridiculous. Qilin sighed slightly, his tone full of pity. I actually tried to make you understand this kind of thing. After the voice fell, Qilin completely walked out of the black poisonous fog, and the dim moonlight shone on his face. Zhang Wei and Wang Zikai were both shocked. The green light in Qilin's left eye became brighter and brighter, but his right eye was left with only an empty hole. To be precise, his right eyeball melted and turned into sticky black blood that slid down his face. At the same time, a faint evil fragrance filled the air. Qilin held a cane in his hand, opened his arms to the night sky, and his voice was deep. Wake up! Roar! Dance! Sing! The white phoenix in the puppet's song. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Qilin was talking to Zhang Wei, small bubbles appeared on the river near Qingyang Bridge, followed by ripples. At first, they were very slight, but soon became turbulent, accompanied by circles of white energy. When Qilin shouted the 3 words White Phoenix, a column of water rushed up from the river. When the column of water retreated, a holy and charming white mummy appeared under the moonlight. The mummy's appearance was slender and graceful. She should have been an adult woman when she was alive, but her lower abdomen was bright red, as if a piece had been dug out. It was the corpse of a living beast sleeping in a black coffin in the underground temple in the desert of Nigua. Qilin, who was blind in his right eye, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and a smile on his face. Tonight, no one can leave. Chapter 892. Qilin has made far more preparations for tonight's decisive battle than his companions and enemies have guessed. Substitutes, Azure Dragon Puppet, and Blood Amber Puppet are nothing. The real trump card is the Beast Puppet. Qilin does not believe Gao Yang's information. The holy water extracted from the bones of the beast can help the Awakener fuse runes to reach level 8 talent. But this information gave Qilin some other inspiration later. Theoretically, as long as Dr. Jia can extract holy water from the bones of the beast, Qilin can establish a certain connection with the beast through the holy water, so as to activate the puppet master to control it. The corpse of the beast is also a corpse. As long as the core part is intact, it can be made into a puppet. Of course, if you want to connect and control the beast across species, it is impossible without side effects. For this reason, Qilin sacrificed his right eye. As a all things gifted person, the importance of the eyes is comparable to the heart, and the pain that the eyes endure is also unimaginable to ordinary people. At first, Shu Kei just wanted to put contact lenses on Qilin, but Qilin gave up many times because of fear. But now, he took the initiative to dig out his right eyeball. For the sake of his ideal, he did not hesitate at all. In the next 3 minutes, the beast will be resurrected and act according to his will, which is also the limit of what Qilin can do. There are two reasons why Qilin did not use his trump card at the beginning. First, he thought that the war might not have to go to this point, so the one-time consumption card of the beast could be kept, and it might be more useful later. Second, since this trick is to be used, it is necessary to lure the enemy deep into the enemy, and kill the enemy's main force as much as possible. Unfortunately, Qilin's two most important opponents are not here tonight. I don't know whether this is lucky or regretful. However, as long as the enemies participating in the battle tonight are made into puppets, Qilin will have a sure victory. Let's not talk about other people. The two puppets of Prince Kai and Do who alone are enough to scare anyone who blocks the road. At this moment, the mummy of the living beast is still rising and hovering above Lijiang. Woo! The night wind stopped suddenly, the air solidified, and the invisible energy field expanded. The narrow eyes in the gap of the white bandage flashed a strange green light. Swiss. The glowing bandages began to untie, swinging in all directions like water grass, vaguely revealing a pale, slender, and wholly female corpse. Those white bandages did not spread irregularly, they quickly outlined a giant bird with wings, like the skeleton of a giant bird. The female corpse began to flash with dazzling white light, which turned into a continuous flow of energy that poured into the white bandages. The bandages filled up and began to grow into huge white bones. In just a few seconds, a white bone beast that covered the sky and the sun appeared above Lijiang. It was not over yet. The body of the beast and the chest of the white bone beast began to swell, and then it exploded with a pop, turning into wildly proliferating white flesh and blood, filling all the bones. At that moment, everyone witnessed what life was, that evil, violent, and rough vitality and repair power, which only beasts can do. So far, a real beast has resurrected. It is the same as Zhuang Mei's second form, but it is even bigger than it, and its breath is even more evil, because it once conceived the beast closest to Curse Abyss. Quickly stop Qilin. Zhang Wei came back to his senses from the huge shock. Wang Zikai was startled, and woke up from a dream. While witnessing the resurrection of the beast, Wang Zikai felt a very familiar trance for some reason. It felt like after wandering in a foreign country for many years, he accidentally met a person from his hometown. His voice and face were familiar in kind, but he just couldn't remember who he was. Wang Zikai shook his head desperately to regain his consciousness. He didn't care about the poisonous fog around Qilin. He quickly jumped towards Qilin, and 3 bone spurs rushed out of his fist. Puff. The bone spur pierced into Qilin's chest, but there was no sense of reality. Wake up! You are under an illusion. Zhang Wei's anxious voice came to his ears. Wang Zikai suddenly opened his eyes, and found that he was still in the same place. Qilin's previous conversation with Zhang Wei was not to satisfy his desire to express himself or show his superiority. On the one hand, he was accumulating energy to revive the beast, and on the other hand, he quietly launched a few seconds of micro-illusions based on real scenes and situations on Wang Zikai in a silent way. Wang Zikai didn't even realize that he was hallucinating, and he couldn't mobilize his confidence to be immune. Fortunately, Zhang Wei was still immune and woke Wang Zikai up in time. When Wang Zikai woke up, Qilin, who had lost his right eye, took the black gold crutch, injected strong energy, and hit Wang Zikai's heart fiercely. Bang! Wang Zikai only had time to block with his arms, and he was shocked and flew out. This time, Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei became a small stone, splashed 7 or 8 times on the river, and then fell to the shallows on the other side of the river. Wang Zikai rolled over and got up, shook his numb arms, and his body was fine. But I always feel that something is missing. Ah! The restraint on Wang Zikai's waist fell apart, and Zhang Wei on his back disappeared. 7 or 8 meters away, Zhang Wei was lying on the shallows, with multiple fractures all over his body and blood at the corners of his mouth. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Wang Zikai jumped forward and patted Zhang Wei's face hard, but there was no response. Hey, don't die. Wang Zikai had developed some feelings for Zhang Wei these days, and it was not easy to find a flatterer who coaxed him every day these days. Wang Zikai hurriedly reached out to feel Zhang Wei's breath, and there was still a weak breath. Western medicine. Western medicine. Wang Zikai hurriedly took out a small iron box from his trouser pocket, took out medicine C, and gave Zhang Wei an injection in the chest. Zhang Wei groaned, and his pale face had some more color, but he still didn't wake up. Huh? Wang Zikai breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was not dead. Gao Yang had repeatedly warned that without Zhang Wei, he could never deal with Qilin alone. Wang Zikai looked up, and saw a huge beast in the sky above his head. If I can't beat the master, why can't I beat the dog? Wang Zikai took a deep breath, kicked his legs, and turned into a cannonball that rose from the ground and rushed into the night sky. Chapter 893. Wang Zikai approached the target, and saw the whole picture of the giant white bird. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of a phoenix, but it has no wings. Its skin is white and sacred, showing a contradictory texture that is both smooth and soft, and hard and cold. There are many red spots on its skin, like solidified blood stains, and with a granular texture of copper rust. Its head is an upright oval, without facial features. There is a vertical eye in the middle of its face, which bursts out disordered, electric like dark red energy threads. Its wings spread out to both sides, covering the sky and the sun, and the sharp wing bones reveal a strange texture of the combination of biology and machinery. There is a huge corrupted groove on the oval flat abdomen, like a swamp of flesh and blood. There was originally an evil life there, which had already broken through the womb and left it. Its tail is made up of countless slender tentacles, which are severely eroded by red spots, like exposed blood vessels. Wang Zikai flew to the chest of the beast, and punched the heart of the beast with force. If it still had a heart, it would look like a tiny flying insect hitting a huge monster from a distance. But this flying insect carried huge energy, and shook a circle of red shock waves in the chest of the beast. Ah! The beast howled in pain, and its body tilted back slightly. It felt threatened, and its wings as big as a passenger plane flapped forward. Huh? Countless concrete white air currents, like sharp blades, engulfed Wang Zikai under the hurricane, and a small tsunami was directly raised in Lijiang. In the hurricane and tsunami, Wang Zikai's body shrank into a ball, and he was not hurt, but he was blown away. If there was nothing to hold him back, he would probably have to fly several kilometers away. Boom! Wang Zikai, who flew 200 meters, was stopped by something. He turned his head, and saw that it was a small wind wall, which held Wang Zikai steadily. At this moment Nana, who was soaked all over, had not evacuated the battlefield. She held the street lamp pole on the river bank tightly with one hand to ensure that she would not be blown away by the hurricane. At the same time, she squeezed out the last energy and raised her hand to summon a wind wall to stop Wang Zikai. My king gives you. Wow! Nana could no longer hold on, let go of the street lamp pole, and was blown away. Wang Zikai didn't even know who helped him, and he didn't have time to care. He stepped on the suspended wind wall with both feet, and kicked hard. The wind wall was broken in an instant, and Wang Zikai turned into a cannonball again and rushed towards the beast again. For some reason, Wang Zikai had a very bad premonition in his heart, and he decided to fight quickly. He secretly mobilized the energy in his body, and decided to use Death Spear again. This was the name he gave to the retractable bone spur. When he heard that the people of Haichuan Group called him Golden Death God, he was very happy and accepted this title with pleasure. Go to hell, you bastard! Wang Zikai punched the beast's head with all his strength, and was about to launch Death's Spear. He was confident that this stab would definitely pierce the beast's heart. But Wang Zikai failed to make a move. He froze all over, his body became slow and heavy, and the energy in his body was intermittent, and he could no longer connect the moves. Damn it! It's Jilin's wooden man. Wang Zikai is so familiar with this move that he almost has PTSD. Jilin stood on the beast's head without knowing when, and launched wooden man at Wang Zikai, who was flying over. Wang Zikai still flew towards the beast, but he couldn't use Death Spear. Wang Zikai! You can do it. All things are useless to you. You are God Kai. Without Zhang Wei's encouragement, Wang Zikai could only build up his mentality. Slowly, he regained the magical self-confidence he had before. His body gradually broke free from the mental shackles, and became flexible again, and the energy in his body became smooth. A high-pitched, pleasant, and sacred roar came from heaven and earth. This roar was like the light of the scarlet moon, with strong penetration, cleansing the spirit, and even the soul of all living things within a radius of 2 kilometers. Wang Zikai's brain suddenly became pure. He did not feel hurt or pain, but entered a strange sage time. He lost his goal and fighting spirit, neither angry nor excited. He became unusually quiet and peaceful. He felt that he should not fight and kill, but should go home and sleep well on the sofa. These things in front of him had nothing to do with him. Pound. The beast flapped its wings slightly, and a wing bone hit Wang Zikai's abdomen like a thick electric pole. Wang Zikai had no power to resist and fell quickly. With a bang, a hole was smashed on the concrete river bank, stirring up countless gravel, soil and dust. The roar of the beast continued, endlessly. Even Wang Zikai lost his fighting spirit, let alone the awakened ones. Whether it was the Haichuan group, the 12 zodiac signs or the 9 heirs, they all surrendered, ranging from 3 seconds to more than 10 seconds. They all returned to a state of innocence, fragility, and confusion. Qin Ing, Do Hu, Hung Mu, and Gregor were unable to evacuate in time, and were still within the range of the cleansing power. They walked more than 10 meters with difficulty, and finally fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, tears were constantly flowing, and their bodies were trembling. They were helpless and confused, like babies who had lost their mother's arms, and didn't know what to do. Do Hu's resistance to mental illness was stronger than his companions, but he was still in a state of poisoning. With the two states superimposed, he was powerless, and could only lie on the ground, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. As for Johan, Qingling, Yasha, Dead Pig, Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao, Tengu, Pohu, Shonghe, all of them had not evacuated 2 kilometers away. They all knelt down somewhere nearby one after another. Some were still struggling hard, and some had already given up. The Haichuan group on the bridge was closest to the beast, so naturally no one was spared. They knelt down one after another, and some even wailed loudly, as if they were really babies. Mr. Li in the wheelchair had a high mental resistance, but it was only slightly better, but he also looked confused and helpless, and tears could not stop falling. Qilin, standing on the top of the beast, still had blood in his right eye. With this deep connection, he was immune to the beast's cleansing power. However, the energy and mental power in his body were burning wildly, and it was only enough to power the beast's puppet war machine for 3 minutes. But 3 minutes was enough for Qilin to deal with all the enemies. He gathered his energy, closed his eyes, and freed up some mental power. 2 seconds later, on the bridge, the Azure Dragon puppet, which was in a power-off state, had a cold green light flashing in its eyes. He slowly raised his head, and quickly searched for enemies around him. For corpses without real life, they would not be attacked by the cleansing power. At present, the closest enemy to the Azure Dragon puppet was a white rabbit and a horse on a bridge pier. Before, the white rabbit and the horse were injured and fell into the river, and they dared not show up again. The two hid for a while, confirmed that they were not targeted by anyone, and then quietly climbed onto a bridge pier. Before they could catch their breath, the roar of a beast was heard from above their heads, and the two were immediately crushed by the cleansing force. Qilong glanced at Baitu and Pangjun, who were 70 or 80 meters away, and then looked at Yasha and Zhanghe on the river surface, who were also forced to show up under the cleansing force. Qilong immediately made the best solution. He clenched his fist and punched Baitu and Pangjun with a charged punch, and a golden energy wave rushed straight over. At the moment of punching, Qilong jumped sideways and rushed towards Yasha and Zhanghe. Time is precious. He wants to find everyone as quickly as possible and eliminate them all. The fragile and helpless Baitu knelt on the ground. The surging energy wave rolled over like a golden train, coating her pale face with a layer of orange light. Baitu! Pangjun shouted. Chapter 894. Pangjun pounced on the white rabbit beside him, trying to protect her with his flesh and blood. The moment his body moved, Pangjun himself was also surprised. He could still move under such a powerful cleansing force of the beast. The objective reason was that Pangjun strengthened his own belief at the critical moment, and his level 6 treatment broke through level 7. When the talent is upgraded, the energy path in the human body will quickly restart once, and then become stronger, which just helped Pangjun to temporarily get rid of the mental suppression of the cleansing force. But Pangjun didn't know this, and thought it was the power of love. When the golden light behind him was about to engulf him, he closed his eyes contentedly. He had no fear at all. If people will die one day, this is the happiest way he can think of to die. But Pangjun didn't die. He just felt his waist tightened, and was strangled by a hand. When he came to his senses again, he had appeared on the shallows of the river bank. He rolled on the ground for several times, his bones almost fell apart, and he felt dizzy. He tried to get up, but couldn't. He found that his 2 calves were gone. They were melted by the energy wave from the Azure Dragon puppet. Ah! That June screamed in agony, as huge delayed pain came from the broken limbs. After a few seconds, Thad June stopped screaming. He saw something more heartbreaking than losing his legs. White Rabbit was lying flat on the shallows a few meters away. Her cap fell off, her hair was messy, her face was burned, her eyes were unusually calm, with a faint tear, her chest was heaving weakly, as if she was just lying on the ground admiring the night sky, moved to tears by the bright stars. Not really. The body below the chest of the White Rabbit disappeared, leaving only the waves on the river, which spread up one after another, flooded her chest, and took away a large piece of bright red blood. 5 seconds ago, Pangjun pounced on the White Rabbit, but he couldn't protect her at all. At most, he could make her melt in the energy wave 1 second later. At that moment, the White Rabbit also upgraded to the 7th level talent, temporarily getting rid of the invasion of the cleansing force. Without thinking much, she activated the 7th level jump and pushed Pang Jun to fly out of the bridge together. But jump is not as fast as teleport, and the White Rabbit is slow after all. The moment she jumped out, the body below the chest was cut off. No! Pang Jun desperately crawled towards the White Rabbit, but he couldn't move an inch. The scream of the beast continued, and the effect of the cleansing force slowly returned. Why did you save me? Why are you so stupid? It's not worth it. I'm not worth saving. Rabbit. You be fine, you never be fine. I will protect you. I will save you. Wait. Wait. Fat Jun, who lost his legs, crawled on the shallows, shouting and scratching the sand, pretending to be getting closer to the White Rabbit. But in fact, he couldn't move at all, and even the grief and despair were gradually washed away by the cleansing power. The dying White Rabbit was completely free from the cleansing power. She stared blankly at the beast in the sky, her consciousness gradually blurred, and her vision gradually blurred. In fact, since Qilin became more and more crazy, the White Rabbit began to be afraid that she would die. In fact, death doesn't matter, but at least she has to die in the captain's arms. No, arms are too luxurious. As long as she can die by his side, and in front of him, she will be satisfied. In this way, the captain will at least remember that there was once a girl who loved him very much and admired him, and gave everything for him. However, the captain was still hibernating. So Baitu would pray every night before going to bed, thanking Songdao, or God, anything, thanking him for letting her live another day, and then hoping that he would bless Baitu and wake up smoothly tomorrow. It was probably Songdao who heard Baitu's prayers, and made Baitu realize Shuttle. This is really a good talent. With it, as long as you don't seek death, it's really hard to die. From that day on, Baitu no longer worried that she would not be able to hold on until the captain woke up, but she was still worried and began to worry that the people of the 12 zodiac signs would sacrifice, most of whom had already become Baitu's family. However, Baitu still had a selfish venomous snake in her heart. If sacrifice was inevitable, she still hoped that it was not herself who died, because she really wanted to live until the day when the captain opened the door and accompany him to realize his ideal. So Baitu really didn't understand why she was stupid enough to save Pang Jun when she could obviously escape. If she hadn't delayed that half a second, she wouldn't be like this now. I was so stupid that I killed myself. I will never see the captain again, and I will never be his fangirl again. Maybe this is the retribution for eating too much spicy rabbit head. Baitu was so sad that she couldn't help but paint her toenails. She tried to move her bloody right hand to get the nail polish from her shirt pocket, but she didn't touch anything. Oh, I remember. I don't have any shirt pockets, and I don't have any feet, haha, what an idiot. Fat Jun's heartbreaking howl was in my ears, like a pig being slaughtered, so ugly. Baitu frowned in annoyance and shouted with the last strength in her chest. It's so noisy. Silence. Fat Jun was stunned, looking at Baitu with tears and blood, and was speechless for a while. Baitu was still looking at the sky, and his chest was no longer rising and falling. The gentle waves spread up with a piece of broken light, gently washing the broken body of the girl. The girl's face was pale, her messy hair blew gently on her face, and her tearful eyes looked at the sky in silence, reflecting the stars in the sky. After the Qinglong puppet punched out an energy shock wave, it immediately chased after the crow shark and Zhonghe. However, in just a blink of an eye, the two people floating on the river disappeared. Qilin, who was controlling the Qinglong puppet, was shocked and immediately guessed what was going on. He immediately changed his strategy, gave up the control of the Qinglong puppet, and transferred the energy into his body again. Boom! Qilin jumped off the head of the beast, and dived towards Wang Zikai on the river bank. In the 2 seconds approaching Wang Zikai, he was fully focused and maximized his spiritual perception. Sure enough, although he could not see it with his naked eyes, he could vaguely sense that a ghost-like life form was approaching Wang Zikai at supersonic speed. Wooden Man. Qilin did not hesitate at all and directly launched the spiritual restraint with the widest distance and the widest coverage. Swish. Half a second later, Jingzhe, who was moving at supersonic speed, showed his true form and stopped in place, less than 20 meters away from Wang Zikai. His face was full of shock, but his body did not move at all, suppressed by the Wooden Man. Qilin was not surprised by Jingzhe's appearance, but he was surprised that he was immune to spiritual cleansing. Qilin, who was falling, landed next to Wang Zikai by inertia. He immediately released the wooden man and switched to ordinary large-scale spiritual pressure, effectively restricting Jing's actions. Qilin decided to kill him later. The most urgent task was to kill the enemy with the greatest threat and make him a powerful puppet. Qilin jumped up and jumped into the hole created by Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai, who was already injured and overconsumed, was suppressed by Qilin's all things while enduring the mental invasion of purging power, completely losing his ability to resist and defend. Qilin raised the black gold cane in his hand and quickly injected high-density energy, and the black gold cane immediately turned into a golden broadsword. Puff! The broadsword pierced Wang Zikai's chest, and a stream of blood splashed out, staining half of Qilin's face red. Chapter 895. At the same time, the Judgment Field. In the world of black and white, 8 people, a parrot, and a phantom, witnessed by the gray stone pillars connecting heaven and earth, are fighting a fair round-based duel, in which 1 person and 1 phantom have died and are out of the game. Lele rekindled his fighting spirit, and his will to survive was more determined than before. Lele spoke clearly and made arrangements calmly. I bet Gao Yang will not use absolute defense. Master Jiang, you protect yourself this round. Gao Yang will most likely kill you. Master Jiang did not speak, but nodded slightly. Qin Yu, do your best to attack Gao Yang, don't hold back. Lele said. Qin Yu's face was gloomy, got it. Lele looked at the parrot opposite. I killed the parrot. Lele didn't know what Dr. Jia had given the parrot, but based on his previous understanding of Dr. Jia, he must pay attention to it, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Lele finally looked at Shinkong. Shinkong, you killed Dr. Jia to prevent him from playing tricks again. Leave it to me. Shinkong answered loudly. He couldn't kill Gao Yang, but it was easy for him to kill Dr. Jia. Gao Yang was also making a decision. He first asked Dr. Jia, what did you feed the parrot? Dr. Jia glanced at Nico and shook his head. The meaning was very clear. He couldn't tell. If Nico told the enemy, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Gao Yang stopped asking. He closed his eyes, concentrated on thinking, and quickly made what he thought was the best decision. There was still 1 minute left. Gao Yang looked around, searching for information, and soon made a new discovery. The gray stone pillar on the side changed again, and the relief-shaped face of Ming Jing became more blurred. Gao Yang was immediately shocked. No! It's not blurry, Ming Jing's face is melting. Gao Yang immediately had a bold guess in his heart, and he shouted at the gray stone pillar, Ming Jing. You pulled us in and forced us to kill each other, and the price is your own life, right? The face on the gray stone pillar moved, and the black and white eyes sank, looking down at Gao Yang. It didn't speak, but the majestic, solemn, and cold voice came from all directions. So what? So the number of rounds is not infinite, it depends on your lifespan. Or how much energy? Gao Yang further guessed. This time, Ming Jing didn't answer, which was considered a default. Ming Jing. As long as I keep dragging it on, you will die first. Gao Yang was actually not sure, but he was just testing. This time, Ming Jing's obviously melted relief face seemed to have a cold smile, and the familiar voice came from all directions again. You can try it. Gao Yang's heart sank. His plan was discovered. Perhaps, Ming Jing can't afford to delay, but Gao Yang can't afford to delay even more. Even if Gao Yang's guess is true, it can't be realized at all. Absolute barrier. If used twice in a row, the energy tank will be exhausted. Even if Gao Yang drags it for 2 rounds, he can't reach Ming Jing's limit, but this is Gao Yang's limit. How can Jiang Yi and others miss the opportunity to kill Gao Yang? Of course, Gao Yang can tell the other party the truth and discuss with them not to attack each other and delay until Ming Jing's life is exhausted. But this is also impossible. Because of the chain of suspicion, neither side can guarantee that the other party will keep their promise and not attack each other. Suppose Gao Yang did not take action, but the other party took action, Gao Yang would lose. Similarly, if the other party did not take action, but Gao Yang took action, then the advantage would tilt towards Gao Yang, and the other party would never dare to take risks. That's why Ming Jing was so confident. Even if people in the field knew the secret, their enemy status determined that they had to fight with all their might until both sides were defeated, and the winner was determined. Poor lamb turned back after straying. Nico began to preach excitedly again. Don't be stubborn anymore, you are just a mistake, your mission has been completed, go, return to the kingdom of God with us. You go first, I want to play for a while. Gao Yang didn't even look at Nico. Hey. Nico sighed, very disappointed. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Decision time ends. The 3rd round begins on. The gray barrier disappears. This time, Gao Yang still took action first. Lei guessed correctly. Gao Yang did not use absolute barrier to protect himself. He disappeared with a swish. The other party was shocked. Gao Yang used teleport plus normal attack again. This trick could never kill Jiang Yi. Lei guessed wrong. Ah! Gao Yang flashed in front of Shinkong. The dagger easily pierced his heart. Blood gushed out, staining Gao Yang's hands. Why? Why? Shinkong looked painful. He stretched out his hand extremely unwillingly, trying to grab Gao Yang's collar, but grabbed nothing. Gao Yang had already disappeared, and returned to his original position with the blood-stained dagger. Blood spurted from Shinkong's chest. He knelt on the ground weakly. He opened and closed his mouth, but couldn't speak. Soon, he twitched twice, and died in his own pool of blood. Jiang Yi, Qin Yu, and Lei all looked ashen. The fact that their teammates died one after another severely impacted their rationality, and pushed them further to the edge of fear and collapse. Lei, who had just rekindled her fighting spirit, was hit by a deep frustration again. Her decision seemed to be seen through by Gao Yang again. But Lei couldn't figure it out. How dare he? How dare he leave Jiang Yi alone and kill Shinkong, who was not much of a threat to him? Lei thought quickly. Even if Gao Yang saw through my decision, and guessed that Jiang Yi would protect himself, he should have given priority to killing me or Qin Yu. The threat of the two of us is obviously greater than that of Shinkong. Why? Why did he do this? Lei, calm down, think from another's perspective. What is the difference between killing Shinkong first and killing you and Qin Yu first? If you and Qin Yu are killed first, Gao Yang's teleport plus normal attack should not succeed. We are likely to avoid fatal injuries, and as long as you are not killed, you can recover later through C potion. Okay, following this logic, if Gao Yang wants to kill you and Qin Yu, he must use a more energy-consuming move, and too fast energy consumption is naturally disadvantageous to Gao Yang. So that's it. In Gao Yang's eyes, as long as Sha Shinkong consumes the least energy, he can definitely reduce the number of enemies. From a comprehensive perspective, the cost-effectiveness is the highest. Damn! Lei actually overlooked the most important point. Gao Yang was not a personal perspective at the beginning, but a god's perspective. He never considered whether he could survive to the next round, but whether he could survive to the end. All his decision-making is based on the premise of surviving to the end, and because we have 5 people, we have a great advantage, which makes us subconsciously only think about the next round, because for us, every extra round, Gao Yang will fall into a more disadvantageous and passive situation. Lei. Never make a mistake again. You also have to switch to the god's perspective to analyze. Lei finished thinking, and it was her turn to act. She immediately activated Gun God and drew her gun at the parrot at an incredibly fast speed. Bang bang. Chapter 896. Bang bang. Lei chose charge in the last round, so she can fire 2 bullets this round. Instantly, a bullet was shot into the parrot's head and chest, piercing through it directly, leaving 2 bloody holes. The parrot fell to the ground and died without even having a chance to scream. The few gray feathers floating in the air were its only last words. Heroic! Dr. Jia shouted, almost heartbroken. He wanted to rush over, but he couldn't leave his range of action. He looked at the dead pet from a distance of 2 meters, knelt down with a plop, tears streaming down his face. Ying Wu, I hurt you, your life is so miserable. We have depended on each other for so many years, but I didn't expect that I would have to send you off now. Bastard. Dr. Jia looked at Lei angrily. I will fight you. Liu was relieved to see Dr. Jia so excited. It seems that the parrot is really dead, and didn't wait for the drug to take effect. In any case, he successfully solved a huge hidden danger. Qin Yu didn't care about Shinkong's death. Now that the parrot was solved, his morale was boosted for a while. It was Qin Yu's turn to act. He opened his arms and aimed at Gao Yang. Thorns! Gao Yang immediately felt a large amount of energy surge under his feet. Hiss hiss hiss. A second later, a large area of green saplings grew under Gao Yang's feet. Chong chong chong. In the next 3 seconds, the saplings rushed to transform into 3-meter-long thorns, like hard and sharp spears, stabbing Gao Yang from all angles. Gao Yang could not use any talents, nor could he escape from his range of action. He moved around and tried his best to dodge, trying to avoid most of the thorns. But he was still pierced by 3 thorns. One pierced his calf, one cut his side waist muscle, and another left a deep cut on Gao Yang's back. 5 seconds later, the attack ended. All the thorns disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Gao Yang stood there without a groan, enduring the pain, and his whole body was quickly stained red with blood. However, no matter how calm he was, The red blood groove on his head still betrayed him, and immediately reduced by a quarter. Damn it, Qin Yu was very dissatisfied with this result. He thought that even if he couldn't kill Gao Yang, he would at least have to knock down half of his blood. He never expected that Gao Yang could do this by dodging, which shows how agile he is. Qin Yu's turn ended, and it was Dr. Jia's turn to act. Dr. Jia chose to attack Mr. Jiang this time. He ran towards Mr. Jiang while crying, wanting to punch him. This time, Master Jiang chose to use his talent to protect himself, and activated the space conversion to dodge perfectly. Dr. Jia didn't even touch Master Jiang's hair, and ran back crying. It was Nigga's turn to act, but he still chose to give up the action, sitting there, mumbling some charlatan remarks. The third round over. The gray barrier once again stretched between the two camps, providing sound insulation. Gao Yang covered the wound on his abdomen with one hand, trying to slow down the blood loss. He looked up at the relief face on the gray stone pillar. Sure enough, the black and white eyes seemed not as bright as before, and the blurriness of the face deepened, but it was still early to be completely smoothed. Then, Gao Yang noticed that Dr. Jia, who was crying and shouting in grief, calmed down. He was slightly stunned and asked in a deep voice, "Were you acting just now?" "Nonsense." Dr. Jia turned around and looked at Gao Yang. "It's just a stinky bird. It's dead if it dies. In fact, you still care about it very much," Gao Yang exposed. Dr. Jia was choked and his face was a little embarrassed. "Don't worry, I have moved its brain and heart a long time ago, and I have fed it with resurrection medicine in advance, so it should be able to revive. If it doesn't work, I will clone another one." "What did you just feed the parrot?" Gao Yang asked. "The mud pills I rubbed out of my body." Dr. Jia no longer concealed it, and said confidently, "I don't have any pockets in this clothes. What can I bring with me? But I thought about it, the other side didn't know that I didn't bring anything, so I pretended to feed the parrot a pill, which would definitely attract the attention of the other side, so that I could attract firepower and buy you a little living space." Gao Yang admired in his heart. He is indeed a genius. Dr. Jia's move is indeed crucial. If Lei had used Gun God to attack Gao Yang, even if he could avoid the vital points, he would definitely be injured. It would be difficult for him to deal with Qin Yu's attack when he was injured, and he would be seriously injured, with disastrous consequences. "Thank you," Gao Yang said. "Why thank you? If you die, I can't live either." Dr. Jia shrugged. "You can only rely on yourself from now on. Do you have confidence?" "Of course." Gao Yang answered very straightforwardly, but in fact, he had no confidence at all. At least half of the calmness and composure in his expression was acted in order to attack Lei's heart. Lei is very smart, but she also has a disadvantage. That is, the more nervous she is, the more micro-expressions she has. Therefore, Gao Yang must make Lei nervous to the greatest extent, so that her micro-expressions will reveal more information, allowing Gao Yang to see through Lei's decision more accurately. In this round, Gao Yang was actually not sure that Jiang Yi would choose to protect himself, but through the gray barrier, Gao Yang found that when talking to Jiang Yi, there was a kind of certainty on his face, which showed that Gao Yang had decided something very crucial. In this matter, it was most likely that Gao Yang would kill Jiang Yi. Gao Yang admitted that he had a gambling element. If Jiang Yi did not protect himself in this round, but attacked him, Gao Yang would have died. But he had to gamble. Gao Yang could not take any empty steps, or even waste them, in order to leave alive. Lost lamb, give up struggling. Blindly resisting gods cannot prove that you are different. Stupidity and arrogance are original sins. Nico was like a fly, really annoying. Gao Yang ignored him, and thought seriously. After a minute, he made up his mind. Gao Yang waved to Qin Yu across the gray barrier. The three opponents immediately noticed it. Qin Yu's face sank, and he didn't know what Gao Yang wanted to do. Gao Yang met Qin Yu's gaze, smiling. He pointed at Qin Yu, then put his fingers together, and gently scratched his neck. Even a fool could understand this action. Gao Yang was telling Qin Yu, "In the next round, I will kill you." Chapter 897. Qin Yu's tense face became more and more solemn. He forced himself to be calm, and did not show too much emotion. "Don't be disturbed." Jiang Yi immediately reminded, "He is attacking your heart." "That's right," Lei shouted. "He just wants to scare you, and make you choose to protect yourself in the next round, so that you will waste an opportunity to act." Qin Yu didn't say anything, but he was struggling in his heart. "I don't need you to remind me, of course I know this, but what if Gao Yang also guessed this and did the opposite?" Although Lei guessed some of Gao Yang's decisions correctly, he also guessed a lot wrong, killing 0618 and Shinkong. Lei only cares about his own life and death, and Jiang Yi is determined to kill Gao Yang to pave the way for Qilin. Haha, these two people don't care about my life at all. I have finally come to this day. I don't want to be a victim. In the last round, Gao Yang thought to himself, I won't use the absolute barrier next round, so he really didn't use it. This time he hinted that he wanted to kill me. Maybe he really would kill me. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Gao Yang is likely to kill me next. If it weren't for my tracking, there wouldn't be the Jiaxing Pavilion incident. The explosion of Qianqi building this time, and the deaths of Lu Qingying and Gu Ji, are also due to my mind reading. In addition, I just injured Gao Yang again. Gao Yang must hate me very much. Even if Gao Yang doesn't kill him, Jiang Yi won't live long. As for Lulu, Gao Yang doesn't have much hatred with her. Gao Yang's current state is already difficult to beat us. If I were Gao Yang, it would be very reasonable to drag another enemy to be buried with me before I die to avenge my companions. So, Gao Yang is likely to kill me first in the next round. Qin Yu. Qin Yu, are you listening? Lei Lei said impatiently. Yeah. Qin Yu responded expressionlessly. Listen carefully, you will continue to attack Gao Yang in the next round. Do you have enough energy? Qin Yu nodded, enough. Very good. Lei Lei continued, in the next round, Gao Yang will kill me and Jiang Yi. We must defend ourselves. Qin Yu's face changed. Qin Yu, I know what you are thinking. Lei Lei said, you think we are afraid of death, so you take risks. Think about it carefully. Gao Yang will never leave Jiang Yi and me alone. Otherwise, given his current situation, he will almost certainly die if he uses Space Mixer again. Even if he doesn't die, my gun god will definitely kill him if he shoots again. So Gao Yang has only one choice, which is to consume a lot of energy, forcibly kill one of me and Jiang Yi, and then find a way to hold on until the next round. Qin Yu remained silent. Qin Yu, there's no point in him killing you. Lei Lei has figured out Gao Yang's routine and further explained, all his decisions are based on the premise of winning. Even if he kills you in this round, he can't win. He won't do that. Qin Yu. Believe me. You are absolutely safe in this round. Attack with confidence. He is injured now. If you use the same trick again, he will be seriously injured if not dead. We will definitely win. Qin Yu still said nothing. Lei Lei gritted his teeth. Qin Yu. I won't defend either. Let's kill Gao Yang together in the next round. That's fine, right? I bet Gao Yang will definitely kill Mr. Jiang. Qin Yu was surprised and finally looked at Lei Lei, saying coldly, according to your analysis just now, you are more dangerous than me. Yes. I know. Lei Lei was very angry. But if I don't do this, you will definitely not believe me. You can't defend in the next round. So I'm going all out. The two of us will end the battle together in the next round. Qin Yu's eyes changed, and after a few seconds, he nodded, okay. There's no time. Jiang Yi has been paying attention to the time above his head. There are only 5 seconds left. If you haven't chosen an action when the time is up, it will be considered as giving up the action, just like Nico. Lei Lei and Qin Yu immediately looked at the interface in front of them, and selected the action content. Decision time ends. The fourth round begins on. The gray barrier disappeared. 2 seconds later, the totem under Gao Yang's feet turned green. Lei Lei's chest sank. She had been lucky. Gao Yang's mobility would decrease after being injured, and he might drop to the second action position. It seems that the current injury has little effect on his mobility. At the same time, the totem under Jiang Yi's feet turned yellow. Gao Yang attacked Jiang Yi. Lei Lei almost couldn't help screaming. On the one hand, she was happy that she guessed Gao Yang's action correctly, and on the other hand, she was glad that she didn't become Gao Yang's target of attack. Only happy for a second, Lei Lei frowned again. Gao Yang, covered in blood, had dazzling golden light flashing in his eyes, and frantic energy ripples spread under his feet. This time, he was no longer attacking normally, he was serious. Gao Yang quickly jumped up to the top of Jiang Yi's head, clenching his right fist. Wow! A huge wing of fire rushed out from Gao Yang's right back, covering the sky and the sun for a while, and the whole black and white world was stained with a layer of flowing orange-red. Gao Yang, covered in blood, was like a warrior reborn in blood and fire. As the air solidified, the wing of fire disappeared, leaving only sparks floating in the sky, and all the energy was injected into Gao Yang's right fist. Boom! Gao Yang threw the most powerful flame fist at Jiang Yi. The angry flame dragon roared and rushed to the ground, turning into a waterfall of fire falling from the sky, instantly engulfing Jiang Yi, leaving no room for dodging. The bright red flame spread out in circles, like surging waves, and also submerged everything around. Thank God, a gray barrier appeared around Lele and Qingyu, protecting them from any harm. Lele had an illusion that she was standing in a high-tech space elevator, witnessing the spectacle of the destruction of the star through the transparent glass. At the same time, the fire of hope that had finally ignited in her heart was hit by a bucket of cold water. She had calculated everything, but she didn't expect that Gao Yang was too strong. Even if Jiang Yi chose to defend, could he really withstand this punch? In fact, Gao Yang's punch was a gamble. He guessed that Lele would let Jiang Yi defend, but he had to take this step, so he had no way out and could only break through Jiang Yi's defense. Whether it was Gao Yang's camp or Lele's camp, these were an extremely long 5 seconds, and the whole world was bearing the angry roar and ruthless sweep of the flame dragon. 5 seconds later, everything returned to calm. Lele and Qingyu immediately looked at Jiang Yi's position, and their pupils trembled. Chapter 898. The person is still there. Jiang Yi did not sublimate in the fire, at least. Not completely. Soon, everyone present saw the human pig-like figure clearly, which was shocking. Jiang Yi's clothes were all burned, his hair was gone, his body was in a state of blood and burn, his face lost its facial features and clear outline, and melted into a brown crooked face mask. His entire left arm and legs were all sublimated, and his left calf was a cyber prosthesis made of black gold. It lost the connection with the left thigh and became a separate part and fell to the side. The right arm of the cyber prosthesis was still there, basically intact. What was quite funny was that after the simulated outer skin was burned, this cyber arm turned out to be pink with many strawberry patterns printed on it, full of girlishness. This picture was both cruel and grotesque. It was not that Jiang Yi did not want to leave his hands and feet, but he simply could not do it. Facing the 5-second flaming fist, he tried his best to twist the space around his body, trying to turn away the flames, but in the end, he could only barely save his head and upper body. As for his appearance and limbs, he didn't care at all. Only 10% of the life blood tank on Jiang Yi's head was left, and only 20% of the golden energy tank was left. Now Jiang Yi was just hanging on, and he had no fighting power. After punching, Gao Yang's chest rose and fell violently, and his blood-stained face became paler. Although he failed to kill Jiang Yi, he turned him into a useless man, which was considered to have barely completed the established strategy. However, the price was very high. More than half of the golden energy blood tank on Gao Yang's head was deducted, leaving less than 40% of the energy. Not bad, he is still so good at fighting even though he is injured. The Arab god is so arrogant. Dr. Jiao looked at his hands with great appreciation, and then he thought of something. To be honest, this turn-based system is really stupid. You can't use group attacks, otherwise the opponents should have all died with your attack. Gao Yang looked calm and didn't explain. I'm afraid it's not that group attacks are not allowed, but Ming Jing, as the judge, secretly changed the rules. He only needs to be fair in name, not real fairness. Ming Jing's first task is to kill Gao Yang, and his selfish desire is to avenge Chen Hui. In the Battle of Aurora Town, Lu Qingying was the facilitator, and the main executive members were Qi Long, Liu Shuang, Liao Liao, etc., as well as Jiang Yi, the person in charge of subsequent support. Lu Qingying, Qi Long, and Liu Shuang are dead, so Ming Jing's candidates for revenge are Jiang Yi and Liao Liao. Ming Jing secretly changed the rules of the field at the cost of his life, trying to balance the combat power of the two sides, in order to make them both lose, and it would be best if they died together. In this way, Ming Jing not only completed the task assigned to him by the goddess of Song, but also avenged his sister Chen Hui, killing two birds with one stone. This was of course the limit of Ming Jing's ability. Gao Yang's attack this time was powerful and destructive. The domain was like a worn-out calculator, and it seemed to be overloaded in processing information. Lele waited for half a minute before her turn of action. After seeing Master Jiang become a human pig, Lele's heart chilled a lot. She was extremely shocked by Gao Yang's strength and terror, but she was not desperate yet. At least for now, the advantage is still on her side. Lele activated Gun God and quickly drew her gun and shot Gao Yang. At that moment, she also complained in her heart, this turn system is too stupid. Gao Yang's punch lasted for a full 5 seconds before it was counted as one move. My pistol only fired one bullet, and it was counted as one move. It's really unfair. Lele didn't shoot Gao Yang's head, but chose his heart, mainly because Gao Yang was too agile and might be able to dodge successfully, but his chest was too large, and it was not so easy to dodge. In fact, Lele thought before shooting that he could predict Gao Yang's dodging direction, so that the bullet would hit Gao Yang's heart, but Lei Lei didn't dare to gamble, because if the prediction was wrong, Gao Yang could dodge completely. Gao Yang dodged as fast as Lei Lei could at the moment of shooting, but how could he be faster than the bullet of the level 6 gun god without being able to use teleport before the Awakener Civil War broke out? Lei Lei had comprehended gun god and used the damage rune to break through level 4, and then upgraded to level 6. Puff. A black gold bullet pierced Gao Yang's lung. Gao Yang's face sank, and he didn't know whether to be thankful or curse. The level 6 gun god was too powerful, and it could be directly pierced even with Gao Yang's physique, which caused his lungs to rupture and his blood loss to accelerate. The good thing is that since the bullet stays in the body for a short time, the paralysis and toxin effects of the bullet do not harm Gao Yang to the greatest extent. Gao Yang covered his bleeding lungs and slowly squatted on one knee. The red blood groove on his head was reduced by a large amount, leaving less than half. Great, Lei Lei screamed in her heart. She was not naive enough to think that she could kill Gao Yang with one shot. The current situation even exceeded her expectations. Gao Yang is now at the end of his strength. Next, as long as Qin Yu can. Wait, why doesn't Qin Yu make a move? Lei Lei turned his head to look at Qin Yu on the side. The totem under his feet had turned green, but he did not move. Qin Yu. Lei Lei shouted in disbelief. Hurry up. Qin Yu's face was ashen, and he crossed his hands to protect his chest. Swishing. His hands quickly turned into countless tough vines, wrapping his body inside and out. This is the strongest defensive move of plants. Qin Yu did not attack Gao Yang, but chose to defend. You are a pig. Lei Lei was so angry that he cursed. Swishing. After a few seconds, Qin Yu lifted his defense, looking embarrassed. In fact, when Lei Lei decided to go on an adventure with him, Qin Yu also decided to attack, but at the moment he stretched out his hand to choose to act, his instinct for survival still made him choose to defend. I'm not afraid of death. Qin Yu shouted. Chapter 899. I think Gao Yang is most likely to attack me. He always attacks the weakest person to ensure that he can kill them every time. I have my own judgment, but I can't convince you. I am also doing this for the final victory. Bullshit! You are a cowardly teammate. Lei Lei was furious and cursed. A rubbish like you can actually become an elder. It makes me laugh. Qin Yu was poked in the lungs, his face flushed, and he was angry and embarrassed. How can you teach me a lesson? 6 talents, but always stay in the intelligence department. Who is more afraid of death? Yes. I am afraid of death. I dare not go to the front line. But at least, I will not betray my teammates. Ha, you say it better than singing. If Gao Yang threatened you just now, you can still be so calm? Ha ha ha. It's really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple, and family members are fighting against each other. Dr. Jiao laughed with gloating. It was his turn to act. He ran to Jiang Yi and kicked Jiang Yi's chest. Jiang Yi raised his only cyber arm to barely block it. But he lost his support and could only fall down like a broken tumbler. He lay on the ground without saying a word, his face blurred, and I don't know what he was thinking. Liao Liao and Qin Yu were still fighting each other, and Gao Yang watched coldly. Gao Yang didn't know Qin Yu, but judging from his actions, he should be an extremely selfish person. After all, he even had the heart to calculate and hurt his childhood sweetheart, the singer. Therefore, he threatened Qin Yu deliberately, betting that Qin Yu would protect himself. As an extremely selfish person, he would definitely choose to let his teammates take the risk and survive himself unless it was absolutely necessary. Fortunately, he made the right bet again. Soon it was Nico's turn to act, but he still chose to give up. Taking advantage of the longer loading time of the domain and the free dialogue, Gao Yang took advantage of the victory and said to Qin Yu in a hoarse but contemptuous voice, Qin Yu, do you know why the singer chose Guimon now? Qin Yu trembled violently, as if he was hit by a bullet, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If I were her, Gao Yang said word by word, I would also choose a hero, not a villain. Qin Yu trembled all over, and his face was uglier than ever. A few seconds later, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he shouted, Gao Yang. You can talk as much as you want. You won't be able to use the flame fist in the next round, and you will definitely be the one to die. And I will survive, I will live to the end, write the epic of victory, I will nail you, curse abyss, to the pillar of shame forever, and let you be infamous for thousands of years. Ha ha, ha ha. Qin Yu laughed. The one who laughs last is me. Not you. On. A gray barrier appeared, blocking Qin Yu's voice. The 4th round, over. Entering the 180-second decision time. Gao Yang knelt on one knee, covering his lungs with one hand and his side waist with the other, trying to slow down the blood loss. In this field, the situation of injury is not completely equivalent to reality. It stands to reason that when a person is injured, his physical condition will continue to deteriorate. For example, if he loses too much blood, then the red blood tank on his head will continue to decrease accordingly. But this is not the case in the round-based system. Gao Yang's blood tank did not continue to decrease. Jiang Ye's situation was even worse, but he was still hanging on. This is maintained by the energy of the laws within the domain, but it will become ineffective once it leaves the domain. That is to say, even if a person still has a little blood in the domain, once the domain ends, the person's injuries will be synchronized to the laws of reality, and he may die immediately. Therefore, the worst result may be that both sides will suffer losses in the domain, and once the domain ends, both will perish. Gao Yang calmed down and continued to make decisions. In the next round, Lei Lei and Qin Yu will definitely kill him. No matter how they consider it, there is no other choice for these two people. Gao Yang does not seem to have many choices. He must kill one of Lei Lei and Qin Yu first to have the possibility of holding on to the next round. To be honest, Gao Yang does not have absolute confidence. Gao Yang. Dr. Jia suddenly said, "Next round, don't go up, protect yourself." Gao Yang was slightly stunned. In fact, he had also thought about this operation. "Why?" Gao Yang asked. "Master Jiang can still move." Dr. Jia's tone was serious, and he was not joking. Gao Yang frowned. "I just went over and kicked him, you saw it too," Dr. Jia said. "Did you heal his injury with one kick?" Gao Yang joked expressionlessly. "No, his cyber arm is still very flexible, which means it's not broken." Dr. Jia said proudly, "That arm still has hidden tricks. Although he will definitely die if he uses it now, do you think Mr. Jiang will care about these?" "No." Gao Yang's eyes darkened. "He will definitely use it." "So?" Dr. Jia shrugged. Gao Yang immediately analyzed. In the next round, Mr. Jiang will use the cyber arm to fight to the death, and Qin Yu will definitely try his best to kill him. Gao Yang has 3 options for active defense. 1. Dodge by teleport. 2. Protect yourself with energy armor of absolute defense. 3. Use absolute barrier. The first option has the advantage of less energy consumption and the disadvantage of low safety factor. The second option has the advantage of higher defense and the disadvantage of more energy consumption and no guarantee of protection against all damage. The third option has the advantage of 100% safety and the disadvantage of huge energy consumption. Even if you can still move in the next round, you can't use any moves. Gao Yang, I know what you are thinking. Dr. Jia said, "Don't think about it. Use absolute barrier. Don't say that you are in such a state now. Even if you are in full condition, you may not be able to withstand my cyber arm." "Very confident," Gao Yang said. "A mere genius, not worth mentioning." Dr. Jia raised his eyebrows. Gao Yang nodded. "Okay, I trust you this time." Gao Yang then thought of something else, and considering that time was running out, he spoke faster. "Wait, Mr. Jiang must have guessed that you would tell me the information about the cyber arm, so maybe he would guess that I would choose to defend next time, so he might choose to rest in the next round and deal with me in the next round." "That's right." Dr. Jia had a clear mind, but don't just push forward, push backward. "You see, I invented the cyber arm, so it makes sense for me to keep some tricks. Just now, I just made a mud ball for Ying Wu to eat, and they were fooled. It shows that they are very afraid of me. What if I suddenly use my backhand and make the cyber arm malfunction? Master Jiang will miss the last chance to kill you." If I were Master Jiang, I would not dare to delay any longer and make a final effort. You know, when people are about to die, they will be very eager to fulfill their last wishes and can't wait for a second. This is a huge torture for them. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Dr. Jia convinced him, and he decided to bet on this last chance. Immediately, he thought of someone else. "Wait, what if Master Jiang kills you?" "This is possible. Master Jiang may choose to be safe and at least kill Dr. Jia to prevent him from falling into the hands of Jusi. The success rate is much higher." "Well, there is this possibility, but it is not great." Dr. Jia smiled faintly. "Why?" Gao Yang asked. "Because that old man is very confident in the equipment I developed." Dr. Jia smiled. "A person who is about to die and has confidence will definitely take a big gamble." Gao Yang nodded again and stopped talking. Seeing Gao Yang nod, Dr. Jia couldn't help but glance at the parrot's corpse. "If Mr. Jiang kills me this round, you take good care of Ying Wu for me, it should be able to revive." "Okay." Besides being noisy, picky, shitting everywhere, pecking the sofa at home, breaking things at home, and mocking people for no reason, that beast actually has many advantages, such as Dr. Jia licked his lips, for example. Dr. Jia scratched his hair, for example, that. I promise you. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, the time was up. Decision time ends. Fifth round begins. Chapter 900. This time, Gao Yang was the first to act. Absolute barrier. Gao Yang activated his energy, and golden light exploded under his feet. A small telephone booth rushed out of the ground, protecting Gao Yang. It's the absolute barrier. Qin Yu cursed. Leilei's face also sank. It's not that the two hadn't thought that Gao Yang would use the absolute barrier, but they had also analyzed it. For Gao Yang, using the absolute barrier consumes a lot of energy, far exceeding the energy of Leilei and Qin Yu. The result is just to drag the battle into the next round, which is not very meaningful. But they didn't expect Gao Yang to really use the absolute barrier. Alas! Jiang Yi, lying on the ground, let out a hoarse, heavy and unwilling sigh. His eyes melted, but he could still hear Qin Yu's voice. It seems that his last blow will be resolved by Gao Yang. In the contest with Gao Yang, he was still one step behind. Without being able to eliminate the heir of God, Qilin's future will be more difficult. However, he believes in Qilin and the person he has chosen. Gao Yang ends the action, and Leilei takes action. Ding Leilei continues to launch Gun God, firing a bullet, creating sporadic sparks in the translucent golden barrier. Next, it is Jiang Ye's turn to take action. It seems that the information overload in the judgment field is getting more and more serious. The totem under Jiang Yi has not turned green for a long time, as if the game has been stuck. Gao Yang knows that Jiang Yi is going to die. Taking this opportunity, he shouts out his doubts. Jiang Yi, you said not to open the door to the end. Why can't you open the door? Cough, cough. Jiang Yi coughed violently. He did not answer directly, but said slowly, Qilin is the only hope for mankind. My answer is not wrong. Gao Yang gritted his teeth secretly. This stubborn guy is unwilling to reveal any information even when he is about to die. He thought about it again, and felt that it was reasonable. After all, Qin Yu and Leilei were still there. If they left alive in the end, wouldn't the conspiracy of Jiang Yi and Qilin be exposed? Gao Yang. Jiang Ye's voice became weaker and hoarse, leaking a desolate wind. Before, I found Yun and hoped that she would answer the questions with me, but she refused. Gao Yang felt a pain in his chest when he heard his grandmother's name, but a warm sense of pride followed. Grandma's answer sheet, family. Yun, give me a poem. Cough, cough. Well written, cough, cough. I will read it to you. Gao Yang frowned. 1. The totem under Jiang Yi turned green. Zhang's body shook, dominated by some irresistible domain will. He slowly raised his pink cyber arm and pointed it diagonally at the sky. In the process, he recited a poem. High walls stand up, the red moon sighs. The fog thickens, the gods mourn. The ignorant sleep on the fog. The fearless go up the fog. The wanderers seek the eternal paradise. Everything is amazing, and everything returns to silence. What does it mean? Gao Yang wrote it down carefully and asked at the same time. Jiang Yi didn't answer, and he couldn't answer anymore. Squeak, squeak. His cyber arm disassembled into a dozen sharp and curved metal pieces, opening in all directions, like a blooming Lycoris radiata, and the stamen was a deep red honeycomb with countless tiny holes on it. On Jiang Ye's scorched chest, the ribs bulged violently, while the part under the ribs collapsed rapidly, like a fruit that quickly rotted under the skin. In fact, all his internal organs and energy were transformed into nutrients and injected into the cyber arm that was blooming like a flower. Woo! A dazzling white light flashed from the hole of the stamen, and dozens of tiny gray lasers gushed out. They were not real gray lasers, but ballistics with spatial chaos properties. The principle was not complicated. It was to compress the small spatial vortex of the space mixer into bullets, making them extremely maneuverable, more difficult to dodge, and more powerful. These gray lasers quickly rushed into the sky, drew a parabola, and poured down towards Gao Yang. Ding ding ding. Dozens of gray lasers covered and hit the absolute barrier, and exploded countless small spatial vortices around Gao Yang, with sputtering properties. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. If he hadn't used the absolute barrier, he would have died in his current state. Fuck. Dr. Jia jumped up excitedly. Great. I'm not dead. I guessed right. He didn't kill me. Gao Yang looked at Jiang Yi, who had lost his hands, feet and facial features, blood and flesh, and his chest was completely shriveled through the translucent energy barrier. It was already a cold corpse. This opponent that he hated to the core was finally dead. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This revenge is at least half avenged. Man snake, gray male canned. So many people are watching and I, the boss, also have to save face. Jiang Ye's death aggravated the Haze and Lele and Qin Yu's hearts. This turn-based game was delayed for another half a minute, and the totem under Qin Yu's feet turned green. Qin Yu unwillingly activated plant and strangled Gao Yang's absolute barrier for a while, but it was just a waste of energy. At this point, the golden energy slots above the heads of both of them were less than a quarter. Finally, it was Nico's turn to take action. Nico had a face full of piety and joy at the beginning, and he was tirelessly preaching, but later he became more and more silent. He realized that the heir of God in front of him was more tenacious and stubborn than he had imagined. Now, the balance of victory and defeat was very delicate. Mingjing, how long can you hold on? Nico looked at the huge gray stone pillar on the side. Mingjing's face became more and more blurred, and it had changed from the original three-dimensional relief form to a two-dimensional sketch form. I'm afraid that if he holds on for a few more rounds, Mingjing will completely become a part of the gray stone pillar and be completely smoothed by the law of fairness. I don't know. Mingjing's voice came from all directions, without the previous majestic force, revealing a sense of impending extinction. I will sacrifice everything. Ha. Nico supported his knees, stood up with some difficulty, and shook his wide linen sleeves. Mingjing, be thankful. This is God's test for us. A real test. Nico reached out and took out 2 grenades from his sleeves. Mingjing, I go first and wait for your good news on the other side. Click. Nico pulled the grenade ring. Damn. This works. Foul. Dr. Jia shouted excitedly. Gao Yang stood there, without moving. It's not that he didn't want to, but his legs were nailed to the ground by some will, and he couldn't move. The right to interpret the rules is in Mingjing's hands. At this moment, Nico's attack on Gao Yang was defined as supporting his companions, so Gao Yang could not dodge, and had to accept the support of his teammates on the spot. God! Nico opened his arms, and rushed towards Gao Yang. Your will be carried out in the world. Your divine light will shine. Boom! Gao Yang's position exploded, and the dazzling flames dyed Dr. Jia's shocked face red. Chapter 901. At the same time, Qingyang Bridge. The moonlight was gray and cold, and the bridge collapsed. Above the Li River, a huge animal puppet spread its wings, roared to the sky, and the powerful cleansing power spread in circles. It continued to deepen the mark of the mother, purifying and taming all the life forms within a radius of 2 kilometers, making them babies with pure hearts and fragile bodies. In the stone pit on the river bank, the golden broadsword in the hand of Qilin pierced Wang Zikai's chest, and blood splashed. Ah! Wang Zikai let out a huge roar, and vibrated with manic red energy, dyeing the nearby river surface red. The defense mechanism in his body was instinctively activated, preventing Qilin from injecting the energy in the crutch into his body and destroying him from the inside. Soon, the golden broadsword disappeared and turned into an ordinary black gold crutch. Wang Zikai tilted his head and fainted. Qilin failed to stab the heart and deviated a few centimeters downward. It was not that he missed, but that he was disturbed by some force field at the critical moment, so he immediately made up for it and tried to make up for it by injecting energy, but he didn't expect to be held up by Wang Zikai. Qilin had to pull out the black gold crutch and use the same trick again. The powerful force of coercion fell from the sky again, making his body heavy. Not only that, even the beast above his head stopped roaring. Qilin was startled, his mental power became slack, and the effect of the wooden man was lifted. Swish! A gust of wind blew past his eyes, and Wang Zikai under his feet disappeared. Jingja took him away. Qilin knew Jingja's speed very well, and gave up chasing. He had guessed that the members of the 12 zodiac signs and 9 heirs nearby would soon be rescued by Jingja one after another, and Jingja would not get close to Qilin again, giving him the opportunity to catch himself. Tonight, Qilin lost one eye and lost many of his men, but only eliminated a few of the enemy's shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This result made him feel angry and humiliated. He suppressed his anger and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, there was a little boy floating in the air near the living beast puppet. Qilin magnified his sixth sense and saw it clearly immediately. The little boy was about 7 or 8 years old, with soft silver hair, a well-behaved middle part, and a retro children's dress. His eyes were big, his pupils were red like gems, and there was a faint beauty mole on the right corner of his eye. He looked obedient and cute, but his slightly frowned brows were engraved with melancholy and maturity. Although it was the first time Qilin saw him, he guessed his name immediately. The first ghost in the misty world, the leader of the ghost group, called himself the head of the family, a little boy who only grew in age but not in body, Chun. Qilin clenched his cane, and with a thought, he injected all his mental power into the living beast puppet. The living beast broke free from the pressure of spring, flapped its wings, created a frenzied hurricane, and roared angrily, emitting a stronger cleansing force. Chun's hair and hem fluttered wildly, but he remained in midair, without blinking, and had no discomfort from the spiritual attack of the living beast. Qilin jumped 2 or 3 times, and came to the top of the living beast. He leaned on his cane, looked stern, and spoke in an unhappy tone. "Why are you, a ghost, joining in the fun of our awakened people's affairs? I don't care about your internal fights." Chun looked at Qilin, his eyes majestic and angry. "But you dare to use the living beast as a puppet, who gave you the courage?" Qilin's eyes were stern. "Oh, that's it. His current behavior is undoubtedly a huge insult to the beast, no less than digging up a grave and whipping a corpse. As a life born from the beast race, it is normal for Chun to feel offended and insulted. At the same time, this also explains why Chun and Jingjia are completely immune to the spiritual cleansing of the living beasts. They are ghosts born from living beasts, and the curse power given to them by living beasts flows in their bodies. Gao Yang is the heir of God, no longer a ghost, and there is no complete curse power in his body, so he was not immune to the spiritual cleansing of Zhuang Mei's second form. I thought you would hate them." Qilin smiled. "Hate." Chun repeated this word. 2 seconds later, he looked at the huge white bird in front of him again. "Of course I hate them. No one hates them more than me." Qilin was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. "If you hate them, why do you want to intervene?" Qilin certainly didn't understand, and Chun didn't intend to explain. Ever since Chun knew that ghosts were born from living beasts and humans, his hatred for mothers has increased day by day. Unfortunately, the moment ghosts are born is the moment when living beasts die. They and their mothers are like yesterday and today, destined to be unable to coexist, and the only moment of intersection also disappears in an instant. But Chun really wants to ask mothers on behalf of other mothers, why did you give birth to us at the risk of death? Why did you send us to this foggy world? Do you know how it feels to be abandoned by the whole world at birth? From the first second we came to this world, we felt not warmth and love, but cold, loneliness, fear, helplessness, confusion, and a nightmare-like curse that we could not get rid of. When we were young, we were hunted by awakened people, slaughtered by high-level beasts, and tortured by curses. Do you know how we have been through these years? No one has ever told us what life is, and no one has ever taught us how to love. In order to resist loneliness, we can only keep looking for companions. In order to resist hunger, I have to look for food, but the greater hunger deep in our hearts has never been satisfied. We have always wanted to figure out, what is a ghost? What is the purpose of ghosts coming to this world? What is the meaning? What is the mission? What is the destination? No one told us, never. Until now, the truth has come out. It turns out that we are just your trial and error again and again. We are just the huge, insignificant errors behind the correctness. We are born to be defective products that should be disposed of. But you don't even bother to destroy us? You let us, these defective products, be born, let us die in the garbage dump, struggle painfully, and then die without exception from the tragic curse, like a third-rate joke. Chun looked at the mother in front of him, the initiator of fate, and a deep, overwhelming hatred surged up. Damn, even with such hatred, a familiar and long-standing voice still sounded in his mind. That was the prenatal education song Chun had heard when he was still in his mother's womb. It was his only memory of his biological mother. Spring rain startled the spring and cleared the valley. Summer is full of grain and summer heat is connected. Autumn is cold and frost falls. Winter is snowy, and winter is small and big cold. The 2 festivals of each month do not change. At most 1 or 2 days different. The first half of the year is on the 6th and 21st. The second half of the year is on the 8th and 23rd. Chun's eyes melted, like 2 rubies thrown into a furnace, turning into sticky slag and sliding down his pale face. Qilin was startled and immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. Even the overflowing spiritual rays were suppressed back. Chun stretched out his arms forward and looked at the huge white bird in front of him with his empty blood eyes. Mom, go to hell with me. Chapter 902. Qilin immediately retracted most of the spiritual power in the living beast puppet and launched the 7th level all things on Chun within the casting distance, trying to stop him. It was useless. A terrifying, irreversible change was taking place in Chun's body, or evolution. Qilin vaguely felt that Chun would change into the second form and be completely immune to mental attacks. Qilin acted decisively and instantly cut off all connections to the three puppets of Azure Dragon, Blood Amber, and Flower, and injected all his spiritual power and energy into the living beast under his feet. Puppet of the Heart, Blood Spirit Fusion. 1 second later, the living beast puppet seemed to have activated the powerful hidden electricity in its body, and its wings further stretched, creating a hurricane, slowly lifting Qilin up and bringing him to the vertical eye of the living beast's head. Zzz. Countless dark red energy threads in the shape of electric current rushed out of the abyss-like vertical eye. At the same time, countless dark green energy filaments grew in Qilin's blind right eye. They quickly touched and blended, like a precise and complex wiring connection program. More thick energy threads gushed out from the vertical eye, wrapping the Qilin's body layer by layer, turning it into a tightly wrapped red pupa. Soon, the red pupa was like a red eyeball, embedded in the empty vertical eye of the living beast. At this point, the Qilin and the living beast puppet entered a perfect fit for a short period of time. Almost at the same time, Chun also completely let go of the cursed power in his body and headed towards the irreversible second form. Chun never released the second form, but often dreamed of it. In the dark, he could feel that his cursed power was not at the same level as his peers, but the price was also huge, and he had to pay with his life. After all this journey, Chun is tired. The stage tonight is about to end. Chun's thin body swelled rapidly, bursting through the black dress in an instant, and spreading a large amount of incredible white energy in all directions. It felt like an effervescent tablet thrown into the water. In the blink of an eye, Chun completely disappeared and turned into a huge white mist. The white mist was not the final form. It was still rolling and changing, producing more and more details, and taking shape little by little. 5 seconds later, a white fox that was no less than a living beast was born. It had silver white hair all over its body, and hundreds of long and thick red tails on its tail. But these were not real tails, but a concrete form of energy overflow, which looked like a red tail afterimage that flashed at a high frequency due to rapid movement. The white fox's eyes were perfectly round, deep red without any impurities, like two strange and cold red moons. There was a bloody red horn on the forehead between the two eyes, like a wounded unicorn. Under the high-frequency flickering afterimages of the red tail, the white fox floated above the river with its own force field. In fact, this was Chun's coercive force, which was now just a super-enhanced visual version. Chun's second form was called Red Fallen Fox. The two ancient beasts with blood ties floated in the air above the river and stared at each other quietly for 3 seconds. At that moment, the world seemed to be stained with the desolate atmosphere of ancient times. The living beast that had already painted the phoenix's eyes took the lead in attacking. The time that Qilin had to control the living beast was very limited, and could not be delayed any longer. The white phoenix with red spots all over its body spread its wings, and the vertical eye in the center of its face sprayed a cleansing force with physical damage towards the red fallen fox. Circles of dark red sound wave-like energy hit the red fox. Ah! The red fox roared angrily, and the remaining red tail behind it expanded like a peacock spreading its tail, then quickly retracted, turning into a curved red scorpion tail, piercing towards the layers of cleansing energy. The two forces collided, making a terrifying sound that could shatter a person's eardrums and cause a mental breakdown. At the same time, a huge red spherical energy shock wave expanded. Li Jiang was like a dark blue noodle, which was directly cut off in the middle by the spherical energy wave. Countless river waters were engulfed by the hurricane energy field and turned into a violent red rain, destroying everything along the way, sweeping away the stones, plants, public facilities, and cars on both sides of the river. At this time, the people of the 12 zodiac signs and the 9 heirs had been taken away from the battlefield by Jingjia, and the people of the Haichuan group also escaped through Chuyu's portal. At this moment, the sound wave energy attack of the living beast was still continuing, but it could not be concentrated and spread to both sides. The red tail of the red fox, which was flashing at a high frequency, turned into an electric drill, constantly crushing the sound wave energy, and was about to pierce the red eyeball of the living beast. The living beast immediately flapped its wings under its feet and flew into the sky. The red fox, which was still attacking with all its might, lost its target and rushed forward. Boom! The red drill of the red fox smashed the only remaining middle section of the bridge. Pound! The red fox rolled in the Li River. From a distance, it looked like a lively little fox playing in the water in a stream. From a close distance, it was a spectacle that turned the world upside down. The water in the Li River was stirred up to the sky and turned into a rainstorm. The land on both sides of the river also trembled in this rainstorm. The red fox quickly stood firm in the river, looked up at the beast that was already circling in the night sky, and howled again. Ah! The bloody red horn between the red fox's eyebrows suddenly flashed an evil red light. Z! Half a second later, the red horn shot a huge red laser into the sky. Although the flying beast was huge, it was more agile than expected. It flapped its wings and flew high, sometimes diving, sometimes spinning, and sometimes turning 180 degrees, dodging the red laser thrillingly. The red laser tracking it was like a red color pin, leaving clear lines under the night sky. If you look closely, you will find that those red lines are the high-frequency flashing red tail afterimages. It turns out that what the red fox shot out from the red horn was not a laser or energy wave, but a bullet composed of its red afterimages. 7 or 8 seconds later, the red tail afterimages behind the red fox disappeared completely. They had turned into a mess of red marks in the sky, like a child's random scribbles. Suddenly, the red lines in the sky moved, and they slowly connected, turning into more than a dozen huge red ropes, rushing towards the beast. No matter how agile the beast was, it was like being surrounded by enemies when facing the siege of the red ropes. Soon, its wings were entangled by a red rope. Then, more and more red ropes caught up and tied the beast tightly. At the same time, the red fox in the river had circles of black ripples in its round red eyes, like some kind of signal connection and feedback. Swish! The red fox in the river disappeared in an instant. Chapter 903. Red Fox flashed to the side of White Phoenix, and the red tail remnant that had previously bound White Phoenix was reconnected to it, and also bound White Phoenix. Ah! Red Fox's mouth was exaggeratedly split to the lower jaw, revealing dark red gums and bloody teeth, and it bit the head of White Phoenix, wanting to eat the head with red pupa eyeballs into its mouth, thus killing the controller of the beast, Qilin. White Phoenix quickly twisted its neck and escaped. Red Fox bit the wing bone of White Phoenix, and suddenly, a frenzied scarlet energy wave exploded in the sky. White Phoenix cried in pain, bursting out huge potential, and struggled to break free from the bondage and bite of Red Fox at the cost of breaking its wings. In the night sky, the two giants were entangled together, upside down, sometimes high and sometimes low, but White Phoenix could not get rid of Red Fox. The Red Fox not only entangled the White Phoenix with its high-frequency flashing red tail, but also bit its wings tightly. At the same time, the bright red blood on its red horns dried up little by little. Instead, the red curse marks grew on the wings of the living beast. The blood on the red horns was Chun's curse. Now, Chun injected it into the body of the living beast, and it wanted to return this thing to its mother. Chun, who was stripped of the curse, would definitely not survive, but the living beast puppet that bore the power of the curse would also die. The Qilin possessed the living beast puppet felt Chun's determination to die together. Of course, he couldn't let him succeed. Suddenly, the Red Fox's body shook, and the mouth biting the White Phoenix's wings loosened, and the curse power on the White Phoenix's wings began to slowly flow back. The countless red whiskers on the tail of the White Phoenix twisted together and turned into a rusty red spear, which pierced into the chest of the Red Fox. Not only that, there were a few black spots on the red spear, which were the virus of the patient, and they were quickly injected into the body of the Red Fox. Ah! The Red Fox completely opened its mouth. Before its chest was pierced, the Red Fox quickly retracted the red tail afterimage that bound the opponent and tried to resist. Boom! 1 second later, a huge golden energy shock wave pierced through the back of the Red Fox and turned into a golden light rushing into the sky. It was the serious punch of the Azure Dragon. The Qilin injected the energy of the Azure Dragon puppet into the living beast puppet, and then exerted it through its tail. This blow was like stabbing a red gun barrel into the chest of the Red Fox, and then pulling the trigger, firing a golden bullet that penetrated its body. The Red Fox, which was shot in the chest, lost its strength and fell from the sky. As it fell to the ground, its red tail continued to disintegrate and break away, turning into countless red meteors, falling in all directions. From a distance, it looked like a huge white meteorite, carrying countless small red meteorites, which fell one after another in the Qingyang Bridge area, and a sea of fire was formed within a radius of 3 kilometers. Boom! The Red Fox fell last, and its huge body smashed into the Lijiang River, cutting off this small stream again, causing a heavy rain. The Red Fox tried to get up, but the White Phoenix did not give it a chance. As the Red Fox fell, the White Phoenix chased it. Its wings were retracted, its body and tail were stretched straight, and its whole body was covered by the golden energy of the Azure Dragon puppet. From a distance, it looked like a giant golden spear. Boom! 2 seconds later, The golden giant spear that fell from the sky pierced the heart of the red fox and nailed it to the Li River. Woo! The ripples of energy that destroyed the world spread along the river surface, turning into golden sulfuric acid and spreading from the ground, destroying everything in its path, and killing all living things. Ayo! The red fox nailed to death in the river let out its last wail. It fell down powerlessly without struggling. Soon, the river water spread again, just drowning the red fox's painful face. The red in its eyes dimmed a little bit and turned into 2 dark moons. The entire river surface quickly dyed red. The white phoenix pulled out the giant spear, spread its wings, and was about to fly high again. Suddenly, it was shaken all over, and a huge gravity came down on its head, like a mountain pressing down on its head, bending its body. Swish, swish, swish. The river water dyed red by blood boiled up and turned into countless red water drops, flying into the sky, like a reverse red rain. At the same time, those red tail after images that seemed to fall randomly around, like red daggers inserted into the earth, emitted dazzling brilliance one after another, and spread red energy towards the nearby red daggers. In just 2 seconds, a huge, evil red fox totem altar was outlined on the earth. The Qilin hidden in the eyes of the beast was shocked. He already understood that Chun did it on purpose, and he really wanted to die with him, but not just now. But now, the previous bite was just a mark of the curse. He kept his word, and would take his mother to hell together. Boom! Inside the altar, the ground cracked, and the hot red energy like magma rushed out of the cracks, and soon gathered into a huge magma column, like a volcanic eruption. The body of the white phoenix, which was engulfed by the pillar of magma, melted almost instantly. In less than 3 seconds, the body of the white phoenix disappeared, leaving only a translucent white bird, which was the residual embodiment of the energy of the beast, and its spirit. The spirit of the white phoenix struggled painfully, trying to fly out of the magma pillar from hell. At this time, the spirit of a translucent white fox, the red fallen fox, was still entangled with the white phoenix, biting the wings of the white phoenix with its mouth, which was exactly the position where it bit during the previous fight. The white phoenix tried to escape again and again, but it was in vain. In the terrible magma pillar, it wanted to fly again and again, but it was dragged into the abyss by the red fallen fox again and again. Soon, the spirit of the white phoenix also ushered in its demise, turning into a soft, fragile, and elegant 2-dimensional white plane, like a huge white paper cut, gently falling to the ground. Similarly, the spirit of the red fallen fox also turned into a huge red paper cut, covering it. Then, they turned into white and red spirit particles floating in the sky and melted into the altar. The magma column disappeared, and the furious altar returned to silence, leaving only a scorched earth. The white phoenix and the red fallen fox died together. Their bodies, souls, their love and hatred, blood and tears bound together by the chains of fate, all disappeared in the cold world and went to the bustling hell. Ah! Husband! The little guy is kicking me. Really? Well, I move when I sing. I guess I have thought of it. Little guy, wait a little longer, you can see your parents next spring. Haha, I don't know if the little guy likes this world. Of course he likes it, spring is so beautiful. Chapter 904. At the same time, in the judgment area, 2 grenades exploded, and Gao Yang's position was filled with fire, smoke and charred body fragments. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Dr. Jia was anxious. Is he still alive? He won't die just like that. Qin Yu and Lei Lei in the opposite camp were both shocked, and they didn't expect this at all. Lei Lei calmed down and said, Gao Yang has realized absolute defense, and even the basic physical strength is top-notch. 2 grenades can't kill him, but he must be seriously injured. In any case, this is a great thing for them. On. The gray barrier reappeared, isolating the 2 sides. The 5th round ended, and the decision time for the next round began to count down. Qin Yu. Lei Lei shouted, what happened before is not important. Let's put aside our prejudices and deal with Gao Yang together. The winner will be decided in the next round. Gao Yang's current energy tank is definitely not enough to use the absolute barrier. Lei Lei said firmly, his only choice is to kill one of us first, and then hope that he can withstand the attack of the other person. The bad news is that I don't know who he will attack first. The threat he and I pose to him is similar now. The good news is that he can't use the flame fist anymore, and may not be able to kill us in one move. Anyway, we must attack in the next round. No more hesitation. I know. Qin Yu said with a gloomy face. The situation is now clear. Gao Yang cannot be solved in the next round. No matter who Qin Yu and Lei Lei live with, they will die in the next round. For Qin Yu, the best result is Gao Yang kills, or seriously injures, Lei Lei first, and Qin Yu solves Gao Yang. The second best result is Gao Yang kills, or severely injures, Qin Yu first, and Lei Lei takes care of Gao Yang. The worst result, Qin Yu and Lei Lei do not trust each other, and choose to protect themselves, and both die in Gao Yang's hands. This is our last chance, don't hold back. Qin Yu said. Hee, you should say this to yourself. Lei Lei frowned, and on the other side of the gray barrier, the flames and smoke of the explosion dissipated, and a figure appeared. Gao Yang was bloody, with burns on his body, and lost an arm. When Nigu rushed towards Gao Yang stretched out his left hand, took the initiative to hold 2 grenades, and pushed them towards Nigu's lower abdomen, minimizing the lethality of the explosion to himself. In the end, Nigu was blown into pieces, and Gao Yang lost an arm. Ha ha! I knew you were not dead. Dr. Jia almost cried with joy. This was the first time he cared so much about the life and death of others since he was a child. Of course, this was mainly because Gao Yang's life and death were related to his life and death. How are you? Can you still fight? Dr. Jia shouted anxiously. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but nodded slowly. Dr. Jia was afraid of disturbing Gao Yang, so he quickly shut up. Gao Yang, with his arm broken, slowly sat on the ground, hunched his back, lowered his head, and let the blood flow from his body. He raised his eyelids and took a look at his red blood tank and golden energy tank, which were less than a quarter full. Gao Yang looked across the gray barrier again. Qin Yu's blood tank was still full, and his energy tank was still 1/5 full. Lei Lei's blood tank was still 3/4 full, and his energy tank was still 1/5 full. Gao Yang took a deep breath and looked up at the gray stone pillar. Ming Jing's face became more and more blurred, almost merging with the stone pillar. Gao Yang's mind moved, and a dense skill list appeared in front of him. Gao Yang's sight slowly moved down, and finally, he found what he wanted to see. He breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes at ease. Soon, the decision time ended. Decision time ends. 6th round begins. The totem under Gao Yang's feet turned green. But Gao Yang still sat cross-legged on the ground, and seemed to have no intention of taking action. The hearts of Lei Lei and Qin Yu on the opposite side clenched, and they stared at the totems under their feet. Who will Gao Yang come to kill? What moves will he use? Can I dodge and survive? Both of them fell into extreme tension. Suddenly, Qin Yu and Lei Lei opened their eyes wide. The totems under their feet turned yellow. Gao Yang still did not stand up. He raised his head and opened his mouth. Ah! Gao Yang let out a scream that did not belong to humans. In an instant, a pure white, sacred energy ripple spread out from his body and spread rapidly. The ripples penetrated everyone's body. Lei Lei and Qin Yu were horrified, thinking they were about to be attacked, but in fact, nothing happened. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang's action ended, and the energy bar above his head was reduced by more than half again, leaving only 1/10. Lei Lei and Qin Yu looked at each other, both in confusion. What did Gao Yang just do? Did he give up and abandon himself? There was no time to think, it was Lei Lei's turn to act, and the totem under his feet turned green. Lei Lei raised his pistol suddenly, but was surprised to find that his fingers were out of control, and he couldn't pull the trigger. How could this happen? Lei Lei held the pistol and stood there. After 3 seconds, the action time ended and Lei Lei put the gun down again. The energy tank above her head was empty. What are you doing? Qin Yu yelled at the side. Why the hell don't you shoot? I don't know. I can't shoot. Lei Lei also collapsed. Waste. It was Qin Yu's turn to act. He had a fierce look in his eyes, aimed his hands at Gao Yang, and launched the strongest strangling skill a plant without reservation. Then, a funny scene appeared. Qin Yu had a ferocious face, raised his hands, and stayed where he was. Nothing happened. 3 seconds later, the energy tank above Qin Yu's head also reached the bottom. He put down his hands in fear and confusion, and looked at Lei Lei. I can't attack either. Could it be? Lei Lei finally remembered that Gao Yang seemed to have another trick, which was the ability inherited from his mother, silent white light. That's right. Gao Yang just launched the tranquility wave to silence the actions of both the enemy and us, or to be more precise, interrupt, because it is a turn-based game, so such a weird form of expression appeared. In this round-based game, at the beginning, any move can only target one person, which is not reasonable at all. For example, Gao Yang's Flame Fist, Jian Ye's Space Mixer, Liao Liao's Chaos, etc., should all belong to the overall attack skills. But Ming Jing stole the concept of fairness and forcibly modified a small number of rules, making the duelist's talents become single-target attack skills. This is obviously a restriction against Gao Yang. However, the act of modifying the rules will inevitably speed up the consumption of Ming Jing's life. If you want to be an omnipotent notary, you will naturally have to pay a greater price. This is the inherent mechanism of the judge. Now that the battle has lasted to the 6th round, the loading speed in the field is getting slower and slower. Ming Jing is obviously about to run out of energy, so the few modified rules are quietly restored. In order to verify his conjecture, Gao Yang took another serious look at his densely packed skill list. As expected, Tranquility changed from a single attack to a group attack. Tranquility consumes very little energy, and Gao Yang still has enough energy to move on to the next round after using it. On the other hand, the actions of Lei Lei and Qin Yu, the attack that consumed all the remaining energy, were easily interrupted by Tranquility waves. In the next round, the two could no longer make any actions, and had to enter a forced rest round, and even dodge was not allowed. Gao Yang, with his broken arm, supported his broken, bloody body and slowly stood up. At this moment, he was like a bloody demon, and the sight in his eyes was like two cold daggers, piercing Qin Yu and Lei Lei's hearts. The one who laughs last is not you. Chapter 905. No, 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 no. This is impossible. Qin Yu couldn't accept this worst fact. He shouted helplessly and confusedly to Lei Lei, "Why can Gao Yang attack in groups? He is cheating. This is not fair." Lei Lei lowered her hands. She thought she would roar, scream, collapse, or cry bitterly, beg for mercy, or even go crazy on the spot. But when she was sure that she would die, her mind was blank for a few seconds, and then, a sense of relief surged from her body. She slowly raised her head, and looked at the gray stone pillar that witnessed this duel, and the almost invisible face on it. It seems that the default of using group skills was made at the beginning. It was Ming Jing who secretly modified the rules. Now he can't hold on any longer, and the rules have been restored. Qin Yu was stunned and couldn't speak anymore. It turned out that Ming Jing had been favoring them, otherwise they would have died from Gao Yang's group attack long ago. Lei Lei looked at Gao Yang calmly. "Gao Yang, you are so smart. Why didn't I think of this?" Gao Yang's pale face was covered with scars and blood stains, and his eyes showed sympathy. "We are almost the same. There is only one reason why you lost." "What is it?" Lei Lei asked. "I am fighting a desperate battle, but you are not," Gao Yang answered. Lei Lei was stunned. "Oh, that's it. In this fair duel, Gao Yang has no companions around him, but he has many real companions behind him. He has no way out, not only now, but from the beginning. Every step he takes is to grit his teeth, try his best, and bet everything. On the other hand, although Lei Lei has 4 companions around her, they have their own thoughts and go in opposite directions. In fact, she has never had a real companion in her life. She always seeks benefits and avoids harm, takes one step at a time, and lives for the sake of living. Although she also tried her best tonight, it is a world of difference from Gao Yang's trying her best. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. So that's what it means." Lei Lei was convinced and smiled with relief. "I've learned." On. The Great Barrier descended again. This time everyone noticed that it was no longer complete. There were many holes in the middle, like a plastic bag that began to melt from the middle after encountering high temperature, so it was no longer soundproof. It seems that Ming Jing is really reaching its limit. The decision-making time, this time, was also accelerated, only 120 seconds. All the instructions on the action table in front of Qin Yu and Lei Lei turned gray and could not be selected. The energy tanks of the 2 people were at the bottom. They had to rest in the next round. Even dodging was not allowed. They were completely reduced to lambs to be slaughtered. Gao Yang. Qin Yu's face changed drastically, and he shouted at the broken gray barrier, We don't have to go this far. We can cooperate. Lulu, we can cooperate, right?" Qin Yu looked at Lulu, hoping that she would beg for mercy with him. Lulu didn't say anything, and a trace of contempt flashed across her eyes. Of course she was afraid of death, but when death came, she at least had the courage to accept reality. Gao Yang. "As long as we delay for a few more rounds, Ming Jing will definitely die first, and the domain will be gone. If you kill us, there may be enemies ambushing outside the domain, and you may not be a match for them now. Don't kill us, wait until you leave the domain, and we will help you deal with the enemies." "Damn, although it's shameless." Dr. Jia touched his chin and smacked his lips, but what he said is not unreasonable. Gao Yang smiled coldly. "Dr. Jia, think it through. If we don't act in the next round, They can act in the next round. They have the final say. Can you trust someone who even betrays his childhood sweetheart? Dr. Jia was silent. Yes, it's safer to kill them. Gao Yang. You must believe me. Qin Yu shouted. I don't want to be your enemy. I was just forced by Qilin's power. I had no choice at the time. I was forced. It was painful for me to kill Nanfeng. Qin Yu knelt down with a thump and began to kowtow frantically. Gao Yang, I beg you to forgive me and spare my life. I will protect you. I promise to be your slave from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I can even be your dog. Qin Yu. Gao Yang looked at him coldly. I know you are not loyal to Qilin. I also know that everything you do is just to survive. What's wrong with wanting to survive? Yes. Yes. Qin Yu stopped kowtowing and looked at Gao Yang humbly and excitedly, with snot and tears on his face. I just want to survive. I am very scared. I don't want to die. Gao Yang, thank you. I know you can understand the feelings of a weak person like me. But the people you killed just want to survive. Gao Yang interrupted Qin Yu and said in a faint voice, What's wrong with him? Qin Yu's face froze, and the hope that was rekindled in his eyes was once again extinguished. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Gao Yang grabbed the black gold dagger and pointed it at Qin Yu's face. You should have thought that there would always be this day. No. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. Qin Yu collapsed to the ground. Fear and despair overwhelmed his last sanity. He struggled with his legs, kept retreating, and directly hit the invisible boundary. He could no longer retreat. A few seconds later, the man's crotch was wet. Lai Lu, who was standing by, looked at Qin Yu's embarrassed and pitiful appearance, and actually felt very happy. It was worth it to be able to watch a good show before dying. She sat down slowly, and waited for her fate quietly. Gao Yang glanced at Dr. Jia. I will kill Qin Yu. You are responsible for taking away Li Li's pistol. I may be able to kill her. Dr. Jia said. What will you use to kill? Fists? Gao Yang asked. Dr. Jia was asked. Even if Li Li could not move, and could not dodge, Dr. Jia would definitely not be able to kill her with one punch. He took away Li Li's pistol. Li Li could not use gun god. Even if she recovered a certain amount of physical strength in the next round, she would not be a threat. Okay. Dr. Jia nodded. I listen to you. The two immediately chose the content of the action. The countdown ended, and a voice came from above. Decision time ends. The 7th round begins. No, don't. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please let me go. Qin Yu's body could no longer move, maintaining a paralyzed posture, begging desperately. His buttocks were already wet. Gao Yang's action round began. Gao Yang had little energy left. He chose the most ordinary way. He dragged his injured and broken body, and walked towards Qin Yu step by step. Don't come. Don't come. Gao Yang's shadow was like the shadow of the god of death, climbing up Qin Yu's body little by little, and finally covering Qin Yu's face of fear, despair and mental breakdown. Mom, where are you? Save me quickly. Puff. Gao Yang was too lazy to squat down, and directly stabbed the dagger into Qin Yu's right eye until the blade was completely immersed in the brain. Qin Yu stopped begging for mercy, trembled all over, and fell to the ground limply. Gao Yang walked back slowly, holding the bloody dagger, his face dark, without any joy of revenge. It's my turn. Dr. Jia was very excited. He rushed to the side of the immobile Lele, grabbed her pistol with both hands, and pulled it hard. Ah! Dr. Jia fell to the ground, but thank God, he still got the pistol. Dr. Jia ran back to his position. On. The gray barrier became thinner and more broken, and the 7th round officially ended. Lele slowly raised her head and smiled. Chapter 906. Dr. Jia and Gao Yang saw this smile. Dr. Jia was a little gloating. What a sin, another crazy one. Gao Yang was silent with a gloomy face. Lula shouted, Gao Yang, you can't use teleportation anymore, right? Gao Yang was silent. Lula guessed right. In fact, in the last round, Gao Yang had just enough time to use teleportation plus normal attack once, but killing Qin Yu, even the simplest attack, would consume energy. After killing Qin Yu, Gao Yang realized in an instant that he could not teleport plus normal attack in the next round because he did not have enough energy. Gao Yang tried to keep calm, but was still noticed by Lulu. Gao Yang, you can't use teleport in the next round. According to the rules of the round system, your mobility may be judged as slower than mine. So what? Gao Yang sneered. You don't have a pistol, And you can't kill me even if you attack first, but it's easy for me to kill you. That's right. Lei Lei looked at Dr. Jia with a subtle smile and pulled out the black gold dagger she carried with her. But I still have no problem killing Dr. Jia. Gao Yang's heart trembled. Sure enough, the most worried thing happened. After Lei Lei was forced to rest for one round, she recovered a little energy, which was definitely not enough for her to launch a powerful move to kill Gao Yang. Take a step back. Even if Lei Lei can really kill Gao Yang, she will fall into a forced rest state in the next round due to energy shortage. Dr. Jia can completely shoot her, and she will still die. But it is very easy for Lei Lei to kill Dr. Jia, who is no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, if Lei Lei is confident that she can withstand Gao Yang's attack in this round without dying, she can even choose to take back Dr. Jia's pistol. Then in the next round, Lei Lei can activate Gun God again and kill Gao Yang first. Gao Yang will have to enter a forced rest round after this action. If so, the situation can be reversed. However, Lei Lei is very clear about Gao Yang's strength. It is almost impossible for her to resist Gao Yang's attack unless she activates from the heart to protect herself. But in this case, the energy that has been recovered with great difficulty will be exhausted again, and she will have to enter a forced rest in the next round, and Dr. Jia can still shoot her. So Lei Lei's reversal only exists in imagination. Lei Lei quickly analyzed her two options. 1. Grab Dr. Jia's pistol, resist Gao Yang's attack in this round, and kill Gao Yang in the next round. The success rate is almost 0. 2. Kill Dr. Jia, drag one person to be buried with him, and destroy Juice's plan to rob people. The success rate is 100%. Lei Lei made a decision immediately. Decision time ends. The 8th round begins. The gray barrier disappears. Sure enough, this time, the totem under Lei Lei's feet lit up first, and Lei Lei took action first. Lei Lei stood in place, looked at Gao Yang, and then looked at Dr. Jia. 3 seconds later, the totem under her feet dimmed again. Gao Yang and Dr. Jia were both shocked. Lei Lei gave up the action. Gao Yang frowned. Why don't you take action? You ask even though you know the answer. Lei Lei shrugged. There is no chance of success if you take action. Gao Yang was silent. But at least I can pull Dr. Jia to be buried with me. Is that what you want to ask? Lei Lei smiled. Gao Yang still didn't speak. If killing Dr. Jia could let me get out alive, I would have done it earlier, but unfortunately it can't. Lei Lei threw away the dagger in her hand with a clang. I don't like killing people at all, I just want to live. Lei Lei took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Gao Yang, for the sake of me not killing Dr. Jia, I hope you can give me a quick death. Don't look at me like this, I am afraid of pain. As he spoke, the totem under Gao Yang's feet turned green. Gao Yang stood there without taking any action. He chose to rest. Gao Yang. What are you doing? Dr. Jia was shocked. Are you out of your mind? Gao Yang also smiled bitterly. I just want to be more stable. Dr. Jia was stunned and turned his head around. If Lei Lei still wants to struggle to death, there are only two options. 1. Dr. Raja will be buried with him. 2. Take back Dr. Jia's pistol and bet that he will not die this round. If Lei Lei implements Plan 2, and Gao Yang's actions in this round fail to kill Lei Lei, Gao Yang may be the one who dies. Therefore, no matter how Lei Lei acts, Gao Yang chose to rest for one round, and there would be no danger. When he recovered a certain amount of energy, Gao Yang would activate teleport again in the next round and return to the first position of action. In this way, even if Lei Lei took back Dr. Jia's pistol, he would not be the first to act, and Gao Yang could still kill Lei Lei first and end the game. But no one expected that Lei Lei would give up the action. In this round, Dr. Jia chose self-protection, because he was worried that Lei Lei would drag him to death. Although his self-protection was useless, it was better than nothing after all. So, an embarrassing situation occurred. In the 8th round, none of the three took action. This time, the gray barrier disappeared completely, and the power in the field was still in the initial stage of disintegration. Everyone entered the decision-making time again, and the time was shortened to 60 seconds. Huh? Lei Lei shook his head. I didn't expect that I lived another 60 seconds. It was really painful. Lei Lei. Gao Yang looked at Lei Lei. Next round, you still don't plan to resist? Please, please don't play with me, okay? Lei Lei said, you can teleport again in the next round, and you are faster than me. If I don't protect myself, I will die. If I protect myself, I will be seriously injured. I will still die in the next round. Do you hate me so much? Do you have to torture me repeatedly? Gao Yang nodded. You are not a bad person. I will give you a quick death. Thank you. Lei Lei breathed a sigh of relief. How about I do it? Dr. Jia suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards Lele. I can shoot him in the head with one shot, which will cause the least pain. No. Lele became nervous. You used my gun to kill me, which is equivalent to suicide, which goes against my life doctrine that it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Besides, what if you fail to kill me with one shot? I will suffer more. Dr. Jia, leave it to me, you continue to protect yourself, just in case. Gao Yang said. That makes sense. Dr. Jia immediately backed off. The more critical the moment, the more he cannot fail. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Gao Yang and Dr. Jia began to choose their own actions. Decision time ends. 9th round begins. Chapter 907. After a few seconds, the totem under Gao Yang's feet turned green. As expected, the first position of the action returned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not activate teleport, but stood in place with one hand in his pocket until the action time was over. Lele had already sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and waited for death. She didn't wait for her death for a long time, but waited until the totem under her feet turned green. Lele looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Gao Yang, what do you mean? Lele looked at the energy bar above her head that had recovered a lot, and felt incredible. She stood up. You want to give me a chance and compete with me again? Okay, I just don't want to die yet. What fuck? Gao Yang, you can't play unless you are against the wind, right? Dr. Jia felt that he was about to collapse. I don't care. I will shoot next round. Don't struggle, I will kill you next round. Gao Yang's eyes were cold. It's just that I suddenly remembered that I haven't asked you if you have any last words. Lele was stunned, and the luster in her eyes dimmed. Yes, how could Gao Yang give her a chance? If he was really so saintly, he would not live to this day. Last words, let me think. Lele thought for a while, and a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. She didn't even have a friend who wanted to leave a word. Lele smiled awkwardly. The Destiny Boy has come to an end, remember to burn it for me. Gao Yang had heard by two recommend that novel before, he nodded, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually solidified. Goodbye forever. It's so unlucky, I don't want to meet you again in my next life. Lele pulled the corner of his mouth. The action is over, and there are only 30 seconds left for this decision. Gao Yang, Dr. Jia, and Lele silently choose the content of the action, and each of them is silent. Decision time ends. 10th round begins. The totem under Gao Yang's feet turns green. Swish. Gao Yang disappears, and appears next to Lele in an instant. His right hand turns into a palm thorn, piercing Lele's chest. Wow! Lele spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back. Gao Yang pulled out his bloody right hand, and squatted down. Lele lay on the ground, looking painful, tears blurred in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Gao Yang's collar. You. This. Liar. It hurts. Lele tilted her head and died. Gao Yang stopped looking at Lele's body. He stood up slowly, and did not return to his previous position. He looked at Dr. Jia, who was holding a gun. It's over. Huh? Dr. Jia put down his pistol and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang, you are really good, you can even turn the tables. To be honest, I thought we were dead at first. I have always had good luck. Gao Yang replied indifferently. As he spoke, he looked at the gray stone pillar beside him. Mingjing's face had disappeared, and the gray stone pillar that stood tall and upright also had countless cracks, and it looked like it was about to collapse. The black sky and the white earth began to penetrate each other, turning into a black rain and a white rain, which intersected and blended together. The whole world gradually turned into a flowing gray, just like the legendary chaos. Mingjing, you lost? Gao Yang said to the gray void. At least, I avenged Chen Hui. Mingjing's weak voice appeared in his ears. Gao Yang asked lightly, you didn't kill me, you are very unwilling, right? You are not dead, which only means that your test has not really come, and my test has ended. I have completed my mission, and will go to the other side. Self-consolation is really useful. Gao Yang said. After a few seconds of silence, Mingjing's voice appeared again, becoming weaker and weaker. I shared some of Luqi's memories. You may be interested in the cause of Luqi's death. Gao Yang was stunned. Luqi committed suicide because he could not see any hope. The future imagined by humans does not exist. Gao Yang was silent. One day, his will be carried out in the world, his divine light will shine on the earth, his... Mingjing. Gao Yang interrupted impatiently. I also have a message for you. Go to hell with God. Mingjing no longer answered, and his breath completely disappeared. The chaos around him became thicker and thicker, and began to flatten. Gao Yang, Dr. Jia had an illusion that they seemed to change from three-dimensional to two-dimensional planes, then to simple black and white lines, and finally to be crumpled into a ball. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and found himself standing in Dr. Jia's laboratory. There was no change around him, and there was no sign of fighting. Not far in front of him, there were 5 bodies lying, 0618, Xinkong, Jiangyi, Qingyu, and Liao Liao, as well as a parrot body and some bloody body fragments. That should be Nico, who died from the grenade. In addition to these, there was another person, who was sitting cross-legged among these bodies. It was Ming Jing. He was gray, and looked like a strange statue. Wow! After a few seconds, Ming Jing collapsed and turned into a gray powder on the ground. Ah! In just a few seconds, Gao Yang's injuries were inherited from the domain space. Without the constraints of the law energy in the domain, the more real, complex, and fluid pain spread throughout his body, almost crushing Gao Yang. At the same time, the passive repair ability of Gecko in his body was excited, and he began to absorb energy frantically, which made Gao Yang even weaker. He knelt down in pain, trying his best to resist the fainting feeling like a mountain pressing down on his head. Hurry! Gao Yang didn't even have the energy to look up at Dr. Jia. See potion, adrenaline. Right away, right away. Dr. Jia's reaction was also fast. He rushed to a cabinet, frantically found the potion, ran back, and stabbed it into Gao Yang's body one after another. Gao Yang groaned. While enduring the side effects of emergency treatment, he repeatedly confirmed that there were no other enemies around. It seems that Ming Jing and Nico didn't prepare a backup plan. Tingting and Han Ju should have escaped or called for help. When the others suddenly disappeared in front of them, it was the most unwise decision for 2 people with no fighting power to wait on the side. With little time left, Gao Yang no longer hesitated, raised his right hand towards the body of Lele, and shouted, "Time reset." Hiss. In an instant, countless white energy filaments emitting sacred light rushed out of Gao Yang's fingers, entangled Lele's body, and quickly wrapped her into a light cocoon. It worked, the bet won. Chapter 908. When did the plan start? From the moment Lele failed to kill Dr. Jia, and Gao Yang just wanted to play it safe and didn't kill Lele, Gao Yang had a bold idea in his mind. Poach people. If you want to poach people, you have to save them first. Gao Yang immediately began to think about the feasibility. When Gao Yang took action tonight, in addition to shuttle and perception, he also copied a game player. This talent was originally prepared for Dr. Jia. In case of any accidents when rescuing people, it can also be used as a backup. Who knew that he was ambushed by Ming Jing? But in theory, game player and judgment are both miracle talents, and the deep energy behind them is integrated. In addition, in the later period, Ming Jing was exhausted and his control over the judgment field was getting weaker and weaker, so Gao Yang had the idea of blocking BUG. If a life form is marked with a game player mark in the judgment field, and game player is activated again after the judgment field ends, can the rescue be successful? Gao Yang decided to take a gamble. Anyway, the worst result is similar to the current one, which is nothing more than Lele's death. But he did not confess his plan to Lele, fearing that Lele would take advantage of Gao Yang's softness and kill Gao Yang. Although this possibility is very small, Lele's heart is kind from the fact that Dr. Raja was not buried with him in the end. However, no matter how kind a person is, he cannot resist the temptation of living. So, after resting for one round, Gao Yang inexplicably rested for another round. In fact, he did not rest, but marked the black hair clip in his pocket with a game player mark. In fact, with Gao Yang's energy slot at that time, he could only mark it, and it was impossible to use it again. In the eyes of Lele and Dr. Jia, Gao Yang seemed to be soft-hearted, and wanted to confirm Lele's regret, so he let her live for another round. In the third round, Gao Yang had to take action. He did not use a dagger, a weapon with a higher success rate and less pain to the enemy, to kill Lele, and chose a more cruel way, piercing Lele's heart with a palm stab. In order to leave the black hair clip on the tip of his finger in Lele's body, which was equivalent to marking Lele a second before killing him. Now, the field is over. Gao Yang relied on C potion and special adrenaline to forcefully activate game player, and unexpectedly saved Lele. My god, can it be like this? Dr. Jia was stunned, with a white light flashing on his face. Who is the genius, you or me? Gao Yang did not reply, because he had no strength at all. Even if he relied on C potion and special adrenaline to hold on, he wanted to revive a person when he was seriously injured, which was basically equivalent to playing with his life. 30 seconds later, Lele looked completely renewed, her chest rising and falling slightly, her face pale but no longer cold, she regained her life. Gao Yang, on the other hand, had drained the last bit of energy from his body. He slammed his eyelids shut and fell to the ground. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. You must not die. Dr. Jia's anxious voice came to his ears. I am still relying on your active energy for research. A few minutes later. Ah! Lei screamed and woke up. She was sitting in the narrow seat of the capsule train. It was pitch black outside, and the green fire lights that passed by quickly from time to time were like a streak of light. A few seconds later, her memory and consciousness slowly connected, and she remembered everything. She was killed by Gao Yang, but now, she was still alive. Why am I still alive? Never mind, anyway, I'm still alive. So good. It feels so good to be alive. Lei closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of fresh air. His eyes quickly became smooth. I advise you not to move. Dr. Jia's voice came. Bullets don't have eyes. Lei opened his eyes, and found that Dr. Jia was sitting on the narrow seat opposite. He held a black gold pistol with both hands, trembling slightly, and pointed it at Lei's eyebrows. A fat gray parrot stood on his shoulder, with a red chest. The wounds from the bullet holes were almost repaired, and the head that was blown up was back, but there were no feathers on the top of the head, as if someone had shaved it from the middle, which was very funny. It had just resurrected, and its voice was weak, but it still shouted in a pretentious manner, Don't move, don't move, don't move. There was also an unconscious person squeezed next to Dr. Jia. It was Gao Yang. He was covered with wounds, lost his left arm, and looked dying. Lei's mind worked quickly, and after a little thought, she understood what was going on. She exhaled lightly. Activate level 6 gun god. Swish. Dr. Jia didn't react at all. The gun in his hand had already appeared in Lei's hand, and Lei was holding the pistol against his smooth forehead. Lei's tone was a little sarcastic. Dr. Jia, next time you point a gun at me, you'd better stand far away. You don't know anything about the hand speed of gun god. Oh, I will pay attention next time. Dr. Jia was a little flustered and licked his lips. Excuse me, do I have a next time? Well? Lei took back the pistol, turned it handsomely a few times, and put it back into the holster on the outside of his thigh. It depends on your performance. Oh! Dr. Jia breathed a sigh of relief. See how you perform. See how you perform. See how you perform. The parrot repeated with gloating. Shut up, stupid thing. Dr. Jia cursed viciously. Lei thought for a moment, and met Dr. Jia's gaze again. See if I guessed it right? In the second round when Gao Yang was on vacation, he activated Game Player. In the third round, when he stabbed me in the heart, he put the hairpin on me. After the field ended, he activated Game Player to reset me 3 minutes ago. He overdrawn his energy and fainted. You took him and ran with me. Halfway through the run, I woke up first. Not bad, basically guessed it right. Dr. Jia nodded mysteriously, except for one thing. What point? Lei just finished speaking, and felt a chill on her neck. Gao Yang teleported to Lei's side, with a dagger against her neck. And the unconscious Gao Yang next to Dr. Jia slowly disappeared, but was just a phantom. Except that I woke up before you, and hid on the roof. Gao Yang's left arm had grown out, and the blood on his face had been wiped clean. He was too pale, and his voice was very weak. He slowly retracted the dagger. Congratulations, you passed the test. Lei was stunned for more than 10 seconds before asking in confusion. Gao Yang, thank you for saving me, but why did you save me? I was in the field at the time, but I was the one who wanted to kill you the most. You didn't want to kill me, you just wanted to live. Gao Yang paused and repeated his previous words. What's wrong with wanting to live? Lei was stunned, with a slight red light in the corners of his eyes. Gao Yang, you. Lei thought for a long time, and finally found a word to describe the boy in front of him. What a lunatic. Chapter 909. Thank you for the compliment. Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes, and leaned back on his chair. Do you want to join the crazy organization? Lulu was surprised, but after thinking about it, she felt it was reasonable. Gao Yang saved her for a purpose. It was impossible to do charity. Can I ask the reason? Lulu was cautious. There are many reasons: ability, IQ, potential. Gao Yang still closed his eyes. His voice could not hide his fatigue. But what really touched me was another point. What? Lulu was very curious. Gao Yang opened his eyes, tilted his head to look at Lulu, and smiled faintly. Seeing you is like seeing my past self. Lulu's heart trembled. It was really strange. Even if Gao Yang saved her, she was not very moved. But this sentence hit the very secret softness in her heart. Maybe there is such a thing as kind in this world. Maybe life is not as lonely as I thought. Perhaps I can also find companions and meaning like Gao Yang. If I can spend my life like this and visit the graves of people I hate, I will be very happy just thinking about it. You can leave or stay, it's up to you, Gao Yang said, closing his eyes again. Lei still didn't express his opinion, and he was torn between heaven and man. To be honest, Gao Yang is a good person, but you won't live long if you follow him. Just look at the fate of the people around him. But I don't want to go back to Haichuan Group, or I can just be a lone man. No, it's even worse to be a lone man in troubled times. Lei, you must think clearly, weigh the pros and cons, and a wrong step may lead to a bottomless abyss. Lei's shoulders suddenly sank. She squinted her eyes, and saw Gao Yang's head. He was too tired and fell asleep. The capsule train just made a big turn, and his body tilted and his head rested on him. Gao Yang this time was not an illusion. He was weak and defenseless. Lei only needed 1 second to shoot and kill him. He was the #1 enemy of the Haichuan Group, and the curse that destroyed the world as predicted by Mr. Li. Killing him might end the civil war, and might really save all mankind. But what does all this have to do with me? I only know that the person next to me risked his life to save mine, and fell asleep on my shoulder, as if I was a companion who was worthy of being trusted. Lei cursed herself in her heart. She raised her head, her eyes firm. Dr. Jia, where are we going now? You ask me, who should I ask? Dr. Jia looked innocent. Are you not in the same group with Juicy? Lei was surprised. It's bullshit. Dr. Jia was a little excited. I am just a resource, you guys are snatching it away. I don't care, it doesn't matter where I go. You have a clear self-positioning. Lei shook her head and smiled bitterly. She thought for a moment. Leave here first, find a place to hide, and make plans after Gao Yang wakes up. Okay. 1 hour later, Qingyang Bridge. The celebration of the New Year's Eve came to an end, and the whole city began to show signs of sleep. In the blocked Qingyang Bridge area, Song Dao quickly detected the unnatural damage to the city buildings, and quickly began to repair them. The moonlight was cold and quiet, and Li Jian was quiet. Large pieces of steel and cement kept floating up from the water, slowly placed on the bridge piers on the river, gradually pieced together the previous shape, and then perfectly repaired by some incredible power. On the shallows under the bridge, a group of figures stood, and they were all the members of the Haichuan Group who had regrouped. Isher, Yushi and others treated the wounded first, and then began to deal with the bodies. Some bodies were severely damaged. Yushi first activated Rubber Man to turn the bodies back into plasticine state, and Isher then sutured them, and finally tried to restore the integrity of the bodies. However, there were also some that could not be restored at all, such as the enemy's white rabbit, whose entire body below the chest disappeared. When Isher picked her up, she felt lighter than ever before, as if she was holding a pillow. Finally, Isher wiped her face, took off his coat and wrapped her up, and put her in a body bag. Sister Isher. At this time, Lu Ding came over with something in his hand. Sister Musashi. Lu Ding's eyes were red. I only found this. Isher took a look and saw a broken palm wearing a lace glove, and a diamond ring on it. It was given to her by her ex-boyfriend when he proposed to her. Unfortunately, she awakened and could only escape the marriage, but the ring was kept. Isher's face was heavy. She witnessed Musashi's death. She was smashed into pieces by the giant missile made of steel pipes, and turned into countless body fragments. Later, there was a big battle, the bridge collapsed, and her body could not be found at all. Isher took Musashi's broken palm, nodded, and said nothing more. She turned and looked at the riverside, where there were 2 figures, one standing and one sitting. Qilin and Mr. Li stood on the shore, and were silent for a long time. Qilin put on a clean coat again, put on a black eye mask on his blind right eye, leaned on a black gold cane in his right hand, and the small arm of his left hand disappeared, and was simply bandaged. When the red fallen fox dragged the white phoenix to die together, Qilin noticed it in time, and controlled the azure dragon puppet to rush into the altar to protect Qilin and escape in time. The price was high. The azure dragon puppet was severely damaged, and could no longer be controlled. And Qilin also had one of his arms melted. As for the living beast puppet and Chun, they were also destroyed in the fire of purgatory and disappeared. Qilin lost this war, which can be described as a miserable defeat. President, Vice President. Isher came over and said in a heavy voice, all the bodies nearby have been found. Qilin looked at the river surface and said nothing. Mr. Li's tired voice was full of compassion. Go ahead. Our casualties are Sister Ling, Lu Tu, Musashi, Flower, Iwaba, Iman, Jingku, and Wan Zhu, a total of 8 people. Among them, Musashi's body only had a broken palm, which could not be restored. Isher paused and continued. The other dead are Huang Furong, Huang Daihu, and Bai Tuesday. The first 2 bodies have been repaired, but Bai Tu's damage is too serious and cannot be repaired. I put it in a body bag. In addition, Isher looked at Qilin's back. Dr. Jiao was kidnapped. Tingting and Han Ju escaped back, and it is said that Gao Yang did it. What about the others? Qilin finally asked. Chu rushed over to confirm, and just called me back. Isher replied, the laboratory was burned, the bodies were all burned, and only some debris remained. The identity needs to be further confirmed. The preliminary conclusion is that it is Yin Liang, Qin Yu, 0618, Xing Kong. Qilin was silent again. He said nothing, and controlled the overflow of his mental power very well. But Isher could still feel that his back was becoming more and more cold and gloomy. After a long silence, Qilin turned around and said expressionlessly, Where is the body? Isher subconsciously lowered his head. Gather at the shore. Take me there. Yes. Qilin, led by Isher, came to a patch of grass on the riverbank. Under the moonlight, there were 9 relatively intact bodies, covered with blood-stained white cloth. Qilin walked to the middle of the bodies, raised his hand slightly, and signaled everyone else to step aside. Then, he closed his eyes. Instantly, Isher felt a strange energy ray spreading out from Qilin, which made people shudder. She felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she was being entangled by poisonous snakes and spider silk, and being sucked by leeches. Her face turned pale, her body trembled, and she retreated more than 10 meters and stood with the others. In less than a minute, the strange energy ray disappeared. The wind stopped, the air seemed to freeze for a second, and the bodies under the white cloth suddenly flashed 2 vague green lights. Qilin opened his left eye, like an emerald at the bottom of a dark lake. Tap. Qilin's black gold cane tapped the ground. Swish. All the corpses lifted the white cloth at the same time, and suddenly straightened their bodies. Under the moonlight, the night wind blew again, and the corpse puppets turned around and looked at their masters, with the green light in their eyes flickering. Qilin looked up, and looked at all the members of the Haichuan group. He solemnly said, I, Qilin, swear here. Tonight, every drop of our blood will not be shed in vain, and every bit of our humiliation and hatred will be returned to the enemy doubled. No one can defeat us, and no one can stop the progress of mankind. Qilin let go of the cane, clenched his fist, and raised it high. Fight for survival. Fight for survival. Fight for survival. Fight for survival. Chapter 910. Shanqing District, a shopping mall. During the battle between Chun and Qilin, Jingjia tried his best to take all the living people out of the danger zone. After that, he passed out due to overdrawing his ability, and turned back into a ball of gas. He didn't even have time to explain why the ghost group would help. Johan made a prompt decision, and took everyone to hide in a shopping mall instead of going directly back to the secret base. First, the distance was too far and everyone couldn't hurry on in their current state. Second, Johan was also worried that someone might be following them, although this possibility was very small. Everyone hid in a clothing store, and took out the sea medicine in the medical kit for emergency treatment. As the only nurse in the team, Pang Jun was in a coma due to excessive blood loss. He couldn't wake up for a while, let alone heal others. Wang Zikai and Zhang Wei also passed out. Tengu, Nana, Muzitu, Dohu, Zhanghe, Siju, and Yasha were all injured to varying degrees, and because of the sacrifice of their teammates, they were still unable to recover, and they became more and more depressed. Everyone sat in the dark, silent like statues forgotten in the dim ruins. Qinling, Johan, Chaining, Gregor, Hengmu, and Hong Xiaoxiao were in a slightly better situation. Qinling, Gregor, and Ku were responsible for keeping watch, while Hong Xiaoxiao and Hengmu were responsible for taking care of the wounded. Johan and Chaining discussed for a while, made a decision, and walked to Dohu's side. Uncle Hu, Gao Yang has replied, everything is going well, and he will find a chance to reunite with us later. Chuning said, on the contrary, it is not a solution for us to continue like this. We have to take Mingyang over to help everyone treat it. Johan added, at least cure Pang Jun first, and then let Pang Jun treat others. Dohu leaned against the wall, holding a half-burnt cigarette in his hand. He nodded. Let's do it this way. Okay, I sent Qinling to pick up Mingyang. Johan said. Qining hesitated. There is one more thing. What if Mingyang asks where Baitu went? How should Qinling answer? Dohu's body trembled, and the ash in his hand fell off. Dohu raised his head, stared for 2 seconds, and grinned. Just say that Baito went to find the big bad wolf. At 1 o'clock in the morning, on the top floor of an unfinished building, the simple rough house was covered with a thick layer of industrial dust. There were no doors or windows. Gusts of cold wind poured into the dim space from time to time, making the whimpering sound of a wild cat. Gao Yang, Lei Lei, and Dr. Jiao were all very tired. The three of them were wrapped in a piece of torn curtain, leaning against the cold wall, and fell asleep. Suddenly, Lei Lei was startled and opened his eyes alertly. Someone is here. Liao pretended to be still asleep, but his hand under the curtains quietly took out a pistol, ready to launch gun god at any time. Outside the glassless French window was a city in the dark night. The excitement of the little new year had faded, but from time to time, there would still be sporadic fireworks blooming in the night sky. Whoosh! The night wind was stronger, and a light snow fell from the sky. Swish! A silver-haired girl in a red cloak landed lightly on the French window. She was against the light, with a gentle golden edge all over her body, her hair flying, and the cloak rustling gently. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. The girl sensed Liao's hostility towards her. Liao stopped pretending to sleep and opened her eyes, but her finger was still on the trigger of the pistol. Who are you? What do you want to do? My name is Chushue. The girl in the backlight tilted her head and smiled. Chushu? Lei Lei was startled. You are the little girl from the ghost group? Not a little girl. I'm 28 years old. Chushue corrected seriously, as if this matter was very important. Lei Lei slowly looked at Chushue, who was only 16 or 17 years old, with silver hair and red eyes, white skin, and a beauty and purity that seemed unreal, like bubbles in a dream, which would break at the touch. I'm Gao Yang. Chushue was stunned and retracted her smile. Friend. Lei Lei did not put down the gun. How did you find us? Chushue pursed her lips, a little proud. I don't know, anyway, I can find Gao Yang no matter where he is. My sister said it might be telepathy. Lei Lei wanted to ask something else, and gently pressed the barrel of Lei Lei's gun with one hand. Gao Yang did not open his eyes, and his voice was weak and dissociative. It's okay, we are one. Gao Yang was too tired. After saying these words, his breathing became heavy again, and he seemed to fall asleep again. Lei Lei finally let down her guard. She looked at Chushue and didn't know what to say for a moment. Then you sit anywhere. You see, there's nothing to treat here. Yeah. Chushue smiled and nodded. She stared at Lei Lei with her big eyes, and didn't say anything. Lei Lei was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, she asked, You want to sit here with me? Yeah. Chushue nodded heavily, and then felt a little embarrassed. Can I? Haha, she's quite polite, so cute. Okay. Lei Lei smiled in her heart, and she sat aside and made room. Chushue immediately stepped forward and got between Gao Yang and Lei Lei. She was petite and soft, and her hair exuded a faint milky fragrance. You guys take a good rest. I've checked it. There's no danger, Chushue said to Lei Lei. Okay, thank you. Lei Lei closed his eyes again, and held the gun with another hand. Chushue curled up her legs, tilted her head, and gently leaned against Gao Yang's arm. She didn't dare to be intimate like before, just leaned against him gently. She greedily inhaled Gao Yang's scent, closed her eyes contentedly, and fell asleep quickly. In fact, she hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. The snow outside the French window was getting heavier. Chapter 9:11. Gao Yang was in a meteorite crater. The crater was not steep, and the ground was relatively flat, like a huge frying pan. The center of the frying pan was burned through, and a dark foggy abyss appeared. It was late at night, and heavy snow fell from the sky. The white goose velvet-like snowflakes swirled and floated lightly into the abyss, and were swallowed up by the black fog in an instant. This was Qinghe Park after the self-destruction of Zhu Yuan. That night, Su Shi gave birth to Zhu Yuan here. That night, Gao Yang became an orphan again. He will never forget this place. Gao Yang looked sideways, and saw the familiar dormitory aunt standing by. This time, she was no longer wearing a floral long skirt, but a large light green sweater and a white skirt. The lower part of her hair was tied into a fluffy braid, which went around her snow-white neck and fell on her left chest. She stood in the heavy snow for a while, but there was not a single snowflake on her body. She met Gao Yang's eyes, smiled gently, and nodded. Dream? Or in the system? Gao Yang asked briefly. Both. The dormitory aunt also answered briefly. Gao Yang was not surprised. He quickly accepted the current situation. Report. Okay. The dormitory ant chuckled and immediately turned into a female anchor with a sharp tongue and a sweet voice. You currently have 1892 accumulated luck points. The attribute data is as follows. Physical strength 2289, endurance 2141, strength 2071, agility 2145, spirit 2003, charm 2602, luck 2020. The talent levels are as follows. Absolute defense level 5, teleportation level 6, copy level 6, flame level 6, gecko level 3, phantom level 6, mental armament level 6, liar detector level 4, luck level 5. It costs 3,840 lucky points to comprehend a new talent. It costs 2,000 lucky points to make a wish next time. Gao Yang listened silently and said, check the talent temple. Please look ahead. The dormitory manager raised her hand towards the abyss in front. The black mist that kept rushing out of the abyss immediately felt a certain call and gathered into a huge blackboard. The snowflakes floating in the sky condensed into a white chalk, quickly outlining the 12 talent totems and the corresponding talent inventory numbers on the blackboard. Gao Yang looked at the element system, reinforcement system, time and space system and protection system one after another. The inventory numbers were 5, 5, 4, and 6 respectively. Next time he comprehends a talent, Gao Yang has 4 choices: Element Angel, Infinite Evolution, Time and Space Ghost, Invincible. These 4 talents have their own advantages, and the corresponding runes are all on his side, which is most likely to exert huge energy. But even in the most ideal situation, Gao Yang can accurately comprehend the new talent he wants by making a wish once, and he still has to spend 5,840 lucky points. This means that Gao Yang is still short of nearly 4,000 points. According to the plan of 48 lucky points a day, Gao Yang will have to hang up for more than 80 days to get the next talent. This is unrealistic. Let alone 80 days, Gao Yang can't guarantee what will happen in 8 days. The boy sighed in his heart, and he asked tentatively, besides falling into a huge crisis, is there any other way to quickly increase lucky points? The dormitory ant shook her head. No. Really? I don't believe it. Gao Yang smiled. The dormitory ant pretended to think for a few seconds, smiled and stretched out a finger. In theory, there is another way, which is to comprehend infinite evolution, and then quickly enhance it through its talent mechanism. Although you can't gain lucky points, the attribute points will be significantly improved, which may meet your needs. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed. Indeed, if you comprehend infinite evolution, you can pretend to be an enemy to assassinate Wang Zikai, Dohu and others. The other party will definitely go all out without knowing it. Gao Yang may be able to trigger the passive of infinite evolution and quickly strengthen himself. But this is something that can only be done after comprehending infinite evolution, and this still does not solve the primary problem of how to get 4,000 lucky points quickly. Gao Yang was silent. The dormitory ante stopped talking and stood side by side with Gao Yang, looking at the abyss under their feet. What will happen if I jump down? After a while, this thought suddenly popped up in Gao Yang's mind. Wake up from the dream and leave the system. The dormitory ante replied softly. Gao Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Yes, the answer is obvious. By the way, let me ask you something. Gao Yang pretended to ask casually, am I the heir of God or the cursed abyss? You have to ask yourself. The dormitory ante said. You said I was the heir of God before. Why did you change your words now? Gao Yang stared into the black eyes of the dormitory ante and found that it seemed to be another abyss. I am just a system, just like... The dormitory ante thought for a while, a mirror. The dormitory ante's eyebrows curved, as if she was happy to think of this metaphor. When a person talks to a mirror, what answer can the mirror give? Gao Yang was thoughtful, and soon, he pulled the corner of his mouth in disappointment or anger. There is not a word I like to hear. After you become humane, you become more and more weird. The dormitory ante smiled and blinked, and began to pretend to be innocent. Gao Yang took a step forward, looked at the abyss under his feet, and jumped. Chapter 912. Gao Yang gradually regained consciousness, and heard the conversation between 2 people. At first, it was very quiet, as if it was separated by a thick iron door. Slowly, it became clear. It was already afternoon. The rough house was spacious and bright, with dust and construction waste all over the floor. There were waterproof rolls that were not torn clean everywhere, presenting a sense of ruins that was both dirty and clean. Gao Yang wrapped himself in curtains, tilted his head, and slept quietly in the corner. Lei Lei and Chushua, each holding a bottle of soy milk, biting the straw, squatted beside Gao Yang, with a look of concentration. Lei mustered up the courage and reached out to touch a strand of black hair on Gao Yang's head. The black hair was a little long, but it was very unsociable and curled up. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it. Wow, it's true. This strand of hair doesn't lean to the left or right. Lei was surprised. So this is called alopecia. Chushua smiled, and also reached out and pushed the alopecia back. It's better to put it on the left. Lei frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and pushed it back again. It's better to put it on the right. Although the difference is small, I don't know why, I always feel that the alopecia on the right is more refreshing. No, the left side looks better. Chushua moved the alopecia back again, because she usually likes to sleep on Gao Yang's left side. On the right side, listen to me. Left side. Right side. Or cut it. Gao Yang finally opened his tired eyes. His face was pale, and his voice was weak. Lei's outstretched hand was still frozen in midair, and his pupils trembled for a moment. No! You are so seriously injured. It's not too much to sleep for a day and a night. Why did you wake up? Captain Gao, you're awake. Lei was embarrassed. Haha, you see, there's nothing to treat here, or drink a cup of soy milk, it's still warm. Gao Yang ignored Lei and looked to the left. Chushua, long time no see. After Gao Yang opened his eyes, Chushua was stunned for the first time. She looked at Gao Yang, who had woken up in front of her seriously, as if she had finally confirmed something. She took a deep breath and smiled with a crooked face. Gao Yang, I miss you very much. Me too. Gao Yang replied softly. Chushua came forward again and looked into Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang, I won't leave this time. Gao Yang was stunned and a little surprised, but still nodded. Keep your word. Of course, good friends don't lie to good friends. Chushua blinked. At this time, Lei on the side inexplicably felt that he was an eyesore. How about I disappear for a while? Lei stood up on her knees and looked around. Half an hour, is it enough for you two to reminisce? Not enough. Chushua smiled proudly. It's not enough for me to chat with Gao Yang for a long time. Don't rush, you guys talk about business. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, always feeling that Chushua was a little different. Okay. Lei was not polite. She pointed to a bulging luggage bag beside her. I woke up the earliest, went outside for a walk, got some clothes and food. Captain Gao, if you are not in any trouble, eat something, change clothes, and we will set off. Lei believed that she had hinted very clearly. Big brother. This is not safe. Let's go back to the base quickly. Okay. Gao Yang was very relieved. It was a great profit to dig Lei, and he could leave all the brain-consuming things to her in the future. Where is Dr. Jia? Gao Yang found that someone was missing. Him. Lei looked a little embarrassed. After eating, he took the parrot to the toilet. I asked him to stay away. Going to the toilet? Chushua was stunned. Going to the toilet? Yes. Lei looked at Chushua and teased her deliberately. How come you don't even know this? Don't you usually go to the toilet? No. Chushua said confidently. Yes. Lei suddenly remembered the setting of the ghost, and envied and hated. You are not a ghost, you are a fairy. Fairy? Chushua smiled happily. This name is much better than ghost. Stinky. 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 As he spoke, Dr. Jia came back with his pants, and the gray parrot on his shoulder was calling noisily. Get lost. It's obviously your shit that stinks. Dr. Jia looked unhappy, and when he saw Gao Yang, he immediately smiled. Oh, the Arab god is awake. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Dr. Jia was not afraid that it was unsafe to stay here, but he wanted to rebuild the laboratory immediately to start research. Originally, the active energy of the Arab god was enough to make him happy, but he didn't expect that after waking up from a sleep, there was an extra ghost. What is this called? This is called thanking for the gift of nature. Okay. Gao Yang was still very weak and stood up slowly. Chushua gently supported him. Replenish some energy first. Lei unscrewed a bottle of energy drink and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it and was about to drink it. Lei retracted his smile and said in a serious tone, Gao Yang, there is something I need to tell you. Chapter 913. Gao Yang looked at Lei quietly. Lei sighed lightly, with a regretful tone. 2 hours ago, I realized shuttle. Gao Yang still had a calm face, almost wooden, and was silent for 7 or 8 seconds. Then, he raised his head and drank the drink. The cold, slightly sweet liquid awakened his taste buds and flowed into his chest, and his body's vitality began to revive little by little. He drank all the drinks in one breath. There was only an empty bottle in his hand, but it seemed heavier than before. Got it. Gao Yang answered briefly, and the matter came to an end. Gao Yang took out his old-fashioned mobile phone and took a look. There were 2 unfamiliar text messages, showing that they were sent 3 hours ago. Gao Yang quickly read it and looked up at everyone. No hurry, rest for a while, and set off in an hour. Gao Yang, where are we going? Chu Shui asked expectantly. Gao Yang replied calmly, go back to your home. Chu Shui was stunned, then smiled happily, yeah. In the evening, Shijing district. The snow was falling, the dusk was faint, and the rolling mountains and forests showed a kind of silent gray. The villa hidden deep in the mountains and forests became more and more secretive, almost blending into the environment. In the front yard of the villa, there stood a man and a woman, Johan and Chening. Both of them were tall, well-proportioned, serious, and covered with a thin layer of snow. Chening looked down at her watch. 5 minutes had passed since the agreed meeting time. She felt uneasy. She couldn't rest assured until she saw Gao Yang in person. Johan's eyes sank, and she felt something. In the dark woods covered with heavy snow, a fat gray parrot flew out. There was a bald spot in the middle of its head, as if it had been cut by a barber knife, which was quite funny. But it didn't care, flapping its wings in a heroic and arrogant voice. Men! Women! Men! Women! The parrot was about to fly over the open front yard gate, but suddenly it was shocked, as if it was hit by a shotgun, and fell into the snow. 2 seconds later, it suddenly pulled its head out of the snow, flapped its wings hard to fly again, but failed. Holy crab! Holy crab! Holy crab! The parrot screamed in fear, and at the same time it was flapping its wings desperately, like a drunk rooster rolling in the snow. Johan's mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly withdrew the control of the bird king. The great parrot flew up again, and it fled and landed on the shoulder of a man who looked quite old. This man was the intellectual ceiling in the foggy world, Dr. Jia. At the same time, Gao Yang, Chu Shui, Dr. Jia, and Liao Liao walked out of the woods in the wind and snow. Johan and Chening were both shocked. In the battle last night, everyone was saved by Jingzhe and Chun. They were not surprised that Chu Shui appeared beside Gao Yang. But Gao Yang also had Lei Lei by his side, which was really an unexpected gain. Johan calmly initiated voice transmission to Gao Yang, and Gao Yang immediately responded and exchanged secret codes to confirm each other's identities. Johan, Captain, can Lei Lei be trusted? Gao Yang, trustworthy, we will talk about the details later. Johan, okay, there are casualties on our side. Gao Yang, list of sacrifices. Johan, Baitu, Huang Furong, Huang Daihu. Gao Yang, got it. Gao Yang finished the voice transmission and came to Johan and Chening. Chening didn't know that Johan had communicated with Gao Yang. She looked heavy and hesitated to speak, and Gao Yang spoke first. Chening, take everyone into the house first. From now on, Lei Lei will be your companion. Okay. Chening even felt relieved. To be honest, she didn't want to be the one to tell the bad news. 3 follow me. Dr. Jia, Lei Lei, and Chu Shui followed Chening into the house. Only Gao Yang and Johan were left in the front yard. Captain, you are seriously injured. Johan could sense Gao Yang's weakness at close range. It's okay. Gao Yang said, report. Yes. Johan stood in the heavy snow and reported the battle situation of Qingyang Bridge to Gao Yang in detail. In addition to what he and his teammates had experienced personally, he also included some of his reasonable speculations and tried to restore the original appearance of the matter. Gao Yang listened quietly without interrupting. After digesting the information, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. That means Chun and the living beast puppet died together. Yes. Johan said, Qilin's condition is unknown, but he should not be dead, but he must be seriously injured. Gao Yang asked again, has Jingzhe woke up? No, it's still in the second form. Johan said. Where's Bailu? Gao Yang asked again. She didn't show up. Chun risked his life to help. Gao Yang was grateful. But he didn't quite understand why Chun did this. If it was just to save people, Chun and Jingzhe should have a way to get away unscathed. Because his mother was desecrated, he had to risk his life? This reason is a bit far-fetched. Chun is the head of the ghost group and shoulders a heavy responsibility. It is impossible for him to be so willful. Unless, Chun realized that the curse in his body was about to take his life, so he took the initiative to choose the way to end his life when he was dying. Thinking of this, Gao Yang felt sad. Johan was silent for a moment and continued to report. Wang Zikai, Yasha, Nana, Juanma, Zhang He, Zhang Wei, and Muzitu were seriously injured. I asked them to return to Xiaoshui base and let Mingyang and Dead Pig help them heal their wounds. Gregor, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Hingmu also went there, mainly to take care of and protect them, just in case. Xiaoshui Base is a secret base hidden somewhere in the sewer. Zheng Wei thought that sewage was not nice, so it should be called Xiaoshui, so everyone started calling it that. Jiuhan looked sideways at the Guichuan villa. There are only me, Chen Ying, Douhu, Tiango, and Qingling left here, waiting to join you. Gao Yang nodded, and had no objection to Jiuhan's arrangement. After a few seconds of silence, Gao Yang asked, "Have the sacrificed people been buried?" Jiuhan nodded, with a hint of sadness in his tone. "The old place, I take you there." "No, I go by myself." Gao Yang declined. "Okay." Jiuhan watched Gao Yang leave, then jumped onto the balcony on the second floor of the villa, sat cross-legged, activated the Bird King, and monitored and checked the surrounding area. The forest covered with snow became more and more desolate, and from time to time it made a sad whoo sound. In the depths of the dim woods, for new graves appeared in front of the 10 old graves, but because they were all covered with heavy snow, there was no difference between the old and new graves. Just like death, no matter how brilliant, explosive, magnificent, and great it was in life, it could not shake the absolutely fair nature of death. In front of the grave on the far left was a black mask with swear words written on it, and there were several bottles of nail polish next to it. A man sat cross-legged in front of the grave, his head lowered, his eyes closed, his messy curly hair drooping on his unkempt face, and the tiger tattoo on his temple was vaguely visible. A black gold broadsword was stuck beside the man, like a tall and narrow tombstone. The man and the sword were covered by heavy snow, and had long since melted into the cold and lonely snow forest. Rustle. Rustle. There were soft footsteps behind him, and the man slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 914. Rustle. Rustle. Gao Yang quickly came to Douhu's side, sat cross-legged in the snow, and looked at the white rabbit's grave quietly like Douhu. Douhu didn't say hello, his face was between calm and numb. Gao Yang picked up a bottle of black nail polish in the snow, unscrewed it, and started to paint on his left thumb. Gao Yang had never used this before, so his technique was unfamiliar and clumsy, but it didn't matter, he just wanted to find something to do. Douhu was gradually attracted by Gao Yang's behavior. He slowly turned sideways, shaking off the snow on his hair and shoulders. His voice was dry and hoarse. "Give me a bottle." Gao Yang picked up another bottle, and threw it to Douhu. Douhu took it and looked at it, grinning. "Rabbit used to love red the most, okay, I try it too." Just like that, the two grown men sat on the snow, clumsily applying nail polish, and after painting, they compared with each other to see who painted more neatly, and in the end, neither of them was convinced. Douhu seemed to feel better, and was willing to say something. "Gao Yang, Rabbit always has nothing nice to say to you. Don't take it personally. She is like this. The more she cares about someone, the more harsh she is. Except for Long." "I know." Gao Yang screwed the nail polish cap on. "It's true that she used you at first, but it's also true that she treated you as a family member later. When you switched to Qilin Union, she didn't know about it, and was sad for a long time." "I know." Gao Yang put the nail polish back into the snow. "Rabbit." Douhu opened his mouth and found that there was a lot he wanted to say, so he suddenly didn't want to say anything. "Anyway, if she has done anything wrong to you, I apologize for her. Don't hate her. What she fears most is being hated and abandoned by her family. She has been like this since she was a child." "No." "That's good." Douhu looked at his red nails and laughed for a moment. "Oh, what's the point of this thing? I apply it every day, and I don't feel tired." "Uncle Hu." Gao Yang finally said the two words that had accumulated in his chest calmly and solemnly. "My condolences." Douhu was stunned and immediately deflated. He threw the nail polish back into the snow and reached into his pocket, but only found a shrunken empty cigarette box. He raised his head and rubbed his nose in annoyance, and cursed in a low voice. "How am I going to explain to Long later?" Gao Yang was stunned, and remembered some long-lost memory. The time with Nyoer Defu, Baitu thought she was going to die, so she asked me to leave a message for Long. Douhu looked over. What did she say? Gao Yang repeated the original words. "Come on, Captain, Baitu, I will always be your fangirl." Douhu was stunned at first, then sneered. "Okay, I help her convey it." Gao Yang nodded, looked around, and said, "Liaola has been dug up." "That girl with wisdom?" Douhu had a good impression of Lulu. "Not bad, she's a talent. She passed my assessment, and to be on the safe side, you'd better go and meet her." On the one hand, Gao Yang felt that Douhu was good at judging people, and on the other hand, He wanted to find something for him to do. Okay, let Uncle Hu have an in-depth and friendly exchange with her. Do-Hu clapped his hands down and stood up on his knees. He drew out the giant sword beside him, shook off the snow, and strode away. Rustle. Rustle. After a while, the footsteps disappeared. After confirming that Do-Hu had left the woods, Gao Yang raised his voice. I'm here, come out. In the depths of the woods on Gao Yang's side, a piece of fine and dazzling purple light suddenly appeared, like the surface of a dark swamp under a purple moon. In a blink of an eye, the purple light disappeared, and a figure appeared. She was tall, plump and elegant, with red eyes, silver hair tied up, and a small gauze lace hat on her head. A black veil hung on the brim of the hat, half covering her beautiful and cold pale face. She was wearing a solemn black retro cord dress, black gloves, and holding a purple ice crystal flower in her hand. Gao Yang recognized it as the ghost group Bai Lu, and was not surprised. Bai Lu walked quietly through the snow and asked lightly, "Which one is spring?" Gao Yang didn't say anything, stretched out his hand to push away the snow in front of a new grave, and underneath was a small desk calendar, with the words Lichuan written on the first page. Bai Lu understood, half squatted gracefully, and placed the purple ice crystal flower in her hand in front of the grave. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang said gratefully, "Thank you." Heh. Bai Lu sneered, her voice lazy and contemptuous. "Don't thank me, I don't agree with Chun's meddling, but he has made up his mind." "Why did Chun do this?" Gao Yang said. "We have been trying to get rid of the curse all our lives. Chun said that since we can't choose our birth, we should at least decide our own death." Gao Yang was silent. Bai Lu stood up. "Gao Yang, I have always hated you, but no matter what, without you, Chu Shui would not be alive today. This is the favor owed by the ghost group to you, and Chun's matter, let's just call it even." "It's not even, I owe you too much," Gao Yang said. Bai Lu sighed softly. "If you really think so, then do me another favor." "You say," Gao Yang said. "I have something to do next. Take good care of Chu Shui for me." Bai Lu showed the helplessness of an elder. "A lot of things have happened recently. Chu Shui is very unhappy, and only you can make her smile." Gao Yang was stunned. "I know you only treat her as a child. It doesn't matter. Spend more time with her, coax her, make her happier and less sad. That child has never seen anything good since she was a child. It's easy to satisfy." Gao Yang's heart was clenched. He nodded. "Next, when I'm not on a mission, I will accompany her." "Thank you." Bai Lu got up and walked into the depths of the woods. Soon, her black back was embedded in the darkness, leaving only a fleeting purple floating light. Half an hour later, Gao Yang returned to the hall on the first floor of the villa. The curtains in the living room were all drawn. No lights were turned on, only the fire in the fireplace was crackling. Lei Lei and Chu Shui sat on a gorgeous retro sofa, holding hands, talking and laughing. Dr. Jia was also trying hard to join the conversation, smiling earnestly, and with wrinkles on his face. He had no interest in Chu Shui at all, but he had long coveted the active energy of ghosts. Unfortunately, his attempt to get close to her was not very effective, as Chu Shui was more interested in parrots than Dr. Jia. Gao Yang looked around and ordered, "Lei Lei, call people to the living room for a meeting." "Okay." Chu Shui also stood up, trotting to Gao Yang and whispered, "Gao Yang, I don't want to have a meeting, I'm sleepy." "Yeah." "Then after the meeting, come to the room, I have something to show you." Chu Shui looked mysterious. Gao Yang nodded, "Okay." "Then don't forget it." Chu Shui went upstairs happily. First snow. First snow. First snow. The gray parrot wanted to fly over with the first snow, but Dr. Jia grabbed its tail and pulled it back. "Stay here, let's have a meeting together." "Take me away. Take me away. Take me away." The parrot struggled. "You ungrateful bastard." Dr. Jia and the parrot started fighting again, and the whole room was filled with feathers. Soon, Do-Hu, Qingling, Johan, Chaining, Tiango, and Lei Lei all came to the living room, and everyone was there. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa, his eyes calm, and his tone calm. Meeting. Chapter 9:15. Everyone found a place to sit down. "Before the meeting, I will make a summary of this operation," Johan stated objectively and calmly. The battle situation at Qingyang Bridge was very dangerous. Qilin's strength and cunning were beyond everyone's expectations. Fortunately, the ghost group helped, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But despite this, we still lost 3 comrades. Johan paused for a moment, and then said, "From the results alone, we severely damaged the Haichuan group, forced Qilin to reveal all his trump cards, and basically completed the mission. The people present did not speak, basically expressing their agreement. On Dr. Jia's side, although the captain was ambushed by Ming Jing and Nico, he was safe and sound. Not only did he successfully rescue Dr. Jia and his parrot, but he also brought back a new companion. The parrot was named by Johan, and it was like being acupunctured and dared not move. Lele, who was also named, felt awkward. She smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. We are all old acquaintances. I won't introduce myself." Others responded with friendly or indifferent looks. Not only that, the captain also killed Jiang Yi and Qin Yu to avenge his companions and exceeded the task. Hearing this, Lele, who was killed together, felt complicated. Ashamed. Dohu held an unlit cigarette in his mouth and stared at the ceiling. Xiao Yangyang played well by himself, but we, a large group of people, were in a mess. The more people there are, the harder it is to fight. Gao Yang said. The captain is right. Johan recalled Jussi's experience along the way, and his mood became heavier. Although I am not qualified to say this, everyone did their best, and was prepared before setting off. Qining comforted. I tried my best. I tried my best. I tried my best. The parrot perched on the back of the sofa flapped its wings. Shut up, you stinky bird. Dr. Jia slapped it back. The parrot hurriedly flew away, shouting as it flew, "Stupid doctor! Stupid doctor! Stupid doctor!" Dohu sat up straight, took out the cigarette from his mouth, and played with it between his fingers. Johan summarized it well. Let me guess the follow-up situation. The bodies in Dr. Jia's laboratory were burned in a fire. It is impossible for Jiang Yi and his men to become puppets again. However, most of the bodies of those who died in the battle on Qingyang Bridge, whether enemies or friends, are relatively intact and will be reused by Qilin. But there is also good news. The living beast puppet is gone, and as for the Azure Dragon puppet, it's gone too, Dr. Jia said confidently. Are you sure? Dohu raised his eyebrows. Qilin asked me to extract holy water from the corpses of living animals. In order to satisfy his request, he gave me some active energy and explained the detailed mechanism of Puppet Master. The verification process is very complicated, so I will just state the conclusion. In short, corpse puppets have strict usage time and conditions. The control time of living animal puppets is very short, no more than 3 minutes. The time of Azure Dragon puppets is a little longer, but according to your description, it must be finished under that level of loss. Uh-huh. Dohu laughed. It is right to invite Lao Jia to come over. The people present also breathed a sigh of relief, and for a while they were somewhat disenchanted with Puppet Master. Although this talent is strong, it is based on the premise that the puppet is strong. This is good news, but there is also bad news. Gao Yang added, after this practical operation, Qilin is probably one step closer to the 8th level Puppet Master. Everyone exchanged glances, and a layer of haze appeared above their heads. Xiao Yangyang, what should we do next? Dohu asked directly without following the procedure. He knew Gao Yang must have a strategy. It's still 2 steps. Gao Yang answered generously, Dr. Jia, build the laboratory immediately to help us develop weapons, equipment and drugs, as well as horses. We are in urgent need of 2 cyber legs now. Dohu glanced at Dr. Jia. Old Jia, is 3 days enough for you? Are you dreaming? Dr. Jia patted the black gold briefcase beside him. Although I took away all the important information and scientific research results, I burned all the experimental equipment and materials. Rebuilding the laboratory is equivalent to starting from scratch, which is not easy. Old Jia, you are a genius. Dohu flattered perfunctorily. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Don't come on, I'm a genius, not a god. Dr. Jia was not fooled. Let's do this, 1 week can't be more. Dohu bargained. It's faster for you to kill me, Dr. Jia said. TSK. Dohu touched his chin. Old Jia, you can't just occupy the toilet without doing anything, right? If you're going to be so sloppy, don't blame me for being ruthless and grabbing the toilet position. Dr. Jia understood Dohu's implication in an instant. Ahem. Dr. Jia's attitude became much gentler. It's not impossible to rebuild the laboratory in a short period of time. Let's see. Dohu slapped his thigh, his eyebrows were flying. I said it was right to invite old Jia here. Dr. Jia ignored Dohu and continued, many years ago, I stayed in Nigeria for a period of time and built a laboratory. Although the equipment is old, it's no problem to upgrade it and make a transition first. 10 days. Gao Yang said, this is the bottom line. Dr. Jia touched his chin, a little embarrassed. It's really hard to say, I have to go and see it to know if there is any problem. I can only say that I will try my best. Rebuild the laboratory within 10 days, and give a portion of the active energy of the gods and ghosts first to show sincerity. Gao Yang steals the opportunity. No problem. Dr. Jia's eyes lit up. Deal. Deal? Gao Yang glanced at Johan. After the work is done, you send Dr. Jia back to the Xiaoshui base, and let Nana escort him to Ningguo to rebuild the laboratory. The sooner the better. Okay. Johan nodded. No need I send him. Qingling said. I will also go to Ningguo with Dr. Jia. Gao Yang knows the reason why Qingling must go there, and he is probably the only one who knows. He did not object. Okay, you will be the team leader for this mission. Qingling looked at Gao Yang with a little dissatisfaction. Nonsense, could it be team leader Nana? The second thing. Gao Yang looked at Lei. Lei, you set up an investigation team, and while monitoring, try to investigate the movements of the Haichuan group as much as possible. Remember, safety first. Lei laughed at himself in his heart. Don't worry, I am the king in this aspect. She thought for a while and nodded. Give me 3 people, Tengu, Xiaohong, and Sister Ying. Gao Yang looked at Tengu and Qining who were present. Oh! Tengu didn't care. I have no problem. Qining nodded. Hong Xiaoxiao was not there. Johan decided for her. Hong Xiaoxiao has no problem either. Gao Yang continued to make arrangements. Qining, you immediately take Lei and Tengu back to the Xiaoshui base, rest for a night, and go on the mission tomorrow. Okay. Qining nodded. Adjourn the meeting. Gao Yang ended the meeting. In the next 20 minutes, except for Gao Yang, Dou Hu, Jiuhan, and Chu Shui, who was resting in the room, the rest of the people left the Guituan villa one after another. Qingling was the last one to leave. Before leaving, Gao Yang said Qingling to the rooftop of the villa, and the two stood in the heavy snow. Chapter 916. Be careful along the way, Gao Yang warned. Qingling nodded slightly, took a step forward, and held Gao Yang's face with both hands. Gao Yang was a little surprised, but did not move. Qingling patted Gao Yang's face twice, touched his head again, and then checked his neck, shoulders, chest, back and arms, like a strict security inspector. Gao Yang finally understood Qingling's intention, and he felt a little helpless. Don't worry, my mission was very smooth this time, and I didn't lose any arms or legs. I know. Qingling's tone was a little impatient. Let her rest assured. She can come out to confirm it herself, Gao Yang said. She refused to come out, Qingling said. Why? Gao Yang asked. I don't know, maybe she's in the rebellious period. Qingling looked disgusted. At this moment, Gao Yang suddenly felt that Qingling finally felt a little bit like a sister, and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Qingling asked. Nothing. Qingling took 2 steps back, raised her right hand slightly, and the tang sword hidden somewhere flew to Qingling's side with a swish. Qingling jumped lightly, stepped on the back of the sword, and quickly tied her black hair into a high ponytail. At the same time, she looked down at Gao Yang, as a farewell. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Swish. Qingling, flying with the sword, quickly disappeared in the snowy night. After seeing Qingling off, Gao Yang returned to the living room and chatted with the 2 deputy captains, Dou Hu and Jiuhan, for a while before the meeting ended. Gao Yang remembered Chu Shui's instructions, and went to Chu Shui's room on the 2nd floor. The door was closed. Gao Yang knocked on the door. Chu Shui, are you there? Ah, wait a moment. Chu Shui's voice came from inside the door. Right away, right away. Okay, no hurry. Gao Yang didn't finish his words. Ah! A scream suddenly came from inside the door. Gao Yang was startled and almost instinctively activated teleport to pass through the wall, but he didn't find Chu Shui. There was only a triangular ladder in front of him. As soon as Gao Yang looked up, a colorful seasoning bowl popped and covered Gao Yang's face. A second later, the seasoning bowl fell, and Gao Yang turned into a monkey with a clown face. Gao Yang, are you okay? At this moment, Chu Shui was standing on the triangular ladder with a brush in her hand. She was wearing a baseball cap and an apron, and her body was covered with spots of paint. It turned out that she was repairing the starry sky on the ceiling and wanted to give Gao Yang a surprise. It was almost finished when Gao Yang arrived first. She was nervous, and the drawing board slipped out of her hand, and then was hit by Gao Yang's face, who teleported in. It's okay. Gao Yang reached out to wipe off the paint on his face, but it was applied more evenly. Puff. Chu Shui couldn't help laughing. Gao Yang, you've turned into a big cat. Gao Yang didn't care about his miserable appearance. it was just a matter of taking a bath. He climbed up the triangular ladder and handed the drawing board back to Chushue. Here. Chushue took the drawing board and continued to paint. Gao Yang watched from below, and the erased Gao Yang star came back again, and this time, Gao Yang star also grew his silly hair drooping to the left. Chushue finished the last stroke. She looked down at Gao Yang. There was still a touch of moonlight yellow on the tip of her nose. How is it? Not bad. Gao Yang nodded. Feel? Something is missing? Chushue thought about it seriously, so she raised the brush again and painted a smiley face on the face of Gao Yang star. To be honest, Gao Yangxing 2.0 with his silly hair and smiling face looked weird and a bit out of place. But Chushue was very happy, as if Gao Yangxing was supposed to be like this. She was finally satisfied and jumped down from the triangular ladder and stood in front of Gao Yang. She looked up at Gao Yang and reached out to touch the paint on his face that was about to dry. Gao Yang, don't frown all the time, smile more. Chushue lowered her eyelashes, gentle and serious. Master Chun said that no matter what happened, we should cherish the present and live well. Gao Yang was stunned. He was thinking about how to tell Chushue about Master Chun. It seems that she should have known. As the leader, Master Chun must have said goodbye to each member of the ghost group after making a decision. Master Chun is right. Gao Yang looked at Chushue. Chushue, let's spend the Spring Festival together this year? Can I? Chushue's eyes lit up, and then darkened again. But my sister said that you are very busy, Gao Yang, and everyone needs you. Of course, although it's a bit extravagant. But Master Chun also said that we should cherish the present and live well, right? Gao Yang was also saying this to himself. That's great. The girl's face flashed with a lively beauty that did not belong to this world. Call Wang Zikai and Xinxin, we celebrate the new year together. Chushue thought about it and nodded heavily. Yes, let's celebrate together. Then it's settled. Gao Yang nodded. It's getting late, go wash up and go to bed. Yes, Gao Yang, good night. Good night. Chushue quietly watched Gao Yang walk out of the room. After the door closed, she turned around and fell headfirst on the soft big bed. A lot of things have happened recently, the departure of Master Chun, her eager desire to grow up. All of this, like the strange potion prepared by the old witch in the dirty cauldron, was drunk by her in one breath. But not long after, these complicated feelings receded like the tide. At this moment, there was only the quiet moonlight and the beach, and Gao Yang on the beach. Chushue turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and took a deep breath. She couldn't help but look forward to the Spring Festival with Gao Yang. She really hoped that the Spring Festival would come tomorrow, no now. Cherish the present and live well. In the dark night, the girl recited this sentence devoutly, as if she were reciting a spell. The moment she finished reciting it, she was filled with the energy of the spell. Master Chun did not lie to her. Chapter 917. The next afternoon, in the southern part of Nigeria, at the Riverside Hotel. In the double room with exotic decoration, Nana and Dr. Jia sat on two beds respectively. For this mission, Nana disguised herself as a girl with short black hair, wearing jeans, a white shirt, a canvas travel bag, and glasses, a very common college student outfit. Dr. Jia disguised himself as a middle-aged man with sparse hair, wearing a polo shirt and black trousers, with a beer belly and a bunch of keys hanging from his trouser pocket. The two's external identities are a father and daughter. Dr. Jia wanted to bring the parrot with him, but Qingling didn't agree. The parrot couldn't be disguised as other animals, and its characteristics were too obvious, which could easily expose its identity. Dr. Jia had to entrust the parrot to Hingmu at the Xiaoshui base, and wrote down the methods of raising it and precautions, which took up several pages. Despite this, Dr. Jia was still worried. He kept talking about the parrot all the way, which irritated Qingling and Nana, so they had to shut up. Nana. Dr. Jia had been silent for half an hour, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. There are no people in your organization who abuse small animals, right? Humph. Nana snorted coldly, very disdainful. How could the people of my king step into the path of depravity? That's good, that's good. Dr. Jia licked his lips, still worried. By the way, no one grows flowers at home, right? That beast has pollen allergies. Click. The door of the hotel was pushed open. A tall woman walked in. She had big wavy light golden hair, which was fluffy and tied up. Her neck was white, and her collarbone was delicate. She wore a white camisole on her upper body, and a black hip skirt on her lower body. She was curvy and sexy. However, there is no sense of charm and temptation on the face of this beauty, and her eyes are cold and sharp, which is somewhat in conflict with her overall temperament. This is Qing Ling after the disguise. This time she plays the role of Nana's stepmother and Dr. Jia's wife. Qing Ling suffered a lot of torture for this role, such as the hip skirt, which made her unable to take big steps when walking. She wanted to tear it from the outside of her thigh many times and turn it into a spy uniform, but she held back for the mission. As for Dr. Jia, he enjoyed all kinds of envious looks along the way, and passers-by almost wrote "What is this kid's virtue and ability" on their faces. Dr. Jia didn't even look at his wife, and was only thinking about his pet. Qing Ling closed the door, and said in a cold voice, "You can cross the Anai River by ferry at the dock. The desert opposite should be the place we are looking for. What are you waiting for?" Dr. Jia picked up the black gold suitcase. "Let's go." "Wait a minute." Qing Ling threw a bag of clothes in her hand to Dr. Jia. "Put this on." Dr. Jia took the bag and took out a white bra. "What the hell?" Dr. Jia didn't understand and continued to rummage through the bag, and found that it was a whole set of women's clothes. Dr. Jia looked puzzled. "Qing Snake, how can I wear this? Are you kidding me? Men and women must sit separately on the ferry here." Qing Ling glanced at Nana. "You turn Dr. Jia into a woman, and we can act together. In fact, the ferry crossing the river only takes 20 minutes, but Qing Ling, for the sake of caution, still can't let Dr. Jia leave her in Nana's sight. If it was at night, it would be much simpler. Qing Ling and Nana can both fly, and take Dr. Jia across the river directly under the cover of night. But it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were residents and tourists everywhere outside. Exposing her talent would easily cause unnecessary trouble. No problem. Nana jumped onto Dr. Jia's bed excitedly, her eyes shining, and she rushed over with a smirk on her face. Nana had long wanted to try to turn a man into a woman. Last time, she turned Gao Yang into a can, and gained a lot of inspiration and experience. This time, Dr. Jia's body shape was completely different from Gao Yang's, and it was also a good opportunity to practice. "You? Don't come over." Dr. Jia was horrified and resisted fiercely. "Don't touch me. Go away. I'm going to scream. I really want to scream." "Scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Nana laughed wildly like a villain. "Oh he he he." 10 minutes later, Dr. Jia walked out of the bathroom. The middle-aged man disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged woman with a round face and majestic features, wearing a rose-printed dress that looked like a noble lady, with big wavy burgundy hair, and an exaggeratedly plump figure. There was no way. The fat on Dr. Jia's belly couldn't disappear out of thin air. There had to be a place to put it, so Nana had to move it to her chest and hips. Qing Ling frowned slightly. She still underestimated Dr. Jia. If she had known earlier, she should have bought a larger size dress. Dr. Jia was furious. "I protest to Gao Yang when I get back. You bullied your teammates during the mission, trampling on the personality of a genius. You'd better shut up." Qing Ling's eyes turned cold. "Otherwise I make you shut up forever." Dr. Jia hurriedly shut up, and he only complained a few words, but he didn't expect Qing Ling to be so nervous, as if he was going to kill someone. The three checked out of the hourly room, each carrying their luggage downstairs, and hailed a taxi to the pier. The three mixed in a group of tourists and got on the ferry, and arrived at the desert on the other side 20 minutes later. Then everyone rode on camels, and wandered around the desert near the river bank. After a while, the tourists were taken to a small gravel mountain to watch the famous beauty of this place, the desert sunset. In fact, this attraction is the end of the land. The desert in front can only be seen, but cannot be entered. It is very interesting that both the tour guide and the tourists consciously stopped here. No one had the idea of continuing to go deeper into the desert, as if it was a kind of collective subconscious thought stamp. Qing Ling, Nana, and Dr. Jia returned the camels, and also found a place to sit on the gravel mountain, keeping a certain distance from the tourists. Although Dr. Jia was dressed as a woman, his posture was quite masculine. He sat on a big rock, spread his legs, lifted the collar on his chest, and kept fanning himself, wishing he could be shirtless. Haha, actually there is a famous scenic spot further ahead. Dr. Jia narrowed his eyes, and pointed at the heart of the desert. It has been swallowed by the fog. I just noticed that the scenic spot sign on the road sign is also gone. I can imagine who did it. Song Dao? Qing Ling asked in a low voice. Chapter 9:18. It's a must. Dr. Jia raised his eyebrows and became excited. I started studying the relationship between the fog and Song Dao in my early years. I said that the fog has been pushing forward, and Song Dao has been tolerant and retreating, but it never forgets to clean up the fog's ass. For example, The fog occupied a piece of land in Songdao. Songdao not only did not resist, but also took the initiative to rationalize the matter, whitewashing the piece, and ensuring the normal operation of the increasingly smaller isolated island world. Is it like those wives who are abused by their husbands, but in order not to affect their sons' college entrance examinations, they swallow their anger, compromise, and continue to pretend that the family is harmonious? Dr. Jia made an analogy. It's really humiliating. When my king's divine power is unsealed, it will be the day when the fog will dissipate. Nana, considering her identity as a tourist, resisted the urge to jump on the stone and put her head on her hips, but she didn't miss a word of the second-year lines. Qingling was too lazy to pay attention to Nana, looking at the desert, thinking. According to Dr. Jia, his laboratory was built nearby, and they could start the operation after all the tourists left. All they could do now was to play the role of tourists and wait for the night. The sun set faster than expected. Qingling drank half a bottle of water. Nana and Dr. Jia chatted for a while, and the evening came. The warm wind gradually turned cool, gently blowing on the sweaty faces of the three people. Behind the three people was the quiet and clear-in-eye river, with blue ferries and white boats floating on the river. On the other side of the river were low groups of white houses. The narrow streets were crowded with people, noisy and full of fireworks. In front of the three people was an endless tropical desert. The bloody sun hung on the horizon, smudged a large area of wine red, and the wine red was a circle of gray and white, then gray-blue, dark blue, brown, and black. The world was mixed into a cocktail. Dusk is everywhere, but it must be said that the sunset in the desert is particularly beautiful and desolate, which can calm people's hearts and even forget the purpose of this trip. Qingling's hair danced in the sunset wind. She closed her eyes silently. 5 seconds later, she opened them again and Qingling came out. The elder sister knew that her younger sister would definitely like this moment. She liked all the windy moments. The desert is full of smoke, and the long river is full of sunset. Qingling looked at the sunset and couldn't help but think of a poem. Nana also wanted to say something appropriate and gorgeous, but she couldn't find a suitable one after searching for a long time, so she took out her mobile phone and took pictures. Dr. Jia held the empty spring water bottle in his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked around, trying to recall the specific location of the laboratory. Unknowingly, it was completely dark, and the tourists on the gravel mountain went back. Let's go! Qingling's personality came back, and she got up and left. Hey Qing Snake, you're careless. Nana folded her hands and pretended, 5 o'clock direction. Qingling turned around and saw 3 male tourists not far away, looking at the 3 of them blatantly, pushing and instigating each other from time to time. Seeing that they were discovered, they simply came over generously. 3 beauties, do you want to make friends? The short-haired young man in the lead pretended to be humorous. There are 3 of us, and you are also 3. This is fate. Yes, yes. The 2 people around him hurriedly agreed. Not interested. Qingling coldly refused. The short-haired man was stunned. He didn't expect her to refuse so straightforwardly. He hurriedly found a way out for himself. Ah ha ha, the beauty is shy. He quickly turned his attention to Dr. Jia again. Big sister, how about it? There's a nice bar here. Do you want to have a drink together tonight? The short-haired man had actually noticed that this woman was like the elder of the 2 women. Not only did she still have charm, but her personality was also very unrestrained. She looked like someone who could have fun, and was a good entry point. Seeing that Dr. Jia didn't speak, the short-haired man continued, Don't worry, we are not big bad wolves, we don't eat people, haha. Dr. Jia just found it funny and finally couldn't help but speak. Hee hee, you want to eat me, but I'm afraid you can't eat it. Nana didn't modify Dr. Jia's vocal cords. The 3 young people were stunned and almost thought they were hallucinating. How could an old man's voice come out of this big sister's mouth? Dr. Jia was very satisfied with the expressions of the 3 young people. He slapped his thighs and stood up on his knees. At this time, the 2 pieces of meat on his chest slid down with a gurgle and returned to his belly. Although Nana tried to reinforce, the effect did not seem to be very good. The 3 young men were dumbfounded. Hee hee, boys must protect themselves when they go out. It would be bad if they meet a big bad wolf. Dr. Jia deliberately showed a loose smile. Ah! Monster! Help! Oh my god! The 3 young men ran away. Qingling hooked her finger, and a black gold dart chased after them, hitting the back of their heads one after another, knocking them unconscious. I told you to shut up. Qingling frowned slightly, and had a headache. She stared at the 3 fainted people, thinking whether to silence them. After all, They saw strange things, and there was no guarantee of how they would react after waking up. Dr. Jia guessed Qing Ling's idea. He pulled off his wig, kicked off his high heels, and walked forward. Leave it to me. I realized Memory Tailor yesterday, so it's a good time to practice. Qing Ling nodded and approved. Dr. Jia squatted down and patted the short-haired man's face. Hee, you met 3 gorillas in the desert, and they kept chasing you for fun. You ran away desperately and jumped into the river to escape. In the end, you were washed back to the river bank and fainted. Dr. Jia looked up. How about this script? Qing Ling had no objection. She glanced at Nana. You send them to the other side of the river. What? Nana was very unhappy. 3 ants, you also need my king to trouble you. Qing Ling put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Yes. Right away. Nana took advantage of the night and threw the 3 tourists to the river bank, and then followed Dr. Jia and Qing Ling into the desert. Dr. Jia searched around for half an hour, and finally pointed to a small sand dune in front, and said, It should be below here. Should? Qing Ling frowned. When I chose the site, I kept a distance of 10 kilometers from the fog boundary, which is about here. Dr. Jia shrugged. If it's not here, it must have been swallowed by the fog. Qing Ling looked at Nana. Get bigger. What for? Nana suddenly became nervous. Qing Ling glanced at the small sand dune in front. Dig. How dare you trouble my king with such a lowly and rough job? My king's tolerance and kindness are limited. Woman, you are playing with fire. 1 minute later. Nana turned into a 4-meter-tall little giant, lying on the ground, using his hands and feet to dig a pit desperately, like a puppy. Dr. Jia, Qing Ling sat on a sand slope not far away, looking at Nana's direction, where there was already yellow sand all over the sky, and the night wind blew from time to time. Without warning, Qing Ling said, Dr. Jia, help me. Chapter 919. Dr. Jia's appearance has changed back, and he has also changed into men's clothes. He shook the sand off his t-shirt. What do you want to do this time? Qing Ling thought for a moment and said, Can you develop a drug? After I take it, my personality will never switch in a short time. Dr. Jia smiled playfully. Are you afraid that your sister will drag you down in a fight? Qing Ling was silent. That night at Qingyang Bridge, she was hit by Lin Fu's personality killer, and was eventually killed by Wu Sei. Although she was immediately rescued by Hong Xiaoxiao, the feeling of coming back from the dead was terrible. In fact, for Qing Ling, any feeling of not being able to control her own destiny is terrible. Qing Ling never wants this to happen again. So, she must arm herself with her weaknesses to ensure that no matter what enemy she encounters in the future, her sister will not become the enemy's breakthrough point. Dr. Jia said bluntly, Your dual personality belongs to the category of psychiatry, not the category of awakened talents, and is not within my research field. If you can't do it, just say it directly. Qing Ling said. Hey! How can you talk like that, girl? Dr. Jia felt offended. There must be a way, but you have to start from a medical perspective. What do you mean? Qing Ling asked. It means that if you have a disease, you should treat it. Dr. Jia was impatient. You can go to a psychiatrist and merge the 2 personalities. Absolutely impossible. Qing Ling's eyes were determined, and her whole body exuded murderous aura. If you want to kill Qing Ling, kill me first. Sister, you are too narrow-minded. Dr. Jia disagreed, and then grabbed a handful of fine sand and rubbed his hands. You 2 are originally 2 personalities split from a complete personality. How can I let you return to your previous state be called killing? It's like water freezing into ice, and ice melting into water. In essence, it is 2 forms of the same thing. Qing Ling said nothing. To put it simply, you will not disappear, and your sister will not disappear either. You have merged into one, but you have returned to the state before you separated. I don't understand. Qing Ling's cold voice revealed a hint of confusion. I am me, she is her. It's normal not to understand. If you can understand, you won't get sick. Dr. Jia said, but you have to know that even if you 2 are like 2 independent personalities, you are using the same body and one soul. You 2 are of the same origin at a deep level. In the long run, fusion is the only destination. Even if you are right, there is no need to merge. We are fine like this. Qing Ling's face was cold. You still don't understand. Dr. Jia sprinkled the fine sand in his hand. Well, I give you an example, and you will understand. Your sister likes Gao Yang, right? Qing Ling nodded. What about you? Dr. Jia asked. Qing Ling was slightly stunned. I don't know. Can young people be more frank? Qing Ling lowered her eyes slightly, and after a few seconds, she answered honestly, Gao Yang is very important to me, but I have never thought about love. Okay, don't worry about it. Dr. Jia clapped his hands. What if you don't like Gao Yang, but your sister likes Gao Yang? Can you accept your sister being with Gao Yang? Yes, Qingling said. A shameless life is okay? Sleeping together, making children together, etc. Dr. Jia asked further. Yes. Qingling thought for a while. I don't care. Damn, so advanced? Dr. Jia made a mistake, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. Ah, wrong, I made a mistake. Let's do it again. Ahem. Dr. Jia reorganized his thoughts. If you also like Gao Yang, try to put yourself in the mood of your sister liking Gao Yang. Can you put yourself in the mood? Qingling closed her eyes and nodded quickly. Just barely. Okay, just barely keep this feeling. Qingling still closed her eyes and made an okay gesture. Okay, here comes the question. Gao Yang likes your sister and wants to live a shameless life with her, sleep together, and have children together. Can you accept it? Qingling suddenly opened her eyes, looking impatient. Haha, what do you think? Can you accept it? Dr. Jia asked excitedly. Qingling was silent for a long time before she said faintly, I don't know, it seems. Something is wrong. That's right. Dr. Jia slapped his thigh, very proud. I tell you why. Qingling blinked and listened humbly. At least according to the current secular standards of human beings, it is difficult for two independent souls to truly share a lover. But if they are two personalities under one soul, there is no problem sharing a lover. I don't understand. It's just stupid. Gao Yang would definitely understand it in seconds. Dr. Jia scratched his head and patiently explained, You have to understand that your sister likes Gao Yang, which means you like Gao Yang. In other words, what you like is also what your sister likes. You are just a soul with different tasks. So if your sister likes Gao Yang, you will definitely be happy to accept Gao Yang and your sister together, because in essence, it means accepting yourself and Gao Yang together. Qingling seemed to understand. But my thought experiment just now, using love as the starting point, split your and your sister's personalities into two independent souls. When you put yourself in this way, you find that you can't accept it. Why? Because it's like two women fighting for a man. Do you understand now? Your sister is you. You are your sister. You are one person. Whether you admit it or not, fusion is the only solution. Of course, it doesn't matter if you want to drag it out. Life is life. How can it not be lived? Sometimes, I even want to split several personalities to conduct different research. Qingling thought seriously for a while, and raised his head again. You should study drugs that control personality. Dr. Jia almost fainted. I've been talking for a long time in vain. Ah ha ha. Not far away, Nana laughed artificially. Oh, it seems that the place is still there. Dr. Jia was also very happy. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else to rebuild the laboratory. For him, every minute and every second when he couldn't do research was torture. Qingling and Dr. Jia walked over. Nana had returned to her normal size. Her hair and body were covered with yellow sand. A strand of hair stuck to her sweat and hung on the side of her mouth. Nana waved her hand. Look! Under her feet was a large sand pit several meters deep, with a metal object in the middle, like a partition. Yes, this is the entrance, Dr. Jia said. Chapter 920. Nana, clean it up. Qingling gave the order. Since you sincerely asked me for help, my king will mercifully satisfy you once more. Nana only dared to recite the lines in her heart. She opened her arms and raised them up. A small tornado immediately appeared in the sand pit, turning into a pale blue electric drill that drilled in and rolled away the sand around it. In less than 10 seconds, the metal material showed its complete outline. It was a circular platform with a diameter of 2 meters. Dr. Jia jumped down first with the black gold box, took out a black gold sheath similar to an access card from his pocket, and placed it on the metal platform under his feet. Black. 2 seconds later, the metal platform was activated by some kind of energy, and the photoelectricity in the center spread out fine light veins, like circuit boards to the surroundings, flashing blue fluorescence. Click, click, click. The metal platform slowly descended. It turned out to be an elevator. Qingling and Nana followed immediately. The metal platform sank to the ground, and the sand around it slid in. Nana immediately created a wind wall to prevent the sand from pouring in. Soon, the three jumped off the elevator, and it went up again to block the gap. Dr. Jia took the black gold sheet, walked to the wall, and put it into an embedded device. Chong chong chong. The energy-saving lamps above the head lit up one by one, and a spacious underground laboratory spread out in front of him. At first glance, It was full of old instruments and equipment. They were tall and clumsy, crowded together in a mess. The ground was covered with various cables, like the tangled roots of old trees. The air was filled with a cool and stale smell unique to oil-mixed metal equipment. Dr. Jia took a deep breath with nostalgia. It still tastes the same as before. Dr. Jia walked straight to the operating table in the center of the laboratory. I check whether it can operate normally first. You can sit anywhere. Qingling and Nana didn't move, not because they didn't want to sit, but because there was no place to sit. The so-called rest area is just a small space separated by tall instruments as walls, with a single bed, a coffee table, and a refrigerator. The bed is full of clothes, including socks and underwear, and the coffee table and the floor are full of food packaging bags, empty beverage bottles, toilet paper balls, and other household garbage, and all covered with a thick layer of dust. There is a half-open door next to the rest area, and the lock is broken. There should be a bathroom with a bathroom inside. Qingling was silent for a full 10 seconds, and exhaled lightly. Let's clean it up. My king agrees. Nana's scalp tingled at the thought of staying here for another 10 days. The two walked through the laboratory, and came to the rest area. Qingling closed his eyes for a few seconds, and when he opened his eyes again, Qingling came out. My sister is better at housework. Qingling looked around, looking devastated. Oh my god, I don't know where to start. Do I have a rag? I need a pair of gloves. Humph! When Nana saw Qingling, she was overjoyed. She was usually bullied by her sister, so how could she miss such a good opportunity? Mortal, get out of the way. I let you see the true power of the queen. Oh! Qingling stepped back a few steps. Get out of the way. Nana was bossy, enjoying the pleasure of ordering Qingling. Okay. Qingling didn't care, and stepped back a few steps. Queen purification. Nana raised her hands, and countless wind elements spread out. They turned into countless blue magic, rolled up the dust in the rest area and some lighter household garbage, and gathered them into an unstable sphere floating in the air. Don't just stand there. Trash can. Nana shouted. Right away. After a while, Qingling dragged a large trash can over. Nana carefully controlled the wind element and let the sphere fly into the trash can. Qingling found the right time and closed the lid with a bang. Wow, it's done! Qingling looked at the living area that was immediately cleaned by half, and thought of the greatly reduced workload, and couldn't help but give Nana a thumbs up. Nana is so reliable. How dare you? Call me Queen Nana. Yes, Queen Nana is really reliable. Humph! Nana folded her hands, and her invisible little tail shook wildly. She seized the opportunity to turn over and make arrangements. You, go clean the toilet, and leave this to my king. Okay. Qingling rolled up his sleeves while looking for a rag. Nana was in high spirits, swaggering to the refrigerator, and pulled the refrigerator casually. The next second, her pupils shook. Ah! Nana had never seen such an evil and filthy thing in her life. She was so scared that she ran away and ran into Qingling's arms. Ah, what's wrong? Qingling almost fell down and hugged Nana to stand up in panic. No, nothing. Nana was strong and calm, but her body was trembling. My king changed his mind. I will be responsible for the toilet, and the refrigerator will be left to you. Ha, that's it. Qingling just found it funny. She patted Nana on the back and comforted her. You rarely do housework. The food in the refrigerator will definitely become moldy and fungus after being left for a long time, which makes it look a little disgusting. You are exaggerating, Qingling said as he walked to the refrigerator and opened the refrigerator door. Pound. Qingling closed the door in a second. Her face was ashen, and she walked towards the toilet. My toilet, your refrigerator. No. My toilet. Your refrigerator. Nana hugged Qingling's waist and dragged her to stop her from leaving. Let go. Let me go. Qingling struggled desperately. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Aren't you a queen? You look like a queen. No. Don't. On the other side, Dr. Jia was lying under a multifunctional energy converter, checking some aging parts, and the sound of two girls arguing fiercely could be heard from behind. Dr. Jia raised his head, blinked, and suddenly remembered the old things. I seem to have done some experiments on life talents with cockroaches and mice. Where did that thing go? I can't remember it. Forget it. It's not important. 3 hours later. Behind a numerical measuring instrument in the laboratory, a dazzling blue-white light flashed from time to time, and at the same time, messy yellow sparks burst out. Dr. Jia was sweating profusely, wearing a vest, a towel hanging on his shoulders, a pair of welding glasses on his head, holding an electric welding torch in his hand, and welding a part. Qingling was wearing a cap and a mask, rubber gloves on both hands, and an apron on her body, covered with dust and dirt. Qingling had already cleaned the bathroom, and her sister's personality reappeared. "How is it?" Qingling asked. Dr. Jia put down the electric welding torch, picked up a towel and wiped his face. "It can basically be used, and it can be fixed in 2 days, but I still need to upgrade the software, and there are many other things to complete. I will give you a list of materials later, and you go to buy them for me." "Yes," Qingling said. "Where is Nana?" Dr. Jia asked again. "Let her come over. I have a component to replace, but I lack the disassembly tools. Let Nana become small and drill into the machine to replace it. You do other work first," Qingling said. "Why?" Dr. Jia didn't understand. Chapter 921. Qingling's eyes were subtle. She fainted after cleaning the refrigerator. Young people nowadays are so spoiled that they can't even do housework. Dr. Jia picked up the welding again. "Okay, we talk about it later." Qingling had a blank expression on her face, but she actually felt a little guilty. Let her be a middle school student for the next few days. Qingling thought of something and asked again. "Who asked me to ask you, did you invent the weapon that blew up the Millennium Building?" "Yes," Dr. Jia admitted generously. "Master Jian called it a space bomb." "Space bomb? Can you make another one?" Qingling asked. Dr. Jia thought for a moment. "This requires the active energy of Mr. Jiang, as well as Chu Yu's space teleportation, etc. Others can be replaced, but Mr. Jiang's active energy is gone, so it can't be done." Qingling nodded. "I know." Dr. Jia continued to work. "I'm a little hungry. Go get something to eat." Qingling's luggage bag had a lot of food, and she was actually a little hungry. "Where is the kitchen? I make instant noodles." "There's no kitchen, but there's an electric rice cooker. You can find it yourself." Dr. Jia didn't even raise his head. "Okay." Qingling turned and left. After a while, Dr. Jia looked up and glanced around to confirm that Qingling had left. He immediately turned sideways, opened the black gold suitcase he was carrying, and took out a small black gold battery from it, with a label on it, with the note, "Jiang." Dr. Jia immediately turned on the electric welding and burned the label. He felt relieved, put the black gold battery back into the suitcase, and closed it heavily. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dr. Jia continued to work as if nothing had happened. Leaving the city, Nanji District, southern suburbs. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the night was as thick as ink that could not be dissolved. There were scattered snowflakes hidden in the ink. They drifted in a listless manner, not knowing where they came from or where they went. The snow-covered woods were cold and silent. Deep in the woods, a flickering fire could be vaguely seen. It was a bonfire, surrounded by a circle of small stones to prevent the fire from spreading and causing a fire. There was a small grill on the fire, and a small iron kettle was placed on it. The spout of the kettle emitted bursts of milk fragrance. Liao Liao and Hong Xiaoxiao, wrapped in down jackets and snow boots, sat on a folding chair beside the bonfire, waiting for something intently. The warm firelight jumped back and forth on their faces. Okay. Liao Liao picked up the small iron kettle with his gloved hands, and unscrewed the lid of his thermos cup with one hand. A pack of instant coffee had already been put in it. Lele poured the hot milk from the small iron kettle into the thermos, and the fragrance of coffee milk turned into a white mist, spreading in the cold air. Lele leaned in and smelled it, with a satisfied look on her face. Then she looked up at Hong Xiaoxiao. Want a sip? Hong Xiaoxiao hugged her calves with both hands, and nodded vigorously. She had been waiting for this sentence. Lele poured a cup with the thermos lid and handed it to Hong Xiaoxiao. Here. Thank you. Hong Xiaoxiao happily took it, took a sip, her eyes sparkled, and stamped her feet excitedly. Wow. It's delicious. It's the first time I've had such delicious coffee milk. Because I added the best seasoning. Lele pretended to be mysterious. What? Hong Xiaoxiao looked innocent. Cold. Wow, it really is. Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, and Lele admired her even more. Sister Lele, you are so amazing. I feel you. Hong Xiaoxiao thought about the wording. You are really good at enjoying life. How can you say that you enjoy life? At most, you can just have fun in misery. Lele waved his hand. As a social animal, slacking off is a necessary skill, otherwise you will get depressed sooner or later. That makes sense. Hong Xiaoxiao felt that she had learned a lot. Before the investigation team set out, the team members did not bring anything except basic equipment. Only Lele carried a huge backpack, which was stuffed to the brim. At that time, Hong Xiaoxiao was still wondering in her heart. Is it really that exaggerated? Could it be that this is the 3 fires of a new official taking office? Now, the task of monitoring the Haichuan group has come to the 3rd day, and Hong Xiaoxiao is more and more aware. It's really that. Too much. In such a desolate place like the suburban mountains, there are no hotels, no convenience stores, and no toilets. In the middle of winter, for people work in 2 shifts and monitor 24 hours a day. The degree of hardship is far beyond imagination. While drinking coffee, Lei picked up a stick to fiddle with the campfire and adjust the fire. The scattered fire points flew around randomly. Hong Xiaoxiao held the lid of the thermos cup tenderly, with milk still on the corner of her mouth. She was reluctant to drink it all at once, and savored it carefully. After a long while, Hong Xiaoxiao finally plucked up the courage to ask the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. Sister Lei, you were in the same group with Zhonghe and Baichuan group before, right? Yes, what's the matter? Then are you familiar with him? Hong Xiaoxiao's voice became softer. Lei held the thermos cup with both hands, tapping lightly with her knuckles. Well, how should I put it? I can chat with everyone in the team, but if you say I'm familiar with him, I'm not familiar with him. Is that so? Hong Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes, and pursed her lips slightly. Hong Xiaoxiao. Lei smiled evilly. Are you interested in Zhonghe? No, no. Hong Xiaoxiao waved her hands hurriedly, her face lit by the firelight becoming even redder. I am a little worried about him. Aren't you worried? After the battle at Qingyang Bridge, Zhonghe's injuries recovered quickly, but his mental trauma worsened. He was listless, refused to communicate, locked himself in his room all day, and became a drunkard. Hey. Lila sighed softly. He had a deep relationship with Furong, and her death was a big blow to him. If I remember correctly, he also had a close relationship with Lu Tu and Yi Ba. Jiu Han said that he killed Lu Tu himself, and Yi Ba also died in front of him. Hong Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say for a moment, and her heart was aching. Xiao Hong. Lei is not older than Hong Xiaoxiao, but he naturally puts on the attitude of an elder. My opinion is, give him some time. Some obstacles can only be endured by himself. When he needs someone to help him, he will show it, and you will definitely feel it immediately. Hong Xiaoxiao was thoughtful. Swish, a gust of wind pressed over the woods, shaking off a lot of snow. A few seconds later, Tiango helped Chenning land next to the campfire. As soon as Chenning landed, he immediately squatted next to the fire and rubbed his hands. Tisk, it's freezing. Tiango took off his headphones and squatted next to the campfire. Although the two were awakened and wore a lot of clothes, it was still hard to be blown by the cold night sky all night. Come, drink something and warm yourself up. Lei took out 2 disposable paper cups and poured 2 cups of coffee milk from the thermos. The two took it immediately. Tengu squinted his eyes, took a sip, and immediately gave a thumbs up. Cool. Chapter 922. Oh my god, I'm finally alive. Chenning let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, and her frozen face regained some redness. This coffee milk is really good. It would be nice if there were biscuits. Dip it, twist it, lick it. Tingo already had a picture in his mind. Is there a possibility? Lei smiled and rummaged through the backpack. I just brought a box of black and white biscuits, and I thought you didn't like them, so I didn't take them out. Cool. Cool. This time, Tingo, Chenning, and Hong Xiaoxiao said in unison. Next, the 4 of them drank coffee, bit biscuits, roasted by the fire, and discussed work. I've been staring at the surface exit of the Haichuan group with a telescope, and there has been no movement all night. Chenning said. Lei frowned slightly. It shouldn't be, it's the 3rd day. Sister Lei, you just suffered a defeat. It's normal to rest and not come out. Hong Xiaoxiao said. Xiao Hong, you have never been in an underground base. Lei smiled with mixed feelings. Since the Civil War, we have been staying in the underground base. We produce a lot of domestic garbage every day, and the demand for supplies is also very large. Generally speaking, we must go to the surface once a week. The Haichuan group did not go to the surface for 6 days before the war, so they should come up to breathe in the past few days. Chenning thought for a while. Maybe they have changed a way. Chu Yu's portal has been upgraded, and the transmission distance is very long. They can come out to breathe in this way. It's unlikely. Lei said. The portal has a short maintenance time. It's okay to throw garbage, but it's too troublesome to supply supplies. It's okay to use dimensional space, but this talent has already come to us. 1 day ago, the Raven Shark realized the dimensional space. It's understandable that they don't show up easily in this special situation, right? Chenning knew the underground base of the Baichuan group very well. If they gritted their teeth and persevered, it would be okay if they didn't come out for a month or two. I can understand it, but it's unreasonable. Lele patiently explained. With Lee's profit, the Haichuan group could not be attacked by surprise, so there was no need to be so cautious. Besides, in addition to throwing away garbage and supplying materials, intelligence reconnaissance and other things, they had to go out. Chinning thought for a moment and nodded. What you said is indeed unreasonable. I have a guess, which may not be correct. Lele smiled. The Haichuan group may have moved all. All three were shocked. After being shocked, Hong Xiaoxiao felt a little wronged. Why is that? Didn't we suffer from the cold for nothing in the past 3 days? Lele couldn't help laughing. Not bad, you have the awareness of being a lazy person. If that's the case, it means that the Haichuan group must have made a big move. Chinning suddenly became nervous. No, we have to figure this out immediately. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Yeah. Lulu also became serious. Just jumping to a new company and being parachuted into the team leader, it is really unacceptable to be seriously derelict in duty on the first mission. She immediately had a plan. Chinning, you may not be able to sense hundreds of meters underground, and it is not ruled out that they have set up a shielding barrier, but can you sense whether there is any danger in the elevator shaft? Absolutely no problem, Chinning said. Okay, you and Tengu will cover me for a while, and notify me immediately if there is any danger. Lulu took out the headset and put it on. Okay. Hong Xiaoxiao, you are responsible for hiding. We shuttle into the elevator shaft, and then I will summon a few insects to sneak into the underground base through the elevator shaft to check the situation. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao answered vigorously, hiding the tension in her heart. Don't be careless. Once you lose contact with the insects, retreat immediately. Chinning said. Sistering, you don't know me yet? When it comes to cherishing life in the Baichuan group, I admit that I am second, and no one dares to claim to be first. Lele smiled and patted his chest. Chinning also smiled. Indeed, your name, Kingo, is well known. Lele got up and packed his things, put out the fire, and set off in 5 minutes. Early morning, the Ghost Group Villa. The living room is dim, the fire in the fireplace has just been extinguished, and a reassuring warmth is precipitated in the room. Gao Yang leaned on the sofa, in a state of light sleep. The phone vibrated. Gao Yang immediately opened his eyes, and found that it was a message from Lele. It should be said that now that the Haichuan group has lost the technical support of the genius Dr. Jia and the hacker Lele, Juicy's communication is much freer than before, and he can use a smartphone to contact openly. Not only that, after Dr. Jia returns from Nigeria, it will be the turn of the Haichuan group to contact secretly, with a disposable old-fashioned mobile phone. It's really a matter of time. After reading the message, Gao Yang's eyes moved, and he quickly replied with 4 words. Wait for me to come. Just as Gao Yang was about to get up, he looked down, and saw a round silver-haired head resting on his legs. Chu Shue sneaked out of the room again, and slept next to Gao Yang. Chu Shue's sleepiness and breathing seemed to have some kind of infectious power, which made Gao Yang feel instantly at ease and at ease. Gao Yang helped Chu Shue to tidy up her messy hair, holding her cold face with one hand, and took the pillow with the other hand, moving her legs out and cushioning them with the pillow. Chu Shue noticed something, but still didn't wake up. Gao Yang quietly got up and gently covered Chu Shue with a blanket. He quietly glanced at the girl on the sofa, and disappeared with a swish. Gao Yang teleported through the wall, and appeared in the front yard of the villa. Jiu Han, wearing a straight-cut dark green coat, stood guard in the heavy snow. Magpies were perched on the walls of the yard, on the streetlights, and on the dead branches covered with snow, all of which were Jiu Han's eyes. Jiu Han casually threw some bread crumbs into the snow, and several crows scrambled for food at his feet. Jiu Han turned sideways and looked at Gao Yang. Captain, you're awake. Yeah. Jiu Han was worried about Gao Yang being alone, so he took the initiative to stay in the Ghost Group Villa. When Gao Yang was resting, he would stand guard outside. When Gao Yang woke up, he would go back to his room to rest. The rest of the time, he would use his mobile phone to contact the organization and handle work. There's something going on over there. I go there, Gao Yang said. Go ahead. In the past, Jiu Han would never trust Gao Yang to go alone. Now it's the opposite. If someone accompanies Gao Yang, it's easy to hold him back. He can only be trusted to act alone. Keep an eye on the first snow, Gao Yang reminded. Don't worry, Jiu Han said calmly. Chapter 923. 6 o'clock in the morning, south of Nanji District. The night is still dark, the horizon is faintly gray-green, and dawn is coming but not yet. The exit of the underground base of the Haichuan group was originally located in a forest. Since Chinning used a bomb to blow a huge pit here, the forest was also blown up. Later, Song Dao filled the pit, but the forest did not recover. Now it is a wasteland, and under the snow it is white. 4 figures stood in the snow, namely Liao Liao, Hong Xiaoxiao, Chinning and Tiango. A black SUV drove quickly towards the 4 people, leaving several clear tracks on the snow. Soon, the SUV stopped in front of the 4 people. The door was not opened, and a figure flashed directly from the car. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and his black hair that was longer than his chin was not tied up, covering half of his handsome and melancholy face. His eyes were deep, and his skin was pale. At first glance, he looked a little androgynous. They were enemies before, and when Lei and Gao Yang looked at each other, they only felt awe and fear. Now that they have become companions, and after learning his story and seeing his face again, she felt more sadness and even sympathy, although she knew she was not qualified to sympathize. She gathered her thoughts and reported briefly, "Captain, the Haichuan group has moved to a new location." Gao Yang nodded. He had learned through text messages that Lei's insects had circled the underground base of the Haichuan group and did not see a single person. "I can't be 100% sure," Lei said. "The insects have limited intelligence, and they may have been tricked." "Well, we need to confirm it again." Gao Yang raised his hands. Hong Xiaoxiao and Chinning stepped forward and held Gao Yang's hands respectively, and then let go. Gao Yang looked at Lei again. Lei was stunned. What is this for? Must shake hands with the leader before taking action? Is it corporate culture? I lend you the shuttle, Gao Yang explained lightly. Lei was surprised and reacted instantly. You are going alone? Gao Yang smiled. You stay where you are. Okay. Lei was overjoyed, took a big step, and held Gao Yang's hands tightly with both hands. Captain, be careful. What kind of a godly leader is this? He personally takes on dangerous tasks, and all the younger brothers stand back. He is really, I am crying. Gao Yang took Hong Xixiao's invisibility, Qin Ying's perception, and Lei's shuttle, and went to a piece of overly flat snow 100 meters away. Gao Yang could clearly feel that it was not the ground under his feet, but a metal door. He quickly eliminated the danger, teleported through the metal door under his feet, and fell into a dark, deep space, which was an elevator shaft half a kilometer deep. Gao Yang fell rapidly, his hair and windbreaker fluttering wildly. Tap. He snapped his fingers, and several small fireballs appeared around him, spinning rapidly around him. 2 seconds later, they turned into a stream of fire, flying deep into the elevator shaft, like a halo sweeping a black ribbon. The fireballs exploring the way did not notice the danger. The falling Gao Yang estimated that the distance was about right, activated teleportation and flew towards the wall, with his feet firmly on the wall. He ignored gravity, his body was at right angles to the wall, and walked down, as gracefully as if he was walking on flat ground. Soon, he saw the elevator, which meant that he had arrived at the underground base. Gao Yang was not in a hurry to teleport, but secretly activated the level 6 perception. With close perception, Gao Yang quickly determined that the Haichuan group base had no shielding or other tricks. To be on the safe side, Gao Yang senses for 3 minutes before stopping. He carefully checked the entire base to make sure that all the members of the Haichuan group had really moved. He couldn't help but think, when did the people leave? Less than 24 hours after the Battle of Qingyang Bridge, Lei set up a reconnaissance team to monitor the base of the Haichuan group. In other words, within 24 hours after the end of the war, the Haichuan group abandoned this place. If so, they should have left in a hurry, and maybe they would have left some clues. Gao Yang no longer hesitated, and flashed into the elevator with a swish. Ding. A few seconds later, the elevator door opened and Gao Yang walked out generously. In front of him was an empty hall, brightly lit and unusually quiet. There was a huge pile of ash in the middle of the hall. It can be imagined that the information and items that were not taken away were concentrated here and burned. Gao Yang had been to the Baichuan group several times before, and he still had an impression of the structural layout of this underground space. He used his 6 senses to the maximum, walked quickly through the hall, and began to search further. Gao Yang went through the office area, conference room, living area, training area, investigation department, logistics department, special prison. He didn't see a single person, nor did he find any clues or important items. Gao Yang frowned slightly, and had a bad feeling in his heart. There must be a conspiracy behind the quiet transfer of the Haichuan group. Gao Yang looked up and looked at the door at the end of the corridor. That was the last area to be checked, the morgue. The cold iron door was locked, but there was no barrier or trap. Gao Yang entered instantly. The morgue was not big, and was still powered. It was just a cold freezer. In the cold air everywhere, there were dozens of morgue beds, all empty, only a morgue bed in the corner with a bulging body bag, but only half of it was bulging. Gao Yang felt like he was punched in the chest and stood still. 10 seconds later, Gao Yang's face returned to calm. He walked towards the morgue bed at a moderate pace, alert for possible dangers. When approaching the body bag, Gao Yang was covered with a layer of translucent golden energy armor. He reached out to open the body bag. Hiss. The zipper was pulled down, revealing a pale girl's face in the bag. The blood on her hair and face was all washed, and a small part of the skin with burns and cuts was repaired and painted. Except for the excessive paleness of her face, there was not much difference from when she was alive. The black straight hair fell softly on her shoulders. In order to fix it, a little white rabbit-shaped hairpin was pinned on. The girl closed her eyes, her nose was delicate, and her lips were small and plump, without any blood color. The cold air above her head blew down from time to time, and her eyelashes seemed to be trembling slightly, as if she would open her bright and cunning almond eyes in the next second, revealing her small tiger teeth, and say sarcastic words with a sweet and lovely face. Gao Yang, I haven't seen you for a few days, you look so stylish now. Hey, isn't this Elder Jiang? I haven't seen you for a few days, you look so different now? Wow, really? I'm really looking forward to it. Please let me know when the time comes, I'm waiting for the feast. Chapter 924. It's really strange. When Gao Yang heard these words before, he felt a little unhappy, but he habitually tolerated and didn't bother to say more. Now that I think about it, Bai Tu just wanted to quarrel with Gao Yang, so that she could confirm that Gao Yang was still a member of the Chinese zodiac and her family. At that time, she should have talked back. Gao Yang gathered his thoughts, and decided to check for danger before taking Bai Tu back for burial. Hiss. Gao Yang continued to zip up, keenly feeling the fleeting resistance that ordinary people could not detect at all. Suddenly, the surrounding thrilling energy surged, and the system warning sounded in his ears. Alarm. Gao Yang quickly activated a small absolute barrier, and a golden telephone booth rushed out from under his feet, locking Gao Yang inside. Almost at the same time, the ordinary explosives hidden under the morgue bed exploded, and then the entire morgue triggered a large explosion, and the fierce flames and dazzling golden light instantly engulfed everything. Gao Yang watched the corpse of his former friend disintegrate and vanish in the explosion through the thin absolute barrier. Outside the barrier, it roared like hell. Inside the barrier, it was quiet like heaven. Under spiritual armor, Gao Yang was calm and his face was normal. At the moment the corpse disappeared, a hairpin on her hair did not melt. It turned out that it was a black hairpin. After being squeezed by the explosion, it turned into a bullet and shot towards the absolute barrier. Gao Yang had been using all 6 senses to capture the scene keenly. Gao Yang quickly reached out of the barrier wall, and grabbed the hairpin. External objects could never enter the absolute barrier, but Gao Yang could determine whether the objects inside the barrier would be allowed to come out. Gao Yang's right hand, which was wearing a golden glove, was stuck in the energy wall of the barrier. Although the explosion outside could not hurt Gao Yang, he could not be sure that there was no tampering with the black hairpin, and this behavior was risky. But Gao Yang's instinct took action before his reason. After a few seconds, Gao Yang figured out the underlying logic of his behavior. From the perspective of the Haichuan group, the white rabbit's body could not be made into a puppet, so he used it as bait to set up an ordinary trap that was not easy to detect but had limited power, and waited for a wave of fish to take the bait. Although this move was shameless, it was reasonable. But since this trap was to detonate a bomb, the black hairpin on the white rabbit's hair was unnecessary. Whether it was Gao Yang or others, they would be extremely cautious after discovering the white rabbit's body. Not to mention the items on the white rabbit, even the body bag would be touched only after eliminating all kinds of risks. Once the bomb trap is triggered, if it were someone else, they would not notice the black hairpin that might explode somewhere, so leaving it on the white rabbit is completely unnecessary and a waste of resources. In short, the appearance of the black hairpin is contradictory to the bomb trap, and there might be some information hidden behind it. Half a minute later, the explosion stopped completely, and the morgue in the nearby underground space collapsed completely, burying the golden telephone booth tightly. Gao Yang in the telephone booth had a sense of being put into a coffin and buried alive, and his right hand was still stuck on the barrier wall, tightly holding the black hairpin. He took a deep breath, and while removing the small absolute barrier, he activated shuttle, and the collapsed earth and stone ruins immediately pressed in from all directions, and the world was pitch black. Gao Yang was like a translucent fish, shuttling quickly underground and swimming quickly towards the elevator shaft. In less than 20 seconds, Gao Yang escaped from the partially collapsed underground base and successfully returned to the elevator shaft. He summoned several flames again, stepped on the wall with his feet, and ran up quickly. Swish! Gao Yang reappeared in the snow. Lei Lei, Qining, Hong Xiaoxiao and Tiango walked up quickly. 2 minutes ago, the four felt the ground shaking slightly, guessed that something happened below, and were very worried. Gao Yang, are you okay? Qining looked Gao Yang up and down, and was relieved after confirming that he was not injured. It's okay. Gao Yang was calm. You guessed right, everyone is gone, and they set a bomb trap in the morgue, waiting for us to take the bait. Gao Yang thought for a moment and added, it's just an ordinary bomb. The trap is set very secretly, but it's hard for people to notice it at the first time. It should be the work of the hunter. Lei Lei wanted to show some concern, but felt that it was an insult to someone with absolute defense, so he changed his words and said, Captain, have you found anything? A little bit. Gao Yang didn't mention the white rabbit and the black hairpin. You go back to the Xiaoshui base first, and let Dohu come to the Ghost Group villa. Gao Yang paused and added, and Wang Zikai. Okay. Lei Lei had a blank expression on his face, but he was cheering in his heart. Yes. Call it a day. 10 o'clock in the morning, in the living room of the Ghost Group. Wang Zikai and Chushua sat on the sofa, holding the handles, concentrating on playing a fighting game, and the characters on the screen were fighting fiercely. Ah! Soon, the girl with 2 buns in her hair screamed, flew out, and fell to the ground. The green-skinned beast beat its chest like an orangutan, dancing on the spot, enjoying the joy of victory. Ha ha ha! Wang Zikai threw the controller away, jumped onto the sofa, and pounded his chest. Do you accept it? I'm asking you if you accept it. Hatsuyuki looked at the screen stupidly, a little bit unbelievable. This is impossible. I admit defeat. Wang Zikai shouted, quick! Say you're a big idiot. I'm not. You are? Wang Zikai is quite vindictive. No. There was a problem with the controller. Hatsuyuki was threatening, her face flushed. Let's do it again, 2 out of 3. If you don't want to say it, then accept the punishment of God Kai. Wang Zikai has been hanging out with Nana for a long time, and his second-year taste is getting more and more aggressive. You choose. Punishment is punishment. Hatsuyuki raised her face angrily. Wang Zikai stretched out his index finger and flicked Hatsuyuki's forehead. Wow! Hatsuyuki held her forehead, although it didn't hurt, but it was completely humiliated. She hated being hit on the head the most. Come again! Chushua sat back down, picked up the controller, and her face was full of competition. Come on! 3 minutes later. Ha ha ha, you lost again. Do you accept it? I ask you if you accept it. Wang Zikai threw away the controller, dancing with joy, and wished he could do a backflip on the spot. I don't accept it. Let's play again. 3 wins out of 5. Don't talk nonsense, accept the punishment first. Let me think about it. This time I'm going to use a rubber band to hit you. Wang Zikai. A voice came from above his head, and Wang Zikai looked up. Gao Yang was standing at the corridor on the 2nd floor, with a subtle expression on his face. Chapter 925. Wang Zikai was even happier. Brother, you came just in time. Chushua lost again. Come on, find me a rubber band. Come here. Gao Yang said. Me? Wang Zikai pointed at his nose. You? Okay. Wang Zikai jumped in front of Gao Yang. He bent his legs and squatted on the guardrail, just level with Gao Yang, like a big golden retriever. What's the matter? Wang Zikai, can't you let her go? Gao Yang lowered his voice. Wang Zikai's eyes widened and his voice lowered. No, I have been practicing this hero for a long time, just to avenge my previous shame. Have you forgotten how she stepped on my head before? You are arguing with a little girl. Isn't it embarrassing if it gets out? Gao Yang pretended to be contemptuous. But what? You are a god. If you win against her, everyone will think you are bullying. If you lose to her, everyone will guess that you are letting her win. This is the kindness and tolerance that a god should have. This is the style of a god, understand? Oh my god. It's true. I almost lost the big picture because of the small one. Wang Zikai broke into a cold sweat. It's okay. We can still win in 5 games. Go ahead. Gao Yang was very satisfied and turned to walk into the library. In the library, Do Hu was holding an unlit cigarette, with his hands folded and his back against a bookcase. Jiuhan stood opposite him with his hands in his pockets, not smiling. What's wrong? Halfway through the meeting, Gao Yang suddenly interrupted. Do Hu and Jiuhan were a little confused. Wang Zikai was too noisy and affected my thinking. I asked him to lower his voice. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Let's continue. Okay. Next, Gao Yang told the whole story of the Haichuan group moving away, including the white rabbit corpse, the bomb trap, and the black hairpin. When talking about the white rabbit, Do Hu's face was hidden in the darkness, his eyes were moving and unpredictable. I checked the hairpin, there is nothing wrong with it, but its existence itself is very strange. For safety reasons, I didn't bring it with me. Let me show you the photo. Gao Yang flipped through the photos in the mobile phone album and handed them to Jiuhan. Jiuhan looked at the photos and threw the phone to Do Hu. It is indeed strange. Jiuhan analyzed in a deep voice. Retouching the dead is usually to make the dead look more decent. There is no need to use black hairpins. Ordinary hairpins will do. Decent? Blowing the corpse into ashes is also called decent. Do Hu knew that the focus of the discussion was the black hairpin, but he couldn't help cursing, and then threw the phone back to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took the phone, waited for Do Hu to calm down, and continued, I have a guess, it will take time to confirm. For caution, Gao Yang tapped his temple. Jiuhan immediately pulled Do Hu and Gao Yang into the voice chat group, and the three of them had a spiritual communication. This is very likely. Do Hu ended the group chat and said, Leave it to me, I do it right away. Jiuhan said. Jiuhan's talent is indeed suitable, Gao Yang has no objection, be careful. Jiuhan left, and only Do Hu and Gao Yang were left in the study. The two were silent for a moment, and Do Hu smiled casually. Xiao Yang, what do you think about the Haichuan group moving? Gao Yang's eyes condensed slightly. I suspect that the Haichuan group wants to go from light to dark and take the initiative to avoid fighting. Do Hu touched his chin and smacked his lips. You mean, they saw through our intention to fight quickly? Gao Yang nodded and said, It is very likely, they know that it is more beneficial for them to drag it out, so they hide and wait for the day when the chance of winning is the highest. But, this doesn't make sense. Do Hu frowned. Why did they suddenly come to the conclusion that it would be more beneficial to drag it out after a fight? This is also what I don't understand. Gao Yang said, I can only guess that they may have seen such a future. Hiss. Do Hu took a breath. Are you saying that Madame Li's prophet is already level 8, and she has seen a clearer future, such as seeing that Qilin will be able to upgrade to level 8 puppet master in the near future, so she hides and develops in a sleazy way before that? Gao Yang nodded. I can't think of any other possibilities for the time being. Damn. Do Hu smiled bitterly. What you fear will come true. Gao Yang was silent. Do Hu raised his eyebrows. But we don't have to be too pessimistic. If we really drag it on, maybe Long will wake up one day, and the situation will be different. Gao Yang was stunned and smiled. Really? But we can't just sit there and wait for death. Do Hu said, Tell me, what are you going to do next? Gao Yang had already made a decision in his mind, and he didn't beat around the bush. Let's continue searching here to see if we can find the new hiding place of the Haichuan group. Do Hu was happy. At the beginning, you Juicy were the rats crossing the street hiding from place to place, but now it's the turn of the Haichuan group. It's really a matter of time. Gao Yang was also very emotional. On the other hand, it depends on Dr. Jia. Yeah. Do Hu nodded. When the dimensional space of the crow shark reaches level 4, Lao Jia's side is probably almost there, and then help him move the laboratory over. Okay. Gao Yang agreed. It's better to keep Dr. Jia under his own eyes to feel at ease. That's it. What about the others? What work do they have? Do Hu continued to ask. If you must talk about a mission, there is one too. Gao Yang said. What? Do Hu was very excited. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Ah! This is impossible. I can't lose. There's something wrong with this controller. Haha, best of 5, you lost, you're the big idiot. Gao Yang smiled faintly new year. Do Hu was stunned for 2 seconds, slapped his thigh. Haha, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that the Spring Festival is in 2 days. Yes, there is no end to the work, life has to go on, we have to have a good new year. I won't spend the new year in Xiaoshui. Gao Yang said, I will spend the new year here with Chuxue. In the past, it was Master Chun who spent the new year with her. Do Hu smiled sadly. That kid Chun is really worthy of being the head of the family. To be honest, except for you, all of us should go to his grave to kowtow a few times. Okay, Then I go over first. Do Hu stretched and walked to the door. That's right. Gao Yang called Do Hu. He was actually a little worried about Fatty June. How's June Ma? Ah! Do Hu is disappointed. He's useless, his heart is useless, and now he's just a pile of shit. Gao Yang was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head. I go back with you. Chapter 926. 1 hour later, Xiaoshui's stronghold. The atmosphere here is much more depressed than before the war. There are still many people in the hall, but it is no longer as lively and noisy as the entertainment room before. Everyone is either doing their own things or staying quiet. The conversation is also very low, as if they are all afraid of disturbing the monster in the air. On the lazy sofa near the entrance, Jingshu holds Wang Weiyin in her arms, holding a fairy tale picture book in her hand, and is whispering a story to her. After discovering Gao Yang first, she unconsciously raised her voice. Captain, you are back. Gao Yang nodded and walked to the living room. Captain. 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 Others stopped what they were doing and looked up at Gao Yang, as if expecting him to say something, whether it was comfort, remembrance, or encouragement, hoping to change the depression after the war. Gao Yang also knew that he had to say something. After all, this was the first time he had returned to the Xiaoshui stronghold to meet everyone after the Battle of Qingyang Bridge. Gao Yang stood in the middle of the living room, looked around, his eyes were firm, and his voice was frank. Everyone, in the Battle of Qingyang Bridge, we severely damaged the Haichuan group, successfully recaptured Dr. Jia, and gained a new and trustworthy companion. From a strategic point of view, we won. But the price of winning was very heavy. We sacrificed the white rabbit of the 12 zodiac signs, Huang Furong, Huang Daihu, and the leader of the ghost group, Chun. I won't say that the sacrifice of my companions is worth it. This kind of nonsense, no sacrifice is worth it. No one should die, but in the war, we have no choice but to move forward. There are new moves from the Haichuan group, and Do Hu and I have developed a response strategy. If nothing unexpected happens, most of us will take a break for a while. It's almost the new year, so let's have a good time. If possible, I hope everyone can focus on the present, be happy, sad, sing, and cry, but don't be anxious or confused. Eat and sleep well every day. The more inhuman the times are, the more you have to live like a human. Remember, fighting is for survival, but don't let survival be all about fighting. Gao Yang looked around at everyone again, clenched his right fist, and placed it on his chest. The dawn is still in the distance, and the light is forever in my heart. No one spoke, and the living room became quieter and quieter, but in this quietness, you can feel the depression burning a little bit. Gao Yang turned and looked at Do Hu at the entrance. Do you have anything to add? Do Hu held an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and was a little distracted. He remembered how he was fooled by Long that year. Ahem. Do Hu took off the cigarette and held it in his hand. I basically agree with the general direction. Regarding how to celebrate the new year during the truce, I will briefly add a few points. Gao Yang came to the dining room and saw Zhang Wei eating at the dining table. His left hand and left foot were in plaster, his neck was in a sling, his head was also wrapped in a thick bandage, and 2 crutches were placed diagonally beside him. He was listless and drank a bowl of 8 treasure porridge without an appetite. Gao Yang had already learned about this situation. In the Battle of Qingyang Bridge, apart from Pang Jun, Zhang Wei was the most seriously injured. He had multiple fractures and a severe concussion. If Wang Zikai had not given him a shot of sea medicine in time, he might have died. Since Juanma, the wet nurse, was useless, and the dead pig itself was also seriously injured, the sheep pig medical team had a heavy burden of treatment. Ming Yang only took away half of Zhang Wei's injuries, and let him take care of the rest by himself, and then wait for the dead pig and Juanma to recover, or wait for Dr. Jia to return to China with the laboratory before thinking of a solution. Gao Yang sat down next to Zhang Wei. Brother Yang. Zhang Wei immediately put down the spoon and forced himself to cheer up. Gao Yang smiled. Eat. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly. I really have no appetite. I want to vomit no matter what I eat, but I can't not eat. You have done a great job this time. You and Wang Zikai saved many people. Gao Yang praised. Zhang Wei was not happy to hear this. We underestimated the enemy. If we had cooperated better, we might have killed Qilin, and then Baitu, and the others would not have. Zhang Wei. Gao Yang interrupted. Don't live in what if, there is no hope in what if, only pain. Zhang Wei was stunned, his eyes were red, and he nodded. How is the injury? Gao Yang asked with concern. It's just a fatal injury. Zhang Wei patted his chest. It's not worth mentioning. Not bad, very energetic. Haha, just lost 3 teeth. Jiang Wei rubbed his left cheek. I have a little leak when I speak. Can it grow back? Gao Yang asked. There's nothing I can do about a horse and a dead pig. I can only go get my teeth fixed, Jiang Wei said. Don't worry, wait for Dr. Jia to come back. Gao Yang said, I have gecko, let him develop it. That makes sense. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up and hope was rekindled. My sister-in-law's arm can grow back, so my teeth are child's play. Gao Yang was stunned and smiled helplessly. Who did you learn from? What did you learn? Jiang Wei didn't respond. Nothing. Gao Yang patted Jiang Wei's shoulder. Have some porridge. Gao Yang walked through the living room and went to a bedroom. Pushing the door open, he saw Fat Jun lying on the bed. Both of his legs below the kneecaps were gone, and the broken parts were wrapped in blood-stained bandages. The air was mixed with the smell of blood, medicine and feces and urine. There was also an enforced stand next to Fat Jun's bed, with bottles and jars hanging on it. I heard from Do who that Fat Jun had not eaten since he woke up, and he relied on nutrient solution to keep alive. He was motionless like a vegetable, and he had feces and urine all over his body. He relied on Hingmu to take care of him carefully. Gao Yang came to the bedside, with a dull pain in his heart. Fat Jun had lost a lot of weight. No, it was as if he had shrunk a size. Now he had nothing to do with Fatty anymore. If it were before, he would have been so happy. But now, his face was bloodless, his lips were cracked, his eyes were dull and empty. He really looked like a dead person. Fat Jun, Gao Yang called softly. Fat Jun did not respond, and did not even blink. Gao Yang sat quietly by the bed for a while, and finally spoke. I should be qualified to say that I understand your current mood, but understanding is useless. Some sufferings can only be endured by yourself, every minute and every second. Fat Jun, you must survive, if not for anything else, just to help Baitu get revenge you have to. Gao Yang stopped and found that Fat Jun's lips were slightly closed, as if he wanted to say something. Gao Yang immediately moved forward. He heard clearly the three light words, but exuded deep disgust and hatred for everything in this world. It's so noisy. Chapter 927. Gao Yang walked out of the room and closed the door gently. He stood at the door, looking at everyone in the living room, thinking, and soon, he called out, Hong Xiaoxiao. And Hong Xiaoxiao was following Lei, Qining, and the other two eating instant noodles around a low table. Hearing the captain's voice, she hurriedly put down the instant noodles, took out a piece of toilet paper, wiped her mouth and ran over. Captain, you are looking for me? Gao Yang glanced at her. Bring your noodles and come to the kitchen. Oh. Half a minute later, Hong Xiaoxiao stood in the kitchen, holding instant noodles in her hand. It was not right to eat, nor was it right not to eat. Gao Yang leaned against the kitchen table, facing Hong Xiaoxiao sideways, lowering his head and thinking about something. He looked up at Hong Xiaoxiao and saw that she was frozen in place. He couldn't help laughing and said, Eat it, or it will get cold. I just told you to eat well and sleep well. Oh. Hong Xiaoxiao still felt embarrassed. She turned around and ate in small bites, trying not to make any noise. A few minutes later, Gao Yang had almost thought it through. Hong Xiaoxiao. Here. Hong Xiaoxiao turned around immediately, put her hand over her mouth, and chewed the last mouthful of instant noodles quickly. You quit the investigation team. Puff. Cough, cough. Hong Xiaoxiao almost spit out a mouthful of noodles, choking her tears, and took a long time to swallow it. Captain. Hong Xiaoxiao was a little nervous, and she was also a little reluctant. Did I do something wrong? No, you did a good job. Gao Yang gave a positive look, but I have a more important task for you. It will be a bit hard. You go find Hingmu Jingshu, and use it to help you. Well, Captain, you say. In the next period of time, pay special attention to Juanma, Jiang Wei, and the dead pig. Gao Yang finished speaking, and added, also pay attention to other injured people. Whoever recovers slowly from his injuries, who is listless, and who is physically unwell, you must be alert immediately, and then insure them. Insurance? Hong Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Captain, do you mean hairpins? Gao Yang nodded. Captain, what happened? Hong Xiaoxiao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Don't be afraid, it is very likely that nothing will happen, I just think too much. Gao Yang emphasized, in short, you do as I say, remember, keep a low profile, and don't cause unnecessary panic. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that the task was arduous, the pressure doubled, and the whole person became nervous. Moreover, she had never been a leader, and didn't know how to dispatch others. Hong Xiaoxiao. Gao Yang saw through her thoughts. You performed very well in the Battle of Qingyang Bridge and saved Tengu and Qingling. No, I just did what I should do. Your growth is obvious to all. Gao Yang said earnestly. Hong Xiaoxiao, you are a senior Jussi, not a newcomer in the workplace. You must show the spirit of a senior. Many people will still count on you in the future. Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, and immediately straightened up. Yes, Captain. Next, Gao Yang spent some time to contact other people. After understanding the situation and arranging the work, Gao Yang decided to return to the Ghost Group villa. But before that, he wanted to call someone. Click. Gao Yang pushed open the door of Gao Xinqin's bedroom. In fact, this is not only Gao Xinqin's bedroom, but also Ming Yang, Wang Wayne and Zhu Kei. Sometimes, Kuyu would come and squeeze in with them for a night. But at this moment, only Gao Xinqin and Ming Yang were in the room, and they were lying on one of the beds. The death of Baitu was a huge blow to Ming Yang. She was very sad, and cried for 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, she didn't eat anything. With the company and comfort of Tiango, Dead Pig, Gao Xinqin, Jingshu and even Gregor, she slowly came out and started to eat and sleep normally. Ming Yang was taking a nap, and Gao Xinqin lay beside her, stroking her back. Gao Xinqin heard the sound of the door opening, turned her head and looked. There was a flash of joy in her eyes, but her face was full of disgust. She frowned and glared. Be quiet, don't disturb her. Gao Yang walked over lightly, found a chair and sat down, took a gentle look at the sleeping Ming Yang, and asked softly, Is she okay? Hey. Gao Xinqin sighed. My eyes are almost blinded by crying, and I'm better these 2 days. That's good, Gao Yang said. Gao Xinqin smiled bitterly. In fact, children are sometimes stronger than adults. Ming Yang will definitely get through this hurdle. Gao Yang was surprised to find that his sister's tone was becoming more and more like an adult. He carefully looked at the 16-year-old girl in front of him. Her hair, which had not been washed for a long time, was a little oily. She casually tied it behind her head and fixed it with a hairpin. She wore gray cotton pajamas and pajamas, a pair of wool slippers on her feet, and 2 black rubber bands around her wrists. Her face was still clean and beautiful, but her cheeks were thinner. The clarity and cuteness of a girl and her eyes were like water in a sponge, which was disappearing bit by bit. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes, and a pimple on her forehead. It was obvious that she was very busy and tired every day. She had to take care of the children, and be responsible for everyone's daily life and diet. She didn't rest well, and didn't sleep enough, so she was inevitably angry. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of his mother. In the past, when his mother was at home, she always dressed like this. She was still young and beautiful, but she spent most of her time running the family, immersed in the daily necessities and trivial matters, and her whole body was stained with a layer of gray. Mom shouldn't be like this. My sister shouldn't be like this even more. Gao Xinqin. Gao Yang said solemnly, I plan to spend the spring festival with Chushua, and I will stay in the Ghost Group villa for the next few days. Gao Xinqin was stunned and pretended to be indifferent. Okay, but why don't you come here to celebrate the festival together? Isn't it more lively? Gao Yang didn't know how to explain for a while. He had thought of this plan at first, but he knew that Chushua needed him, not the leader of the 9 heirs. Here, Gao Yang must always be the leader. There is no environment familiar to Chushua, and there is no Gao Yang familiar to Chushua, which will only make Chushua at a loss. Moreover, Chushua has always been a little inferior in her heart. She feels that she is a ghost, not a human. Living among a large group of people will always remind her of this. After weighing the pros and cons, Gao Yang decided to stay in the Guituan villa without affecting the overall situation. I want to be quiet. Gao Yang lied casually. Okay, you are the leader, you have the final say. Gao Xinqin was a little angry. Sister. Gao Yang glanced at Gao Xinqin. How about you come with me, you, Wang Zikai, Chushua? The 4 of us will celebrate the new year together. Gao Xinqin turned sideways to Gao Yang, and looked down at the sleeping cute sheep. After a long while, she smiled awkwardly. Forget it, I'd better stay here. There are so many things to do, I can't leave. Without me here, it will be a mess in less than a day. After that, there will be a truce for a while. Most people don't need to go out, and logistics can be done by others. Gao Yang paused. Besides, these things are not your job. Oh, forget it, I'm used to it. Gao Xinqin still turned to Gao Yang and waved. I don't find it troublesome to change places, I stay here. Gao Yang insisted again. Let's celebrate together, we celebrate together every year. Forget it, the world is going to end, how can I have the mood to celebrate the new year? Gao Xinqin turned his back. Okay, you go and get busy. Gao Yang was silent for a few seconds and stood up. Okay, then I leave. Chapter 928. Bang. 3 seconds later, the door closed gently. Gao Xinxin immediately lost her temper, her shoulders drooped, her head drooped, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Meng Yang opened her big, red and swollen eyes. Meng Xiaoyang, are you awake? Gao Xinxin was startled, and quickly cheered up. Let's go find Teacher Gao to play board games. Meng Yang didn't say anything, and shook her head sullenly. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Gao Xinxin asked gently. Sister Xinxin is lying, Meng Yang said. Ah? Gao Xinxin didn't react. Sister White Rabbit, you give me New Year's gifts every year, and I won't have any more in the future, Meng Xiaoyang said, and her eyes were wet again. Gao Xinxin's nose was sore, and she gently hugged Meng Xiaoyang into her arms. It's okay, Sister Xinxin prepared a New Year's gift for you. I don't want it. I don't want your gift. Meng Yang pushed Gao Xinxin away, crying stubbornly. No one can replace my sister Baitu. No one can replace your brother Gaoang. Meng Xiaoyang fell on the bed, and burst into tears again. Gao Xinxin was stunned. Gao Xinxin, Meng Xiaoyang understands the truth. Why don't you understand it? What are you awkward about? Who are you competing with? Do you have to wait until the day you can no longer see your brother before you know how to regret it? Gao Xinxin hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, leaned over and kissed Meng Yang on the head. Meng Xiaoyang, take care of yourself. I will come back in a few days and bring you a gift. Well, I still need New Year's money, Meng Yang sobbed. No problem. Gao Xinxin got up, opened the closet, hurriedly changed into clothes for going out, and took her mother's wool scarf from the hanger, wrapped it up and rushed out of the room. Gao Xinxin walked to the living room, but Gao Yang was gone. She looked around, but couldn't see him anywhere. She immediately rushed to the entrance, and in the corner, Dou Hu was sitting on a small bench, with his legs crossed, drinking alone. Where's Gao Yang? Gao Xinxin was extremely anxious. Gone, Dou Hu said. Gone so soon? Gao Xinxin was shocked. Yeah, I go back if I'm fine. Dou Hu put down the stainless steel wine bottle and glanced at Gao Xinxin. Are you going out? Gao Xinxin hid the disappointment in her eyes and smiled dryly. No, I'm not going out. I just remembered something. Forget it. I just tell him on my phone. It's better this way. Dou Hu nodded. It's not safe outside. Don't run around. Yeah, it's not safe, it's not safe. Gao Xinxin was absent-minded and didn't know what she was saying. She just wanted to go back to the room immediately. As soon as Gao Xinxin turned around, she bumped into someone's arms. Ah! Gao Xinxin suddenly got angry. You can't walk long. Gao Xinxin was dumbfounded. The person blocking the way was Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised the instant noodles in one hand to avoid Gao Xinxin, and held a plastic fork in the other hand, with a piece of luncheon meat on it in danger. Gao Xinxin's heart was like a roller coaster, and her face was changing from bright to dark. Finally, she suppressed her joy and said, Why are you here? Didn't you leave? Who said I left? Gao Yang said innocently, I haven't eaten all day, so I went to the kitchen to find something to eat. You're nice. You even saved some luncheon meat for me. Gao Yang also tried not to laugh. In fact, he guessed that Gao Xinxin would change her mind and planned to wait a little longer, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ha ha! Dou Hu stopped acting and pounded his legs frantically. Smells good. It smells really good. Dou Hu. Gao Xinxin flushed and rushed over with her teeth bared today. I won't skin you alive. Hey, I was talking about the smell of wine. Don't come over here. Ah! Why are you pinching me? A gentleman talks, not fights. I'm not a gentleman. I'm your stepmother. On a winter afternoon, the warm sun appeared, the snow melted, the streets were decorated with lights and colors, and the atmosphere of the new year was in the air. On the main road of the city, a black motorcycle sped like lightning, dragging a high-pitched and sexy engine sound, constantly overtaking, like a cheetah shuttling among a large herd of migrating cattle, elegant and arrogant. The boy on the bike wore a black and red racing suit and a helmet. The girl behind him wore a short coat, jeans, a scarf and a helmet, and hugged the person in front tightly. Gao Yang, are you crazy? Are you driving so fast to reincarnate? Gao Xinxin shouted through the helmet, both scared and excited. Believe in my skills. Gao Yang was very confident. Brother, you have really changed. You used to be very low-key, but now you are like a middle school boy. Gao Xinxin smiled and said disdainfully, I am a leader after all. Isn't it good to be cool? Gao Yang laughed self-deprecatingly. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the enemy? Gao Xinxin threatened him. No, your brother is very powerful. Gao Yang was indeed not afraid. He had absolute defense, systematic warnings, and a keen sixth sense. Although he was not invincible, he treated everyone equally and forced a 50-50 split. Soon, the motorcycle began to slow down, and the toll booth was not far ahead. Dong dong. Gao Xinxin reached out and knocked on Gao Yang's helmet. Brother, aren't you going to find the first snow? Why are you on the highway? Let's go back to the countryside first. Gao Yang said, Go see my parents and grandparents. Gao Xinxin's chest tightened, and she subconsciously hugged Gao Yang a little tighter. She retracted her smile and replied softly, Okay. In order not to implicate his uncle, Gao Yang completely cut off contact with him from the day he established the Jussi organization. This time Gao Yang returned home early to avoid his uncle, and not bump into him when sweeping the graves. The two siblings first swept the graves of their grandparents and said a few words, and then went to their parents' graves. The days are short in winter, and before you know it, it is already dusk. A soft orange-red color covers the desolate and cold hilltop. Two young people kneel in front of a relatively new cement tomb, their thin figures stretching out very long. The tomb of Gao Shou and Lin Yu has been erected with a marble tombstone, engraved with their life stories and embedded with a black and white photo. Lush and tall cypress trees are planted on both sides of the tomb. Gao Yang kneeled on the ground, not even daring to look up at his parents' photos. He just glanced at the two names Gao Shou and Lin Yu on the tombstone, and he almost couldn't breathe. Gao Xinxin was almost the same. She held back her tears and burned yellow money. Gao Yang burned incense, toasted, cowed out, and then stood up to clean up the weeds and garbage around the tomb. When he finished, he found Gao Xinxin still kneeling in front of the grave, with her hands clasped together, eyes closed, and mumbling something. He could vaguely hear words like bless, brother, safe, etc., exactly the same as what his mother muttered in the room facing his grandmother's portrait. The evening breeze blew, and the hair on Gao Xinxin's face flew, jumping with red light, and Gao Yang was dazed for a while. Chapter 929. Mom, can you see that Xinxin is becoming more and more like you? Dad, Mom, Grandma, you must bless Xinxin and let her live a safe and smooth life. Almost done. Gao Yang stepped forward and patted Gao Xinxin on the shoulder. Let's go. Yeah. Gao Xinxin also finished chatting with her parents. She stood up on her knees and almost fell down. Gao Yang immediately supported her. What's wrong? My legs are a little numb after kneeling for a long time. Gao Xinxin's face turned pale. My head seems a little dizzy. You are too thin and anemic. Gao Yang felt distressed. He helped Gao Xinxin walk to a clean cement step, sit down and watch the sunset. Yeah. The two siblings sat down, enjoying the evening breeze, and watching the sun about to set in the mountains. Gao Yang took out a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake from his pocket. Eat it. Gao Xinxin was stunned for 2 seconds, took the candy, unwrapped the paper, and the candy core had turned into half powder. She used tin foil to pat it, and carefully fed it into her mouth. There was still half left, and she gave it back to Gao Yang. You eat it too. Gao Yang took it, and poured it all into his mouth. Yeah, it's really sweet. Gao Xinxin smiled and frowned. I don't like candy so much when I grow up. I remember when I was a child. We kept asking Grandma for candy every day. Especially you have cavities, and Grandma didn't give you any, but you still made a fuss, saying that Grandma favored boys over girls, and complained to my parents. Gao Yang recalled with a smile. No way. Why don't I remember it? Gao Xinxin smiled. Don't bully me for not remembering things when I was a child. Gao Yang stopped arguing. He reached out and rubbed Gao Xinxin's head. You were still a little kid at that time, and in the blink of an eye, you are a big girl. Brother. Gao Xinxin punched Gao Yang. Why are you talking more and more like a father? This is called an elder brother is like a father. Gao Yang said. I know. Gao Xinxin savored the sweetness of the osmanthus cake in her mouth, while looking at the orange sunset glow gradually cooling down in the sky. She slowly tilted her head, and leaned on Gao Yang's shoulder. Her voice was soft, sad, but not sad. Brother, do you know? When my parents just left, I felt that everything was particularly absurd and meaningless, and life was particularly boring. Fortunately, I still have you, otherwise I would definitely not be able to make it. Me too. Gao Yang encouraged. Then you are strong enough. Now think about it. Fortunately I survived. In fact, as long as people are alive, they can always find meaning. Gao Xinxin smiled happily. Now, I have to take care of Meng Xiaoyang, Yining, and Sister Xia. Sometimes, I suddenly feel that they are my family. If one day danger comes, and I have to sacrifice myself to save them, I will definitely stand up without hesitation. It's the same death. Compared with my previous desire to die because my parents passed away, I will be more justified. I don't think it's selfish to die like this, or there's anything wrong. I can face death calmly and easily. Maybe Grandma, Dad, and Mom, when they died to save us, they also had this feeling. They were not afraid or painful. They were not forced to suffer, nor were they desperate. They made the choice without regrets. Every time I think about it this way, I don't feel so sad. Gao Xinxin pursed her lips. I don't know if I have made it clear. Brother, if you miss them in the future, you can also think like me, and you won't be so sad. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but patted his sister's shoulder and held her in his arms. Gao Xinxin buried her face in Gao Yang's chest, tears flowing silently. The two siblings stayed quietly until the sunset disappeared and night fell. Let's go home for the new year, Gao Yang said. Okay. 10 o'clock in the morning, Anliang District, the third hospital. The weather was good, the sun was shining brightly today, and there were no clouds in the sky, which was just right for a festive day like New Year's Eve. The entrance of the inpatient department was also posted with Spring Festival couplets and lanterns, which was festive. In the small park downstairs, patients in blue and white hospital gowns wandered around casually. Some were playing and fighting like children in groups of 3 or 5. Some were squatting in the corner alone and muttering, and some stood there looking up at the sky without blinking. There was a chess stone table next to the fountain, and 2 doctors in white coats were playing chess while basking in the sun. The doctor on the left is surnamed Sunday. He is very young, thin, wearing black framed glasses, and looks quite neat and tidy, like a weak scholar. He started the game by hitting the pawn in the middle with a cannon, and did not forget to chat. Old Tang, do you know the ship of Theseus? The doctor opposite is in his 40s, with a slightly sloping head, a chubby face, a round nose, and a wide chin. He looks quite blessed. He mounted his horse to protect the pawn, and said with disdain, I didn't talk about this topic in junior high school. Let's chat about it. Xiao Sun continued to play chess. I have never figured it out. You see, a ship sails on the sea, and it replaces a new piece of wood every once in a while. When the ship lands, all the wood is replaced. Then do you think the ship is still the same ship? Yes and no. Old Tang played chess slowly. Xiao Sun frowned, a little disappointed. Old Tang, you are talking in circles again. Uh-huh. Old Tang laughed mysteriously. Human cells are completely renewed every 6 to 7 years, so let me ask you, are you still you 7 years ago? Well? Xiao Sun thought for a moment. Of course, it was me. No. Old Tang swallowed a shot from the other party. Yes, and no. It's really boring to chat with you. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. It's not embarrassing. I think you have only grown older, but not smarter. Xiao Sun was merciless to his senior Old Tang, and swallowed a horse from the other party. Uh-huh. Old Tang was not angry. When you are my age, you will understand that many problems cannot be solved by IQ alone, but by understanding. You are lucky that I am in a good mood today, so I will talk to you. I am all ears. Old Tang said, I say yes and no, it depends on different philosophical views. You, like most people in the world, are entangled in cause and effect, obsessed with eternity, as a finite individual, but want to pursue infinity, looking for troubles and asking for troubles. Xiao Sun was stunned and forgot to block the horse's feet with the car in his hand. You regard your life as a whole, and have the illusion that you can control and understand it. Then of course you are still you are your master. No matter how many times the cells in your body are renewed, you will always be you. No matter how the matter is replaced and destroyed, you are still you. You like to call this thing soul and consciousness, and think they are eternal and immortal. Isn't it? Xiao Sun said. Old Tang squinted and smiled. I don't think so. I don't think life is a whole. It is just the continuous superposition of countless flowing and changing moments. Let alone the me 7 years ago, I was not me. The me who took your pawn last second is not me this second. Xiao Sun was dumbfounded with a cannon in his hand. Old Tang talked freely. In other words, there is no such concept as me. I do not exist. Life is nothing more than the accumulation of countless moments. This accumulation gives us the illusion of subject and object, making us feel that we are ourselves, others are others, and the universe is the universe. Xiao Sun, think about it carefully. You were born in this universe. How can you be separated from the universe? Arrogant! Ignorant. Just like a fish thinking about its relationship with the seawater, but it doesn't know that it is nothing, and the seawater is nothing. Their common name is the ocean. So what is your answer? Xiao Sun said. Playing chess. Old Tang smiled faintly. Playing chess is you, me, the universe, and infinity. Xiao Sun seemed to understand, and frowned. Then, is that ship still the same ship? Oh, I'm fooled again. Old Tang shook his head and sighed. Flag card general dead chess. Number 6. Number 7. A doctor rushed over angrily, followed by 2 nurses. Who told you to steal my clothes? Chapter 930. Xiao Sun and Lao Tang immediately dropped the chess pieces and stood up. Dr. Qi. It was Lao Tang who stole the clothes. I wanted to stop him, but I didn't expect to be corrupted by him. Xiao Sun immediately reported Lao Tang. I didn't. It was the clothes that started it. It was the clothes that tempted me first. Lao Tang hurriedly argued. Take off by Daegu. Go back to the room. Dr. Qi said sternly, turning around and telling the 2 nurses, watch these 2 people take medicine in the future. They always pretend to take it. If they cause any trouble, can you take the responsibility? I'm sorry, yes, the nurse said timidly. The nurse took the 2 patients away. The doctor watched them all the way, suddenly raised his hand, adjusted the non-existent glasses on his nose, and then turned and left. He obviously had healthy legs, but he seemed to be a little bumpy when walking. On his left ring finger, he wore a plain black gold ring, and a small piece of light green mesh brand appeared on his arm inside the cuff. He looked around the hospital carefully, returned to the building, stepped into the elevator, reached the top floor, walked straight to the office at the end of the corridor, and knocked on the door. Come in. Dr. Qi pushed the door open respectfully and greeted with a smile. President Su, I have checked everything inside and out. Everything is normal. Qilin sat in the back of the office, wearing a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and combed his hair back. His right eye was cold and gray, and only a closer look could reveal that it was a black gold prosthetic eye. He wore a long black glove on his left hand, which was placed flat on the table, looking a little unnatural. A week ago, all members of the Haichuan group secretly entered the 3rd hospital. Qilin activated Yintian and Puppet Master to softly control and hypnotize all medical staff through the empowered black gold accessories. This is necessary security work, and for Qilin, it is also an exercise in combining 2 talents. Thank you for your hard work. Find 2 people to take turns and check every hour. Report to me immediately if there is any problem. Yes. Dr. Qi bowed, left the room and closed the door. Qilin leaned back and slowly closed his eyes. A large amount of mental power was redistributed to all the soft puppets in the 3rd hospital. He was like a spider, weaving an invisible web. All the wind and grass in the 3rd hospital were under his observation. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qilin retracted his mental power and opened his eyes. Come in. A thin woman with slender limbs walked into the room. She had a loose ponytail, and her bangs were combed to both sides. A strand of slightly curly hair fell on the exquisite frameless glasses, and swayed with the owner's steps. The person who came was Elder Isher, and her current identity was the head of the department of the 3rd hospital. President, I have something to report. Qilin nodded calmly, and motioned Isher to speak. The wounded have basically recovered, and Elder Wusai has also woken up without any sequelae. I have counted the logistics equipment and medicines, and they are basically enough, but there are only 7 resurrection pills left. There will not be enough for everyone to take in the next battle. Qilin said nothing. Although taking the resurrection pill may not necessarily lead to resurrection, it is after all an insurance policy, which is equivalent to a magic needle that stabilizes the sea and greatly boosts the morale of the team. Before, the resurrection pill was developed by Dr. Jia, and Daji provided active energy and blood. His talent is fake death, serial number 58 life system. Now he has reached level 6 fake death. As for him, even if his heart and brain are damaged, there is a certain probability of resurrection. He is completely the mascot of the organization. But now, Dr. Jia has been robbed, and this mascot has really become a decoration. Can you develop a resurrection drug? Qilin asked Isher. Isher's talent pharmacist has also developed a lot of drugs, some of which are better than Dr. Jia's products, such as sea medicine. Isher looked embarrassed. Yes, I can, but the production method of the resurrection drug is quite complicated and requires professional equipment. If I rely solely on my talent, the efficacy is very unstable, and the side effects are also great. I'm afraid no one dares to take it. Qilin was silent again. President. Isher hesitated and said, it's not completely impossible. I asked Dr. Jia for advice before. He taught me the production method of the resurrection drug. If I strictly follow his method, I should be able to succeed. Let's do it, Shilin said. But the information is all in the computer of the White Lake Hotel. I didn't think I could use it at the time, so I didn't take it away, Isher said. Go get it, and ask Wusei to send someone to escort it, Shilin said. Isher was hesitant to speak. What? Shilin asked. Isher smiled bitterly. President, let me be frank. Now, except for you and Madam Li, no one can escort me. If Juicy really targets me, I will definitely not be a match. Shilin also knew this very well, but he and Mr. Li could not just leave the third hospital. Besides that, I can only think of Tingting. She can keep me in the airman state by holding my hand all the time, which is safer than sending someone to protect me. Shilin nodded. Do as you say. Yes. 20 minutes later, Dr. Isher and Nurse Tingting changed out of their work clothes and put on casual clothes and left the main entrance of the third hospital. The security guard wearing a black gold bracelet nodded slightly to the two of them with a blank expression, and Isher immediately returned a look. After leaving the third hospital, Tingting immediately held Isher's hand, and the two walked away quickly. After walking 2 blocks, Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. Wow! Finally free. Isher shook his head helplessly and sighed. Just this time, never again. Thank you, Sister Isher. Tingting held Isher's hand affectionately. I really hate hospitals. I feel like I can't breathe smoothly when I stay there. Now I can finally come out and fish. In fact, Tingting's airman does not completely erase her sense of existence. Even if she holds Isher's hand, it is impossible for Isher to completely become air. At most, it effectively reduces her sense of existence. If she really meets a relative or enemy with whom she has a deep emotional bond, she can still detect it. However, apart from Suzaku, Isher really has no one with whom she has a deep bond. Let me make it clear first, hold on to me at all times. Isher reminded, you can only buy whatever you want to eat on the way. Okay. Tingting freed one hand, took out her phone and opened the map. Let me see if there is anything delicious near Baihu Hotel. The two came to the roadside to take a taxi. This barbecue is good. Tingting quickly made a choice. There are small private rooms, which are more private, so you don't have to show up. Which one? This one. Which one is this? It's called this barbecue. Isher was stunned for a moment, and finally reacted. Okay, this one, but before you go, you have to accompany me to do something first. What is it? Tingting was a little excited. Take a shower. Ah? Tingting opened her eyes wide, thinking she had heard it wrong. Isher explained with a smile. In my family, we go to the bathhouse to take a bath every New Year's Eve. This is called the New Year's bath. It can wash away the bad luck and unhappiness of the past year, leaving them forever in the past. The new year will be full of good days. Oh yes. Tingting suddenly realized, indeed, many people have this habit, but Sister Isher, you are a top student, and you are superstitious. How can I be superstitious? This is called a sense of ritual, which makes life more exciting. Isher waved and stopped a taxi. Chapter 931. In the car, Tingting held Isher with one hand and operated her mobile phone quickly with the other hand. In a short time, she searched for more than 10 bathing and leisure centers on the Dasenran app. After reading hundreds of good and bad reviews, she finally found the one with the best comprehensive reputation and made an online reservation. The efficiency was amazing. Half an hour later, the two went to the bathing and leisure center, registered at the front desk, changed shoes with the staff, and took the hand card to enter the female dressing area. The dressing room is very user-friendly. Considering the shy people, several partitions with curtains are specially set up. Tingting was not used to changing clothes in front of people, so she got into the partition. She just took off her down jacket slowly, and there was a bang outside. It was the sound of the locker door closing. Tingting turned around and asked through the curtain, Sister Isher, have you changed into the yukata? Almost. Isher's voice came from outside, accompanied by the sound of the yukata wrapped around the skin. You're too fast. Tingting smiled. Sister Isher, go wash first, I be there in a while. Okay, I go first. Tingting held her breath, put her ear to the curtain, confirmed that Isher's footsteps and slippers gradually disappeared, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tingting took out her mobile phone and took a look at the screensaver picture. That was the only photo of Lele, Tingting, and Lu Qingying. On a warm sunny day, the three of them went out to fish in the name of a mission, sitting on a bench in the street park, basking in the sun, drinking milk tea, and gossiping. Every time she lost her courage, Tingting would take a look at this photo to strengthen her determination. She took a deep breath, put her mobile phone in her trouser pocket, and quickly put on her down jacket. Swish. The curtain behind Ting Ting was pulled open. Ah! Ting Ting turned around and was immediately startled. Her soul almost flew away. Isher stood outside the curtain. Her hair was tied up. She wore frameless glasses and a wide white bathrobe. Her legs were long, straight and thin, and she stepped barefoot on the cold floor. She stared at Ting Ting, and a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. She was still smiling, but her kindness was gone. Ting Ting, why are you wearing your down jacket again? Suddenly want to go to the bathroom. Ting Ting smiled as naturally as possible, but in Isher's opinion, that face had already frozen. Really? Isher looked at Ting Ting and smiled faintly. There is heating here. You don't need to wear so much when you go to the bathroom, right? Isn't it hot? Haha, not hot. I have a cold body, and I am more afraid of cold. Ting Ting was still struggling. You are not afraid of the cold, you are? Isher raised his hand and adjusted his frameless glasses. Want to escape? Ting Ting's heart suddenly tightened. Activate air. Ting Ting stopped. An inexplicable anger occupied all her reason. She only had one thought at this time, that is, to kill the woman in front of her. Ah! Ting Ting rushed towards Isher. Isher grabbed her and swept her leg, tripped Ting Ting to the ground, and then released seed of hatred. When Ting Ting came to her senses, she was already lying on the ground, and there was a pain in her wrist. Once Airman comes into contact with people, it will not take effect. Isher squatted down and looked at Ting Ting. Ting Ting, you are still not brave enough. If you are braver along the way, you still have a chance to activate Airman. Don't you think it's too late to run now? Ting Ting's face was ashen. Her whole body was trembling. Her lips were tightly pursed, and the corners of her eyes quickly turned red. Isher pulled Ting Ting up and let go of her hand. I injected status into you. You have my energy in your body for a long time. Airman can't block me. Don't play tricks. Sister Isher. Ting Ting had already given up resistance. She sobbed in fear. I have no grudges against you. Can you? Take off your clothes. Isher interrupted coldly. Please let me go. Take off your clothes. Isher repeated. The tone did not change, but the sense of oppression doubled. Ting Ting shut up, sniffed, and took off her clothes. After a while, she took off her down jacket, then sweater, jeans, etc., leaving only her underwear. She hugged her shoulders and lowered her head in fear and shame. Continue? Isher said. Ting Ting was startled and asked weakly, More to take off? She thought Isher wanted to check if she had any hidden weapons, fearing that she was cheating, but it seemed that was not the case. Continue? Isher's voice was like ice. Ting Ting gritted her teeth and continued to undress, tears of timidity and grievance flowing uncontrollably. Isher watched coldly. Take off your socks, take off your rubber bands, and let your hair down. Isher ordered. Ting Ting in the dressing room no longer resisted or asked why, and did as she was told. Soon, she was naked and allowed the woman in front of her to examine her. Open your arms and turn slowly, Isher said. Ting Ting continued to do as she was told, and for a moment she thought of the full-body checkup at the hospital and the animals in the slaughterhouse. Okay. Isher grabbed a bathrobe and threw it to Ting Ting. Come with me to take a bath. Ting Ting stood there holding her bathrobe, dumbfounded. Is it really just a bath? She didn't dare to ask more, and immediately put on her bathrobe and walked out of the dressing room with Isher. The two came to the big bathhouse. At noon, there were few customers. The two got into an independent large wooden barrel and took a bath together. Isher looked at Ting Ting and analyzed coldly. Although Airman can make others ignore you, it is not really visually invisible, and it cannot hide the energy in the body. You know very well that Chilin's spiritual perception uses countless soft puppets as radiation points to monitor the entire third hospital. If you run away, Chilin may not be able to tell who is running away at the first time, but it will definitely detect that an awakened person is acting on his own and immediately catch you back. So you came to me, hoping that I would use my position to take you away from the hospital, and then you would find a chance to escape. Hee, you look harmless, and your eyes often reveal clear stupidity, but you are actually quite cunning. Sister Isher. Ting Ting's. The psychological defense line collapsed completely, and the face was full of tears. I am really scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a terrible puppet after I die one day. Sister Isher, you can see that I am a waste. I can't pose a threat to anyone. Please let me go. I promise that I will hide, and no one can see me. No one can find me. I really regret joining the organization now. I want to be an ordinary person and continue to live an ordinary life. If the doomsday comes, I will disappear with the doomsday. Is my request really too much? Sister Ishur, I know you are not a bad person. I beg you, please give me a way out. Ishur listened coldly, and was unmoved. Turn around. Chapter 932. Tingting was stunned. Her blood was extremely cold. It was so strange. She was in a warm bathtub, but it felt like she was falling into an ice cave. No, don't. Please. Turn around and squat down a little, Ishur ordered. Tingting sobbed, and was in a stalemate for a few seconds, but finally did it obediently. Splash. Tingting turned around in the bathtub and squatted down. Her whole body below her chin was immersed in the water, leaving only her head and her hair spread out like water plants. Splash. Ishur slowly approached, bringing water waves and gently patting Tingting's neck. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Tingting was still begging for mercy in the end. Her body was shaking more and more, and all kinds of terrible scenes had emerged in her mind. Ishur pressed her head into the bucket with force, letting her struggle desperately until she drowned. Ishur took out a silenced pistol and shot into the back of her head. The whole tub was quickly filled with blood. Ishur was like a cold-blooded killer, bathing in blood and leaving calmly wrapped in a bathrobe. 5 seconds passed, and none of the above scenes happened. Ishur put his hands on Tingting's head, stroking slowly, and then stroking along her hair, very carefully, as if washing her hair. Tingting, whose eyes were blurred with tears, was suddenly startled. She is checking my hair. She asked me to take off my clothes just now, also to check my body. It's okay. Sure enough, Ishur's voice softened. You don't have the mark of the puppet master, no bugs, and no other suspicious energy marks on you. You are safe. Tingting was still sobbing, but her body was no longer shaking violently. She slowly turned around and looked at Ishur. Ishur's smile was shrewd but with a hint of helplessness. Tingting, you don't really think I can make a resurrection drug, do you? No, can't I? Tingting asked while crying. Dr. Jia gave me the method of making medicine, but I couldn't understand it at all. I tried several times, and the highest record was that I fell asleep after reading the 3rd page. So you asked me to take a shower in order to confirm that we are all clean. Ishur smiled bitterly. Tingting, even you noticed something was wrong, how could I not see it? I stayed at first, thinking that I could save as many people as possible, but now I understand that I can't save anyone. Qilin and Mr. Li are both crazy. The train of Haichuan Group has completely lost control. It is only a matter of time before it derails. If we don't leave, we will perish together. Tingting stared at Ishur blankly. What? Did I say something wrong? Ishur asked. Tingting shook her head desperately, and excited tears burst out again. Wow! Tingting couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. You just, really, scared me to death. It's necessary to trick you. Who knows if you are controlled and hypnotized by Qilin? Ishur patted Tingting's shoulder. Okay, it's okay. Well? Tingting stopped crying after a while. Sister Ishur, what should we do next? Where should we go? Take a shower first. Ishur pretended to be mysterious, with a slight smile on his face. Wash away bad luck and welcome the new year. At night, the 3rd hospital, the inpatient department. The lobby on the 1st floor was brightly lit and decorated with lights. Dozens of patients sat in rows on small benches, looking at the large projection screen on the wall, with different expressions on their faces, concentrating, numb, crying secretly, talking to themselves. The party had been going on for quite a while, when a familiar voice came from the screen. My dear audience, I miss you so much. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was boiling. Everyone seemed to have found their common memories. They were in high spirits, clapping and laughing, and whispering to each other. In fact, in addition to the patients, there were more than 20 medical staff surrounding the hall. They were standing, sitting or squatting. Most of them were absent-minded and looked depressed. The people of Haichuan Group would never have thought that they would spend New Year's Eve with a group of mental patients this year. At this time, in the office at the end of the corridor, Qilin and Mr. Li were talking. Mr. Li was sitting in a wheelchair, feeling very regretful. Ishur and Tingting haven't come back yet, and we can't contact them. Wu Sei took people to look for them. It is said that the two did not go to Baihu Hotel, but went directly to a bath center. All their clothes were dealt with. They should have escaped. I know. Qilin nodded, not surprised by this. When Ishur read the 9 Heirs War letter and learned that Suzaka might still be alive, he probably became shaken. As for Tingting's escape, it is very likely related to Lele. Dr. Jia's laboratory was burned by a fire, but there was no trace of Lele's body, which means Lele is not dead. Where did Lele go? Missing, escaping, or joining Jussi are all possible. Sooner or later, there will be an answer. Qilin didn't care much about this. He cared about another thing. Mrs. Li, have you merged with the rune? Mrs. Li shook her head. Qilin stared at Mr. Li quietly. What's going on? I don't know either. Mrs. Li frowned slightly. I did learn the new skills of Prophet in advance, but I still can't merge with the rune. After the battle at Qingyang Bridge, Li learned a very important new skill in his sleep. This is actually incredible. New skills of talent must appear with talent upgrades. When Li was upgraded to level 7 Prophet, he had already learned new skills. So Li speculated that he might be about to merge with the rune and upgrade to level 8, so he got the new skill in advance. The most important attribute of Prophet is the word first, so it is not difficult to understand that he learned new skills in advance. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the power of Song Dao is declining, and many established rules can no longer be accurately executed. The result was contrary to expectations. After a week, Li and the knowledge rune still showed no signs of fusion, and they did not resonate with each other. Qilin could not understand this either, but the rune circuits are different. For example, the miracle rune has a privilege far beyond other runes, and maybe the knowledge rune also has its temper. Don't worry about it, let's proceed as planned, Qilin said. Li nodded. Qilin dialed the dedicated line on his desk, and Secretary Chu Yu answered quickly. Ask Yushi to my office, and ask her to bring something. She knows what it is. Qilin paused and added, 20 minutes later, ask Saching to come to my office. Yes. Chu Yu hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A light blonde girl in a nurse's uniform pushed the door open. She was petite and young, but gave people a sense of maturity and stability. President, Vice President. Yushi's voice was respectful. Did you bring the things? Qilin asked. Yes. Yushi was holding a medical suitcase in her hand. She took 2 steps forward, put the suitcase down, opened it, and took out 4 items from it one after another. Chapter 933. The first item is a seal collection bag, which contains a small handful of dark red mud and sand. They come from the shallows near the river bank and are stained red by someone's blood. The second item is a sealed glass jar, which contains a few pieces of gravel and soaks in pink water. In fact, the blood on the small gravel melted in the water. The third item is a collection box, which contains 2 pieces of burnt flesh and skin tissue. The fourth item is a seal collection test tube, which contains 3 teeth. Yushi put the items on the desk. They are all left by the enemy on the battlefield. I have carried out special treatment. They are still useful within a month. Qilin nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. Go, and have a good new year with everyone. Yushi was stunned and bowed slightly. Yes, I also wish the president a happy new year. Yushi retreated, and Qilin looked at the items on the table quietly. There's only one chance. Qilin looked sideways at Li. Let's confirm the plan again. Yes. Li took out the anti-eavesdropping interference ball from his pocket and pressed it. The two quickly finished their conversation, and soon, the knock on the door sounded again. Come in, Li said. The door opened, and a woman who was almost skinny walked in. She was wearing a blue nursing uniform. Her hair was dry and yellow, split, and very rough. Her skin was dark and rough, and her eye sockets were deep, and she looked very moldy. She was slightly hunched over, and looked at Qilin with dull eyes. Saching, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Saching replied stiffly. Qilin pushed the glasses on his nose and smiled. It's time to give the enemy a New Year gift. Saching's heart skipped a beat. This day has finally come. Shijing District, Guichuan Villa. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang woke up from a light sleep. Chu Shue woke up earlier than Gao Yang. She changed into a red cotton jacket, tied her hair into a bun, squatted on the sofa like a cat, stared at Gao Yang, waiting for the moment he opened his eyes. Gao Yang. Happy New Year. Chu Shue smiled happily. Happy New Year. I am the first one to wish you a Happy New Year. Chu Shue curved her crescent eyes, and her voice was full of pride. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. Ting ting ting. Chu Shue suddenly stood up from the sofa, raised her hands behind her back, and 2 rolled spring couplets fell down with a clatter. Gao Yang, I have chosen the spring couplets. Yesterday, everyone went to buy New Year's goods together. On the street, they met an old man who wrote spring couplets by hand. Chu Shue, who could already recognize many words, was fascinated by them. She liked this one and that one, and bought 12 pairs of spring couplets in one go, saying that she would change 1 pair every month, which made the old man very happy. Gao Yang looked at the spring couplets in Chu Shue's hand. Upper couplet. Spring is back and the scenery is beautiful. Lower couplet. There are many happy events in the world. Very good. Gao Yang nodded. Let's go with this one. Gao Yang simply washed up and went to the door with Chu Xue to paste the spring couplets. Chu Xue stepped on a small stool and pasted them carefully. Gao Yang stood behind her to help her calibrate the position. After pasting the spring couplets, the two went to paste the word Fu on the iron gate in the front yard. At this time, Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai also woke up. They were wearing pajamas, with messy hair and yawning. They walked out of their bedrooms and stood on the small balcony on the second floor. Chu Xue. Wrong, the word Fu should be pasted upside down. Wang Zikai instructed while scratching the back of his neck. Fu is upside down, and the blessing has arrived. Do you understand? That makes sense. Chu Xue hurriedly turned the word Fu upside down. Don't listen to that idiot. Gao Xinxin disagreed. If you paste it upside down, all the blessings will run away. Chu Xue, think about it. If you turn the water cup upside down, the water will definitely flow away, and all the blessings for the year will be gone. That makes sense. Chu Xue turned the word Fu right side up again. Chu Xue. Don't listen to her, paste it upside down. Wang Zikai turned his head to look at Gao Xinxin on the balcony next to him. You know shit. My family has been pasting it like this since we were young. That's why we got rich. Facts speak louder than words. Hee hee, bear shit, I'm still pig shit. Getting rich is not important, family harmony is the real blessing. Gao Xinxin argued. Chu Xue, believe me, you can't go wrong by pasting it right way. Paste it upside down. Paste it right way. Upside down. Right way. Gao Yang. Chu Xue looked left and right, and had a selective disorder. She turned her head to look at Gao Yang. How should I paste it? Children make choices, adults want them all. Gao Yang half-jokingly, go, get another blessing character. Okay. Chu Xue ran back to the house briskly, and soon came out with another blessing character. Gao Yang first pasted the word Fu in his hand upright, and looked at Chu Xue. You paste it upside down, on top of the word Fu, align it. No problem. Chu Xue leaned over and pasted it carefully. Gao Yang nodded with satisfaction, and said nonsense seriously. First, the blessing came, then the blessing fell, but it was caught by the blessing below, and it couldn't escape. This is called the Pixiu Fu character formation. The blessing only comes in, and never goes out. It guarantees that you will be full of blessings for the whole year. Gao Yang. You are amazing. Chu Xue's eyes lit up, and she felt that she had learned something new. Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin, who were standing on the balcony on the second floor, were dumbfounded. They could not find any faults for a while. They turned their heads and met each other's disgusted eyes. They snorted and went back to the house. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone started to clean up and get rid of the old and welcome the new. The villa was too big. Although everyone cleaned selectively, they were still exhausted. Under Gao Xinxin's strict requirements, everyone was busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, Gao Xinxin firmly grasped the right to speak and became the head of the family. Then, she suggested that everyone take a New Year's bath, change into new clothes, and take a family photo together in the good light in the evening. Half an hour later, everyone had packed up, but Chu Xue, who had returned to her room to change clothes, had not come out yet. Gao Xinxin sent Gao Yang to urge her. Gao Yang went upstairs. The door was open. Chu Xue had changed her clothes and was sitting at the head of the bed, with her legs together. On her legs was a white storage box the size of a microwave oven. She opened the lid and seemed to be carefully counting something. Chu Xue? Gao Yang walked into the room. Chu Xue hurriedly closed the lid and turned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, why didn't you knock on the door? You didn't close the door. Gao Yang was a little helpless. Okay. Chu Xue put down the storage box and stood up. Gao Yang, do the new clothes look good? The twin ponytails were on Chu Xue's shoulders. She was wearing a loose blue sweater and a white skirt, and a pair of white cat-shaped slippers on her feet. She had a comfortable and natural home style, just like a real human girl. It looks good. Gao Yang smiled. Let's go! A few minutes later, the four of them came to the front yard of the villa to take a family photo. Chu Xue and Gao Xinxin stood in the middle hand in hand. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai stood on both sides. Phantom Gao Yang held up his mobile phone and turned into a photographer. Two handsome guys, don't stand on both sides, like bodyguards. Stand behind the two beauties, yes, don't stand there. Do some movements, hug shoulders and backs, ah yes, very good, keep it. Phantom Gao Yang raised his index finger. Two beauties, move your heads closer to my camera, yes, Very good, keep it. The beauty on the left, your smile is a little stiff. How can I not be stiff if you don't take pictures for a long time? Gao Xinxin rolled her eyes, and quickly put on a sweet smile again, fearing that her bad image would be caught. To be honest, she was under a lot of pressure with a beautiful girl from the second dimension standing next to her. The beauty on the right, raise your head a little more, look at the camera, and don't let your eyes wander too much. Yes. Mr. Chun occasionally takes group photos of the big family as a souvenir, but Bai Lu doesn't like taking photos, so Chushua has never taken such private photos between good friends. She feels fresh and fun, but also a little nervous. Gao Yang, are you going to take the photo or not? Gao Xinxin's smile is about to freeze again. Wang Zikai, your hair is covering your eyes, fix it quickly. Phantom Gao Yang is also a little anxious. Ah? Wait a minute. Wang Zikai cherishes this photo opportunity very much. He is uncharacteristically tense, as if he is taking an ID photo, and he doesn't notice that his hair is messed up by the wind. Right away, right away. Wang Zikai hurriedly fixed his bangs with his hands. How is it? Cricket. The most cricket on the surface. Hurry up. Gao Xinxin urged while quickly adjusting the angle of his smile and nod. 3-2. Wow. Chapter 934. Wow. A strong wind blew, and this time not only Wang Zikai, Gao Yang, Chushua, and Gao Xinxin's hair were all messed up. It's over. My hairstyle. Wang Zikai was in a panic. How about I spray some curry water? It's curry water. Big brother, please don't move. Gao Xinxin was about to cry. Ha ha ha. Chushua held Gao Xinxin's arm with one hand, and held down her flying silver hair with the other hand, and smiled happily. Eggplant. Gao Yang put one hand on Wang Zikai's shoulder, and the other on Chushua's shoulder. His hair was messy like a homeless person, but he smiled seriously at the camera. Click. The phantom Gao Yang pressed the shutter, and it disappeared a second later. Gao Yang teleported over and caught the phone that almost fell to the ground. He took a look at the photo with a subtle expression. How to say it, the expression management is hard to tell at a glance, the composition is crooked, and the focus is not on the face, which is quite explosive in the whole group photo. But even so, the four people in the photo are full of life and storytelling that cannot be presented by posing. It is the kind of photo that will immediately bring you into a certain memory slice whenever you open it in the future, and then you can't help but smile. Forget it, I find a tripod and take a time photo. Gao Xinxin was disgusted. You are still a leader, but you can't do a little thing well. Yes. Reshoot. I go find curry. Jelly water. Wang Zikai was still struggling with his hairstyle. Reshoot, reshoot. Chushua didn't know how she performed just now, but it was always good to take one more photo. Gao Yang smiled and took back his phone. Just this one, it's perfect, I send it to you. Dingling. 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 A group photo popped up in the chat group named Happy Events, and the three of them hurriedly took out their phones. After 3 seconds of silence, Gao Yang. Delete it immediately. Otherwise I kill you. No, where are my eyes? Ha ha ha. Chushua was very happy. Although everyone in the photo, including herself, was a little ugly, she liked it very much. Gao Yang ran away, and Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin chased after him. We had a family reunion dinner in the evening, and the main dish was hot pot, so that the food would not get cold easily. Before the formal start, everyone had to eat dumplings first. There were 12 dumplings in total, and there was a coin hidden in one dumpling. Everyone had 3 chances to take turns eating to see who was the lucky one. I go first. Wang Zikai picked up the largest dumpling and threw it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. Gao Yang was really worried that even if there was a coin in it, he would bite it into pieces and swallow it. Soon, Wang Zikai's face became strange. He frowned and shrank all over. So sour. Ha ha ha. Gao Xinxin smirked proudly. I made a big dumpling specially, just waiting for you, an idiot, to be fooled. You actually blasphemed God. Wang Zikai raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly. Forget it. Brother is in a good mood today. I won't bother with you. Humph, it's my turn. Gao Xinxin gestured with chopsticks, stared at the dumplings on the plate, and finally chose the smallest one. As soon as Gao Xinxin put it in his mouth, he frowned in disappointment. Brother, did you make this? You actually put osmanthus cake in it. What a devilish taste. Although Gao Xinxin was disgusted, he still ate it. It's my turn. Gao Yang picked up the chopsticks, and picked a dumpling with a strange shape. Sure enough, there was no coin. Gao Yang laughed while eating. I thought this dumpling was specially made as a mark. Ah ha ha. I made this dumpling. Wang Zikai was quite proud. Brother's technique has always been unrestrained, just like God's will is unpredictable. Wang Zikai, you should play less with Nana in the future. Gao Xinxin was quite worried. Chuxue, it's your turn. Gao Yang reminded softly. Chuxue picked up the chopsticks expectantly, and stared at the remaining 9 dumplings. Soon, she picked up a dumpling that was neither too big nor too small, and had a beautiful shape. She rarely used chopsticks, and was not very stable. She picked it up 3 times before picking it up. She put the dumpling into her mouth, her eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly pointed her finger at her mouth. Coin. Chuxue, don't spit it out first, make a wish. Gao Xinxin shouted hurriedly. Chuxue puffed her lips, closed her eyes, put her hands together in front of her chin, and made a pious wish. In a flash, Gao Yang immediately picked up the dumplings on the table and teleported to the kitchen. Wang Zikai immediately brought a plate of dumplings hidden under the table to the table. Exactly 8 dumplings. Gao Xinxin helped to restore the tabletop, making everything look unchanged. On Gao Yang's side, he teleported back to the dining table. Chuxue opened her eyes and made a wish. Gao Xinxin handed over a tissue. Okay, spit it out. Chuxue spit out the coin. Chuxue, what did you wish for? Gao Xinxin asked with a smile. Chuxue smiled and hesitated whether to say it. Why do you care what others wish for? You are so gossipy. Wang Zikai argued. Idiot! Gao Xinxin glared at Wang Zikai. I don't call this gossip. I call it flattery. You are really low in emotional intelligence. What do you mean by digging the ground? Wang Zikai didn't react. Well, your IQ is low. Gao Xinxin was merciless. Get lost. Chuxue looked at Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin bickering and couldn't help laughing. I hope we can spend the Spring Festival together next year. No way, it's that simple. Wang Zikai raised his eyebrows in disappointment. If it were him, he would definitely defeat Qilin and try to save the world. Yeah. Chuxue looked at Gao Yang with a cunning look. Then I will eat the coin again and make the same wish again. Haha, you have figured out the nesting dolls. Gao Xinxin also laughed. Of course. Gao Yang nodded. Then, the 4 of them had a hot reunion dinner. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai acted as elders, and gave Gao Xinxin and Chuxue red envelopes of lucky money. After dinner, Wang Zikai and Chuxue went to the living room to wait for the party. Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. The younger sister washed the dishes, and the older brother rinsed the dishes. The 2 of them were skilled and had a tacit understanding. Brother, don't tell me, the kitchenware is more complete than mine. Don't go see it? Gao Xinxin said. Look at the first snow, they are full after a few bites. Ghosts don't need to eat. Gao Yang put the clean bowl into the drain cupboard, and said with a sad tone, but ghosts also have to celebrate the festival. It seems that there is no difference between humans and ghosts, and the same goes for beasts. Gao Xinxin sighed slightly. I don't understand why everyone has to fight and kill. Isn't it good like now? Gao Yang's hands trembled. At that moment, he thought of his family again. He couldn't help but think of the past New Year with his mother, father, and grandmother. In fact, looking back, the secret between him and his family is nothing at all. If everyone could have been open and honest with each other's identities earlier, wouldn't some things have to go this far? And wouldn't there be fewer regrets? Gao Xinxin is right. Whether it's a human, an animal, or a ghost, what does it matter? What's the difference? All living things suffer. Love is salvation. Gao Yang. Chushua's voice interrupted Gao Yang's thoughts. Gao Yang turned around and saw her rushing to the door with a box of fireworks. It's dark. Let's go set off the fireworks. Chushua, it's not time yet. You guys watch the evening show first, and then set off the fireworks at 12 o'clock, and then you have to set off firecrackers first. Gao Xinxin looked like an elder. I know. Chushua pretended to be embarrassed, but Stupid Kai can't wait. He said he wanted to set off the fireworks first. I couldn't get him to agree, so I agreed to let him set off a few first. Gao Yang held back his laughter. You Chushua, you're going to pass the blame to Wang Zikai. You go first. We come after we wash the dishes. Gao Yang waved his hand. Okay. Chushua ran away with the fireworks. TSK TSK. Gao Xinxin smacked her lips. Just spoil her. It's a holiday, and happiness is the most important thing. Buzz. The phone in his pocket rang. Gao Yang wiped his hands and took out his phone. It was Do Hu calling. Gao Yang took the phone. Uncle Hu, Happy New Year. Gao Yang, Junma is dead. Chapter 935. Gao Yang was stunned for a second. He held the phone in one hand and continued to wash the dishes with the other hand, and asked calmly, "Is there a second half of the sentence?" "Ha ha!" Do-Hu on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. "I didn't scare you." "That's right, Hong Xiaoxiao was resurrected, and she gave the hairpin in advance. I heard that you arranged it." "Yes." "You kid, you can do it," Do-Hu said. "I come right over." Gao Yang hung up the phone. "What happened?" Gao Xinxin on the side was a little worried. "Something happened. I have to go back to Xiaoshui," Gao Yang said. "I go with you," Gao Xinxin said. "No need, brother." Gao Xinxin smiled gently, rounding off. "I've also passed this year. Ming Xiaoyang and Yining are still waiting for me. I should go back." Gao Xinxin has made up his mind, and Gao Yang no longer insists. "Okay, let's go together." The two changed their clothes and walked out of the front yard. 2 fireworks trees bloomed in the darkness, and smoke filled the air. Wang Zikai and Chu Xue each held a cold light firework and played a duel game. "Watch this." While playing, Wang Zikai swung hard and cut off the cold light firework in Chu Xue's hand. "Ah, my weapon!" Chu Xue shouted. "Defeated general? Die!" Wang Zikai pursued the victory. Gao Yang saw Wang Zikai's arrogance and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Chiu! Z! For a moment, the spinning fireworks on the ground were ignited at the same time, turning into colorful gyroscopes, spinning and surrounding Wang Zikai. "Damn it!" Wang Zikai ran away. "Ha ha!" Chu Xue was so happy that she relit the cold light fireworks, but did not chase Wang Zikai. Instead, she turned and ran towards Gao Yang, handing him the cold light fireworks. "Here!" Gao Yang didn't answer. "Chu Xue, Xinxin, and I have to go back to Xiaoshui." Chu Xue's smooth forehead was covered with a layer of sweat, which was stained with a few strands of hair. She brushed it away with her hands and smiled. "Well, Gao Yang, go quickly." "No way. What is more important than the new year?" Wang Zikai also came over, looking unhappy. Gao Yang didn't explain too much, and smiled apologetically. "Gao Xinxin is worried about the children in Xiaoshui. I will come back as soon as possible." "Gao Yang, you go, there's no rush." Chu Xue nodded. "We keep the fireworks and set them off when you come back, right, stupid Kai?" Okay. Wang Zikai waved his hand in disappointment, and he didn't even care about being called a fool by Chu Xue. Go early and come back early. An hour and a half later, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin quietly returned to the Xiaoshui base. Except for the 2 children, Zhu Ke and Zhang He, all the other people who didn't go out on the mission gathered in the living room. The atmosphere was not solemn, but it was not as lively as the new year. Do-Hu folded his hands, leaning against the entrance, holding a cigarette in his mouth. The butt of the cigarette was bitten to pieces, but he didn't smoke it. "Someone is coming." Do-Hu grinned when he saw Gao Yang. Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin walked quickly to the living room. Thad Jun, who had come back from the dead, was lying unconscious on the sofa, and Hong Xiaoxiao was sitting next to him. Gao Yang asked, "Who else has been infected?" "The dead pig has a high fever." Hong Xiaoxiao was a little nervous. "I gave him a hairpin." "Where is Zhang Wei?" Gao Yang looked around, but didn't see Zhang Wei. Gurgle sizzle. There was a sound of flushing in the toilet. The door opened, and Zhang Wei walked out. Seeing Gao Yang, he was overjoyed. "Captain, when did you come?" "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year? Are you feeling unwell?" Gao Yang asked. "Oh, I probably had a stomachache because I ate a lot of different things for dinner," Zhang Wei said, as if nothing had happened. Gao Yang immediately stepped forward and took a serious look at Zhang Wei. He felt that he was in good spirits, so he felt relieved. It seems that the immunity to the curse of self-confidence is very high. "What?" Zhang Wei was confused. He just had diarrhea. How could it be related to the curse? Is there really a god of diarrhea, or a god of constipation? "Haha, it's a curse, I guessed it right," Do-Hu said. "Captain Gao, what's going on?" Jing Shu asked weakly. Others also cast doubtful eyes. The story has to start from a few days ago. Gao Yang told his guesses and arrangements. The last time Gao Yang returned to the Xiaoshui base, he learned that Zhang Wei said he had lost 3 teeth. Then he saw that Pang Jun was in a very depressed state. He was overly cautious, and suddenly a person popped up in his head. It is known that Xiaoqing's level 3 blood curse can curse the target through its own blood, causing bad luck or minor injuries, or serious illness and death. Gao Yang suddenly thought, is there a possibility that Xiaoqing can also curse the target through the target's blood or body tissue for a certain period of time? Even if level 3 blood curse doesn't work, what about level 4? In order to expand its combat power, Qilin previously used the Miracle Rune to upgrade Lingqiu to level 4 Elemental Spirit. It is entirely possible to use the Miracle Rune to upgrade Saqing to level 4 Blood Curse. Once the idea came up, Gao Yang couldn't just let it go. He found Hong Xiaoxiao and asked her to pay close attention to everyone's health during this period. If it was serious, she would take insurance because she was worried that someone might suddenly become seriously ill or die suddenly. If this happened, she would immediately use Time Reset. Many experiments have proved that the deep energy of the Miracle System talent is common. When the target is in the process of being cursed, letting the game player recover once can theoretically remove the curse. In fact, if Xia Yi is still there is no need to be so troublesome. All members can purify once in advance. Gao Yang learned from Jiuhan's battle report that the people who were seriously injured and were likely to leave their own flesh and blood on the battlefield were Fat Jun, Zhang Wei, Wang Zikai, and Dead Pig. The first three were injured and bleeding heavily on the shallows or riverbanks. Dead Pig went to the middle of the bridge and had a fierce fight. As for the other members, even if they were injured and bleeding, they were on the river surface or in the air. In addition, once Song Dao recovered, it was difficult to leave anything for the Haichuan group to collect. Therefore, Hong Xiaoxiao's main targets of defense are Fat Jun, Zhang Wei, Dead Pig, and at most Zhong He. As for Wang Zikai, Gao Yang copied the game player and prepared a hairpin for him. But to be honest, Gao Yang is not worried about Wang Zikai at all. With his unreasonable power of destiny, a mere level 4 blood curse may not hurt him. From the current situation, Fat Jun was cursed and died suddenly. The Dead Pig was cursed and had a fever. However, with his recovery and willpower, he can use game players first and let him fight it by himself. If he can't fight it, he can revive again. Each person can only revive twice, so it can't be wasted. Zhang Wei was cursed, and he pulled out the curse by diarrhea. Either Wang Zikai was not cursed, or the curse was ineffective on him. Gao Yang patiently reviewed the whole thing. After listening to it, everyone still broke into a cold sweat. They didn't expect that they were so close to the side of the god of death. War is really too terrifying. Not only is life-threatening when going to the battlefield, but even during the truce, you may die while having a happy new year at home. Just in case, Gao Yang stayed. After all, Hong Xiaoxiao's game players can only revive a limited number of people in a short period of time, and more Gao Yangs will give you a sense of security. By 11 o'clock, no one was hurt, and the fever on the Dead Pig had subsided, so there was no need to use game player. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin gave a few instructions and left. Captain. Hengmu was a more careful person, and he was a little worried. Do you think there is a possibility that Saqing only cursed some people this time, and the rest will be cursed later? Yes, Gao Yang replied. Chapter 936. Not only the horizontal beam, but everyone else also became nervous, and the atmosphere became solemn again. But the possibility is very small. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang finished his words. Dohu touched his stubble-covered chin and smiled cunningly. Xiao Yangang, you really hold a grudge. Gao Yang smiled without saying anything. You are the only one who can breathe heavily, right? Why is the possibility very small? Hong Xiaoxiao asked when she didn't understand. That? Jingshu used to have a good relationship with Saqing, she said softly. Sister Qing told me that every time she curses someone with blood curse, her lifespan will be shortened, from a few months to a few years, and cursing multiple targets at once saves lifespan compared to cursing multiple targets multiple times. Jingjing, there is one thing you don't understand. Dohu smiled indifferently. Who to curse, and how many times to curse are not up to Saqing. If she can decide for herself, I believe she will not curse at all. Jingshu lowered her head, and remained silent. When she thought of the scene where Saqing was forced to curse by Qilin, she was angry and sad for a while. When team leader Zhong He changed jobs, I should have been more determined and pulled Sister Qing to go with me. Gao Yang's reason for this judgment should be another point. Dohu grinned. Once Saqing launches the curse, whether it succeeds or not, it will immediately alert us. If Haichuan wants to curse again, we will never give them a chance. Everyone knows that we have a cheating artifact, Hong Xiaoxiao. Hong Xiaoxiao blushed for a moment, when Dohu praised her with a strange metaphor. So, taking advantage of the new year, when everyone is the most relaxed and least on guard, cursing all the people who can be cursed at once is definitely the best solution. Everyone, think about it. If Hong Xiaoxiao hadn't set up defenses in advance, we might not have discovered Fat Jun's body until tomorrow morning. Qilin, that old bastard. Zhang Wei cursed. He is the one who deserves to die the most. Well done. Dohu nodded with satisfaction. let's work harder and give him a hand. Gao Yang looked at everyone, feeling relieved that the children had finally grown up. I have nothing to add, I'm leaving first. Captain Gao, be careful on the road. Hengmu said with concern. Hengmu, what do you mean? The person standing in front of you is Gao Yang, the heir of the god of the owner of Lucky, the organization of the horizontal jump monster, the human rune radar, the spy nemesis, and the king of survival. Dohu raised his thick eyebrows in a sarcastic tone. You are worried about him, are you fucking serious? Gao Yang smiled with sadness, and fought back. It turns out that it's not just talent that can be inherited. Dohu was stunned and laughed. Ha ha ha, you kid. Gao Yang put on his coat, tied his hair, turned around and left. Wait! Gao Xinqing came to the living room without knowing when. She took a wool scarf in her hand, stepped forward a few steps, and tied it on Gao Yang. You wear it, it's warm, I don't need it. No, what if I break it? You dare? Gao Xinqing glared at her brother, but tied the scarf very gently. After a few seconds, she stepped back and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, let's go. After Gao Yang left, Hong Xiaoxiao checked everyone's situation again, and then she felt relieved. Then, she came to Zhong He's bedroom. This bedroom was originally occupied by Zhong He, Hengmu, and Huang Daihu. Huang Daihu died on the eve of the Chinese New Year, and Hengmu realized insomnia a few days ago, and he almost didn't need to sleep anymore. In addition, he really couldn't stand the decadent pressure and strong smell of alcohol in the room, so he basically didn't go back to the room. Hong Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, put on a businesslike look, pushed the door, and turned on the light. The room was messy and full of alcohol, and Hong Xiaoxiao frowned immediately. Zhong He was wearing a set of pajamas, with his back to Hong Xiaoxiao, slumped in a swivel chair, holding a half bottle of wine in his hand, and the floor was full of empty bottles. Zhong He. Hong Xiaoxiao carefully walked around the bottle and walked to his side. Are you feeling unwell? Zhong He was blinded by the light and raised his hand to block it. He had a shaggy beard, greasy hair, bloodshot eyes, and dark circles under his eyes. He slowly raised his head to look at Hong Xiaoxiao, and then lowered his head, as if the other party was just air. Sa Qing may have used the blood we left on the battlefield to curse us. Currently Juanma, Dead Pig, and Zhang Wei have been affected. Hong Xiaoxiao said, so, I must confirm your situation. Zhong He raised the bottle and slowly drank another sip, still not speaking. Please cooperate with my work. Hong Xiaoxiao insisted and had a tough attitude. After a long silence, Zhong He finally spoke in a low and hoarse voice, no. Hong Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he was willing to talk. At first, Hong Xiaoxiao also felt that Sister Lele was right. Some obstacles can only be overcome by oneself. If he needs someone to help him, he will show it. But it has been so many days, and Zhong He has no signs of cheering up. So Hong Xiaoxiao guessed that maybe Zhong He's desperate drinking, refusing to communicate, and pushing everyone away is his signal for help. If you dislike me, anyway, I just want to meddle in other people's business. Take it. Hong Xiaoxiao took out a hairpin. She could have stuffed it directly into Zhong He's pocket, but she didn't do that. She held the hairpin in front of him, and waited for Zhong He to take it himself. Zhong He lowered his head, without any reaction, and turned back into a puddle of mud. Take it. Hong Xiaoxiao repeated. Somehow, once she had the excuse of cooperating with the work, Hong Xiaoxiao became much braver. Hong Xiaoxiao, you are not caring about him out of self-conceit, you are doing your job. Yes, that's right, if he doesn't cooperate with you, you can be so stubborn and see who can be more stubborn. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. Hong Xiaoxiao, who was guilty of the crime, was so scared that she almost screamed and immediately took back the hairpin. She turned around and saw that it was Dohu. She looked flustered. I'm checking his condition. Don't worry about this pile of mud. Dohu didn't care. Let's go out. Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao was stunned now. Yes, hurry up. Oh. Hong Xiaoxiao took a last peek at Zhong He and left quickly. Hong Xiaoxiao was really surprised when she returned to the living room. Naughty Monkey, Dead Pig, Cute Sheep, Hengmu, Jingshu, Musi 2, Wang Weiyin, Gregor, Gao Xinqing, Kyo, Crow Shark, Suzaku, except Juanma and Zhong He, everyone gathered. Suzaku, with the wheelchair, was fixed on the broad mountain-like back of the Dead Pig with a special device, and Cute Sheep and Wang Weiyin sat on his two shoulders respectively. Uncle Dead Pig, are you well? Hong Xiaoxiao was a little worried. He. The Dead Pig laughed with a nasal sound. It's okay. Besides, don't you still have your hairpin? Dohu stood at the entrance and clapped his hands. Everyone, we should celebrate the new year in a proper way. Meng Xiaoyang and Yining want to watch the fireworks. As adults, we can't even satisfy such a small wish, right? Uncle Tiger. Hengmu was a little worried. It's easy to be exposed if so many people act together. Why not let Hong Xiaoxiao take them to watch it in stealth? Why? Dohu looked unhappy. The children want to watch it, and I want to watch it too. But, okay, stop talking. The world is big, and the new year is the biggest. Dohu has made up his mind. Hengmu. The monkey laughed. Don't look at what Dohu said. He must be sure to do so in his heart. That's right. Hengmu also laughed. The others looked at each other, no longer worried, and said what they wanted to say. They had been bored in this place for a few days, and wanted to go out for some fresh air, especially on the New Year's Eve, when they were celebrating together. Dohu waved his arm and said, "Follow me." Chapter 937. An hour later, somewhere in the middle and upper reaches of the river. This area is an old cement river bank, and there are several sewers connected under the river bank. In the early years, urban sewage was discharged into the river through these sewers. Later, when the environment was governed, sewage was centrally treated. These sewers have been abandoned for many years, and have long been dried up, turning into small tunnels that no one cares about. Dohu took the sewer route map from the early years, and carried a large flashlight. He led everyone from the Xiaoshui stronghold, and successfully walked out of the maze. Voila! Dohu used the Qingxue Yaodao to push away the weeds blocking the tunnel entrance, and went out first. He strode to the shallows, put down the flashlight, stretched, looked around, confirmed safety, and then made an okay gesture behind him. Others couldn't wait to walk out of the small tunnel. With the help of Kyo and Yasha, Siju put down the wheelchair and Suzaku. Gao Xinxin and Jing Shu were responsible for watching Ming Yang and Wang Wayne, and not letting them run around. Hengmu directly created afterimages around to protect everyone from being discovered. Soon, everyone quieted down, and the cold night wind blew by. Everyone stood by the river, breathing fresh air, and looking at the prosperous night scene on the other side, just like looking at the light of hope. The cruelty of time is that no matter how you choose to spend this moment, it will flow coldly and fairly. Just like the spring festival under the Civil War, no matter how many loved ones died, the other side is still full of light and neon flashing, and those festive red and noisy voices are spreading and fermenting in an endless stream. That is the New Year flavor that everyone dislikes but looks forward to in their hearts. Gregor was wearing a CO-style silk nightgown and a pair of wool slippers. He stood by the river with one hand in his pocket and a half-smoked cigarette in the other. He half-closed his eyes and said in the cold wind, "This scene reminds me of a movie." "Really?" Dohu squatted beside him, holding a military wine bottle and sipping wine. "There is a sentence in it that says, 'Fear makes you a prisoner, and hope makes you free,'" Gregor said. "Well said." Dohu agreed. "Uncle Dohu." Wang Wayne, wearing a red cotton jacket, ran over with 2 red cheeks. She grabbed Dohu's hand. "I want to see the fireworks." Dohu smiled and pinched Wang Wayne's face. "Yining, be good, wait a little longer, the fireworks are coming soon. I guarantee they will be super big and super beautiful." "Yeah." Wang Wayne ran away happily. "Are you planning to set off large fireworks here?" Gregor was very curious. "Are you not afraid of being discovered?" "How is that possible? Besides, where do I have the time to do these things for you?" Dohu pretended to be mysterious. "Wait, it should be there in a while." "Should?" Gregor grasped the key point. Dohu smiled and took a sip of wine. "It depends on whether Song Dao is able to help." At the same time, the rooftop of the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital. Inside the iron guardrail of the rooftop, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, sat on folding chairs, wrapped in down jackets, holding binoculars, and were on night shift. They were Old 7 and Chi Feng. Old 7 crossed his legs and held a thermos cup with heated cola in it. Chi Feng chewed his gum boredly and complained, "Old 7, haven't you heard a saying that even dogs won't drink heated cola?" "Uh-huh." Old 7 laughed bitterly. "In the past, I would only drink ice drinks no matter what the weather was, but recently, my heart is really a little cold." "It's the new year, what can make our brother 7 feel cold?" Chi Feng said sarcastically. "Don't pretend here." Old 7 glanced at Chi Feng. "Isher and Tingting didn't come back. Do you know about this?" "I know." Chi Feng didn't care. "The higher-ups haven't come to a conclusion yet, but I guess these 2 people must have defected." Old 7 lowered his voice. Chi Feng curled his lips and said nothing. "Isher must have gone to Juicy." Old 7 continued. "Maybe he will be a casual player." Chief Feng said deliberately. You're still pretending. Don't you know the reason? You and Ishir are both old subordinates of Suzaku. Jusei's declaration of war at that time clearly stated that Suzaku is still alive, and on their side. Old Seven half tested and half joked. Chiefeng, I think you have some ideas in your mind. Chiefeng suddenly retracted his smile, raised his head, and looked serious. Old Seven, how about we run too? Old Seven was startled, his face changed drastically, and he jumped up on the spot. Are you crazy? I don't have this idea. If you want to run, run by yourself. Ha ha. Chiefeng also slapped his thigh and raised his voice. Look at how nervous you are. I'm just joking. Do you think I'm a traitor like Ishir? I am loyal to the Kirin Union. Me too. But one group has been kind to me. How could I defect? Old Seven also raised his voice, as if speaking to the air. Old Seven sat down again, unscrewed the lid of the thermos cup, and drank 2 sips of hot coke to calm his nerves. Swish. Suddenly, a white light jumped out from behind the guardrail and fell between the two people. Ah! Oh my god! Old Seven and Chief Feng were so scared that they almost fell off the folding chair. Unhegi? Old Seven saw clearly quickly. What are you doing? Oh my god! Can you stop being so startled? Chief Feng covered his chest. I thought I saw a ghost. I'm patrolling. Unhegi replied coldly. She has been passing through the Mirror Man, shuttling between various mirrors and glass windows in the 3rd hospital. In the past few minutes, she has been staying on the glass window under the feet of the 2 people. Old Seven's face sank slightly. So, our conversation just now. I didn't hear anything. Unhegi said. That's good. Actually, we didn't talk about anything. Old Seven's voice was not finished, and he suddenly noticed the movement behind him. Someone. He turned around suddenly, and Chief Feng and Unhegi also became alert. Buzz. 2 seconds later, a blue portal the size of an ordinary door appeared in front of the 3 people. Soon, a figure walked out from inside. It was Chu Yu, the owner of the portal. He was holding a dozen beers in his left hand, and some stewed food and peanuts in his right hand, and was also startled by the 3 people who were facing him. Ah you, why are you here? I'm on night duty with Lao 7. Chief Feng said. Patrol? And Hegi replied. Oh, I thought you were on night duty in building number 1. Chu Yu was a little embarrassed for a moment. While talking, 2 more people walked out of the portal behind him, Lin Fu and Bumblebee. The 3 of them had been watching the evening show in the hall with the mentally ill patients and the medical staff, who were under soft control. The more they watched, the more depressed they felt. The 3 of them thought it would be better to go to the rooftop to drink some wine and chat. So the 3 of them pretended to go to the toilet, let Chu Yu open a portal, and sneaked up to the roof. At the moment, the working trio faced the slacking trio. Staring at each other for a while, the atmosphere was very awkward. Haha, how about, let's have a couple of drinks together. Chu Yu broke the silence. Drinking is not allowed during working hours. Chief Feng said seriously. 2 seconds later, he raised his eyebrows and smiled tactfully. But who cares, it's not the new year yet. No problem. Lao 7 agreed very much. He glanced at Unhegi. Xiaohe, you are an adult, right? Unhegi frowned slightly. I'm 1 year older than you. No way, I can't tell at all. I thought you were a high school student. Bumblebee also laughed. Unhegi looked at him coldly, and he immediately shrank his neck and dared not breathe. Lin Fu stroked his beard, walked forward with a smile, put down the wooden box on his back, and sat down as if it were a chair. What are you waiting for? Open the wine. The 6 people sat together, and each opened a bottle of beer. Just as everyone was about to toast, the door to the rooftop banged open. Chapter 938. The 6 people stood up like high school students, who were caught by their teacher after escaping from bed in the middle of the night. They hid their beers behind their backs. The person who went to the rooftop was Wu Sei, followed by Hui Che. Captain! Sister Wu Sei. Everyone greeted each other with awkward expressions. Wu Sei looked over and immediately understood what was going on. She was not angry, but smiled apologetically. Sorry to spoil your fun. A mission? Unhegi asked. I guess so. Wu Sei sighed slightly. It has been confirmed that Ishir and Ting Ting have defected, and they may have joined GOC. The 3rd hospital is not safe, and we have to move again tonight. Old Seven had a complicated expression. He held a beer, suddenly raised his head and took a sip, then threw the beer to the ground, as if venting some unspeakable emotions. Others also had complicated feelings, but they did not dare to express their opinions on the matter. Let's go! Chu Yu smiled bitterly, raised his hand, and a small portal appeared next to him, leading to the base in the basement. Everyone walked towards the portal, only Anhegi did not move. What? Wusei noticed. Anhegi had a blank expression on her face, and turned her head to look at the prosperous night scene in the distance, which was the direction of Desu district. Sister Wusei, can you wait a few more minutes? Why? Wusei asked. The new year is coming soon. Anhegi replied. In fact, Anhegi hid in the glass window on the top floor of this building just now, just to wait for the new year, or to wait for that familiar scene. When Captain Huang Lian was still alive, he took the whole team to celebrate the new year in Desu district on New Year's Eve. Anhegi always remembered that the fireworks that night were particularly beautiful. A complex light flashed in Wusei's eyes. After a few seconds, she nodded. I give you another 10 minutes. At the same time, in Desu district, a business car ran fast on the brightly lit road. Lei drove, Qining sat in the co-pilot, Gao Yang and Tiango sat in the back parking space. After Gao Yang left the Xiaoshui base, he immediately contacted the investigation team operating outside, and made an appointment with the three of them to meet at a compromised location. To be on the safe side, Gao Yang personally confirmed that Lei, Qining, and Tiango were not cursed, and then he was relieved. The investigation team's mission tonight was to search Desu district. When they learned that Gao Yang was going back to the Guiquan villa, they followed his way for a short distance. At this moment, Tiango was wearing white headphones and listening to music with his eyes closed. He recently realized a new talent mute. This caused the already taciturn Tiango to be even more frugal with words. With a low talent level, the hypnotic and silencing effects of his voice were unbearable for most people, except Zhang Wei. Gao Yang sometimes had wild thoughts, and even if the god, who cannot be looked at directly came, Zhang Wei could still chat with him enthusiastically all night. Gao Yang glanced at his phone. It was less than 10 minutes before the new year, and it would definitely be too late to rush back to Chushue. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, everyone's phone in the car rang at the same time, and everyone picked up their phones. The message came from the Loving 92 chat group. In the group, Dohu sent a congratulatory message. I'm afraid that the New Year's bell is too loud, and you won't be able to hear my blessings. I'm afraid that the firecrackers on New Year's Eve are too noisy, and you won't receive my greetings. I choose to send you New Year's blessings now, and wish you a Happy New Year in advance. I wish you a Happy New Year. Congratulations on making a fortune. Love your Uncle Tiger. Gao Yang's mood was a bit complicated. You are too perfunctory, you can't even copy homework, at least change it. What kind of New Year's greetings are you now? Liao Yu slowed down the car, quickly operated the phone, and sent a congratulatory message on behalf of the investigation team. In the new year, I wish you all smooth sailing, 2 dragons soaring, 3 sheep opening the door to prosperity, 4 seasons of peace, 5 blessings, 6 smooth sailing, 7 stars shining, 8 directions of wealth, 9 hearts and minds, 10 perfect, everything goes well, thousands of things are auspicious, and everything goes well. Thank you for your care, my new colleague Lilia. Then Johan, who was on a mission alone, also sent a congratulatory message. Happy New Year. At this moment, Licheng is very beautiful in my eyes, and I feel even warmer when I think of you in it. Your watcher Johan. Oh my god. Lei was quite surprised. Johan is such a cold person, but he would write such a text message. You can't judge a person by his appearance. He has always been a very sentimental and sincere person. Qining smiled faintly. It's just that you don't have the chance to know him. Ding. Soon, Nana, who was far away in Anai, sent a congratulatory message on behalf of the outbound team. To all the people in the misty world, the sacred light of the Queen has spread all over the earth. In the new year, you will be safe and healthy under the protection of my king and enjoy the blessings forever. The incarnation of Songdao, the leader of all beasts, the maker of order, the weaver of destiny, the only descendant of the creation which, and the first generation of fallen angels, the Queen of Thorns, Nai. Nana is worthy of you. The signature is longer than the blessing. Lei laughed and complained. Ding. At this time, Gao Yang's mobile phone rang. It was a message from Qingling. I am Qingling, Happy New Year, including my sisters. Gao Yang, Happy New Year, also to your sister. Qingling, Gao Yang, what are you doing? Gao Yang, I just finished my work and am on my way home. How about you? Is everything going well over there? Qingling, it's going well. Don't worry. Gao Yang, that's good. Qingling, Gao Yang, take a picture quickly. Gao Yang, what to take a picture of? Qingling, take a picture of yourself. Let me feel the New Year atmosphere and celebrate the New Year in the clouds. Gao Yang, okay. At this time, The underground laboratory in the desert of Nigeria was brightly lit. Dr. Jia shuttled between the instruments and equipment with flashing signal lights, busy and fulfilled. The rest area was dimly lit. Qing Ling sat at the head of the bed. She was wearing a vest and shorts, with her long legs bent and the lower half of her face buried in her knees. Her right hand was holding a mobile phone and placed on the back of her foot. Nana, who was squeezed in the same bed, had just been woken up and sent a long-written text message, then turned over and fell asleep again. She was wearing a thin chiffon pajamas, curled up on her side, very quiet, and it was difficult to associate her with her middle school image when she was awake. Buzz. The phone vibrated lightly, and Gao Yang sent a photo. It was a street outside. The car window dyed yellow by the streetlights. Although it was late at night, there were still many pedestrians. There were festive red lanterns hanging on the streetlights, colorful bulbs wrapped around the trees, and spring couplets were posted on every household. There were firecracker debris that had not been cleaned up on the roadside, like red fallen leaves everywhere. Qing Ling stared at the photo in a daze. Suddenly, I missed Gao Yang very much. I imagined that I was next to Gao Yang at this moment. I want to chat with him casually, deliberately dislike him, embarrass him, watch him helplessly explain himself, or just smile gently. I want to hold his hand, hold his arm, and lean on his shoulder. I want to blow the wind with him, close my eyes and be silent, and then open my eyes and smile at each other at the same time, which is better than 1,000 words. I want to love him, be his wife, wake up with him in the morning, go to work separately, and look forward to a warm dinner and a leisurely night walk by the river after returning home. I want to accompany him day after day, year after year, and slowly live like Aunt Lin and Uncle Gao. It would be best if I could give birth to a pair of siblings. The brother is gentle and sensible, and the sister is smart and cute. I want these to be more than just a thought. Qing Ling, Gao Yang, tell me something. Gao Yang, you tell me. Qing Ling, if I disappear one day, don't forget me. Chapter 939. Gao Yang, why are you suddenly saying this? Qing Ling, haha, you're out of your mind. Just ignore what I said and wait for me to come back and have hot pot together. Gao Yang, okay. Qing Ling, I'm going to sleep first, good night. Gao Yang, good night. Gao Yang took back his phone. Lei Lei, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror with a sly smile and said half-jokingly, Captain, can Phantom be upgraded to level 8? Hurry up and learn the clone technique, otherwise your damn charm will hurt you sooner or later. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Do you know who I'm chatting with? To talk about work, either send text messages or call to communicate clearly. The main point is efficiency. Captain, your slow chat frequency is not flirting with me. I will eat my phone on the spot. Puff. Qining, who had already closed her eyes and activated perception, couldn't help it. Tengu, who was listening to music with headphones, also spoke for the first time. Cool. Captain, you are really good at fooling people. Lei Lei got excited. What do you mean I am very similar to you in the past, like an immortal? Lei Lei turned the steering wheel and started to pull over. Look at you, you are so popular with women. Look at me, from childhood to adulthood, I can't even see a male creature interested in me. It's really a drought. Puff. Cool? Lei Lei, you misunderstand me deeply. Gao Yang sighed with regret. It seems that I need to have a heart-to-heart talk with you again. Z. Lei Lei slammed the brakes. The desire to survive was full. Captain, let's stop here, we have to work. Thanks. Gao Yang got out of the car, closed the door, and watched the car leave. Gao Yang had just taken a few steps when his cell phone rang. The caller ID was, a good brother. Wang Zikai had changed this name after snatching Gao Yang's cell phone. He added an A in front to ensure that it was ranked first in the address book. Gao Yang picked up the phone, and Wang Zikai's impatient voice came immediately. Gao Yang. It's almost the new year. Where are you? Sorry, I'm afraid I can't make it back. Gao Yang told the truth. It will take at least an hour at the fastest. Didn't you copy flight? Wang Zikai said, fly over here. It can only fly for 30 seconds. Gao Yang was a little helpless. Then it crashed. The absolute barrier is too conspicuous. I don't want to attract a group of beasts. Okay, you tell Chushue yourself. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Gao Yang. This is Chushue. Chushue, I'm sorry, I can't celebrate the new year with you. Gao Yang said. Oh, it's okay. I and stupid Kai. Oh, it hurts. Brother Kai and I are very happy. We just set off firecrackers. Brother Kai said that firecrackers are used to drive away the Nian beast, because the Nian beast eats people. Haha, Isn't this talking about us ghosts? But I'm not afraid of firecrackers at all. Gao Yang, Wang Zikai and I just lit a lot of fireworks at the same time, and then there were a lot of silver tree sparks. Oh no, it was fire trees and silver flowers. Like a colorful waterfall, super beautiful. I also took a video and sent it to you later, but I still think the scene is the best. Gao Yang, I went to the kitchen to heat up dumplings and your favorite luncheon meat. If you are hungry when you go home, you can eat it. Wang Zikai and I are not sleepy yet. Let's play games first. The first snow shared happy little things. Gao Yang was wearing a black coat, one hand in his pocket, and holding a mobile phone in the other hand, strolling on the festive street and looking for a taxi. He felt relaxed unconsciously, as if he was no longer the leader of the organization, who was exhausted and overwhelmed every day, but just an ordinary person, who worked overtime, and was in a hurry to go home for the spring festival. Ah! Chu Shua shouted on the phone. Gao Yang, look at the sky. Gao Yang was about to ask what happened, when the sky above his head suddenly lit up, followed by a huge boom sound, like thunder on a rainy summer day. Above Gao Yang's head, or more precisely, in the night sky of the entire Liqing, a huge purple firework exploded, and they quickly graffitied on the night sky and turned into a rat, and the entire Liqing was bathed in purple light. Gao Yang didn't know that the fireworks came from the roof of the Millennium Building. 10 seconds ago, the Ferris wheel on the top of the Millennium Building was still spinning beautifully. When the car marked 12 o'clock reached the highest point, the New Year's bell rang like a tide in all directions. Then, a huge white light appeared at the foot of the Ferris wheel and quickly rose to the sky. Bang! 20 seconds later, the second group of paint in the night exploded, and the sky and the earth were golden, and a golden cow slowly unfolded over the city. Gao Yang. Did you see it? The fireworks are so beautiful. Chu Shui shouted excitedly on the phone. Yeah, I can see it too, it's so beautiful. Gao Yang looked up and smiled. Gao Yang. Happy New Year. I'm so happy to watch the fireworks under the same sky with Gao Yang. Me too, there will be opportunities in the future. Happy New Year. In a ward in Shanqing Hospital, a skinny, terminally ill old man was lying on the bed. His hair had fallen out, his face was pale, and his body was full of 4 tubes. Uncle Lu was in the late stage of cancer, and didn't have much time left. He was just hanging on for life. It felt like people trying to stop a piece of rotten wood from rotting, but in the end, they only carved a few limited-time pale flowers on the rotten wood. Under the oxygen mask was a faint mist that was wet and dry. The old man breathed slowly, and his chest was almost invisible. At this moment, his withered arms turned blue-gray and grew gray and sparse scales, looking like deformed bean sprouts. In just 10 seconds, this unconscious beastification retreated again, as if nothing had happened. Bang! It was suddenly as bright as day outside the window. Uncle Lu struggled to open his cloudy old eyes, and his gray vision moved slowly toward the direction of the window. The mist under the oxygen mask became thicker. It's already the new year. I'm old and useless, otherwise, I would have to give my brother a good meal. In the upper reaches of the Li River, on the shallows. When the fireworks bloomed in the night, everyone was bathed in dazzling golden light, and was shocked by the beautiful spectacle. Oh wow! Ha ha! Awesome! Awesome, Ginshu! Dohu yelled like a madman. He was so happy. The New Year fireworks from the roof of the Millennium Building were prepared by Wu Dehai. At the beginning, Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Officer Huang joined the Zodiac, and all the Zodiac signs were gathered again. To celebrate, Ginshu decided to spend a huge amount of money to play a big ticket. He wanted to have a Zodiac-themed fireworks show on New Year's Eve. Although Wu Dehai would hold a fireworks show every year in the past, the scale of this time would be fully upgraded to ensure that everyone in the city could see it. When Wu Dehai told Dohu about the plan, he received Dohu's strong affirmation. It can not only demonstrate the strength of the organization, but also Dohu doesn't have to pay for it. Why not? Unfortunately, the project was only halfway through when the Scarlet Tide came and Wu Dehai died. However, Wu Dehai made it clear in his will that even if he died, the New Year fireworks project must be promoted, and the money would not be lost. At the end of November, the project was finally completed, and only waited for the arrival of New Year's Eve. But no one expected that the Haichuan group launched a sneak attack on the 12 zodiac signs. That night, the Millennium Building collapsed, and all the special giant fireworks stored in the Millennium Building were destroyed. Although Song Dao quickly restored the Millennium Building, Dohu was not sure whether these fireworks would be restored together. If not, the project team would not be able to make fireworks again, and it would be too late. And if Song Dao recovered, the project team could set off the fireworks on time at 12 o'clock tonight according to Wu Dehai's will. Now it seems that Song Dao still gave a hand. This is a good sign for Dohu. It means God helps me. Bang! Chapter 940. The third firework lit up the night again, and the world was red. Soon, a majestic red tiger appeared in the sky, like a giant beast, crawling over the city, staring at it with a strong sense of oppression. Did you see it? Tiger! It's me! It's me! Ha ha ha! Dohu pointed at the sky and shouted. At that moment, his IQ regressed to that of a 3-year-old. At some point, the monkey made more than a dozen small stools of earth element. Gao Xinqin held Ming Yang, Jingshu held Wang Weiyin, Hengmu, Gregor, Dead Pig, Kyo, Crow Shark, and Suzaku all sat down and watched the fireworks show seriously. Everyone's face was full of light, and their eyes were full of sparks. The beauty of the moment was so shocking that they temporarily forgot who they were. Faith, hope, victory, dawn. Those ethereal things that supported and tortured them in the past have now retreated far away. At this moment, everyone felt joy and happiness just because it turns out that fireworks are so beautiful, and it turns out that I am still living well. Bang! 20 seconds later, the fourth giant firework exploded. This time, a cute pure white rabbit appeared on the sky, but if you look closely, you will find that the rabbit's toenails are colorful. Ming Yang, who was originally jumping for joy, suddenly froze with a smile, and her eyes immediately turned red. She suddenly jumped off Gao Xinqin's body and ran towards the river. She shouted sadly, "Sister White Rabbit! Sister White Rabbit, don't leave!" Ming Yang. Gao Xinqin chased after her, hugged Ming Yang from behind, knelt on the ground, and her eyes were also red. Dohu didn't know when he walked down the shallows, and the river water spread over his knees. He raised the wine pot to the fireworks in the sky, toasted for 3 seconds, and drank the last sip of wine. Feiyang District, a high-rise building in a community. Son! Husband! Come and see! The fireworks are so beautiful. A woman in her 40s stood on the balcony and called out, "Here we come!" Guang Huan held half a stick of incense in his hand, and the middle-aged man behind him was covered with firecracker debris. The father and son had just finished setting off firecrackers downstairs. Guang Huan kicked off his shoes and hurried to the balcony, as if he had walked into the golden daylight. Wow! It's so big! It feels like everyone in the city can see it. Yes! The father also came up and sighed. I don't know how much money the owner of the Millennium Building has spent this year. It turns out that having money means being willful. Guang Huan looked up at the fireworks, and was obviously very happy, but the next second he felt a deep sense of loss in his chest. He lowered his head, picked up his phone, turned to Gao Xinqin's number again, and typed the 137th text message. Gao Xinqin, it's the new year. This year's fireworks show at the Millennium Building is particularly beautiful. I really hope you can see it too. They all say you're missing, but you're just tired of your current life, right? You must still be living well somewhere, leading another life. That must be the case. Whenever you think of me, your old classmate, feel free to contact me. Happy New Year. Daxa District, City Center. There are crowds of people here, all young people who come out to celebrate the New Year. On the road next to it, the traffic is congested, and it's not inferior to the rush hour. A commercial vehicle with the last number 36 was unfortunately stuck in the middle of the road, but the owner was not in a hurry at all. She lowered the window, put one hand on the door, and felt the tsunami-like cheers around her, and watched the fireworks above her head. Similarly, Jining, who was in the passenger seat, and Tiango, who was in the back seat, also lowered their windows and immersed themselves in this lively and festive atmosphere. Bang! Another giant firework exploded, and the world was instantly dyed green, as if it had been transferred to a mysterious underwater kingdom. Soon, everyone saw the culprit clearly, a giant blue dog, crawling on the night sky. Tiango tilted his head, with white headphones hanging around his neck. He had long eyelashes and clear eyes that reflected the beautiful fireworks. He raised his lips slightly. Cool? Daxu District, the street square. Under the monument were countless lovers kissing each other. Zhou Qing and a fashionable young man hugged each other intimately, squeezed into the crowd, ignored others, and kissed passionately. Baby! I'm so happy! Zhou Qing hugged the other person. Today is the 1-month anniversary of our love, and it's New Year's Eve, which is very meaningful. Yes, we will celebrate the new year together next year. The man was also very excited. Baby, I love you forever. Zhou Qing was stunned, smiled coquettishly, and patted the man's chest. Hate! Don't you think it's corny? On the top of Chishan Mountain, the observation deck, Johan was wearing an assault suit, a black baseball cap, a telescope around his neck, and half a chocolate bar in his hand. He sat with his back hunched outside the marble guardrail, with dangerous cliffs under his feet. He wore a blood-stained gray armband with a 4 embroidered on his left arm, and a golden 9 was embroidered on the black tactical glove on his right hand. The man faced the whistling cold wind, looked at the Star City under his feet, and the giant fireworks above the Star City that were almost level with him, and smiled faintly. Crunch. He took another bite of the chocolate bar. Degenerate Street, Leeching University, Border Walker Board Game Bar. It is said that the owner of this store went abroad and transferred the store to Wang Shu, an employee in the store, at a super cheap price, which caused Border Walker to lose a lot of old customers. But this is what Wang Shu wants. If there are too many people, she really can't handle it. It's really too tiring. For example, tonight, there are so many people who come to the store to celebrate the New Year overnight. Every room is full. From 8 p.m. to 12 a.m., Washu has been busy all the time. She doesn't even have time to drink a sip of water. Her cell phone rings 3 times when she goes to the toilet. Boss. 2 cups of coffee. Right away. Boss. The rules of this board game are so complicated, let me explain it. Wait a minute. Boss. I like you so much. Will you be my girlfriend? Is this truth or dare? Bang. Suddenly, the sky outside the French window in the hall was golden and bright as day. Wanshu held a beverage tray in one hand, a mobile phone in the other, and a box of board games under his arm, just standing there in a daze. She looked out the window, and at this moment, the whole store suddenly boiled up. Everyone realized that it was the new year, and began to cheer. Wanshu narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled lazily. It's the new year, and I'm 1 year older. The third hospital, the office of President Su. The room was dim, and the TV next to it was playing a party. Qilin was still wearing his white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. He crossed his fingers and placed them flat on his abdomen, sitting quietly in his office chair with his eyes closed. When the fireworks sounded, the room suddenly lit up. He opened his eyes, slowly turned his chair, and looked out the window behind him. Qilin's gentle face glowed palely under the strong light. His left eye, as quiet as the moonlit lake, looked at the fireworks above the sky, but it seemed that he was looking at a place farther away. A wheelchair automatically drove out from the side room of the office. It was Li. She quickly came to Qilin's side and looked at the fireworks outside the window with him. The fireworks changed, and the office also kept changing colors. The two seemed to be sitting in a time tunnel that quickly led to the future, waiting for their own stop. Li took off her tortoiseshell glasses, she lowered her head, took out 2 black gold bullets that had lost any practical effect from her pocket, and just looked at them for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, she took back the bullets and raised her head. It's time to go. Qilin didn't turn around, nor did he answer, still looking at the sky outside the window. Third hospital, the roof of the inpatient building. The fireworks show from the direction of the Millennium Building lasted for nearly 4 minutes. Finally, the last zodiac pig, after dominating the night sky for 20 seconds, slowly melted into the darkness. Wu Sei, Huan Che, and He Gu, Lao 7, Qi Feng, Chu Yu, Lin Fu, and Bumblebee stood on the roof and watched this beautiful and grand fireworks show silently. Even if it was a New Year's performance prepared by the enemy, they had to admit in their hearts that this might be the most shocking and unforgettable fireworks they had ever seen in their lifetime. Everyone even felt a little comfort from the bottom of their hearts, at least on this depressed, uneasy, and confused New Year's Eve. They could still leave some beautiful memories with a sense of ritual. Boom. The first stage of the fireworks show ended, and the second stage began. Countless fireworks scrambled to rise into the night sky, outlining a huge white heart shape, that is love. Pound. Then, the fireworks that formed love exploded at the same time, and countless pink flowers bloomed in all directions. The pink petals slowly broke apart and turned into thousands of pink butterflies, which seemed to fly into thousands of homes and light up thousands of lights. She always maintained a serious colorless look, with a soft light in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she still spoke. Everyone, too many things have happened this year. Each of us has too many things to say, but we don't know where to start. I am the same, but no matter what. She took 2 steps forward, bent down to pick up a bottle of beer on the ground, opened it, and raised her glasses to her companions. Happy New Year. Everyone looked at each other, and raised their glasses with a smile. Happy New Year.